Chapter 1. The place where dreams begin. In the year 748 of the AIG calendar, on Earth, lies Bowsy Mountain. The sun blazes overhead, casting its warm glow upon the verdant hills and flowing waters, where creatures of the wild bustle in their primal existence, creating a scene of natural harmony. The waterfall cascades down, merging into a crystal-clear lake, its shores adorned with lush greenery. Offering a refreshing respite, a monkey swings leisurely from a vine above the lake, its tail and claws gripping tightly. Suddenly, the surface of the water erupts as a massive fish, weighing over 100 pounds, leaps out. The fish lands on the shore, and a figure follows suit, leaping from the water. Ugh! The monkey screeches in fright, scampering away, glancing back in terror as it retreats to a safe distance. Upon landing on the shore, the young warrior, Sun Wukong, grasps the fish by its tail, donning a blue martial arts uniform gifted to him by his grandfather, Sun Wufan, during his lifetime. His small face remains calm as he drags the fish up the mountain. For miles around Bowsy Mountain, there exists but a single household, or rather, it would be accurate to say, it once housed a solitary individual years ago. The area is sparsely populated. Ping. Captured a 100-pound fish. Gained energy. Chi increased by 10. Host. Sun Wukong. Bloodline. Scion, lower-class warrior. Age, 11. Chi, combat power 30. Finding himself inexplicably transported to this world and embodying the character of young Wukong initially brought joy to Sun Wu, a fervent admirer of the Dragon Ball series, as he had once experienced the thrill of its adventures in his youth. Leaving Bowsy Mountain, young Wukong embarks on a journey filled with perilous escapades, seeking the Dragon Balls. He encounters various threats: Raditz, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu. There are moments of laughter, of heartfelt emotion, and danger, yet happiness prevails, with Wukong's growth as the central theme. From innocent naivety to gradual maturity, he transforms into a master, ultimately entrusting the duty of protecting Earth to his two children, yet when faced with dire circumstances, he resolutely chooses to return to the battlefield, all the while retaining his childlike heart. This is not the foolish version of Wukong that appears after the God of Destruction saga. However, now that I have arrived, such a fate shall not befall him. Wukong, allow me to reshape your destiny. From this moment onward, I am you, and you are me. As he drags the fish back to Bowsy Mountain, young Wukong muses that it would be wonderful if Sun Wufan were still alive. Alas, he arrived a tad too late. Wufan had already met his demise at the hands, or rather, the foot, of Wukong, transformed by the moonlight. Years ago, Wufan had indeed discovered Wukong's transformation upon gazing at the moon, and had warned him never to venture out on a full moon night. Yet misfortune often strikes unexpectedly. Wufan possessed the capability to prevent young Wukong from becoming a giant ape, having succeeded once before. Ultimately, Wukong was merely a lower-class warrior, having suffered a blow to the head, which dulled the Scion's innate warrior instincts. However, Wufan hesitated to harm his own grandson, for his strength surpassed that of the current Master Roshi, conservatively exceeding a combat power of 100 and possessing the Kamehameha technique. He had no reason to struggle against the pre-transformation Wukong, whose power was merely 10 aside. And I hope that this kind elder finds peace in the afterlife, or rather, in the presence of the Supreme Old Lord. A faint engine sound reaches the mountain trail. Where could a vehicle come from on this mountain? As the noise grows closer, young Wukong contemplates, suddenly recalling something. He tosses the fish aside and leaps lightly to the roadside. Is someone there? Oh no! What could possibly bring someone here? Screech! A cloud of dust rises as a miniature car, resembling a toy, zooms past. Upon noticing a person, the driver swerves abruptly towards the narrow mountain path. A scream lingers in the air for some time, as Bulma finds herself suspended in midair, her legs tucked beneath her in a kneeling position, eyes shut in despair. After a while, she realizes she hasn't fallen. A voice nearby calls out, "Are you okay? You're quite heavy. If you don't climb back up soon, I might have to let go." Turning her head, she sees a peculiar little boy clutching her collar with one hand, while grasping a tree branch protruding from a cliff with the other. Bulma looks down in shock. Quickly, pull me up. With ease, young Wukong hoists Bulma upwards, following suit to climb up himself. The precarious nature of Bowsy Mountain could be perilous. While his fall might be inconsequential, a regular person could sustain fatal injuries from such a height. Bulma sits on the ground, and while most would be shaken to their core, she quickly stands up, thanking young Wukong. "Thank you for saving me, little brother." He then moves aside, retrieves his fish with a swift motion, and continues toward home, feeling genuinely hungry. An unsatisfied Saiyan appetite can lead to dire consequences. Having bumped his head, Wukong lacks the violent nature typical of his kin, raised under Sun Wufan's guidance. However, a typical Saiyan, when truly hungry, cares little whether the food is acceptable. Anything edible will suffice. "Hey, wait a moment, little brother." Seeing this, Bulma hastens to follow, diverging from the original narrative, yet her character remains unchanged. Inwardly, she thinks, what a silly little boy. The Dragon Balls must be nearby. Perhaps he knows where they are. Umph, how could he say a magnificent beauty like me is heavy? Truly absurd, oh? This little rascal even decorates his tail against his backside. Does he think it looks cool? Heh, indeed just a little boy. Pfft, how unsightly. Though rather peculiar, his strength might prove useful along the way. Upon reaching his home, young Wukong begins preparing a meal, which consists merely of grilled fish. With little seasoning beyond salt, the Saiyan appetite renders taste secondary. The priority is simply to fill one's stomach. Dragon Ball. Found it. Just as I suspected. While young Wukong tends to the fire for cooking, he fails to notice Bulma entering the house, her expression filled with wonder as she approaches him. She then explains the legend of the Dragon Balls. As long as you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the eternal dragon to grant a wish. Bulma exclaims with delight, her face aglow with excitement. I already have my wish in mind. A handsome prince sounds far better than an endless strawberry garden. She glances at the seemingly dazed young Wukong. Hey, can you give me that 4-star ball? I refuse. After all, it was a cherished heirloom of Sun Wufan, holding great significance for young Wukong. He could not part with it so easily. However, he quickly adds, but I can lend it to you for a while, and you must return it afterward. Bulma contemplates, seeing a win-win situation. She nods eagerly. All right then, since you've said so, this beautiful girl will allow you to be my bodyguard. This little boy is rather foolish. After all, the Dragon Balls will scatter after the wish is made, making him the perfect bodyguard for me. And thus, the adventure of young Wukong and Bulma begins. Chapter 2. The Sea Turtle on a Winding Mountain Path. The roar of the engine surged forward, startling the small creatures of Bowsy Mountain into a hasty retreat. A monkey, frightened by the noise, darted into the bushes. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of a familiar face, the little monkey instinctively screeched twice and climbed to the treetops to observe from a distance. Had that hairless monkey been captured? How swift! Though Xiao Wukong possessed considerable fighting prowess, he was unable to fly. Experiencing such low-altitude speed for the first time left him momentarily stunned, prompting him to instinctively clutch tightly to the back of Bulma's seat. Bulma, her cheeks flushed, glanced sideways and admonished, "Little rascal, behave yourself." "Honestly, where do you derive such strength?" Xiao Wukong replied, gradually relaxing as he acclimated to the velocity. Many dangers, even those that could be fatal to Earthlings, could be disregarded by Saiyans. Their warrior lineage was no jest. One could even assert that Saiyans, akin to the fearless honey badger, were perpetually in a state of readiness for battle. After traversing another dozen kilometers along the mountain road, the motorcycle suddenly leapt from an unseen hillside, startling Bulma so much that her hair seemed to stand on end. Fortunately, the motorcycle was a product of the Universal Capsule Corporation, boasting exceptional shock absorption and quality, allowing for a smooth landing for both riders. Bulma let out a sigh of relief, but perhaps due to the continuous stimuli and the relentless journey, she abruptly instructed Wukong to wait in place while she ventured toward a nearby thicket. Not long after, a piercing scream from Bulma echoed through the air. Xiao Wukong rushed over to find a massive blue pterodactyl gripping Bulma tightly. "Who was this little rascal? Your companion?" The pterodactyl inquired, remarkably speaking as if it were human. Indeed, there were many peculiar creatures atop Bowsy Mountain. Xiao Wukong, glancing at Bulma, who was too terrified to utter a word, nodded and replied, "I am embarking on an adventure with her." In that moment, Xiao Wukong perceived an option bar materializing before him. Ding! Encountering the blue pterodactyl that has captured Bulma. "Do you wish to engage in battle?" Yes or no? Unintentionally, he selected yes, and the pterodactyl let out a thunderous roar as it lunged forward. Xiao Wukong delivered a powerful punch, rendering the creature unconscious. Ignoring Bulma, he eagerly set about preparing the pterodactyl's succulent tail and thigh for a feast. Glancing towards a nearby tree, contemplating a delicious roasted meal. Though he had recently devoured a fish weighing over 100 pounds, an insatiable hunger had returned. With a naturally hearty appetite, and on the cusp of adolescence, Xiao Wukong could not afford to remain unsated. He harbored serious doubts that his current stature was due to inadequate nourishment. 3 meals a day simply could not suffice. Ding! Captured the blue pterodactyl, gained energy. Power increased by 10. Excellent, his battle power has now reached 40. While he had yet to tap into the full potential of a scion, progress was steady. He had several years ahead to cultivate his strength. Before Vegeta's arrival, the crises encountered by Goku were relatively minor, with his combat power barely exceeding a mere 1,000. Fortunately, he had his own plans for the future. Accompanying Bulma served a dual purpose. It was not only a plot necessity, but also a means to enhance his strength. Having resolved the immediate threat, the two continued on their journey. After several hours, they reached the outskirts of the Baozi Mountain, where Bulma utilized a versatile capsule to unveil a hemispherical dwelling, initiating their camping experience. Even within this abode, it boasted complete amenities, including water and electricity. One cannot help but marvel at the technological prowess of the Capsule Corporation, a testament to why it stands as the wealthiest entity on Earth. Are you insatiably hungry, little rascal? Did you not just devour a pterodactyl? Bulma remarked, munching on bread and fruit while observing young Goku's astonishment. She had stocked the capsule with provisions sufficient for a month, having prepared an entire box of the same versatile capsules. With the opportunity of this holiday, she was thoroughly equipped for the adventure of collecting Dragon Balls. Ugh! Goku took a bite of the baguette, only to choke after a couple of chews. Frantically patting his chest until Bulma offered him a cup of water to ease his struggle, allowing him to resume his ravenous intake. As for the flavor, he found it unremarkable. It merely served to satiate his hunger. Bulma, are you not hungry? After finally consuming a hefty portion of carbohydrates, Goku, with a full belly, patted his stomach and glanced at Bulma. She stood up, casting him a disapproving look. It's your insatiable appetite that's astonishing. What on earth is that smell? How long has it been since you last bathed? Bathe? What is bathing? Goku responded, puzzled yet somewhat aware. The odor emanating from him was not solely due to neglecting hygiene. Rather, it stemmed from a consistent diet of wild beasts, primarily meat, which contributed to his less than pleasant scent. It resembled the typical odor emitted by carnivorous animals, with no bathing products like shower gel or soap available on Baozi Mountain. That very scent served to deter most wild creatures from approaching. Bulma was taken aback. As a refined lady, she could hardly tolerate such conditions. She promptly instructed Goku to take a bath. Well, I can wash myself, he insisted, albeit with some understanding of the concept of bathing. Stop whining. With such a lovely girl here to assist you, you should be grateful, she retorted. Bulma, observing Goku dart out within 10 minutes, decisively pulled him back, utilizing the shampoo and body wash produced by the Capsule Corporation to ensure he was thoroughly cleansed. This made Goku quite uncomfortable, but upon finally completing the wash, he heaved a sigh of relief, glad that the ordeal was over. The night passed in silence. The following day, Goku awoke early, unfazed by the unfamiliar surroundings. Capable of sleeping anywhere, he glanced sideways at Bulma, noting her rather ungraceful sleeping posture, and shook his head. Rising, he stepped outside to practice his skills, soon discovering a peculiar brown stone among several large rocks. Bulma was startled and rushed out in her pajamas, only to find a gigantic sea turtle, the very one belonging to Master Roshi. This must be a main quest, Goku thought to himself. He promptly decided to escort the lost sea turtle back to the shore, lest it meet a fate akin to Master Roshi's immortal bird. It would be a shame for such a creature, having lived so long, to perish. However, Bulma was not pleased with this plan. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't be ridiculous. I only have 3 or 4 days. I can't waste my time escorting a random turtle to the beach. You seem to have plenty of time, Goku replied, looking up before walking toward the turtle, preparing to embark on this journey. This was undoubtedly a vital main quest. Aside from the fact that Master Roshi possessed a Dragon Ball, he had numerous valuable items, and Goku needed to obtain key tools and skills from him. Additionally, he needed to train, Relying solely on explosive energy to enhance his power seemed insufficient for the challenges that lay ahead, especially considering his status as a low-level Scion warrior. He needed to devise a way to strengthen himself swiftly. Master Roshi was certainly the most accessible shortcut he could conceive of, although the Heavenly God in Korin would be even better, provided he could ascend Korin Tower and earn the Heavenly God's approval. After all, even Master Roshi had not reached that level yet. If you dare to go, don't ever show your face in front of me again, Bulma exclaimed, her temper flaring. Goku paid her no heed and hoisted the large turtle onto his back, quickly heading south as Bulma had instructed. Covering a distance of 120 kilometers would take quite some time. He needed to hurry. From a distance, Bulma's voice rang out again. You little brat. Don't you dare come back. Thank you so much. Are you and your friends all right? The sea turtle said as Goku carried it. No worries. I'll swiftly take you to the shore and return to find her, Goku replied. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed behind him. Bulma was chasing him on her motorcycle. Chapter 3. Nimbus Cloud acquired. Chapter 4. Wishes. Upon returning to the previous campsite, Bulma joyfully collected another Dragon Ball. Seizing the opportunity while it was still early, she freshened up and changed into a pair of hot pants and a jacket. During the journey, she attempted to ride the Nimbus Cloud, but naturally, her efforts failed spectacularly. She confidently leaped onto it without hesitation, only to land face first. Darn it. Is being too beautiful also a flaw? See, I told you so, Goku remarked with an expression of predictability. Infuriated, Bulma dropped the subject, and the pair continued on their adventure. Eventually, they encountered a series of bizarre events. In a small town, they met Oolong and successfully recruited him. Though he proved to be exceedingly weak, after Goku defeated him, he gained not a single point of energy. It seemed that the system only granted rewards when combat power reached a certain standard, suggesting a threshold of at least 5 points of combat power was necessary. After the chaotic episode, several individuals switched to a yacht and a car, only to discover that Bulma's omnipotent capsule had inexplicably gone missing. Little Wukong, rendered speechless, had no choice but to proceed on foot. Their journey through the arid desert led them to encounter Yamcha. However, this time, little Wukong conserved considerable energy, and being on a different power level entirely, he easily incapacitated Yamcha, who was subsequently taken away by Puar for recuperation. Days later, the group arrived at the Flame Mountain, where they faced a raging inferno and encountered the Ox King and his daughter, Chi-Chi. After a brief explanation, the misunderstanding was resolved. However, as the Dragon Balls lay within the castle atop the blazing mountain, little Wukong found himself unable to access it even with the Nimbus Cloud. Thus, they deliberated on seeking Master Roshi's help to borrow the Bansho fan to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, Master Roshi misplaced the fan, leaving them no option but to venture to Flame Mountain personally. Upon arrival, Master Roshi first reprimanded his second disciple before commencing the fire-extinguishing process. Before addressing the flames, he made a modest request. With a flourish, Master Roshi shed his outer robe and stood atop a crumbling ledge, exhaling deeply. His once gaunt physique suddenly emanated a formidable energy. In an instant, his body appeared to inflate dramatically, transforming into a figure even larger than the Ox King, with bulging muscles and prominent veins, exuding a somewhat terrifying aura. Lo and behold, Master Roshi was about to utilize the Kamehameha. The Ox King, witnessing this display, was filled with excitement. In contrast, the others were understandably alarmed, save for little Wukong, who remained transfixed, sensing a subtle fluctuation in energy. Although uncertain, he was aware of its existence. His memories recalled that son Gohan had imparted some knowledge about energy to him, though perhaps due to his youth, Gohan had not had the opportunity to provide formal training. As Master Roshi's energy gradually radiated from his body and coalesced in his palms, he assumed the Kamehameha stance, positioning his hands at his waist before thrusting them forward. Kamehameha. The piercing blue light surged forth, culminating in a powerful beam that surged directly toward Flame Mountain. The overwhelming force resembled a missile striking the peak, generating a violent shockwave that sent the onlookers staggering. Yamcha! Exclaimed the crowd. Despite having been knocked out with a single punch by little Wukong, Yamcha, now bandaged, rejoined the scene. As the blinding light and dust settled, they beheld that the flames had vanished, and astonishingly, so had the entirety of Flame Mountain. Little Wukong, filled with enthusiasm, began to experiment, and with a resounding boom, he inadvertently destroyed Yamcha's small car hidden in the shadows, sending Yamcha fleeing in terror, leaving the others, especially Master Roshi, in a state of utter astonishment. After 50 years of effort, I approached the little Goku, who wore an expression of palpable excitement. Hesitantly, I inquired, "Did you not mention that Son Gohan is your grandfather? Could it be that he imparted this extraordinary technique to you?" No. I had no idea my grandfather was also capable of such a skill. As my most esteemed disciple, Son Gohan undoubtedly possessed this technique. However, upon reflecting that my most exceptional pupil had departed from this world, Master Roshi fell silent. In contrast to the inept and morally ambiguous Bull Demon King, he held a greater concern for Son Gohan. Subsequently, Bulma enlisted Oolong to transform into her likeness to deceive Master Roshi, as she deemed Oolong's shape-shifting ability to be of little utility beyond this. As for Yamcha's car, little Goku harbored no feelings of guilt whatsoever. Was Yamcha a good person? Clearly not. He was merely a bandit roaming the desert. And the origin of those universal capsules was all too evident. Moreover, even if he had never taken a life, the mere act of seizing the universal capsules could have rendered anyone unable to traverse that harsh desert, leading to similar dire outcomes. As the journey resumed, Bulma already possessed 2 Dragon Balls, and with the addition of one from little Goku and another from Oolong's town, they had gathered 2 more from Master Roshi and the Bull Demon King's castle, totaling 6. The thought of being just 1 Dragon Ball away from making a wish filled Bulma with exhilaration as she sped down the road in her flying car. Observing the Dragon Ball radar's signal growing increasingly closer, she sensed that her wish was on the verge of realization. At that moment, a rocket propelled towards them. Boom. Following the explosion, the flying car was overturned, leaving Bulma and Oolong in a disoriented state. A starry robot then descended, intent on seizing the Dragon Ball on the ground, only to be swiftly struck down by a red stick, shattering and revealing a dog clad in a ninja outfit. It is curious that the current ruler of Earth appears to be a cat. In this world, Earthlings can be classified into 2 categories, humanoid and non-humanoid. Indeed, creatures resembling animals are, in a strict sense, also Earthlings, rather than mere monsters. The inhabitants of this world seem quite accustomed to this notion. After vanquishing the adversary, little Goku observed the damaged vehicle and realized that urging Bulma to continue was futile. Thus, he proposed to search for the Dragon Balls himself. Bulma, having come to understand little Goku's good-natured disposition during their time together, had no doubts and entrusted him with the Dragon Ball radar. Wait, did he take my Dragon Ball as well? Bulma pondered, slowly realizing. Oolong, standing nearby, scoffed and remarked, "Did you just notice? Perhaps that fellow has already made a wish for himself. You truly are a bit dim." With a swift punch to Oolong, Bulma retorted, "Do not speak so dismissively. Little Goku is such an adorable child. He would never do that." Yet, as she spoke, a flicker of uncertainty crept into her heart, for after all, it was a wish. Although she remained naive, she was not foolish. On the other side, upon discovering Pilaf's castle, little Wukong lured Pilaf out with the use of Ashura. The castle was fraught with perilous traps, making entry rather precarious. As anticipated, Pilaf fell for the ruse and emerged, only to be swiftly incapacitated by little Wukong, who then successfully seized the final Dragon Ball. "Come forth, dragon." A thunderous roar echoed as the sky was engulfed in darkness, and an immense azure dragon materialized before him, radiating a divine and majestic aura. "He who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I shall grant you one," the dragon intoned slowly. Taking a deep breath, little Wukong articulated his desire. "I wish for the ability to control gravity at will." The dragon fell silent for a moment, causing little Wukong to feel a flicker of anxiety. Was this wish beyond the dragon's capacity? Chapter 5. Chi-Chi. Although the dragon's powers were said to fulfill a wish, they were inherently limited by the divine authority of the Namekians who created it. The higher the rank, the broader the range of wishes that could be realized. This dragon could be considered a prototype, and thus its capabilities were uncertain. The dragon's eyes, glowing with a crimson light, flickered before it addressed little Wukong. "Your wish encompasses too vast a scope. Gravity is a fundamental law of the universe, and I cannot fulfill it. However, I can bestow upon you a superpower that allows you to manipulate the gravity within a certain radius, proportional to your own strength. Is that acceptable?" Little Wukong nodded in agreement. It was a satisfactory compromise. He could have requested a gravity control device, which would have been more straightforward. Nevertheless, such an item would carry the risk of damage, proving to be a net loss. As for notions of immortality or eternal youth, he felt no need for such things, considering them of little significance. To be more candid, the reason remained the same. The dragon's wishes were constrained by the creator's power. If one were to encounter a being stronger than the gods, would that wish hold any value? Moreover, immortality does not equate to invincibility. There are numerous ways to render someone's existence a torment rather than a blessing. It might be more merciful to embrace death. Furthermore, Scion potential is most readily unleashed while teetering on the brink of life and death. Who could say what would remain after achieving immortality? Buzz. Whoosh. The golden light of the dragon enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls, dispersing them across the globe, restoring the sky to its former clarity. Little Wukong clenched his palm, and with a subtle shift of his thoughts, he felt his body slightly sink as the surrounding space seemed to warp. 1 times gravity. The gravitational force began to intensify, 2 times, 3 times, until it reached 5 times. Little Wukong's complexion reddened slightly as his body bent under the strain. While he could effortlessly lift this weight, the all-encompassing pressure of gravity affected him differently. This represented the current limits of his gravitational manipulation capabilities. He adjusted the gravity to approximately a 1-fold level, maintaining his stance, and nodded in satisfaction. The significance of such a gravitational state at this moment for physical training and the development of potential is self-evident. Subsequently, his strength could subtly enhance, hinging solely on his comprehension and application of energy. Meanwhile, returning to Bulma and the others, Goku seized Pilaf's universal capsule, preparing to elucidate the situation to Bulma. However, given Bulma's current temperament, that might prove challenging. Unlike her future self, this iteration of Bulma was quite willful. Although she remained kind-hearted, her stubbornness could verge on unreasonable mischief, leaving Goku somewhat exasperated. Unexpectedly, upon his return, he discovered Yamcha, who, alongside Puar, had bound Oolong and Bulma, brandishing a knife and blocking Goku's path. "Hand over the 7 Dragon Balls, and I might release your friends," he declared. Goku leaped down from his flying nimbus, while Oolong trembled in fear. Bulma, though fond of handsome boys, was not naive. Realizing their predicament, she shouted, "Goku, whatever you do, don't give him the Dragon Balls." "Shut that woman up, Puar," commanded Yamcha. "Yes, sir," replied Puar, obediently flying over to cover Bulma's mouth. However, Bulma, undeterred, bit him. "Ouch!" Puar cried out, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Yamcha was on the verge of losing control. He was aware of Goku's identity as the grandson of Sun Wukong, having previously been defeated by him, which naturally instilled fear of Goku's potential aggression. Moreover, Bulma's presence added to his nervousness. Having spent too long in the desolate wilderness, he had grown somewhat reclusive, hesitant to engage directly with women. A stroll through the metropolis would eventually transform him into a charming playboy. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Goku moved his tail behind him and remarked, "The Dragon Balls have already been wished upon and have flown away. Did any of you see them ascend into the sky?" He pointed above, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "So, that was the Dragon Ball that just flew away?" Yamcha was taken aback, cursing his luck, and promptly retreated with Puar. Goku then released Bulma and Oolong. Though Bulma felt disheartened for a while, she quickly regained her spirits and decided to return to the metropolis, hoping to find the Dragon Balls again the following year to make another wish. However, the Dragon Balls flew away because of you, so next year, you must help me gather the 7 Dragon Balls again, Bulma stipulated. Goku contemplated this, finding it feasible. After all, it was clear that Bulma's wish was unlikely to come true. The Dragon Balls could not fulfill desires that altered a person's will. For instance, forcibly exchanging souls was beyond even Purunga's capabilities. Only the Eternal Dragon could achieve that. Bulma's wish was for a Prince Charming, essentially desiring a boyfriend, quite typical of a young girl. Originally, she should have been drawn to Yamcha, yet he had yet to overcome his insecurities and had simply fled. After leaving their agreement, little Wukong handed a universal capsule to Bulma, enabling her to return to Metropolis, and then he soared directly towards the direction of Kame House. Holding the capsule in her hand, Bulma blinked, and then, filled with indignation, remarked, "What a surprise. This fellow is not the simpleton I thought him to be. Humph. Next time we meet, I shall make him pay." With that, she tossed the capsule aside, and a spherical aircraft materialized before her. "However, what do you intend to do?" "That guy is the grandson of Sun Wukong, and is set to train under that Kame Sennin. Oolong trailed behind, having been influenced by Bulma's persuasive words. Filled with yearning for life in Metropolis, where many girls resided. Surely, he would become more formidable in time. You talk too much. And someone as unattractive and short as you wouldn't be popular with the girls in Metropolis, came the retort. Your words are unnecessary. Oolong bellowed in anger. Kame Island. As little Wukong flew, he initially aimed to reach Kame House, but encountered Chi-Chi on the road, only to be waylaid by robbers. There are truly many robbers in this world, he mused before descending to assist in dispatching the bandits. Afterward, he inquired where Chi-Chi wished to go. In the distance, Flame Mountain had begun constructing a new castle, suggesting that the Bull Demon King's treasures had been salvaged from the ruins. I want to visit Grandpa Kame Sinin's island and seek his guidance in my training, Chi-Chi shyly expressed. However, your attire is rather revealing, he commented. Is such a costume appropriate for a young girl? No, it seems this world possesses an abundance of eccentric fashions. Is that so? Then I shall take you there. It is on my way, he offered. Chi-Chi's face lit up with surprise as she nodded. Yes. She then leaped onto the flying Nimbus, one of the few capable of mastering its flight. At that moment, Chi-Chi felt a blend of shyness and excitement. Her desire to seek Kame Sinin was inherently tied to her wish to find little Wukong. Perhaps it was the convergence of fate or simply love at first sight. She harbored an inexplicable fondness for him and had stealthily escaped from the Bull Demon King. Chapter 6. Training Kame Island. After a series of events, it became evident that Kame Sinin had been feeling quite lonely on the island, having not taken a disciple for an extended period. He proposed a condition. If little Wukong and Krillin could bring back a beautiful girl, he would agree to accept them as his students. Initially dismissive of Krillin, Kame Sinin was taken aback when the boy presented a magazine featuring a cover girl. Why, with such intentions, have you become a backup for Eren? They jested. Since the flying Nimbus could only accommodate two, Chi-Chi did not join them. Additionally, being the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi was not granted the status of a disciple. However, Kame Sinin agreed to impart some martial arts knowledge to her. After some searching, they encountered Launch, who was evading the police, and returned to Kame Island. The kind-hearted blue-haired Launch could also ride the flying Nimbus, thus alleviating some of their troubles. Subsequently, Master Roshi inquired whether the innocent Lan Chi would be willing to stay, to which she consented, having nowhere else to go. However, she stipulated that if she transformed into her golden-haired self, it would be a different story. It was likely she would dash out to rob a bank that very day. Initially unaware of this, Master Roshi persuaded Lan Chi to don a rather revealing outfit. To his astonishment, she sneezed and, in an instant, showcased an impressive transformation, brandishing a firearm and unleashing a flurry of shots, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Fortunately, the individuals present were not ordinary folk. Otherwise, the situation could have taken a dire turn. Thus commenced their training. To facilitate their progress, Master Roshi relocated his abode to a larger isle. On the first day, he tested the limits of both individuals, including a brief assessment of Chi-Chi. This involved a 100-meter dash to gauge their explosive power and speed, providing a clear insight into their capabilities. Krillin clocked in at an impressive 10 seconds, while Goku managed just over 8 seconds, a result achieved while holding back. Given his current combat prowess, he could have easily been 1 to 2 seconds faster. Such a margin is no trivial matter. A 100-meter sprint, especially under 10 seconds, is a formidable challenge, pushing the limits of human potential and physical endurance. Nevertheless, an 8-second sprint is indeed an achievement beyond the reach of the average human. As evening descended, Master Roshi set forth his final test, locating a stone inscribed with the character for turtle, which he had tossed down a mountain. The mere suggestion that those who failed to find it would forfeit dinner spurred both Lan Chi and Krillin into a frantic search. Ultimately, it was Goku who discovered the stone. Krillin, seeing Goku's naivety, attempted to deceive him, but Goku, no longer the innocent child, was not fooled. He returned with the stone to report back, while Krillin, famished, watched as the others indulged in a hot pot bubbling with steam. Lan Chi, I never imagined your culinary skills were so refined. Thank you. This fish was purchased fresh from the market, replied the blue-haired Lan Chi, her demeanor warm and cheerful. She noticed Goku engrossed in his meal and offered him a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables. Thank you. Just as he began to express his gratitude, a mouthful of rice lodged in his throat. Goku patted his chest in distress, prompting Chi-Chi to hand him a glass of water. Without hesitation, he gulped it down. Exhaling deeply, "Thank you." He then resumed his meal, fervently declaring, "I must eat, eat, eat." As a scion, nothing held greater importance than sustenance. Especially as he was still growing. His ravenous appetite made him feel as though he could devour an entire dinosaur after a day of training. Master Roshi, sipping on juice, mused to himself about the insatiable appetite of the young lad. After dinner, Goku found himself hungry once more before bed. With no other option, he ventured into the forest to catch a dinosaur for roasting, subsequently cranking up the gravity to its maximum for 2 hours of rigorous training before returning to the turtle hermit's abode. Given that the turtle house was modest in size, aside from Master Roshi's room, there was only one guest room, which was naturally allocated to Lan Chi and Chi-Chi. Goku, Master Roshi, and Krillin shared a cramped space, though none of them seemed to mind. Pigs trotters, haha. Oh dear. Krillin, a great dinosaur, haha. The next day, the formal training commenced. The true essence of martial arts lies in cultivating both physical and mental well-being, leading to a joyous life, of course. It is not meant for oppressing the weak or to charm young ladies with flattery, such as saying, "Oh, you are truly formidable." Are you certain you have not strayed from the fundamental principles of martial arts, Master Wutian? However, the turtle hermit, perceiving that both disciples were still young and fearing to mislead them, deftly shifted the conversation, stating that if they were to encounter danger, they should simply use their martial arts to intimidate the villains. Do you understand? Very well, let the training begin. Understood, Master Wutian. Krillin bowed. Little Goku, oh. Kiki also nodded obediently. Although not a formal disciple of the turtle hermit, she could train alongside them without any strict obligations. Subsequently, the turtle hermit led the two to deliver milk. Hop, hop, hop. Zigzagging in their run, the turtle hermit was swift as the wind, with little Goku closely following. While Krillin, panting heavily, noticed Kiki trailing behind. Though she did not need to deliver milk, being the daughter of the Ox King, she stubbornly carried 2 crates of milk alongside them, yet the exertion was still somewhat taxing for her. Little Goku turned back to run to the rear. The turtle hermit continued to gallop ahead, showing no signs of slowing down or stopping. This training ultimately honed their willpower, and pausing would render their efforts futile. They climbed steep mountains, traversed narrow bridges, crossed deserts, rivers, and jungles, and even tilled several acres of land with their bare hands, completing their morning regimen. The group then sought a restaurant on the island for lunch, where little Goku feasted heartily, while the turtle hermit patted his wallet. In addition to physical training, it is crucial to engage the mind. Knowledge holds great significance. Haha, this is my forte. After listening to an hour-long language lesson, little Goku felt drowsy, and they set up hammocks beneath a tree to take a midday rest. To work ardently, learn diligently, play joyfully, and indulge generously. This is the essence of the turtle hermit's training. Little Goku had already fallen asleep, indicating he had not heard a thing. In the afternoon, they worked as hard as 20 people. Following that was swimming training, and Krillin was on the verge of collapse. Do we really have to train more? His voice trembled as he spoke. This was merely the first day, and there were still 8 months to go. He felt he could barely endure. Meanwhile, little Goku stripped off his clothes and dove into the lake, swimming energetically. Suddenly, he turned to find Kiki had also leapt in, only to see a massive shark surge from the water. Where on earth did a shark come from in this lake? Krillin, terrified, turned and began swimming with an unprecedented speed, certainly beyond what an ordinary human could achieve. As danger loomed over Chi-Chi, a glimmer flashed beneath the sunglasses of Master Roshi, ready to intervene. After all, she was the daughter of his disciple. Though the Ox King may not have been remarkable, he could not simply stand by. In that moment, a figure leaped from the depths of the water, striking the shark aside. Little Wukong looked at Chi-Chi, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you, Wukong," Chi-Chi replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "That's a relief. Let us hurry, it will be dark soon." Okay. After swimming for quite a while, they finally reached the shore, utterly exhausted. Thus, the day's training concluded, and the exercise of pushing the large boulder could hardly be deemed part of their rigorous regimen. Chapter 7. The World Martial Arts Tournament. 8 months swiftly passed. Master Roshi's training came to an end, and both little Wukong and Krillin successfully completed their rigorous regimen, experiencing a significant enhancement in their capabilities. Host, Son Wukong bloodline. Scion, lower class warrior. Age, 12 Ki. Combat power 150. 210, super ability, gravity manipulation, 5x gravity, throughout these 8 months. In addition to completing Master Roshi's training, little Wukong diligently pursued additional training on his own, coupled with the ability to control gravity, leading to an accelerated increase in power. Had it not been for his tender age, he might have risked entering a near-death state, for his potential for growth was undoubtedly vast. Master Roshi's training greatly benefited both of them. Even Krillin underwent a remarkable transformation in combat prowess, escalating from little Wukong's initial estimate of just a few dozen to approximately 80 in combat power. While he did not reach Wukong's level, he was certainly no ordinary martial artist. Even Chi-Chi, through her steadfast determination, had her combat power rise to over 60. Master Roshi informed them of the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, to which both eagerly consented. However, Chi-Chi, disinterested in participating, opted out, which was somewhat unfortunate, as she could have reached the top 8. I want to go home and visit my father. It's been so long, he must be worried, she expressed. Indeed, you are a dutiful child, Master Roshi nodded. While the Ox King's character left much to be desired, he had raised a commendable daughter. It was a pity she was a girl, as she was not suited for the legacy of the Turtle School. Then, Chi-Chi shyly approached Wukong, nervously fiddling with her clothing, and boldly declared, Wukong, when we grow up, you must come to Fire Mountain to fetch me. Little Wukong paused in surprise, nodding sure, gathering her courage. Chi-Chi leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before bashfully covering her face and running away. Oh, that Wukong! Krillin exclaimed, filled with envy. Master Roshi chuckled. Despite his lecherous nature, he was quite sensible when it mattered. Seeing his 2 disciples' offspring together brought him joy. Wukong lent his flying nimbus to Chi-Chi, ensuring her safe return to Fire Mountain. A group of individuals promptly set off for the grand venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament. Chi-Chi, the household is entrusted to you, said one. Rest assured. Do return early, everyone, replied the gentle Lanchi, waving farewell. Boarding the aircraft, they journeyed toward the illustrious event. The trip unfolded smoothly, albeit with minor hiccups during the registration process, as it was quite unusual for 2 minors to participate in such a prestigious contest, especially in an era devoid of junior divisions. Upon arrival, the scene was bustling with a throng of spectators. Little Wukong gazed around, overwhelmed by the chaotic influx of diverse energies, feeling somewhat dizzy. Calm your heart. Do not be swayed by external distractions, reminded Master Roshi, clad in a suit, standing beside him. Following this advice, Wukong gently closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he shielded himself from the unfamiliar energies, immersing into a profound silence where only familiar or potent auras remained within his perception. Indeed, this lad Wukong. Master Roshi marveled silently. Although he hadn't imparted overly complex teachings, the Turtle School's approach to martial arts is a gradual process. As long as one follows the path diligently, their foundation and potential will flourish, making it effortless to master advanced techniques later on. His repertoire may be limited, Kamehameha, the universal crushing palm, and the demon seal wave, but these techniques encapsulate a lifetime of learning and experience from Master Roshi, ensuring that while their power may not be overwhelming initially, they are wielded to their utmost effectiveness. Wukong's swift entry into the realm of energy astounded Master Roshi. This was a level he had spent a significant portion of his life achieving. As he deepened his awareness, Wukong suddenly opened his eyes and turned to walk away. Hey, where are you going, Wukong? The competition is about to commence, Krillin called out loudly. Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Krillin, you go ahead. I will join you shortly. Amidst the clamor, he vanished into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Let us proceed, Master Roshi said, unperturbed, as he made his way to the tournament venue. Krillin, puzzled, wondered aloud, can Master Roshi enter without registering? Meanwhile, Wukong swiftly located Bulma and Oolong. Their reunion brought Bulma joy, but with the competition looming. After a few exchanged words, Wukong entered the arena. The indoor venue was divided into several platforms, with over 100 participants vying to eliminate 8 contenders for the finals, where the true competition would unfold. As expected, both Wukong and Krillin advanced without incident, aside from a minor interruption that posed no significant threat. Even Yamcha had shown up. After reflecting on his earlier misadventures, he decided a life of banditry lacked promise and dedicated himself to training in the mountains for some time, with hopes of seeking Master Roshi's guidance, though he was unable to find him. Nevertheless, his strength had notably improved, boasting a combat power exceeding 50, marking him as a prodigious talent. After successfully advancing to the finals, the top 8 contenders emerged, and the groupings were completed. In the first match, the Barbarian faced off against Klin, a contest primarily characterized by a combination of magical prowess and psychological assaults. The Barbarian, emanating a foul odor, employed particularly repugnant attack methods, with his finger of the immortal nearly causing the audience to retch in unison, leaving Klin incapacitated. Ultimately, it was only when Wukong reminded him of the rather inconvenient fact that he had no nose that Klin regained his composure and turned the tide in his favor. What a miraculous comeback! Klin's victory was splendidly declared by the dedicated host, who covered his nose while making the announcement. Little Wukong sat along the wall of the martial arts arena, gazing at the suited, blonde-haired host below, marveling at the importance of this character, who had become a significant NPC throughout the narrative. Contestant Sun Wukong, could you please come down? Your position is against the rules, the host said, wiping the sweat from his brow upon noticing Wukong's presence. Unfazed, little Wukong leapt down and made his way to the resting area, lamenting that he could not eat at the moment. Otherwise, he could replenish some energy. It seemed that the kitchen had already been emptied by his earlier indulgence. He would have to invite Bulma for a grand meal later. In the subsequent 2 matches, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, faced Yamcha, with the outcome being rather predictable. Although Yamcha's Wolfang fist was distinctive, the disparity in strength was too great. Following that was the bout between Nam and Lan Fang, which was equally abstract. Much to Master Roshi's amusement, when Lan Fang realized he could not defeat Nam, he simply stripped down to his pink undergarments. As a monk, Nam had never encountered such a spectacle, forcing him to retreat to the edge of the ring. Oh wow, truly impressive, it seems so resilient, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, peered from a corner. The audience erupted in cheers, though the reason for their excitement remained unclear. Oh no, contestant Nam has been cornered. What a crisis. How will he resolve this? The dedicated host, blushing, passionately continued his commentary. In the end, Nam simply closed his eyes and knocked Lan Fang unconscious, successfully advancing to the semifinals. Chapter 8, Victory. At the World Martial Arts Tournament's final match of the quarterfinals, Wukong faced Kirin. Not the elderly man with a large clock, but rather a hefty blue wyvern, whose ultimate attack involved spewing sticky saliva to ensnare its target while flying. However, little Wukong granted no opportunity, swiftly appearing behind the creature and knocking it out. Ding! Defeated the monster Kirin, gained energy, power increased by 60. It was evident that this robust dragon held some strength, with a combat power comparable to the current Yamcha, though, strictly speaking, it was also a humanoid being, as it could speak. In the semifinals, the first match featured Klin against Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, with a clear dominance in strength. Master Roshi's energy, as sensed by little Wukong, was approximately above 160, indicating that, in his normal state, this martial arts sage had seamlessly integrated the use of energy into his instincts. If necessary, his energy could be enhanced by at least 50% on this foundation. If we consider his various ultimate techniques, his actual combat power would undoubtedly exceed 200. Naturally, facing Krillin, whose combat power is merely 80 and who is yet to grasp the true essence of energy, the outcome is quite predictable. Master Roshi had hoped that both of his disciples would encounter some setbacks to prevent them from losing their ambition due to arrogance. In the second semifinal match, Goku effortlessly defeated Nam. Ding! By vanquishing Nam, he gained energy, increasing his energy by 80. In just one day, his combat power soared from 150 to 300, having earned an additional 10 points during the knockout stage, propelling Goku into a brief realm of invincibility. Among the opponents available at this stage, he has become exceedingly difficult to defeat. As for Master Roshi, it remains to be seen how many hidden cards he possesses. The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, featuring the contestant's son Goku, a disciple of Master Mateto, against contestant Jackie Chan. The two faced each other on the arena, each adopting a stance that was nearly identical. This lad has recognized me, hasn't he? Master Roshi sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated Goku's progress to be so rapid, as he had already entered the realm of energy. Although he could disguise his appearance and aura, he was unable to alter his unique energy signature. Each person's energy is distinct and challenging to disguise or change. At this juncture, Master Roshi could only speak, saying, "Come on, let me see how far you have grown." In the next moment, little Goku rushed towards Master Roshi, his astonishing speed leaving the latter astonished, while the audience erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, for it appeared as though both combatants had simultaneously vanished from the arena. Their figures flickered across the stage, appearing and disappearing in a relentless cycle, each reappearance marked by the clash of their fists and feet, only to vanish once more. This is simply extraordinary. The host was rendered speechless, unable to articulate the movements of the two fighters. Bang! At last, in a fleeting moment, one figure was suddenly launched away, crashing through the backdrop of the martial arts tournament, buried beneath the rubble. The crowd gasped in astonishment as little Goku stood atop the ring, his tail twitching, innocently asking, "Grandpa, shall we continue fighting?" Goku has truly reached this stage. Master Roshi could hardly conceal his astonishment, yet his gaze sharpened as he pushed aside the debris and rose to return to the ring. The host, noticing his advanced age, hurriedly inquired, "Jackie-chan, are you all right?" "Yes," came the nod of acknowledgement, as he resumed his position opposite Goku. Taking a deep breath, Master Roshi remarked, "I did not expect you to reach this level so quickly. Aside from your daily training, what drives your pursuit of strength? Tell me." His demeanor had shifted to that of a mentor earnestly guiding his disciple. Little Goku maintained his innocent smile, replying, "Because I love martial arts and wish to spar with stronger opponents. I must become even stronger." Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated the possibility that Goku harbored certain obsessions, perhaps even resorting to perilous methods to enhance his strength. Thus, he felt a twinge of anxiety upon realizing that little Goku had surpassed him. He worried that the disciple he had trained might falter in his mental state. However, Goku's response immediately alleviated his concerns, prompting him to nod in approval and seriously declare, "You are ready to embark on your journey." With utmost sincerity, Goku performed a respectful bow, then resumed his stance, displaying a familiar posture that left Master Roshi in slight astonishment. Kamehameha. Upon a fleeting moment of confusion, Master Roshi comprehended Goku's intent. Without hesitation, he mirrored the same stance, acknowledging his role as a teacher and the necessity of imparting knowledge. Boom! At that instant, an intense surge of energy erupted from Goku, taking on a tangible form and bubbling with fervor. Observing this, Master Roshi broke into a cold sweat. This young man was serious. Although reluctant to proceed, he had no choice. His body suddenly expanded, straining against his clothing as he entered a battle-ready state. His muscles bulging like small mountains, sinews taut, and veins prominent. Wow! The dragon-level contender has transformed into a miniature giant. This is astonishing. And what about Goku? His aura is truly remarkable. What will transpire next? Gulps echoed in the air. What is this, Goku? The Kamehameha. This is the initial stance of the Kamehameha? Yamcha exclaimed, brimming with excitement, having witnessed this move before. Amidst the crowd, Bulma sensed impending danger and pulled Oolong in front of her, causing him to flail in panic. "Let me go? I don't want to be caught in this." "Enough of your nonsense." Kamehameha. At this moment, both combatants had amassed their energy. Though this technique lacked overwhelming characteristics, it represented the culmination of Master Roshi's lifelong training, balancing extremes in an extraordinary manner. Two brilliant blue orbs of energy coalesced in their palms, threatening to burst forth, beams of light shooting outward. In unison, they unleashed their energy. Attack. Boom. The violent clash of energy erupted at the center of the arena, where the forces collided and counteracted each other. The brightness overshadowing the sun and inflicting pain upon the spectator's eyes. The host, donning sunglasses, stood frozen in awe, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle. As the collision reached its zenith, a tremendous explosion ensued. With a thunderous roar, akin to a Category 10 hurricane, it sent countless spectators reeling, chaos erupting as people and animals alike were thrown into disarray, while the backstage wall vanished without a trace. After a long pause, as the dust settled, everyone regained their composure and turned their attention back to the arena. The host, sheltered beside a precarious wall, demonstrated remarkable composure, quickly rising to assess the scene. In the very center of the arena lay a deep pit, several meters wide. As if it had been struck by a missile, the battleground was utterly transformed, and even the walls surrounding the spectator area bore significant damage. The two combatants were in a state of disarray. Little Goku stood at the edge of the arena, breathing heavily, while Master Roshi had fallen beneath the arena. slumped against the wall in front of the audience. This was truly an extraordinary sight. Master Roshi's eyes twitched. Apart from his past confrontation with King Piccolo, he had never witnessed such extensive destruction and the clash of techniques. Overwhelmed, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Of course, fatigue played a part. His energy had surged to its utmost limit, nearing 300. In the earlier stages, he would have had no rivals to speak of. However, youth often triumphs in battle. Despite his profound experience, his recovery was not as swift as little Goku's. Moreover, he had exhausted his potential. This was his limit. Little Goku's limits, however, were still far from being reached. But why was there no indication of an increase in combat power? Could it be that Master Roshi had not entirely lost his fighting capability? A glance towards Master Roshi confirmed this. Aside from being propelled by the immense force, he had not lost his combat strength, merely stunned by the shock. After a brief moment, he managed to rise once more. Chapter 9. On the path of adventure at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the original Goku always seemed to fall just short, only achieving victory against King Piccolo in what could be deemed a world-saving confrontation. The first attempt ended in failure due to Master Roshi's rigorous training. The second encounter saw him and Tien Shinhan exchanging blows until they both exhausted their powers and fell, grasping at the last vestiges of strength for a fleeting chance of victory, only to be thwarted by a speeding car that dashed away the prize from his grasp. Little Goku knew nothing of disappointment. He only understood that he had fought with all his might against his adversary, yet this was the outcome. In his final attempt, he once again chose to exert every ounce of his strength, even risking his life to secure victory. It was an arduous endeavor. By that time, the victory itself had lost much of its significance, as he bore the weight of the entire planet's fate upon his shoulders. Subsequently, a series of enemies emerged, seemingly compelling him to grow stronger to confront one crisis after another. Under immense pressure, Goku charged forward, enduring a difficult journey of growth. Throughout this process, he experienced fatigue, injury, and even death more than once. This time, he was determined to win, to continue winning. As the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, Goku and Master Roshi gathered for a meal, and soon hurriedly departed the tournament grounds, riding on the flying Nimbus in search of the Dragon Balls. Hello. The total bill amounts to 480,000 yen. Oh no, the prize money is gone, exclaimed Master Roshi as his wallet fell to the ground. Since Goku rarely spent money, the tournament's prize was entrusted to him, and Master Roshi had boldly proclaimed he would treat everyone, promising a feast to satisfaction. Indeed, little Goku indulged heartily. However, the championship prize of 500,000 is now gone. I must never allow Goku to indulge himself in food again. Resolutely, Master Roshi felt as though his efforts had been in vain. Although both of his disciples were exceptionally talented, Goku had surpassed even his expectations. Yet, despite his immense toil, it seemed he had gained nothing in return and had even endured a beating. Meanwhile, on another front, Bulma piloted her spherical aircraft through the skies, performing various acrobatic maneuvers. Little Goku soared swiftly on his flying Nimbus beside her. After a while, a golden cloud advanced alongside the aircraft. Bulma, don't you mind not going home? Not at all. I've taken 3 days off to attend the martial arts tournament, and I don't wish to return so soon. It's the perfect opportunity to accompany you in search of the Dragon Balls, Bulma responded while maneuvering the plane. You can be quite talkative. You should be grateful that this beautiful girl is accompanying you, she added. And didn't we agree on this? All right, but do be cautious. Goku recalled Bulma's past mishaps during her adventures, and despite his heightened strength, he still felt a twinge of apprehension regarding her propensity for trouble. Stop chattering. The aircraft accelerated forward, and Goku hastily followed suit. After a swift flight, they soon arrived near the location of the first Dragon Ball. They landed amidst a rugged wilderness and began their search among the rocky hills. To their surprise, they encountered several individuals marked with distinct insignias, also searching for something. Goku quickly located the Dragon Ball, prompting those individuals to converge around them. A conflict erupted, but these feeble opponents were no match for them, lacking any significant combat prowess. Ah, Goku, help me. A cry pierced the air. Goku turned to find Bulma had been captured by a soldier adorned with a red sash. Kid, if you want your friend to be safe, hand over the Dragon Ball. Reluctantly, Goku tossed the Dragon Ball he had just discovered into the air, drawing the soldier's attention. Instinctively, the soldier released Bulma to reach for the ball. In the blink of an eye, Goku darted forward and delivered a powerful punch, sending the soldier crashing against the distant rocks, shattering them. With a swift motion, Goku caught the Dragon Ball as he turned to Bulma. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," Bulma replied, rising to her feet, her expression a mix of surprise and admiration as she circled around Goku. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Goku smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" With a hand on her chin, Bulma remarked, "You seem to have grown quite a bit, and perhaps even become more intelligent, huh?" "I was never foolish." Goku rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was not that he was naive or lacked knowledge. He simply had a different perspective. Much like how ordinary minds cannot comprehend the thoughts of a genius. As they continued their journey, the two companions arrived at a snow-covered mountain, where, after a diligent search, they discovered the coordinates of the Dragon Ball not far away and prepared to retrieve it. Suddenly, a warning echoed, "Be careful." At that moment, two rockets came hurtling towards them. Whoosh! Boom! The terrifying explosion, coupled with the utter absence of any forewarning, caught them off guard. It was only through the radar created by Dr. Brief aboard their aircraft that Bulma discerned the impending peril. However, it was too late to react. Young Goku felt an immense force catapulting him away. The nimbus cloud beneath him was also scattered by the blast. In a state of urgency, Bulma skillfully maneuvered the plane to evade the incoming missiles. Her adeptness with machinery was commendable, as she managed to outmaneuver several homing missiles and emerged nearly unscathed. Yet, when she attempted to locate Goku by lowering the aircraft and reducing speed, a missile struck the tail, causing it to plummet. Oh, unlike their previous adventures. This time they faced a harrowing attack. Bulma screamed in terror as she was thrown from the impending explosion of the plane. Gazing down at the expanse of white below, she closed her eyes, sensing she still had a considerable distance to fall. Moments later, she opened her eyes, only to find herself caught. "Goku, you're alive?" she exclaimed in surprise. "How could I perish so easily?" Goku replied, attempting to set Bulma down, only for her to cling to him excitedly, shouting with joy. After a while, she managed to compose herself, standing shyly to the side, dressed in shorts and a tank top, a stark contrast to the icy surroundings. While the warmth of the plane had sheltered her, upon landing, she began to shiver uncontrollably, and Goku was not much better off. Bulma hastily rummaged through her belongings for her universal capsule, but to her dismay, she exclaimed, "Where's my universal capsule?" Panic set in as she realized it must have been lost during the explosion. "By the way, where did you place the universal capsule?" Goku asked, bemused. "Is this some kind of Bulma's law? Must I lose a universal capsule every time I step outside?" Yet, her attire indeed did not suggest she was well prepared for such an adventure, lacking even a small bag. The silver lining was that the Dragon Ball radar remained intact. The unfortunate news was that they had lost their way and their means of transportation. Eventually, they stumbled upon a nearby village, where they temporarily overcame their crisis. After dispatching the nearby Red Ribbon Army, they successfully located a Dragon Ball. Chapter 10 Hair. After departing from the snow-capped mountains, Bulma lamentably discovered that her Dragon Ball radar was broken. However, unwilling to return empty-handed, she persuaded Goku to take her back to Master Roshi's place to borrow tools for repairs. "Once we return, we can set out again, right?" she mused. "What foolishness are you spouting? I struggled to get out here. I cannot simply go back," Bulma replied while attempting to fix the radar. "Bulma, you didn't sneak out, did you?" Goku inquired. At this moment, Krillin suddenly recalled that since the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he had also become acquainted with Bulma. Bulma raised her hand and playfully smacked the bald head, remarking on his incessant chatter. Her gaze shifted outside, where little Goku was diligently practicing the Kamehameha technique. He had already entered the realm of energy manipulation, and now it was merely a matter of methodically enhancing his strength. Master Roshi was reclining on a beach chair, indulging in a nap while perusing a magazine featuring a cover girl. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the air, causing the magazine to slip from his grasp. What? Boom. In the next instant, a torrent of ferocious energy coalesced into a brilliant blue beam, instantly cleaving the ocean in two, as if piercing through the very depths of the sea. The terrifying energy wave sent tremors throughout the surrounding island. "Oh no, an earthquake!" Lan Shi exclaimed as she rushed downstairs, having been tidying up moments before. The old turtle was also startled awake and hurried over to Master Roshi's side. Master Roshi, equally astonished, stood up and approached little Goku, watching in awe as the ocean receded like a retreating tide, only to gradually rise again, engulfing his heels. He marveled, incredible. Goku, your energy seems to have grown significantly stronger. Indeed, little Goku nodded, glancing at his stats. His battle power had surged to 330. It had been less than 2 days, and he had already ventured into the realm of energy manipulation. His current objective was much simpler, to swiftly unlock the potential of his body. Although he was merely a lower-class warrior, all Scions possessed the same latent potential. The only distinction lay in the difficulty of harnessing that potential. Guided by the training methods of Master Roshi, he merely needed to continue increasing his gravity, and he would soon fully tap into his own capabilities. While the notion of becoming a Super Saiyan felt distant, he was confident that, at this stage, he could quickly reach the limits of power on Earth. Thus, his current gravity multiplier was set at 5 times. Under this weight, every movement subtly enhanced his battle prowess, effectively placing him in a perpetual state of training. Has Goku truly become that formidable? Krillin stood at the doorway, lost in thought. Although they trained together, and he had previously acknowledged Goku's superiority, he had not perceived the gap to be so vast. All set, Bulma declared as she finished repairing the Dragon radar. She then borrowed a submarine and an aircraft from Master Roshi, continuing with Goku on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Their next destination, the treasure hidden beneath the sea. Little Goku felt somewhat perplexed. Were the Dragon Balls not randomly generated at different locations? While he could understand them falling into the ocean, how did they end up deep within a concealed underwater treasure cave? Did long-dead pirates somehow manage to discover and hoard the Dragon Balls? Although he couldn't quite fathom the logic, the group set off nonetheless. As for the number of companions, Krillin decided to join them, eager to see if he could be of assistance and to discover what Goku was often up to. Krillin found himself in a state of perplexity, his inner thoughts betraying his desire to learn. After all, witnessing the sudden widening gap between him and his fellow disciples stirred a sense of discontent within him. Little Goku did not decline the invitation, and thus, the group embarked on their journey, delving into the depths of the ocean. Soon, they encountered the pursuing cadre of the Red Ribbon Army, led by General Blue, a formidable being with a combat power exceeding 100, who possessed peculiar supernatural abilities, including a form of mental suppression. The underwater caverns were fraught with intricate terrain and treacherous traps. As the group explored, they inadvertently became separated, resulting in Krillin's defeat and a perilous situation. Fortunately, Goku, sensing the urgency through his ki, managed to locate him. Little demon, it's time for you to go. Ah, Goku. Bulma shouted in alarm as she saw Krillin on the brink of peril. In that instant, the nearby wall erupted, and little Goku burst forth, wielding his Rui Bang, delivering a powerful strike that sent General Blue flying, the force nearly causing the general's eyes to bulge from their sockets. Cough, cough. That blow nearly expelled Blue's innards. Goku then turned to Krillin, who was battered and on the verge of death, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Their bond, forged over 8 months of companionship, needed no further elaboration. Goku then fixed his gaze on General Blue, approaching without uttering a word. You foul little brat. Blue suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, his eyes igniting with a fierce light. Bulma urgently warned, Goku, don't look into his eyes. Unfortunately, her warning fell on deaf ears. Goku paused, his brow furrowing slightly as Blue, clutching his abdomen, slowly rose, wiping the blood from his lips with a cold smirk. You dare tarnish my perfect image? You have some nerve. I shall kill you now. Enough. A voice, calm yet frigid, rang out. In the next moment, Goku raised his fist and struck with precision. Before Blue could react, he felt an overwhelming loss of strength, his vision fading to white as he collapsed to the ground. With a slight furrow of his brow, Goku glanced at Bulma, unwilling to display excessive brutality in front of his friends. Nevertheless, that single blow was sufficient to incapacitate Blue. He would not allow the general to escape so easily. The cave began to collapse due to the tumult of their battle. Goku cast a glance at the treasure chest. Finding no Dragon Balls, but at Bulma's urging, he submerged into the water and discovered the Dragon Balls. The trio then escaped to their submarine and commenced their retreat. As they departed, the cave entrance became obstructed by fallen debris, and at that moment, the submarine ran out of fuel. Without hesitation, Goku made a decisive choice, holding his breath and exiting the vessel. Prepare to hold your breath. He spread his arms, and a brilliant light coalesced in his hands before erupting forth. Under the immense energy of the Kamehameha, the submarine surged forth like a fighter jet, bursting out of the underwater cavern, which was utterly obliterated in the process, forever entombing the treasures beneath the sea. Upon escaping the depths, the group utilized another aircraft's universal capsule to hasten towards the Kame house. Hey, we've struck it rich this time. Bulma suddenly produced a diamond as large as her palm, leaving Krillin and Goku in sheer astonishment. Bulma, where on earth did you hide that? Don't sweat the details. This is incredibly valuable. The old turtle's submarine is kaput. Consider this a compensation. As she tossed the diamond to Krillin, he, despite lacking a nose, instinctively sniffed at it, prompting Goku to regard him with disdain. Hey, what do you mean by that? Goku. Bulma, in a fit of anger, reached back to tug at Goku's hair. And no, I didn't say anything like that. Hair. How infuriating. I specifically helped you search for the Dragon Balls. I know, just let go. The plane is going down. Bulma, we're descending. Krillin shouted in panic. In the end, the trio returned to Kame house, shaken but safe. Chapter 11. Eradicating the Red Ribbon Army. Upon receiving the massive diamond, Master Roshi mused to himself. How many years of strip shows could this fund? I've struck gold. At that moment, Launch inadvertently sneezed and emerged from her room. Hey, old man. Hand over what you've got. She stood there, gun in hand, exuding an air of authority, sending the group into a flurry. Goku, no longer afraid of bullets, knew he couldn't harm Launch, and besides, being shot would still hurt. Ultimately, Master Roshi surrendered the diamond, and the blonde Launch took off in the aircraft, diamond in tow. Goku, go after her. She stole the diamond. Bulma urged anxiously. It's fine. Once she sneezes again, she'll turn back into a good girl and return. Master Roshi and Krillin remained remarkably calm, unfazed by the situation. Krillin explained Launch's peculiar condition, and Bulma quickly accepted the notion of her transformation upon sneezing. The group then began to investigate the locations of the remaining Dragon Balls, only to discover that two had already congregated together. Bulma's intellect sparked, and she immediately connected the dots. Could this possibly be the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? Didn't we encounter numerous members searching for the Dragon Balls earlier? And that blonde guy? Oh no, isn't that bad? Master Roshi pondered deeply and replied, from what you've described, the Red Ribbon Army has many members, including some formidable fighters. Even I might struggle to contend with such a multitude. Very well, I shall proceed alone. Please, everyone, await my return. With that, little Wukong rose, grasping the Rui Bang that lay beside him, ready to embark on his journey. A mere change in order posed no concern, even if he encountered Tao Bai Bai. He felt confident in his ability to push through effortlessly. Wait, Bulma and the others, noticing his departure, hurriedly pursued him, intent on halting his advance. Yet little Wukong had already leapt onto the Nimbus cloud and set off. Oh no, the aircraft has already been seized by Lan Chi. What shall we do now? The vexed Bulma fumed, then turned to the Kame house, retrieving an array of tools to begin her tinkering. In no time, she fashioned a communicator from thin air, along with a drone. Meanwhile, little Wukong soared towards the direction of the Red Ribbon Army, following the Dragon Ball radar's guidance. Boom, boom, boom. Countless missiles concealed within the forest were activated, creating a formidable firepower net. Little Wukong harbored grave doubts about the Red Ribbon Army's strength. Could they really conquer the world? What need had he for the Dragon Balls if that feline's words could indeed thwart their ambitions? Upon reaching the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, he barreled through a throng of armed individuals, ultimately finding himself before the leader, an even shorter, red-haired, one-eyed man. His ambition was not world domination, but rather a desire to grow taller. After little Wukong had thoroughly swept through the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, a figure arrived belatedly. Oh, I didn't expect you to arrive before me, remarked the flamboyantly dressed Tao Bai Bai, sporting a pink long robe adorned with the character for kill emblazoned on his chest. As the younger brother of the Crane School's founder, Tao Bai Bai possessed considerable talent and strength, making him one of Earth's formidable warriors. Unfortunately, most of the Crane School's lineage was morally corrupt, and Tao Bai Bai had taken to the life of a mercenary, accepting contracts from anyone for the right price. Meeting little Wukong's gaze, he strolled past several corpses and crumbling debris, exuding confidence as he declared, "Since you have slain my employer, it is only fitting that you remit my fee for the errand. It is not a trivial sum. Typically, I charge 100 million, but for you, I shall offer a 50% discount. 50 million will suffice, as I am pressed for time." Quite the coincidence. I, too, am in a hurry. Little Wukong casually set aside a bag containing several Dragon Balls. The Red Ribbon Army had collected two, and with the 3 he had previously found, only 2 remained. One lay beneath Corinne Tower, while the other would require some effort to obtain, hence his urgency. Assuming a battle stance, Tao Bai Bai quickly discerned his posture. Oh, a disciple of the Turtle School? How intriguing, he mused, before diving forward with excessive confidence, his speed surpassing the naked eye's ability to follow. Yet, such arrogance would prove his undoing. Little Wukong, after drawing near, transformed a moment of stillness into a burst of speed, launching a powerful kick that sent Tao Bai Bai soaring into the heavens, reaching a height of 100 meters. Caught off guard, Tao Bai Bai realized with a start that this little rascal possessed such formidable strength. Alarmed, he glanced down, his expression shifting dramatically. How could this impossibly wield such power? This was dire. As a fierce beam of energy coalesced before him, Tao Bai Bai, despite being a practitioner of the Crane School, had not mastered the art of flight. Panic surged through him, leaving no room for hesitation or contemplation. He swiftly raised a finger, concentrating his energy to unleash a slender, golden-red energy wave known as the Dodon Wave. This technique was one of the Crane School's ultimate moves, renowned for its rapid release and extraordinary penetrating power, making it exceedingly lethal. However, little Wukong had calculated that his own energy was already sufficient. With a sudden burst, he thrust both hands forward, invoking the Kamehameha. Boom! The intense blue beam of energy engulfed the Dodon Wave, obliterating it in an instant. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, Tao Bai Bai's figure vanished amidst the blinding radiance, his distorted visage gradually consumed by the brilliance. As the light of the energy wave dissipated, little Wukong retrieved the Dragon Ball from the ground and summoned the flying Nimbus to depart from the base of the Red Ribbon Army. In the distance, a drone hovered, its camera's red light illuminating the scene. Meanwhile, aboard an aircraft en route to the Red Ribbon Army, Bulma and her companions were left in a state of shock. Oh, Bulma, the plane is going down. After a violent jolt, they managed to stabilize the aircraft on the outskirts of the Red Ribbon Army's territory. Krillin, with keen eyes, spotted the flying Nimbus in the distance and shouted out, prompting the others to join in, drawing little Wukong's attention, who then flew over. Even launch had arrived. The blonde version, and surprisingly, Master Roshi and Yamcha were also among them. Little Wukong felt a surge of joy. He had often pondered certain matters, such as why Goku, despite saving the Earth countless times, had failed to provide sufficient material security for his family, while attention seekers like Satan thrived. But now he suddenly understood. Goku had never merely protected the people of Earth. He safeguarded the entire planet, along with those friends and home he cherished. If he were to fight solely for fame and honor, he would no longer be Goku, and none of his friends would willingly accompany him on adventures. Truly, it was remarkable. Goku was an astonishing individual. On the plane, the group sat somewhat cramped, while little Wukong opted to ride the Nimbus, avoiding the crowd. Master Roshi, could it be that Goku has surpassed you? Krillin chuckled foolishly, unable to contain himself. Yamcha wore a similar expression, yet Master Roshi's subsequent words left them astounded. With a serious demeanor, Master Roshi nodded affirmatively. You are not mistaken. Goku, that fellow, may indeed have surpassed me. The god of martial arts, Master Wutian, has openly acknowledged this matter, which is akin to a bolt from the blue for Krillin and Yamcha. It is likely that the entire martial arts community would be profoundly astonished upon hearing such words. The reason is simple. Although the turtle hermit often appears unkempt, in an era where martial arts still possess a modicum of prestige, he is a living legend, his renown rivaling that of the legendary Master Mateto. Chapter 12. The Cat Hermit. Since the world's greatest martial arts tournament, the turtle hermit had realized that it was only a matter of time before he would be surpassed by Goku. However, he did not anticipate that this moment would arrive so swiftly. While reflecting on this, he felt a sense of pressure from his disciple. He acknowledged that he had been rather lax lately and deemed it necessary to engage in some rigorous training. After all, he could not allow Krillin to surpass him again. Otherwise, what would become of his authority as a master? Subsequently, due to insufficient fuel for the plane, they could not travel with little Goku. But Lan Chi expressed great interest in the flying Nimbus and proposed to accompany Goku instead. Doubts lingered over her ability to ride the Nimbus, but the outcome was surprisingly favorable. Lan Chi successfully perched atop the Nimbus, which seemed to writhe restlessly beneath her. Goku felt a twinge of apprehension that she might inadvertently scare the Nimbus away with a sudden gunshot. Yet, this also subtly affirmed that Regardless of whether her hair was blonde or blue, Lan Shi possessed a pure heart. Indeed, her singular ambition as a blonde was simply to become a formidable outlaw, which in its own right could be considered a form of purity. However, Bulma was somewhat displeased, glaring at the turtle hermit and exclaiming, "Is your cloud malfunctioning? Why can't such a charming girl like me sit on it?" A bead of sweat trickled down the turtle hermit's forehead as he pondered how to explain this predicament. He couldn't sit on it either. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others stifled their laughter from the sidelines, and Bulma resorted to performing aerial tricks. Upon returning to the turtle house, the first thing everyone did upon disembarking was to vomit uncontrollably. Simultaneously, at Korin Tower, Goku successfully acquired the Dragon Balls from UPA and his father, both of whom were quite agreeable. However, he soon grew curious about Lan Shi's motives for accompanying him, only to see her draw a gun and chamber around with an excited expression. "All right, let us go. It's time to get down to business." "Business? What kind of business? Don't come any closer." Goku's eyelids twitched as he scanned the surroundings, seeking anything that might induce a sneeze from Lan Shi. At this rate, she was certainly poised to undertake a significant heist. Now he understood. Blonde Lan Shi was likely enamored with the Nimbus speed and perhaps intended to drag him along for a bank robbery. I'd like to take a look at Korin Tower," Goku said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he pointed to the Nimbus. "How about I lend you the Nimbus? You should know the way back to the turtle house, right?" Lan Shi squinted at him, hesitating for a moment before not aiming the gun at him. After all, they were friends who had spent considerable time together, and she sensed that her firearm posed no real threat to Goku. She promptly turned and boarded the Nimbus, setting off on her journey. It appears that one is indeed prepared to embark on a grand endeavor, and one can only hope for a swift return to normalcy. Subsequently, the young Wukong began his ascent of the Korin Tower, a crucial milestone that must be traversed. The divine water in the possession of the cat sage is a remarkable substance, capable of significantly unlocking one's potential, albeit with certain risks involved. After approximately 2 hours, the young Wukong successfully scaled the tower and emerged onto the platform through an entryway. The cat sage, licking his claws and standing beside 3 large water jars, greeted him without surprise, merely raising a paw in acknowledgement. "Greetings, son Wukong." Wukong tilted his head, instinctively sensing the other's aura. The cat sage mirrored his gesture. Meow. It was entirely imperceptible. Was this the higher realm of aura mastery? The cat sage pondered, wondering why this little rascal's mind seemed perpetually preoccupied with combat. He certainly hoped Wukong did not wish to engage him in battle. A bead of cold sweat began to trickle down the cat sage's brow, although not weak. He had no desire to confront Wukong. "You've come seeking the divine water, haven't you? Follow me." The oval structure of the Korin Tower comprises 3 levels. The lower level serves as the entrance and grain storage. The middle houses a grand hall, while the concealed upper level is where the true divine water is stored. As for the so-called divine water, it was merely a fabrication of the cat sage, intended to lure individuals to ascend and alleviate his boredom from time to time. Wukong was aware of this, yet he still hoped that the cat sage could impart some guidance. The deeper his understanding of aura, the better. Mastery over aura would allow his potential to be fully unleashed. Gravity and near-death training were merely methods and processes for releasing potential. Once that potential was exhausted in the later stages, further training would be futile. Thereafter, the cat sage continued to provide specialized training for Wukong, which, given Wukong's combat prowess, was easily achievable. The cat sage's aura was exceptionally well concealed, making it quite difficult for Wukong to detect it and seize the bottle of water. However, Wukong's speed was sufficient. To this end, the young Wukong imposed tenfold gravity upon himself for intense training. As a result, his speed diminished drastically, and the only means to capture the cat sage was to continually attempt to sense his aura, akin to the vast, boundless tranquility of the sky and rocks. Gradually, he began to catch a glimmer of opportunity. Finally, after 10 arduous days, young Wukong managed to pounce on the cat sage, seizing the bottle of divine water. At that moment, a qualitative transformation in his strength occurred. His combat power soared to 580, nearly doubling his previous capabilities. The interplay of gravity, the cat sage's training, and his own insights were all indispensable. Simultaneously, he could feel the scion blood within him boiling with fervor. Remarkable indeed. Your abilities stem from the dragon, do they not? Who instructed you to cultivate in such a manner? inquired the cat sage, licking the fur on his claws. He possesses the ability to delve into the depths of the human heart, and the extraordinary powers of little Wukong are certainly not beyond his perception. Moreover, his deliberate act of imposing gravity upon himself did not escape his notice. It merely felt as though the surrounding gravity was somewhat too light for me. The cat sage tilted his head, showing no sign of concern, and informed Wukong that there was little left for him to teach, implicitly suggesting it was time for him to leave. Little Wukong pondered for a moment, then descended from the Korin Tower, only to return approximately 10 minutes later, bringing with him a basket full of fresh fish via a universal capsule. Meow? The cat sage's eyes sparkled upon seeing the fish, and he pounced on the largest one, devouring it with delight. Meow? He chuckled. How did you know I have a fondness for fish? Quite impressive. Korin sage, I would like to exchange these fish for some of your celestial beans. Would that be agreeable? Meow, no problem at all. I've grown weary of that stuff. There are plenty in that jar over there. Take them all. Oh ho ho. Regardless of how Wukong knew about the celestial beans, he had indeed given some away before. Consuming just one can stave off hunger for 10 days and, in addition, almost completely restore any injury or stamina. It is truly in existence akin to a cheat code. Following the direction indicated by the cat sage's paw, little Wukong successfully located a jar brimming with celestial beans, a delectable treasure. He then recalled that his flying nimbus was still with Lan Chi, so he requested another from the cat sage. He possessed dozens of them, seemingly formed from ordinary clouds that had coalesced under the influence of celestial energy, collected here into a sizable mass. Additionally, he had a type of black flying nimbus, but that one was reserved for mischief, as anyone could ride on it. Chapter 13. The Divination Granny. After departing from Korin Tower, little Wukong realized he needed to retrieve Lan Chi. If she continued to roam freely outside, chaos was sure to ensue. Through his sense of chi, he quickly discerned Lan Chi's location, not far away, in a small town. However, it appeared somewhat chaotic, with signs of destruction everywhere. Remnants of shattered roofs and broken walls visible throughout. Upon descending from the cloud, little Wukong surveyed the area, where smoke hung thick in the air, and every household was shuttered, as if the town had endured a great battle. Could Lan Chi be responsible for this? Hiss. Contemplating this, little Wukong began his search guided by his intuition, but just as he commenced, gunfire erupted nearby. There was no need for further effort. Rushing over, he discovered Lan Chi engaged in a confrontation within a narrow space, battling several armed remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army's influence was vast. Even with their headquarters destroyed, numerous splinter factions remained scattered, now behaving like wild dogs unleashed, retaliating furiously. Lan Chi fought back using her submachine gun, yet she struggled to find an opening, as several children were beside her. They must be the townsfolk. Ha ha. Die. Everyone, get out of the way. One of the Red Ribbon soldiers shouted as he hefted a rocket launcher. As Lan Chi's expression shifted, she realized that while she could confront an ordinary armed individual, she was no match for a rocket launcher. Whoosh. Boom. The sharp sound of something slicing through the air and the ensuing explosion reverberated. Yet Lan Chi was already shielding the child beside her, bracing herself for the worst. However, the anticipated blast and tearing sensation never came. Opening her eyes, she beheld a figure clad in a deep blue martial arts uniform, the crab-like hairstyle appearing rather endearing. Are you all right? Ah, yes. Lan Chi, momentarily dazed, nodded somewhat vacantly. In the distance, the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army were equally stunned, gazing at the sight of the young Goku slumped on the ground. A monster. A beast. Run for your lives. Humph. A cold glint flickered in Goku's eyes. Lan Chi was not Bulma. Her psyche was neither so fragile nor naive, and at this moment, Goku felt no need to conceal his murderous intent. Raising a hand, energy coalesced in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, several soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army were sent flying by a surge of terrifying energy to eliminate any potential threats. Goku sensed the lingering aura and unleashed 2 additional Kamehameha waves. Lan Chi watched Goku in disbelief. Her impression of him had always been that of an endearing yet innocent child, one who obediently followed Master Roshi's advice. Roshi had instructed him that when encountering villains, they should be frightened away rather than outright killed. He seemed to have adhered to this philosophy until now. Yet, the current Goku was discerning. Not all evildoers were equally reprehensible, and some were utterly unworthy of sympathy, like the Red Ribbon Army, which had no innocent members. and Lan Shi herself had committed many questionable acts. Not bad. Lan Shi approached, her face flushed with excitement as she patted Goku on the back. From now on, you will accompany me. How about we engage in some heists? Goku felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He preferred to avoid becoming a fugitive and wondered if she could not pursue a different passion. After pondering, sensing the danger of Lan Shi continuing on this path, he suggested, perhaps we could venture into business instead? Business? Lan Shi fell into contemplation, glancing at the gun in her hand. Under the intense gaze of the golden-haired Lan Shi, Goku felt a shiver run down his spine, as though something ominous was about to transpire. We defeated the Red Ribbon Army. How splendid. It was this young lad who triumphed. Everyone, come out. Thank you. Before Goku could take flight, the townsfolk emerged upon realizing the situation. They had witnessed Lan Shi single-handedly confront the Red Ribbon Army to protect several children and were quick to acknowledge her bravery. Surrounded by a throng expressing their gratitude, Goku felt somewhat out of his depth. As the crowd swelled, Lan Shi accidentally sneezed, returning her hair to its blue hue, prompting Goku to hastily lead her away. He now fully comprehended the sentiments shared by Goku and his companions. If one were to deliberately promote, considering the prowess of the Universal Capsule, even Wukong could easily contend with the chieftains of Earth, while Satan is merely an actor. Comparing the two is an utter depreciation. What is this? Asked the blue-haired Lan Shi, perched upon the Nimbus cloud. Little Wukong affixed a pendant to his waist, along with various trinkets, seemingly gifts from someone he had just encountered. The townsfolk were quite warm-hearted, bestowing upon him a plethora of items, leaving him in retrospect regretting not having requested some food. As he escorted Lan Shi towards the Turtle Hermit's abode, an idea struck him. He would first send Lan Shi back alone on a Nimbus cloud, then make a return trip to Baozi Mountain. After paying his respects to Sun Wufan, he buried a jar of magical beans, procured from the cat sage, in a secluded spot, taking 3 with him for safekeeping. These beans were crucial strategic resources that could not be lost. He could not carry them all, for a single misstep with a Kamehameha wave could result in their total loss. The other assorted items, inedible, were also buried, ensuring that when his beans were depleted, he could return for more. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, he would seek additional beans from the cat sage. After all, the more, the merrier. This was far preferable to having them squandered by Yachirobe. Upon returning to the Turtle Hermit's house, Wukong noticed a considerable gathering. The Turtle Sage, Krillin, and Yamcha were inexplicably present, seemingly pestering the Turtle Sage for guidance on their training. Lan Shi had busied herself preparing lunch, while Bulma, Oolong, and Puar were watching television. Since his return, Bulma had been giving him the cold shoulder, though the others appeared quite cheerful. Wukong, Oolong tugged him aside, whispering in explanation. It turned out Bulma had been skipping class for nearly half a month, perturbed by his promise to return soon to gather Dragon Balls, only for him to vanish for 10 days. This understandably incensed Bulma. Initially, she could have returned to the city to attend school, but as she pondered the situation, her ire only intensified, leading her to remain there for 10 days. It was likely that her fury had reached a boiling point, causing the others to avoid provoking her, hoping instead for Wukong's swift return. Upon hearing this, Wukong broke into a cold sweat, pondering his predicament. He scratched his head, then both hands at once, feeling quite vexed. Bulma was not merely waiting for him. She was amassing her anger. Approaching her now would certainly result in a catastrophic confrontation. Moreover, from his understanding, even if he withstood Bulma's wrath, it was probable she would remain upset for an extended period, resolving nothing. Feeling at a loss, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to seek out the Turtle Sage. Old fortune teller? You mean my sister? She does possess divination abilities, but what do you need her for? He inquired. The last Dragon Ball is elusive, and I would like to request her assistance in locating it. Ah, in that case, you must be prepared. My sister is quite the avaricious one, the Turtle Sage cautioned. Little Wukong blinked and glanced at himself. Do I appear to be wealthy? The Turtle Hermit, noticing this, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. He stood up and said, Nevertheless, it matters not. She should assist you with your divination, though certain conditions apply. Let us proceed. Huh, are we also going? This is an opportunity that will benefit your training. Let us all go. Hooray. Go, Mr. Yamcha. Inside the room, Bulma had one ear pressed against the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation, her face filled with indignation. What? They are planning to go without me. This is infuriating. Chapter 14. The Duel of Grandfather and Grandson. The fortune teller's palace resided within an oasis in the desert, a remote location frequented by many seeking her prophetic insights. Upon expressing their intentions, the group was informed that due to the lack of a $10 million divination fee, they would inevitably enter the challenge phase. There were 5 battles in total, and the participants brimmed with confidence. However, Krillin's overabundance of self-assurance led to his downfall in the first battle against the vampire warrior, who left him battered and bloodied. Yamcha took the stage, swiftly vanquishing the vampire. The second battle featured an invisible opponent, which proved to be a grueling contest until Wukong directly pointed out the invisible one's location, allowing Yamcha to deliver a devastating series of blows that swiftly ended the fight. Victory. Well done, Yamcha. Mr. Yamcha is truly remarkable. Such a detestable little brat, the fortune teller thought, observing the jubilant crowd. She turned to the turtle hermit and remarked, "Is that little rascal your new apprentice? He possesses quite the skill. You remain as harsh as ever, sister. Enough prattle. I simply adore money. What of it?" The turtle hermit then led the group into the building, where they would face the remaining 3 battles atop the Devil's Tongue. Below them bubbled molten lava, making their precarious position on the narrow stone tongue exceedingly perilous. A slight misstep could send them plummeting into the fiery abyss. Yamcha exerted considerable effort in his battle against the mummy, nearly being incapacitated. Finally, Wukong took the stage, eyeing the imposing mummy before him and adopting a combat stance. "Humph. What? My opponent is merely a child?" Noticing Wukong's silence, the mummy felt insulted and promptly hurled a bandage towards little Wukong. "My bandages are tougher than steel." "Is that so?" A shadowy figure appeared behind Wukong, as the bandage sailed harmlessly through his afterimage fist. "What?" The mummy's eyes widened in astonishment as he stumbled back a couple of steps, only to be consumed by rage once more, swinging a fist at little Wukong. Wukong slightly tilted his head to evade, and the ensuing sequence of dodges resembled childish play rather than a fierce battle, illustrating the vast disparity in their combat prowess. How swift! Krillin and the others marveled in astonishment. Indeed, the actions are completely imperceptible. This fellow Goku reflects the light through Master Roshi's sunglasses. Moreover, the fluctuations of his energy are so minimal that they are almost negligible. What could Goku have experienced in these 10 days? The mummy, what on earth are you doing? The fortune teller, feeling a sense of urgency, applied pressure. In response, the mummy, filled with indignation, began to unleash the bandages from its body. Finally, one of the bandages successfully approached little Goku, and just as he felt exhilarated, an overwhelming force suddenly surged towards him. The bandage snapped taut, and he was gradually pulled closer. Gasp! With trembling eyes, the mummy exerted every ounce of strength but could not make the slightest movement. Yet it found itself being drawn in little by little. The bandages, even for him, were difficult to break, and they remained ensnared around him. This is it. Bang! Once they were within striking distance, little Goku knocked the mummy down with a single punch and then lifted it to toss it into the mouth of the demon. Fortune teller, let the next round begin. You insufferable little brat. Do not underestimate others. The fortune teller angrily called out to the other side. Come forth, demon man. The demon man's ultimate move could amplify the dark thoughts and malevolence buried deep within a person's heart until the target's body was overwhelmed and burst apart. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi fell silent, while others wore expressions of deep concern. Hey, you old hag are truly wicked, aren't you? Bulma, calm down. Krillin and the others were thoroughly frightened, for this fortune teller appeared to be an eccentric individual with numerous powerful subordinates, whom they could not afford to provoke. The fortune teller, however, was unperturbed, instead letting out a cackling laugh. Oh ho ho ho, you are quite right. I am indeed a wicked and despicable old woman. What can you do about it? You. At this moment, Bulma was left speechless. What to do if the target cannot be selected? Showing her tenacity, Bulma seized Oolong's head and flung it towards the fortune teller's crystal ball, nearly causing her to topple. Rude little girl. Wah, you pig, get down, get down. I want it too. Oolong screamed in despair but clung tightly to the crystal ball, for beneath it lay a pool of lava. The scene descended into chaos, beads of cold sweat forming on the demon man's forehead. Soon, both sides engaged in combat, yet the demon man's combat power was rather limited, around 110. Potentially even less than the 90 of the mummy in direct combat, with that one lethal technique being rather unassailable. Little Goku felt a bit anxious. But faced with such a locking technique, there was little he could do. After experiencing it once and discovering it was ineffective, he quickly relaxed and knocked the utterly astonished Demon Man down with a single punch. Combat power of 110. With the mummy's combat power factored in, Goku's combat power had now surpassed the significant threshold of 780. In ordinary circumstances, the combat power can be concealed at approximately level 110, which reflects the mastery over one's energy. The more one can suppress, the greater the control over their energy. The ideal state is to conceal one's strength to the point where there is hardly any discernible difference from an ordinary person, akin to the prowess of a cat sage, or even the higher echelon of beings like Bobo. This technique is not to be underestimated, as it not only allows for the concealment of power but also serves as the foundation for the development of various extraordinary techniques, such as Piccolo's special beam cannon, which can elevate combat power by over 50. While a significant disparity in strength renders this technique futile, its importance becomes paramount when the difference is marginal. In essence, it is a skill that one may not need to employ, but must certainly possess. As for the final match, I wish to battle outside. I appreciate your assistance. Fortune teller. No problem. You intend to engage in an unrestricted duel with this little spirit, correct? It has been quite a while since I have witnessed a thrilling battle. The fortune teller readily agreed, relocating the arena back to the outdoor stage. At that moment, Son Gohan donned a mask, yet little Goku had already recognized him, as had Master Roshi. Once outside, Bulma and the others speculated about the identity of this formidable individual. When the two stood ready, Son Gohan did not rush to assume a fighting stance. Instead, he raised his hand, signaling, "You may attack me at any time." "All right," little Goku replied with a grin. And without hesitation, he lunged towards Son Gohan, delivering a swift elbow strike. What? Son Gohan was taken aback. Could this child not have shown his utmost limit just moments ago? What had he experienced over the years? Despite his astonishment, he sensed impending danger and instinctively shifted to a defensive posture. The two figures began to weave and maneuver across the stage, their movements a blur. Occasional afterimages flickered, only to vanish in the next instant, leaving the audience wide-eyed in astonishment. Krillin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What kind of speed is this? Do not rely solely on your eyes. Feel their energy with your heart, Master Roshi advised, particularly to Krillin and Yamcha. While he could see the action, he was still profoundly amazed. So fast, their confrontation escalated from the stage to the sky and back again, the exchange of blows fiercely intense. Suddenly, little Goku leaped into the air, swinging a punch that met nothing but air, striking only an afterimage. He found himself momentarily immobilized, when suddenly, another figure emerged behind him, descending with fists raised to deliver a powerful blow. However, Son Gohan's determined strike also fell short. Here, a voice echoed from above, prompting Son Gohan to look up sharply. In an instant, little Goku appeared above him, gathering energy into a Kamehameha wave, unleashing it with a resounding explosion. The formidable blue energy surged forth, propelling Son Gohan into the stage, resulting in a blast that sent dust and debris flying. Wow, this little spirit. The fortune teller was nearly blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. Gazing at the chaotic scene around her, she was filled with trepidation. Could it be that even Gohan was so severely affected? How could this young boy possess such formidable strength? Chapter 15. Farewell. The onslaught of the Kamehameha wave persisted for a brief moment before finally subsiding. Coughing, the onlookers found themselves in a disheveled state, their faces covered in dirt and ash, yet the predominant emotion was one of astonishment. Only Master Roshi maintained his composure, the gleam of his sunglasses reflecting the light, his expression gravely serious. What kind of power is this? Was Goku truly attempting to kill him? No, this is a genuine battle between martial artists. Pay close attention. If you aspire to advance further, you must glean wisdom from this encounter. Master Roshi continued to instruct Krillin and Yamcha, providing on-the-spot teachings. There could be no better way to learn. At that moment, Gohan emerged from a deep pit, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Yet he had not sustained any significant injuries. He had withstood that blow, brushing off the dust and dirt from his attire. He looked at young Goku before him and remarked with a tone of admiration, "You have truly grown, possessing such strength now. I can finally rest easy." As his tail flicked behind him, young Goku assumed he was about to concede, glancing slightly at him. Gohan, wishing to keep his identity concealed for the time being, desired to further test young Goku. He waved his hand dismissively and, feeling somewhat flustered, said, "Don't mind me. Come on, show me your true strength." "All right." Young Goku nodded, a smile returning to his face. He understood Gohan's intentions and knew how to proceed. While their reunion was joyful, he hoped to alleviate Gohan's worries about his unfilial grandson. Bang! Boom! The battle raged with extraordinary intensity. Young Goku, having restrained some of his speed and power, unleashed every technique he could muster, all derived from the Kamehameha style. They exchanged blows with the Kamehameha fist, engaging in psychological warfare. In the heat of rapid exchanges, their reactions and judgments reached their limits. With speed so swift they were nearly imperceptible. Why do I feel that his techniques bear a striking resemblance to the Kamehameha style? Master Roshi? Krillin remarked, glancing at Master Roshi, finally piecing together the clues after observing for so long. The others, too, began to comprehend, turning their gazes toward him. Master Roshi did not conceal the truth. Instead, he unveiled the mystery to the group, exclaiming, "Because he is Goku's grandfather, Gohan." Everyone gasped in astonishment. "Master Roshi, are you saying he is that Gohan?" Yamcha was utterly shocked. Though he had only recently entered the martial arts world, he had heard many tales, particularly regarding this legendary figure in martial arts. As his two disciples, they had fully inherited his legacy, and Gohan was regarded as a near-mythical presence in the martial arts community. But hadn't he died? The realization struck Bulma, Oolong, and the others, sending chills down their spines. Indeed, do you see the halo above his head? The turtle sage, with a few enlightening words, revealed that my elder sister possesses the privilege to summon souls from the underworld, thus implying that Gohan's spirit must have been called back by her. However, is this not exceedingly cruel to Goku? No, it is precisely what Gohan desires. The turtle sage's words were left unspoken as the fierce duel on the arena began to tilt. Although it appeared evenly matched on the surface, Gohan's breath had begun to falter. In stark contrast, Goku maintained his composure, his breathing steady, a clear indication that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Truly, age has caught up with me. It seems I must resort to that technique. After a fierce exchange with Goku, Gohan distanced himself and began to gather energy with both hands. Young Goku, undeterred, mirrored his stance and commenced his own energy accumulation. Kamehameha. A sense of foreboding washed over the onlookers as they witnessed the two assume their formidable postures, prompting them to retreat to the edges of the arena. Even the fortune-telling elder was startled, peeking from behind her crystal ball. At the peak of their energy, both combatants unleashed their formidable forces, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the arena. The clash of their energies generated a terrifying whirlwind, with blinding light eclipsing the sun. In this moment, they truly embodied the essence of martial artists. Amidst the aftermath of the collision, Gohan's mask shattered first, rendering the significance of the duel almost moot. As Goku and Gohan recognized one another, Gohan no longer fretted over Goku's survival. He refrained from disclosing the truth of his own demise, instead finding solace in knowing that Goku was thriving. "Master Roshi, I appreciate your guidance with Goku." "Not at all. It seems you have fared well in the afterlife." "Which eases my mind about Goku." Gohan, akin to a modest student, scratched his head bashfully and leaned closer to Master Roshi, whispering, "You know, there are many young and beautiful girls in the afterlife." "What? Many girls?" Master Roshi was overtaken with excitement, lamenting, "If only I had known. I wouldn't have consumed that elixir of immortality." Laughter erupted among the group, a testament to the enduring legacy of their bond. Young Goku, having regained his calm, stood contentedly with his hands behind his head. Bulma squinted at him suspiciously, remarking, "You won't turn out like that, will you?" The thought of young Goku growing to be as lecherous as Master Roshi sent a shiver down her spine. "Huh, what? Nothing. Just keep your distance from that old pervert in the future, all right?" "Okay." The proceedings unfolded smoothly, and the fortune-telling elder subsequently divined the location of the Dragon Balls for Goku. The antics of the Pilaf trio have led them to conceal the final Dragon Ball within a box that shields it from the Dragon radar. As one of the few entities on Earth capable of rivaling the technological prowess of the Brief family, the Pilaf trio certainly knows how to stir up trouble. After issuing them a warning, little Goku chose not to eliminate them. Overall, these mischief makers can only be described as exceptionally skilled at creating chaos, and in terms of malevolence, they hardly compare to Blonde Launch. At Kame House, everyone gathered around the 7 Dragon Balls. A hum reverberated as the 7 Dragon Balls united, emanating a brilliant golden light, as if a divine dragon could emerge from their midst at any moment. Huh, for me? Bulma exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Initially, she had been slightly miffed. But after returning from the fortune teller, she had nearly forgotten her irritations, as her attention had shifted, naturally causing her to overlook certain matters. Little Goku nodded, pointing at the 7 Dragon Balls. Indeed, did you not ask me to accompany you in searching for the Dragon Balls again? He replied. This wish is now returned to you. It was a year ago when Bulma first ventured out in secret, marking the inception of their adventures. Their encounter led to a series of explorations, during which they faced numerous circumstances together. At the brink of success, Bulma's desire for a princely figure fell short. And in her disappointment, she returned to the metropolis, requesting Goku to help her gather the 7 Dragon Balls once more a year hence. It was, in truth, a fleeting whim, and she soon forgot all about it. However, she was taken aback to discover that little Goku still remembered and had gone to great lengths to collect the 7 Dragon Balls for her. Goku raised a hand to conceal the glimmer in his eyes, feeling a surge of emotion but at a loss for words. Really now, you are far too naive, he said. I was merely jesting, and besides, my wish isn't all that significant. Are you truly not going to make a wish? The Dragon Balls you sought so diligently. Isn't the 4-star ball a keepsake from your grandfather? If you make a wish, you would have to wait another year to retrieve it. No need for that. You should keep it safe. Bulma hesitated briefly before conceding. How about this? Whenever I decide on a wish, I will come to you. But you must not renege then. All right then, I shall safeguard it for now. Little Goku agreed with a nod. Are you really not going to make a wish? Because I want bang. Blonde Launch swiftly delivered a punch to Oolong, interrupting. You want to feast on roast pig, don't you? Humph, well what? That's impossible. I just think it's a pity. Oolong muttered, lowering his head in silence. Excess in any endeavor is counterproductive. Relying too heavily on external sources will not lead to true strength. A genuine martial artist continuously challenges their own limits. Goku, you have reached such a realm, and as your master, I am immensely proud. Your future accomplishments are bound to be limitless. Master Roshi stood tall, his demeanor serious and earnest. Yes, Master Roshi, little Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha all expressed their gratitude for the teachings. Chapter 16, The Demon Realm Azura. Subsequently, the group deliberated over the forthcoming martial arts tournament, which was not set to commence for another year. Wukong, will you participate again? They inquired, their curiosity piqued yet tinged with uncertainty, as he had previously claimed the championship title, rendering his absence a possibility. After a moment's hesitation, Wukong nodded, a smile gracing his features. Let us reconvene at the tournament. I believe it shall be quite delightful. Upon hearing this, smiles blossomed among the others, not for the pursuit of the championship, but rather for the joy of reunion. Perhaps this was indeed Wukong's true intention in attending the tournament. Having already attained the title of the world's strongest, he likely possessed little desire for further competition, instead relishing the journey itself. As the moment of parting drew near, a sense of reluctance enveloped the group, with Bulma's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Little Wukong, perched atop his nimbus, chimed in. I recall someone once telling me that one must not weep at farewells, for it would lead to an awkward reunion. Laughter erupted, dispelling the somber atmosphere, as Bulma, cheeks flushed, feigned indignation. How dare you lecture me, you little rascal? What a show-off. Until we meet again, everyone. 1 year hence. With a wave, little Wukong ascended into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. After departing from Kame House, he first returned the 4-star Dragon Ball to the Capsule Corporation, while the remaining 6 were entrusted to Master Karen for safekeeping. Keeping these orbs together posed a hazard. Storing them separately afforded a measure of security. Thus began little Wukong's solitary journey of cultivation. For this endeavor, he eschewed the Nimbus, instead opting for rigorous foot travel after altering his own gravity. Most of his time, however, was consumed by the need to satiate his appetite. Engaging in acts of valor and competing in arenas, he earned a modest income, yet when funds fell short, he resorted to foraging, consuming whatever he could catch, be it fish, wild beasts, or even dinosaurs. One day, while traversing a village, he vanquished the notorious duo known as Goldhorn and Silverhorn, 2 bandits who had fortuitously acquired a treasure. Ding successfully obtained a magical gourd. Although it merely appeared to be a vessel for storage, it was nonetheless useful, so he strapped it to his side. Days later, Wukong encountered a castle steeped in legends of the demon realm. It was said that nightly, fiends would emerge from the portal to wreak havoc. Though he could not fathom why anyone would choose to reside there, he resolved to investigate the portal, simultaneously accepting a quest from the castle's lord to rescue a princess abducted by the Asuras of the demon realm. His intrusion did not go unnoticed by the denizens of the demon realm. 2 sentinels approached to thwart him. Demonstrating his prowess, Wukong proved his strength, thereby earning the opportunity to face the Asura lord. At this moment, a grand assembly was underway, seemingly to commemorate the day Asura was to wed the princess. Sun Wukong glanced around at the multitude of demons present, his eyes sparkling with excitement. These beings possessed formidable combat prowess. Outside, finding a monster or martial artist with a combat power exceeding 10 was no easy feat, and ensuring that the target was rendered completely incapacitated without risking their life was an arduous challenge. However, he had no intention of holding back against these demons. "Who are you?" Asura exclaimed, observing the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong on the arena, quickly realizing he was not a creature of the demon realm. How could a human intrude here? Infuriated, he commanded, "Kill him! Kill him!" Before Sun Wukong could utter a word, a throng of demons surged forward with a cacophony of roars, charging at him. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He immediately sprang into action, his movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible, leaving only a blur in his wake as he dispatched one demon with a single punch. Combat power, 60. Combat power, 50. Combat power, 110. Asura's eyes gleamed with fury upon witnessing the relentless defeat of his subordinates. Unable to contain his rage, he surged towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! Sun Wukong, reveling in his triumphant harvest, was taken aback by the sudden intervention. The aura of these demon beings was overwhelmingly potent. With scarcely any possessing a combat power below 50, it was truly a paradise. Yet, Asura's sudden assault caught him off guard. The demon lord's strength was at least 300, and he sensed there was even more hidden potential. How could this be? In the midst of his astonishment, the two engaged in a swift exchange of blows. The tactics of the demon clan were characterized by their ruthless and rapid nature. Asura unleashed a devastating punch, devoid of ki blasts, yet generating a terrifying wave of force that immobilized Sun Wukong. Under the oppressive force, Sun Wukong unleashed his own energy, which erupted outward, coalescing into a white fiery aura that engulfed his form, breaking free from the constraint. With a determined gaze, he charged at Asura. What? Asura was taken aback, realizing it was too late to defend himself given the proximity of their confrontation. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong could escape his suppression. Alarmed, he raised his hand to block, only to be struck by Sun Wukong's powerful punch that sent him flying. Yet, Sun Wukong did not pursue the advantage. A sense of foreboding crept over him as he positioned his hands at his waist, rapidly gathering energy. The muscles in his arms bulged slightly, and his aura surged dramatically. Kamehameha. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power. This was the first time since his clash with Master Roshi that he had fully executed the Kamehameha technique. A colossal beam of energy, half a meter in diameter, converged into a fearsome blue column, rending the earth as it passed. Countless demons were left speechless in the wake of this attack, while the demoness Mira looked on in astonishment as she witnessed Asura engulfed by the energy. Could this little imp truly possess such strength? Boom! After the explosion, Xiao Wukong's expression grew increasingly grave as he gazed at the swirling dust. He had not heard any notification, and the opponent's aura was surging at an astonishing rate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that these demons were formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and hoisted the princess onto his back, sprinting towards the exit, dispatching a few demonic creatures in his path. Approximately 10 seconds after Xiao Wukong's departure, a colossal figure emerged from the ruins, effortlessly crushing a massive stone into dust. The ground around him began to levitate with chunks of rock, which were subsequently shattered by bolts of lightning. The Asura transformed into a towering behemoth, nearly 3 meters tall, sporting fearsome horns and a terrifying visage. What audacity! Where did this monkey come from to force me into such a predicament? He bellowed. Is that so? You appear rather pleased, Mela remarked as she approached him. Humph. The Asura cast a penetrating glance at her, his countenance darkening as he prepared to pursue Xiao Wukong, only to be halted by Mela's raised hand. With a smile, she cautioned, if you enter the human realm now, your powers will be diminished. And Duel has been away from the demon realm for far too long. Are you willing to forfeit this opportunity? After a moment of hesitation, the Azura ultimately refrained from following. Meanwhile, Xiao Wukong had already escaped through the gate of the demon realm. Without a moment's delay, he decisively drew the sword that the Azura had embedded beside the gate, sealing it shut. Though he had not confronted the transformed Azura directly, he had sensed an utterly unshakable and terrifying aura. It was overwhelmingly powerful, existing on an entirely different plane. No, it should not belong to this dimension. Such a monstrosity ought not to exist on Earth. However, the demon realm, in its essence, transcended the normal boundaries of the universe. It was shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Should all its inhabitants emerge, the entire cosmos could be plunged into calamity. Reflecting on his recklessness, Xiao Wukong felt a surge of trepidation. Yet his resolve to enhance his strength solidified. Chapter 17. The reunion at the greatest martial arts tournament. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Aboard a plane heading to the venue of the greatest martial arts tournament on Papaya Island. Dear passengers, we are about to land at Papaya Island. Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for disembarkation. As the flight attendant made her rounds, she noticed Master Roshi's serious demeanor, yet he had not fastened his seatbelt. She kindly reminded him, Sir, could you please fasten your seatbelt? We are about to land. Flight attendant. Aye, yes. How may I assist you? She replied, visibly surprised. Master Roshi's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, I need to relieve myself. At this revelation, the surrounding passengers exchanged awkward glances. Relieve yourself? The flight attendant was momentarily at a loss for how to handle such a situation, as it was not covered in the service manual. Yet, adhering to her professional duty and considering the comfort of the other passengers, she responded, Our plane is about to land. Could you please hold on a moment longer? Very well, flight attendant. The blonde flight attendant hurriedly turned away, her face pale with dread, and fled. Krillin sat beside Master Roshi, while Bulma and others occupied nearby seats, all hastily averting their gazes, fearful of being recognized as companions of the turtle hermit. How embarrassing. After the attendant departed, Master Roshi cautiously fastened his seatbelt, nearly revealing himself. Oh dear. Krillin lowered his head further, overwhelmed by embarrassment. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was as bustling as ever, teeming with a multitude of participants and spectators, reminiscent of a grand festival, filled with monks and priests. After completing their registration, Krillin and the others waited for Master Roshi to return. Honestly, what a mess. It's so humiliating. Has anyone spotted Goku? He wouldn't forget the time, would he? Surely not. He possesses the flying nimbus, doesn't he? He boasted so boldly before leaving. If he forgets, I shall relish in mocking him. Bulma remarked with a hint of indignation. Clearly still bothered, she thought it absurd that a mere child dared to lecture her. At that moment, a figure seemingly materialized out of thin air before them. Bulma, I heard you. Goku, is that really you? The group was taken aback. But Krillin and Oolong exchanged glances of uncertainty. The figure, now nearly as tall as Yamcha and level with Bulma, would have gone unrecognized if not for that iconic hairstyle. Since leaving the demon realm, young Goku had continued his travels. Perhaps due to his swift power enhancement and increased appetite, he had grown quite rapidly. In a year or two, he might reach his full adult height. After exchanging pleasantries, Bulma, having spoken ill of him, was playfully teased by Goku, which left her flustered. Just then, Master Roshi returned. Master Roshi, Goku greeted. Master Roshi replied, his demeanor serious as he approached Goku. He nodded approvingly. It seems you've been eating well this past year, having grown so tall. Your strength must have improved as well. Indeed, young Goku beamed in affirmation. Master Roshi paused, surprised that Goku took his words seriously. He had sensed a year prior that Goku would surpass him, and now he appeared even stronger. When did gaining strength become so effortless? Ha ha ha, look who it is. The old turtle of the turtle school. You decrepit crane. Master Shun, accompanied by Tien and Kaiatsu, approached and heard Master Roshi's remark, immediately firing back. What are you saying? You ancient, ugly lecher. You old crane. Your son was born without a backside. You scoundrel. The two exchanged fierce glares, sparks seemingly flying between them, each refusing to yield. Once, they were comrades under the same master, but due to differing philosophies, they had parted ways, establishing their own schools, Turtle School and Crane School. Two groups observed the two individuals standing opposed to each other, Their initial indifference soon disrupted by Tianjin Fan, who strode forward with an air of arrogance. With Goku already registered, his gaze instinctively settled upon the seemingly more robust Yamcha. Approaching, he taunted, "Are you the disciples of the Turtle School? You don't appear to be much. What did you say?" Yamcha, having persistently sought to join Master Roshi's tutelage alongside Krillin, found himself incensed by the provocation. A palpable pressure enveloped them, causing both Yamcha and Krillin to feel a sudden weight in their chests. So formidable. They understood that martial arts inherently involves mastering one's energy. And having trained under Master Roshi, they had begun to sense the nuances of this power. Though their perceptions were still somewhat vague, they could discern a clear disparity in strength. Let us go? Seeing no advantage in prolonging the encounter, Master Crane turned to lead his companions away. Yes, Master. As they departed, Tianjin Fan cast one last scornful glance at Yamcha and Krillin, his arrogance unabashed. What is this? What happened? Little Goku returned, clutching 2 buns and taking a bite, his hunger evident. Master Roshi then elucidated the relationship between himself and Master Crane, cautioning that they might face formidable adversaries in the upcoming tournament, urging them to remain vigilant. Goku, contemplative, glanced in Tianjin Fan's direction. Roshi, observing him, mused silently about Goku's growth over the past year. He had believed his own clandestine training would prevent an excessive widening of the gap between them, especially as a person known as the god of martial arts, with his own unique methods of training. While he felt he had made substantial progress, he still found Goku's strength inscrutable, sensing it had become even more unfathomable. All right, let us not linger here any longer. Let us go? Indeed. As tomorrow's competition approaches, I invite everyone to dine. Yay, I want to eat until I'm full. Master Roshi, realizing he had spoken too hastily, he quickly retrieved his wallet for a glance before turning to the departing group, attempting to lighten the mood. Actually, overeating before the competition can hinder performance. So let us aim for a light meal. Goku, I want to eat until I burst. Oh no, my wallet slipped. The participants of the World Martial Arts Tournament numbered 75 in total. Welcome, martial artists from all corners of the earth, to this grand event. This tournament would once again employ a preliminary round format, with 8 finalists ultimately vying for the championship title. After a tedious and formulaic introduction, the groups were drawn, and each participant was assigned to a separate arena, ensuring they wouldn't face each other in the preliminary stage. By some stroke of fortune, Goku and his companions found themselves in different groups. How wonderful. I was worried we might encounter each other in the preliminaries, Yamcha expressed with great delight. Indeed, Goku remarked, casting a glance at the dumplings in the distance, noting that this little brat also possessed a form of supernatural ability, reminiscent of a mental prowess. Chapter 18, Master Roshi. The preliminary phase progressed remarkably smoothly, with everyone triumphantly advancing through their matches. Although this tournament had fewer participants, the caliber of competition was astonishingly high. Well, I find myself feeling somewhat anxious, Krillin admitted. Yet, Goku appeared utterly unperturbed. As they were on their midday break during the preliminaries, all the competitors gathered in the dining hall. Despite the decline of martial arts, the prestige of the World Martial Arts Tournament still held some weight, at least in terms of the quality of meals provided. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of clattering dishes as little Goku, like a whirlwind, devoured the food around him, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment at his voracious appetite. He consumed everything in sight, from meats to staple foods, without discrimination. Are you really serving us this swine feed? Do you seek death? However, a sound of shattering plates drew everyone's attention. They turned to see the towering Tien Shinhan gripping the collar of a kitchen staff member from the martial arts event, lifting him with an air of arrogance. Little Goku chewed his roasted meat, swallowed it, and then stood up to approach. Hey, Goku, don't get involved, Master Roshi cautioned, concerned about his impulsiveness. Goku turned back with a smile, but continued on his way. Yamcha and Krillin also rose to follow him. Tien was startled when someone suddenly patted his shoulder. He had not sensed anyone approaching. His instincts kicked in, and he swiftly released the staff member, turning to face the perceived threat. Little Goku swiftly caught the staff member and set him down gently, smiling as he asked, "Could you please prepare another lunch for me? I'm still hungry." Thank you. I'll get that ready for you right away," the staff member said gratefully, bowing and hurrying off. Meanwhile, Tien regarded Goku with a serious expression. At his table, the dumpling-eating competitor sensed something amiss and floated over to stand beside Tien. Their meals had hardly been touched, now a disheveled mess. "Are you from the turtle school?" Tien inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Goku. "Yes," little Goku replied with a cheerful smile, showing no intent to engage in hostility. However, his words were devoid of politeness as he pointed toward the exit. "If you're not going to eat, then leave. If you cause further trouble, I'll have no choice but to ask you to leave." After a moment of silence, Tien attempted to gauge Goku's strength through his own energy, only to find himself utterly unable to discern it. Not only that, he felt as though the figure of the little Wukong before him had been magnified dozens of times, transforming into a giant that towered over him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. "Gallow, let's go, Jiaozi." "Huh." Jiaozi, initially oblivious to the situation, did not show any signs of concern. However, Tianjin Fan's sudden display of vulnerability took him by surprise, prompting him to follow Tianjin Fan outside. What a pity. With the issue resolved, the group returned to their seats to continue watching the little Wukong eat. They had already satisfied their own appetites, and Master Roshi lamented. That person has the potential to become an outstanding martial artist, yet he has been led astray by that old ghost, Crane Hermit. What sort of martial artist is that? Krillin expressed his indignation, while Yamcha nodded in agreement. At least in their understanding, a true martial artist should not harbor such a heavy malice. Little Wukong was engrossed in his meal, completely oblivious to the conversation among the others. "Sir, your meal." "Thank you. I just want to eat." "Hello everyone. Long time no see." The previous tournament's Nanwu made an appearance, but unfortunately, he encountered Tianjin Fan in the preliminaries and was severely injured, ending up in the hospital. Krillin and the others glared at Tianjin Fan and his companion, filled with righteous indignation. That despicable guy? Wukong said nothing, merely casting a cold glance at Tianjin Fan. It was unfortunate that they had crossed paths, but at this moment, Wukong did not hold Tianjin Fan in high regard. Soon, the preliminaries concluded, and the group successfully advanced to the finals. Baldy, Jiaozi inexplicably ran over to mock Krillin. The unexpected taunt ignited Krillin's fury, and he retorted, "You're just as bald as I am. I have hair." Jiaozi removed his hat, revealing a smoothly shaven head with only a single hair. The crowd watched as Krillin's face turned crimson. What he initially perceived as mere mockery now felt like humiliation. "Jiaozi, that's not how you use sarcasm." Tianjin Fan hurriedly put Jiaozi's hat back on, fearing he would embarrass himself further. The finals officially commenced. The first match was unremarkable, but the second featured Yanchu against Tianjin Fan. Their rivalry was palpable, and they fought without holding back. Initially, their exchange of blows was evenly matched. But as Tianjin Fan unleashed his true power, Yamcha's Wolf-Fang fist began to falter. After all, Yamcha had only taken up martial arts recently. While he possessed some talent, he was far from exceptional. Ultimately, he was knocked unconscious by Tianjin Fan, who ruthlessly kicked him, breaking his leg. "Ah!" Yamcha screamed in agony before losing consciousness, leaving the audience in shock. The host promptly reminded everyone that such actions were not permitted. However, Tianjin Fan remained unfazed, ignoring the admonition. What a despicable fellow. As Tianjin Fan made his way back to the contestants' rest area, Krillin was consumed by rage. Goku remained silent, his expression having turned completely cold. Following this, Krillin faced off against Jiaozi, where their strengths were relatively matched. However, Jiaozi's super abilities and Iron Head technique inflicted considerable hardship on Krillin. Ultimately, relying on quick thinking and sheer strength, Krillin narrowly secured victory. It was evident that Jiaozi lacked proficiency in arithmetic. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have taught him math. Seeing one of his disciples eliminated, Master Roshi was seething with anger. "Hooray, Krillin won! Bulma, launch, oolong!" And Puar cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. This only further incensed Master Roshi, who decided to turn and leave. Shortly after, he learned that Goku was the one who had dealt with the Red Ribbon Army and killed Tao Pai Pai. Driven by a desire for revenge, he sought Goku in the dead of night. In a sudden ambush, he was caught off guard when Goku opened his eyes and seized him. "You, brat, how could you?" Master Roshi exclaimed in disbelief, attempting to withdraw, only to find his hand gripped tightly as if in a vice, rendering him immobile. "Let go." In desperation, he raised his other hand, unleashing a golden energy wave, the signature technique of the Crane School, Dodon Ray. Humph. Young Goku swiftly rose, grasping that hand and releasing an even more formidable Kamehameha wave from his palm, sending Master Roshi hurtling away, disappearing into the horizon. In the distance, a mushroom cloud slowly ascended from the sea. If the Crane School had any semblance of a martial arts ethos, it would not have produced a merciless assassin like Tao Pai Pai, nor would it have shaped Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi into their current forms. Master Roshi could not escape culpability. He no longer deserved the title of a martial artist. Chapter 19. The finals begin. The following day, the semi-finals continued. Master Roshi attempted to intervene, only to discover that Tianjin Fan's strength was on par with his own, if not surpassing it. Thus, he earnestly implored Tianjin Fan, demonstrating that a true martial artist should not be solely fixated on victory or defeat. This revelation contradicted the Crane School's teachings that Tianjin Fan had adhered to for so long, prompting him to question whether his path was indeed the correct one. In the second match, Goku faced off against Krillin. Goku, you mustn't hold back. Of course not. Krillin felt an immense pressure. Over the past year, he had trained diligently, hoping to minimize the gap between them when they finally clashed. However, reality proved this to be exceedingly difficult. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their techniques mirroring each other, yet the disparity in power was evident. Their figures became mere afterimages, colliding with explosive force. Bang! Bang bang! The audience sat in stunned silence, devoid of any real viewing experience, while only Master Roshi in the stands shifted his gaze, intently tracking the movements of the two combatants. Suddenly, two figures materialized in midair. Little Wukong swung a punch that missed its target, while Krillin appeared behind him, fists clasped, ready to strike down. Yet, Wukong transformed into a fleeting shadow once more. A fist emerged beside him, and Krillin replicated the maneuver, only to encounter yet another illusion. There he is. This time, Krillin was genuine, appearing from behind Wukong and delivering a kick, but it too met with emptiness. A chill coursed through his heart. Krillin never anticipated that Wukong could be so swift. Completely foreseeing his tactics, a shadow loomed behind him, and in the next instant, Krillin felt a sharp slap at his neck, an action that rendered him utterly powerless, causing him to plummet heavily from several dozen meters above onto the arena. Unable to rise, the referee, momentarily dazed, initiated the countdown. 10-9. Krillin quickly scrambled to his feet, clutching his neck in agony, turning to face the ever-composed Wukong, feeling an overwhelming pressure. How infuriating! This guy Wukong has become so incredibly strong. With this thought in mind, Krillin suddenly utilized rapid movement and the technique of phantom punches to arrive behind Wukong. Seizing his tail, victory! A look of delight crossed Krillin's face. However, a bewildered voice rang out. How did you know my weakness was my tail? The speaker's words were unintentional, yet the listener, Tianjin Fan, seized upon this crucial information with a sense of delight. Nevertheless, Wukong showed no hesitation in his actions. His tail shifted slightly, ensnaring Krillin's hand and forcefully slamming him against the arena floor. Seizing the moment while Krillin was still stunned, Wukong's tail transformed into a blur. Executing the formidable technique Oolong Panda, a single powerful strike that left Krillin utterly defenseless, rendering him unconscious. The arena floor beneath them was marred by a web of intricate cracks. 10, 9, 8. The countdown concluded, and a profound silence enveloped the scene. This time, Krillin failed to rise promptly. Wukong's strike served as a lesson, reminding Krillin of his somewhat despicable tendencies that needed rectification. Initially, he had approached Master Roshi with an array of magazines, always seeking shortcuts during his training, even attempting to deceive himself. Little did he realize, there are no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. It is merely self-deception. Yet, Wukong remained curious about how Krillin had discerned that his tail was a vulnerability. He was quite certain he had never disclosed this weakness to anyone. In the audience, Lan Shi struck a fist against the head of the foolish Oolong beside her. This idiot, revealing his weakness and still losing so pathetically, how utterly useless. Lan Shi, how did you know Wukong's tail was a weakness? Bulma inquired, her face etched with confusion, as she too was unaware of this fact, since Wukong had never told her. This guy, while training at Kame House, slept alongside another version of me. Once, I accidentally pressed down on his tail, and he lost all his strength, Lan Shi replied, her expression one of smug satisfaction. In those early days when Wukong appeared quite youthful, Lan Shi, with her azure locks, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she observed the three of them huddled together while she slept alone in the sole room of the Turtle Hermit's abode. Consequently, she invited little Wukong to share her quarters. However, from that day forth, he refrained from sleeping in the same room with her. It was after this incident that he devoted himself to rigorous training, focusing on strengthening his tail, which had once been a liability. Now, his tail had transformed into a formidable asset, a powerful weapon. Unlike his limbs, which had a limited number of joints, his tail possessed numerous joints, allowing for greater flexibility and strength. With proper technique, his tail could function as an agile whip, delivering tremendous force. For instance, the recent technique, the Wulong Wrap, proved to be even more potent than Wukong's full-powered punches and kicks, and with greater speed. A careless encounter with it could yield dire consequences. Krillin's strength required Wukong to exert his true power to defeat him with a single blow, yet a mere slap had rendered him unconscious. And he was only just beginning to awaken, swaying unsteadily on his feet, demonstrating the immense power involved. Soon, the final bout of the World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence. Wukong versus Tien Shinhan. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale of this esteemed tournament is about to begin. Please welcome our contenders to the stage. Representing the Crane School, the esteemed disciple, Tien Shinhan. The announcer gestured for all eyes to focus on the entrance to the arena, then shifted to Wukong, and now, representing the legendary Turtle School, the celebrated disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Mateto, Son Goku. It must be noted that this golden-haired host served as a unique spirit of the tournament, showcasing exceptional hosting skills and dedication. Under his influence, even the audience, previously unaccustomed to such events, became invigorated, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, the host, feeling a hint of insecurity, promptly leapt down from the stage and boldly declared, "Let the match begin. Give that three-eyed fellow a good thrashing. Go, Wukong. Go, Tien." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Yet this fervor did not hinder the performance of the two combatants. Little Wukong showed no inclination to adopt a fighting stance, but Tien, sensing the weight of the impending clash, approached with caution, acutely aware of Wukong's unfathomable aura that seemed limitless. No, this cannot be. Doubts crept into Tien's mind, already shaken by the Turtle Hermit's teachings. Nevertheless, he resolved not to concede, charging boldly at Wukong. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force that reverberated through the arena, causing a ringing in the ears of all present. What followed was a torrential onslaught of strikes, yet on the surface, it appeared as though Wukong stood immobile, allowing Tien to unleash his fury, seemingly at a disadvantage. Hit him, Wukong. Fight back. Take down that three-eyed guy. What are you doing? As Bulma and Launch instinctively raised their hands, their fists landed squarely on Oolong, transforming his previously jovial demeanor into that of a thoroughly battered mess. No, in truth, Goku was at an undeniable advantage. Behind Master Roshi's sunglasses, a grave expression adorned his face, with beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he fixated on the battle unfolding before him. "What are you babbling about, old man?" Launch retorted, her irritation palpable. Goku is obviously the one being pummeled into submission. Master Roshi sighed, gesturing towards the arena as he elucidated to the others, in a contest of equals, at this juncture, Goku should be retreating under the pressure exerted by Tien. Yet, throughout this encounter, Goku has not shifted his feet even an inch. I see. Oolong, perhaps experiencing a moment of clarity as a result of his pummeling, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That guy Goku possesses strength far surpassing that of Tien, which is why he can handle this situation with such ease, correct?" One might say that. Master Roshi intended to convey that it was not merely ease, but rather a chasm of disparity so vast that Goku could engage in battle with an almost mocking demeanor. Much like the earlier match with Yamcha, who was utterly no match for Tien, yet managed to exchange a few blows. However, such conduct was unbecoming of a true martial artist, and Goku should have known better. Chapter 20, Kamehameha. On the arena, Goku was acutely aware of these dynamics. Yet he was determined to dismantle Tien both mentally and physically. A misdeed invariably incurs a price, while the adage of turning back to the right path is undoubtedly valid. It has also become a convenient excuse for many to evade their responsibilities, often taken out of context. Tien, recognizing Goku's intentions, was immediately consumed by fury. His muscles swelled, veins protruding, and all three of his eyes ignited with a fierce ire. In an instant, his power surged. forcing Goku back slightly as their figures vanished from the platform, plunging into an intense exchange of blows. Bang! Bang! A fleeting shadow manifested, and Tien was abruptly sent flying by a kick. Yet, before he could crash to the ground, he deftly halted himself with his feet and charged back into the fray. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated as a series of afterimages followed. The two combatants found themselves soaring high above, exchanging hundreds of punches in mere heartbeats. Soon, Tien was once again forcefully struck down, crashing heavily onto the arena. After rolling over, he sprung back to his feet. Goku landed on the platform, somewhat astonished. His attacks had not even tapped into his full strength, yet he had struck with considerable force. The fact that Tien could withstand 2 of his blows and still appear so vigorous was indeed impressive. This time, Tien did not let his emotions dictate his next reckless assault. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Goku with a solemn intensity. In just this brief encounter, Tien's body and spirit had endured an unimaginable weight of pressure. No, it's impossible. How could this guy be so overwhelmingly strong? The strength displayed by Tianjin Fan is causing a fracture in his worldview. He has always believed that the Crane School is the mightiest and that he would never succumb to anyone. However, as his resolve wavers, 2 voices begin to clash within his mind. One is the sage guidance demonstrated by Master Roshi, while the other echoes the ruthless teachings imparted by his own master, the Crane Hermit. The incessant duel between these conflicting ideologies torments him greatly. Observing this, Tianjin Jiao displays a face of concern. Just as Tianjin Fan teeters on the brink of self-doubt, a calm voice reverberates in his ears like thunder. Kamehameha? Alarmed, he snaps back to reality, looking up to see a brilliant blue light illuminating before him, a powerful energy field causing the shattered remnants of the battleground to levitate in the air. In a state of panic, Tianjin Fan scarcely has time to reflect. Although he managed to withstand Yamcha's attack with Kamehameha, he feels utterly uncertain about enduring Goku's fierce onslaught. At that moment, Tianjin Jiao suddenly raises his hand from the sidelines, attempting to use his abilities to assist Tianjin Fan and create an opportunity against Goku. This is not the first time he has intervened, and Tianjin Fan recognizes it immediately. However, a surge of intense shame wells up within him, prompting him to instinctively abandon thoughts of how to counter the strike. Instead, he turns and shouts, "Stop, Jiaozi. This is my battle. You must not interfere." The anger in his voice strips Tianjin Jiao of his courage, leaving him to watch with concern. Meanwhile, Goku's energy has reached its zenith. Yet he does not unleash it immediately. Instead, he gradually condenses his power, a smile gracing his features as he raises one hand to assume the Crane School's starting pose. Saying, "Come at me." Tianjin Fan hesitates for a moment, his expression complex, then exhales deeply and declares, "Do not underestimate me." With that, he charges forward. This time, as their fists and feet collide, Goku begins to take the encounter seriously. Although he still refrains from using his full strength, his power is astonishing. Exchanging blows with Tianjin Fan in a back-and-forth manner, Master Roshi watches from the sidelines, nodding in approval. This is what a true martial artist should embody, respecting one's opponent, regardless of who they may be. "I never look down on anyone. It is merely your previous actions that angered me," Goku states, suddenly unleashing a palm strike. At first glance, it appears no different from before, but Tianjin Fan senses an overwhelming threat and instinctively opts to evade. This decision proves to be astute. As the moment Goku's palm descends, a violent whirlwind surges toward the audience, leaving a gash in the granite arena as if it had been struck by a whip. This does not seem to be a technique of the Crane School, does it, Master Wutian? Yamcha, having sustained injuries, has withdrawn from the competition and now stands at the sidelines alongside Master Roshi and the others, astonished by this terrifying move. Indeed, this is not a technique of the Turtle School, it appears to be his own creation. This young man has forged a path uniquely his own, employing powerful and domineering moves, including the strike executed with his tail. A gleam flickered in Master Roshi's eyes, evoking some unpleasant memories. Once more, the two combatants found themselves engaged in a fierce clash, their stamina rapidly depleting, yet it was evident that Tien's energy was waning at a more alarming rate. As dusk approached, the two had been locked in battle for 2 hours. Goku had witnessed all the techniques of the Crane School, his eyes sparkling with admiration. In stark contrast, Tien was now at the end of his tether. Taking a deep breath, he gazed intently at Goku and declared, "I have one final move. If you manage to withstand it, I shall concede. However, I hope you do not attempt to absorb its full force. With a smirk, Goku replied, I must witness this. Tien smiled as well, aware that the disparity between them was insurmountable, and he had no assurance that this last technique could truly defeat Goku. His caution was merely due to the perilous nature of the move. Subsequently, Tien ascended to a height of 100 meters, his hands forming a triangular shape as he began to concentrate his energy. This is bad. It's the Kikaho. Kikaho? Yamcha asked, perplexed, but upon observing Master Roshi's expression, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Master Roshi explained to the others, that technique possesses several times the power of the Kamehameha. I can hardly believe that the Crane Master would teach him such a dangerous technique. He then turned to Goku, raising his voice in warning, Goku, you absolutely cannot absorb this attack head-on. However, Goku had already made his decision. He shifted his right leg slightly and assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. Kame. A torrent of furious energy surged forth, accompanied by flickers of faint electromagnetic pulses in the surrounding air, as the ground beneath them trembled ominously. Dust and debris began to swirl into the air, slowly disintegrating into ashes. Fine arcs of electricity danced around Goku. What an astonishing level of energy this is. Master Roshi found himself at a loss for words. The others were equally left in a state of bewilderment, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of power. Kikaho. Kame. Boom. The two energies collided, one ascending and the other descending, unleashing a terrifying force that converged in midair, creating a cataclysmic wave that reverberated throughout the island, stirring tumultuous waves upon the sea. Tien. Chapter 21. A delicate balance. As the dust settled, everything came to an end. Goku was taken aback by the outcome. The Kikaho had managed to suppress his Kamehameha for a full 2 seconds. It was clear that he and Tien were no longer in the same realm of power. Yet this ultimate technique had withstood his assault even before Tien's energy was completely exhausted. What an extraordinary move this is. No wonder this technique is notorious for its life-threatening potential. Its eruption is astonishingly overwhelming, surpassing even the ferocity of the Demon Clan's techniques. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan, having exhausted all his energy in a fit of rage, collapsed, teetering on the brink of death. Goku, undeterred by past grievances, utilized the Senzu Bean to restore Tianjin Fan's health. Why save me? Tianjin Fan inquired, bewildered. Because you possess 3 eyes, Goku replied. Despite his confusion, Tianjin Fan sincerely apologized to Yamcha, his eyes filled with remorse, earning Yamcha's forgiveness. Is this a Senzu Bean? He asked. Indeed, Goku nodded. The others, puzzled by the concept of the Senzu Bean, silently noted the mention of Korin Tower as Master Roshi elaborated on it. Given that Master Roshi had once scaled that tower and Goku had previously challenged it, curiosity naturally ensued. All right, to celebrate Goku's victory in the Second World Martial Arts Tournament, let us feast. Hooray! Goku, it's your treat. No problem. Goku cheerfully handed his prize money to Bulma, stating, I've given the money to Bulma. Please take care of the bill later, as I'm not very good with numbers. Really? You want to expect me to subsidize your meal, will you? They all laughed heartily, strolling toward the restaurant under the setting sun. Suddenly, as they walked, a shadow descended from afar and swiftly attacked from behind, moving with remarkable speed. In an instant, Krillin and Yamcha were knocked unconscious by a surprise assault, while Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were sent flying but narrowly caught when they approached Goku. What? A green, half-dragon creature emerged, its visage fierce, sporting wings and a tail. Danbarin observed Goku, who effortlessly withstood his punch, with a hint of surprise, yet he soon grinned, revealing a pair of sausage-like lips. Remarkable. I didn't expect to find a martial artist of your caliber here. The Dark Lord had foreseen this. You lot must be eliminated post-haste. What did you say? The Dark Lord Piccolo? Master Roshi gasped in shock. What is this creature? Bulma and the others, nearly caught in the fray, retreated in fear. As a demon, Danbarin relished the terror etched on the humans' faces, continuing to laugh and threaten, but Goku, feeling rather irritable due to hunger, interrupted. You're talking too much. Crack. Oh. Danbarin was about to speak when a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his arm, followed by an overwhelming force that yanked him forward, lifting him by the neck. Goku looked at Danbarin with cold indifference. My time is limited. You can inform that so-called Dark Lord Piccolo that the Dragon Balls are in my possession. I will seek him out. Let him wait. You. A purple stain of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In the fleeting third second, a surge of energy erupted from Goku's hands, soaring skyward and evaporating everything in its path. The foe lay utterly defeated. Meanwhile, far away, King Piccolo sensed the shift, his expression darkening. Goku, too, furrowed his brow. Too much time had passed, and he had momentarily forgotten this critical event, allowing himself to become careless. Krillin, the little bald one. Hey, Yamcha. The others had already rushed to assess the injuries of their companions, only to discover that Dambalin had struck with lethal intent, leaving them in a precarious state, teetering on the brink of death. The situation was dire. Aside from Tien, who was faring slightly better, the others were in a critical condition. Any moment could herald their demise. Goku rummaged through his belongings and procured 2 senzu beans, recalling that he had previously given one to Tien. After a moment's hesitation, he split one bean in half, remembering that this method was feasible, albeit with diminished efficacy. Yet, in dire straits, he had no choice but to gamble. Returning to Korin Tower or the Capsule Corporation for more beans would take too long. Fortunately, as he had anticipated, while the effects were somewhat weakened, the divided beans sufficed to preserve their lives. Their stamina was not fully restored, but it was manageable. A few minutes later, in the restaurant, the atmosphere was subdued. With most participants of the martial arts tournament having departed, only their table remained, serving as a means to clear the event's inventory. The others watched as young Goku devoured his meal, while Bulma and Launch took turns serving him food and pouring him drinks. Krillin and the others were still recovering. Having learned from Master Roshi about the existence of King Piccolo, the mere notion of this legendary figure, who had terrorized them centuries prior, weighed heavily on their hearts. The memory of nearly being slain by King Piccolo loomed over them, casting a shadow of despair and pessimism. Only Goku seemed unfazed, wholeheartedly focused on his meal. He swallowed a bun offered by Bulma, only to choke slightly, before downing juice handed to him by Launch, finally exhaling with relief. He patted his round belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Your appetite is as outrageous as ever. My allowance is dwindling. He laughed heartily. Apologies. I need to replenish my energy quickly to deal with that King Piccolo, so I must eat a bit more, he said, scratching his head with a grin, entirely devoid of anxiety. His words rang true, having used the senzu beans to save his friends. He had none left on him and did not wish to waste time returning for more. It wasn't that he had exhausted himself in battle, but rather that he hadn't eaten for half a day. Coupled with the tenfold gravity surrounding him, his energy was depleting rapidly. Goku, do you truly believe you can confront King Piccolo? At this moment, Krillin and the others also looked up, their eyes glimmering with a hint of hopeful anticipation. Yulong, filled with excitement, immediately exclaimed, of course, it will be fine. Just leave it to Goku, haha. However, Master Roshi and the others could not muster any optimism. Their gazes were fixed intently on Goku, who, after a moment of contemplation, furrowed his brow and remarked, it should be a 30-70 chance. Really? Is that true? Master Roshi responded with some agitation. 30%? While that may be conservative, it seems to align with common sense. Witnessing the martial arts master's pessimism, the others found it challenging to remain cheerful. Launch sneezed and transformed into her golden-haired self, unable to tolerate the atmosphere. She slammed her hands on the table and stood up, exclaiming, what s with all the heads down? Even if that so-called great demon were to come tomorrow, aren't we all alive today? Let us all be a bit more cheerful. Indeed, I'm certain there's a way. By the way, we still have the Dragon Balls, don't we? Bulma suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. This remark sparked a flicker of hope among the group, lifting their spirits. They turned to Goku, only to see him shake his head, expressing regret as he said, the Dragon Balls cannot grant wishes to kill others. If that were the case, why would King Piccolo still exist? Ah, that's true, they murmured, descending from hope to despair. Just as Launch was about to explode with frustration, Goku, with an oddly calm demeanor, remarked, when I said 30-70, I didn't mean a 30% chance of victory. I meant I can kill him 7 times in 3 minutes. The group was left bewildered. Chapter 22. King Piccolo. The reason Goku felt no urgency stemmed from his confidence in his own strength. At this stage, King Piccolo's capabilities were undeniably inferior to the new, revitalized Piccolo that would emerge later. From the moment Dambalin appeared, Goku had already perceived the energy emanating from King Piccolo. Strong, without a doubt, he was significantly more powerful than Master Roshi, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha. roughly assessing his battle power to be around 400. However, based on Goku's understanding of the demon race, if those beings were unable to transform, their power increase from rage would be quite limited. Much like most races in the universe, demons are not adept at controlling energy. Their physical prowess and inherent racial gifts are so formidable that they do not need to conceal their energy to minimize consumption. And what of Goku's strength? His battle power stood at an impressive 1200. Upon departing from the demon realm, he already possessed a battle power of 1000. Sensing the impending crisis, Goku opted to adjust his gravitational training from 5 times to 10 times normal, resulting in a significant temporary boost in his strength. With a threefold increase in power, claiming he could defeat King Piccolo in 3 minutes was an understatement. Annihilating him instantly would be the norm. Nonetheless, due to his jest causing some discontent among the group, Goku decided to demonstrate his power briefly, reassuring everyone. On the coast of Melon Island, a palpable and ominous aura surged skyward, transforming into rippling waves that extended towards the sea's surface. The entire island trembled as the waves howled, and dark clouds loomed ominously in the sky. With a subtle flick of his tail, an incandescent white flame enveloped him, and the air around him surged with energy. As his muscles swelled with power, Wukong's form seemed to amplify, his overwhelming aura beginning to disrupt the very fabric of the atmosphere around him. As he fully unleashed his energy, Wukong raised both arms, summoning a tempest of thunder and lightning that cascaded from the heavens as if grasped within his hands. With a thunderous roar, he drew his arms back, crossing them before him, and unleashed a burst of energy entwined with lightning. The terrifying roar echoed like 1,000 thunders, momentarily manifesting a barrier that forcefully pushed the ocean waves back 1,000 meters, lowering the coastline in its wake. With each strike of lightning, the earth quaked, and the seabed seemed to tremble, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. Wukong, stop please. The drastic atmospheric changes spiraled into a tornado, and the hurricane's howling made it impossible for anyone to stand firm. They could only cling to the coconut trees lining the shore for support. Oolong, noticing Lan Chi behind him, felt a wave of mischief, but just as he intended to turn around, a coconut fell and struck him squarely on the head. Thud, thud, thud. A series of coconuts cascaded down, rendering Oolong unconscious. After what felt like an eternity, as the cataclysmic scene subsided, the onlookers exchanged complex expressions, a blend of shock, confusion, and astonishment. This is incredible. Bulma quickly adapted, bouncing joyfully towards Wukong and enveloping him in a hug. As a particularly formidable mountain loomed, Wukong's face flushed. He was no longer the naive fool he once was. Referee, she's charging at me. Yes, this will surely defeat that fiend, King Piccolo. Has Wukong truly grown this powerful? Master Roshi pondered deeply, sensing that Wukong's energy surpassed even that of King Piccolo in his prime. Yet he too was left with the same question. How had Wukong honed such strength? Meanwhile, far away, King Piccolo was in turmoil. Huh. What has happened to you, Lord Piccolo? It cannot be. The aged Piccolo gasped for breath, his hunched form trembling, eyes bloodshot and a viscous stream of bile spilling from his mouth. Fear and terror unfurled within him. How could this be? How could such a formidable entity exist in this world? No, it cannot be. The moment Wukong unleashed his power, Piccolo sensed it, believing himself to be the strongest in this realm, having once ruled over it. Yet suddenly, a formidable adversary emerged, instilling a sense of dread even within him. How could he possibly remain unperturbed? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Piccolo conceived another plan. Though Goku was imbued with absolute confidence, he would not permit Piccolo any room for resistance or unforeseen complications. Thus, after demonstrating his prowess, he promptly proceeded to the lair of the demon King Piccolo. Upon searching, he discovered that a multitude of monstrous entities were wreaking havoc in various locales. Even the royal palace had come under siege. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos. Goku felt a chill run down his spine, understanding that this was merely a tactic employed by Piccolo to buy himself time. After a brief moment of hesitation, Goku resolutely chose to disregard these marauding fiends. After all, he could resurrect the deceased with the Dragon Balls. There remained a chance for redemption. However, allowing the Demon King Piccolo to linger for even a moment longer could result in far graver consequences than the loss of a few lives. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Goku looked down, his brow furrowing. It was the Ox King and Chi-Chi, cornered near the fiery mountains, trapped by two half-dragon monstrosities with no escape in sight. Hee hee. Lord Piccolo has granted us permission to wreak havoc. Who would have thought we'd encounter a martial artist here? What a bonus. Hiss, that girl is mine. I haven't had such delectable meat in ages. These two creatures, spawned from the eggs of the Demon King Piccolo, possessed immense strength, their combat power exceeding 250. Although the Ox King boasted a combat power of 130, it was utterly insufficient. Chi-Chi, sheltered behind him, was of comparable strength, yet the disparity remained vast. Just as doom seemed imminent, a fleeting shadow darted past. The two monsters momentarily froze, then collapsed to the ground. Are you all right, Son Goku? Exclaimed the Ox King, recognizing the now much taller Goku with remarkable clarity. Casting a glance at Chi-Chi, Goku nodded, urging, you two should find a place to hide for now. I will deal with the Demon King Piccolo, and this will all come to an end. All right. The Ox King hastily scooped up his daughter and fled into the distance, turning back to say, Goku, we entrust everything to you. Chi-Chi hesitated, her face shyly concealed. Unable to voice her thoughts, Goku nodded and, with a leap onto the Nimbus, soared towards Korin Tower. He sensed that the aura of the Demon King Piccolo was heading toward Korin Tower, inciting a foreboding feeling within him. It was not the Dragon Balls he was concerned about. If necessary, he could wait a year or seek the deity to resurrect Shenron. Yet, he was apprehensive about the senzu beans possessed by Master Korin. If they were squandered, he would be compelled to tear Piccolo apart in his wrath. Moments later, at Korin Tower, Goku flew directly to the summit, leaping into the sacred temple of Master Korin, only to find the sage conspicuously absent. Master Korin had mastered the control of Ki to such an extent that he could completely conceal his presence, leaving Goku uncertain whether he had encountered misfortune or had merely gone into hiding. However, considering he possesses a mystical water tank that can foresee the future, it is unlikely that the Demon King Piccolo would be easily vanquished. Just then, a sound emanated from the upper levels of Korin Tower. Goku's gaze sharpened as he witnessed a figure slowly descending from the central platform of the tower. The creases on the emerald body gradually faded away, and his eyes shone with a radiant brilliance. It was none other than the Demon King Piccolo. He carelessly tossed a beautifully crafted bottle to the ground, gazing down at Goku and proclaiming, the super divine fruit truly is an extraordinary item. Before he could finish his sentence, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, as if he were engulfed in immense pain. He clutched his abdomen and knelt, but after just a brief moment, he regained his composure. Wiping away the saliva at the corner of his mouth, he stood tall, his aura surging exponentially. Chapter 23, The Fall of the Demon King. Potential Goku furrowed his brow, sensing the tremendous surge in Piccolo's energy. His combat power had skyrocketed to over 600. Had he consumed the super divine water? Goku understood it to be a substance capable of awakening latent potential, yet he found himself puzzled. Did Piccolo truly possess such vast potential? Potential is determined by two factors, race and the strength of one's bloodline. The race dictates the upper limits of potential, while bloodline influences its extent. Was Piccolo's potential weak? Certainly not. His true identity was that of a divine Namekian, a unique being capable of creating Dragon Balls. Even after being split from King Kai, the potential of Demon King Piccolo remained astonishingly high. Yet, it was unfathomable that after being sealed for 300 years and having aged so significantly, he still retained such potential. With a serious expression, Goku fixed his gaze upon the Demon King Piccolo, and two auras emanated between them, golden and blue energies rippling outward, causing the Korin Tower to tremble. As Piccolo ascended to the peak of his power, he ruthlessly launched an attack at Goku. Bang! 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 The two figures shot forth from the heart of Korin Tower, finding themselves suspended in midair, where they engaged in a flurry of exchanges. Despite Piccolo's increased strength, he was still being suppressed. Goku landed punches and kicks, causing blood to spill from the corner of Piccolo's mouth, his demeanor growing increasingly frenzied. This is impossible. With a furious roar, he charged at Goku, his assault becoming ever more formidable. With a swift motion, he unleashed a terrifying energy wave, which Goku narrowly evaded. Upon striking the ground, it obliterated a vast area of land, leaving a crater 1,000 meters wide in its wake, transforming it into scorched earth. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upward, turning the landscape into desolation. Such destructive power was beyond that of ordinary energy waves. Only the might of demonic forces could wield such overwhelming devastation. However, in the next moment, Goku swiftly appeared behind Piccolo, raising his hand to deliver a colossal punch that sent him plummeting, akin to a meteor descending toward the earth. Boom. Upon impact, the surrounding ground instantly collapsed and fractured, clouds of dust swirling violently. The Demon King Piccolo emerged, but at this moment, he appeared quite disheveled. Having withstood Goku's formidable strike, he was already gravely injured, blood streaming from his head where a vein had burst. With his gaze fixed intently on Goku, who was gradually descending to the ground. The fury in Piccolo's eyes surged. He immediately crossed his arms in front of him, and a faint golden aura enveloped him, signaling a resurgence of his power. Goku furrowed his brow, surprised that Piccolo could still augment his strength, though he was already astonished that Piccolo could endure the super divine water. He never anticipated this was not the extent of his potential. Zzz. Thin arcs of lightning crackled around him as Piccolo's energy suddenly soared to its zenith, escalating dramatically once more. 650, 700, 730, 840. The sky darkened ominously, a terrifying tempest of lightning intermingled, and debris began to lift from the ground, only to be obliterated. No, this was not merely a show of power. This was a lethal technique. Goku immediately expanded his senses, and his expression darkened as he sensed a familiar energy several kilometers away. It was Bulma and the others, aware of the danger yet determined to assist. Arriving in an aircraft. This was bad. Master Roshi was also on the plane, having sensed the impending peril, and promptly instructed Bulma to turn back. However, it was already too late. Buzz. The dreadful spectacle of thunder and lightning suddenly ignited, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. Piccolo detonated his own energy, unleashing an indiscriminate killing technique capable of flattening everything within several kilometers around him. Goku, confident he could withstand it, was compelled to alter his strategy upon the unexpected arrival of Bulma and the others. A colossal surge of energy became visible, transforming the landscape as a fierce storm swept through. Yet, just as the energy was about to reach its limit, it abruptly halted, morphing into a mushroom cloud that ascended slowly, followed by the dispersal of the lightning storm. In the center of a massive crater, Piccolo remained frozen, arms raised to the sky. Puff! Goku's martial attire was tattered as he appeared before him, his right fist piercing through Piccolo's chest. His hair stood on end, a formidable aura enveloping him, completely overshadowing Piccolo's energy, while the golden energy in his hand gradually dissipated. This punch was his ultimate strike, shattering Piccolo's ambitions. How could you, Puff? As Goku withdrew his arm, Piccolo's body collapsed with a thunderous crash, kneeling on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Trembling, he reached for a pouch at his waist, but Goku, quick as lightning, snatched it away. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed a bag of senzu beans. Presumably dropped by Karin during his escape, it had nearly allowed Piccolo to succeed. With the beans seized, Piccolo's last hope was extinguished, yet after a brief moment of rigidity, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha. The tenacity of life did not succumb immediately. Instead, it raised its head to gaze at the formidable figure of Wukong and, in a near roar, exclaimed, "Do not presume that you have triumphed, son Wukong. I have concealed an egg in a place you shall never discover. It will inherit my will and power, growing stronger than I, and in 3 years it shall come to avenge me." With a hand resting on the forehead of the Demon King Piccolo, Wukong nodded calmly and replied, "I was unaware of this before, but now I understand. Thank you. The expression of the Demon King Piccolo froze upon his face, only to be obliterated moments later by a ki blast, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wukong was fully aware that he would leave behind a new generation of Demon King Piccolo, the one who would come to be known later. His words were merely a tactic to unsettle this arrogant fool, who would reveal their trump card to another. Ding! Defeated the Demon King Piccolo, gained energy, and increased power by 840. In that instant, Wukong's battle power successfully surpassed the threshold of 2,000, reaching a formidable 2040, though still far from dominating the cosmos. This gradual enhancement of power would not deplete his potential, signifying that Wukong would forever hold an unknown trump card. To this day, even Wukong remains uncertain of what heights he could attain with a single session in the hyperbolic time chamber or by pushing gravity to its limits to exploit his potential. It is essential to note that his potential had yet to be unleashed even once. He had not even consumed the ultra-divine water. According to his calculations, Wukong should have unleashed his potential multiple times while simultaneously training. The ultra-divine water, his initial venture into the hyperbolic time chamber, and the training of the King Kai's Kaioken were all moments of potential release. Finally, his journey to Namek could be seen as a time when he fully drained his potential. In retrospect, it appeared as though he had achieved successive breakthroughs over a decade, even developing the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Yet, the intensity of Super Saiyan 2 remained comparable to Vegeta, indicating that his foundational battle power was not superior to Vegeta's. In fact, his own son surpassed him, being the first to break through to Super Saiyan 2, suggesting that by that time, Wukong's potential had likely been exhausted to its limits. The inherent flaw of Super Saiyan 3 was inevitable, as that form fundamentally relied on an unsustainable drain on the body to achieve a temporary surge in transformation enhancement without augmenting potential, marking Wukong's true limits. Chapter 24. The eve of departure. Wukong was not in haste. If unnecessary, he would allow his potential to accumulate until the moment of release, which would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. The foundational battle power of transforming into a Super Saiyan is 3 million, but this is by no means the zenith of a Saiyon's capabilities. Is this the resolution? It should be. What a shock. I was tense for quite some time, terrified, only to discover that the great demon King Piccolo is not all that formidable after all. Ha ha. Yulong laughed heartily to ease the atmosphere, yet the others found little amusement. The remnants of terror still lingered in their hearts. It was only due to Goku's forceful act of vanquishing Piccolo that the situation did not spiral out of control. Otherwise, they feared they too would have met a certain demise. Noticing the somber ambience, Bulma employed her clever mind. We could seek out the fortune teller. Or perhaps ask Shenron to reveal the whereabouts of Piccolo's son. That way, we could eliminate him in advance. Yes, indeed. That is a viable plan. Master Roshi nodded in agreement, though he could not entirely dispel his fear of the great demon king, having lived through that era of despair. The group then split into two. One party set off to find the fortune teller, while Goku ventured to retrieve the Dragon Balls from the Korin Tower. Upon Goku's arrival at Master Roshi's house, he was met with grave expressions. The fortune teller was present as well. My divination abilities have their limits. Piccolo's son is shielded by a formidable force, and he has already discovered my presence, the fortune teller lamented. It's all your fault, you lecherous old man. I shall refrain from visiting the human realm for the next few years. Frightened by Piccolo's attention, the fortune teller dared not tread back into the human world and opted instead to hide in the underworld. Subsequently, they summoned Shenron. Arise, Shenron. As the dragon's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, it suddenly fell silent. I apologize, but I cannot ascertain that location. My power derives from the celestial deity, who too is unable to pinpoint the great demon king's whereabouts. Please, choose another wish. A wave of despair washed over the group. Even Shenron was powerless, leaving them uncertain of their next steps. Chaos ensued, with everyone in a flurry of distress. Could you assist me in enhancing my bloodline? Goku, you? The others gazed at Goku, puzzled by the meaning of his wish, yet Shenron's eyes glowed red, enveloping him. However, moments later, Shenron fell silent once more. A bead of sweat dripped from the massive dragon's head. I regret to inform you that this wish surpasses my capabilities. I can, however, seal away that savage power, making it easier for you to control your strength. How does that sound? Are you suggesting I sever my tail? Goku furrowed his brow as his tail twitched behind him. Shenron offered no response, but the implication was clear. Was this not the work of the celestial deity? Goku understood that a significant portion of a Saiyon's strength stemmed from that tail, a symbol of their primal lineage and the ability to transform into a giant ape. Yet, this power was exceedingly unruly and challenging to master. Goku was reluctant to relinquish such strength. Indeed, it is not as simple as it seems. Goku harbored aspirations to elevate his bloodline to that of a superior warrior akin to Vegeta, or even to attain the legendary status of a Super Saiyan. However, it appears that both endeavors are fraught with complexity, particularly the latter. It is likely that even Broly may struggle to fulfill such aspirations. Disheartened, Goku sighed, his hopes seemingly dashed. Krillin clapped his hands and suddenly interjected. Goku, are you planning to enhance your potential in order to defeat Piccolo's offspring? No, Goku replied, shaking his head. I merely wish to grow stronger, but it seems I have failed. Do any of you have wishes? He turned to the others, aware that this was a rare opportunity to summon the eternal dragon. Exchanging glances, Oolong raised his hoof and declared, I want bang. Bam! Both blonde-haired Launch and Bulma simultaneously struck him, knocking him unconscious. Bulma dusted off her hands, exclaiming, how could we let you make some ridiculous wishes? Indeed, others chimed in. The recent attack had resulted in approximately 43,000 civilian casualties, with unprecedented destruction. At that moment, the television in Master Roshi's house reported the devastation wrought by King Piccolo, who had released countless demons to hinder Goku's progress. These demons wreaked havoc before Piccolo's demise, leading to significant loss of life. The group fell into silence, then, almost instinctively, turned their gaze towards Goku. He smiled faintly, then raised his eyes to the now perspiring eternal dragon and said, Dragon, please revive those who were directly or indirectly slain by King Piccolo and his unleashed demons. Since they had made a wish, they ought to eliminate any potential loopholes. Otherwise, would it not be a waste? Buzz. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and after a moment, it proclaimed, your wish has been granted. Additionally, the God of the Heavens has requested your presence at the Heavenly Palace. He wishes to see you. With that, the dragon vanished, transforming into a golden light that enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring into the sky and then dispersing in all directions. Clap, clap. Goku's figure blurred as he intercepted 3 of the Dragon Balls, landing gracefully on the ground. The others were astonished by his feat. Is that possible? They wondered. The dragon? The God of the Heavens? What is the Heavenly Palace? They pondered the dragon's words, looking to Master Roshi for answers, but he shook his head, indicating he was unaware. I believe I have heard of it. The God of the Heavens resides in the Heavenly Palace, the highest point on this planet. An entity even more mysterious than the cat god, Goku explained, half seriously. Ah, such a place exists? One exclaimed. Does that mean the God of the Heavens intends to assist us in dealing with King Piccolo's offspring? Perhaps he wishes to reward Goku for saving the world and all he has accomplished. Indeed, a reward from the God of the Heavens sounds incredibly powerful. How vexing it is. I find myself filled with envy. You, Goku, have grown increasingly formidable. With a tinge of jealousy, I cast a glance at Goku, truly envious of his prowess. Subsequently, the group agreed to reconvene 3 years hence at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, before dispersing across the globe to engage in rigorous training. For Master Roshi had already expressed that he could no longer guide them. Beneath the waning light of the sunset, Goku and his companions enjoyed a final meal together at the Kame house, acutely aware that their next gathering might not occur for several years. Thus a sense of reluctance permeated the atmosphere. Yamcha, give it your all. Krillin, you too. Little bald head. If you lose, woe betide you. Yamcha, what mischief are you up to? In a tipsy state, the golden-haired Launch insisted on witnessing a contest between Krillin and Yamcha. At that moment, both were drenched in perspiration, glancing nervously at the ominous barrel of Launch's gun, feeling immense pressure. Winning seemed impossible, yet losing was equally unfavorable. The ensuing bout devolved into a comical spectacle, resembling a playful exchange rather than a serious match, eliciting hearty laughter from the onlookers and filling the space with a joyous ambience. Chapter 25. Journey to the Sacred Temple. As farewells were exchanged, Goku regarded Bulma with curiosity from a corner of the Kame house. Under the gentle glow of the sunset, Bulma bowed her head, her expression unusually flustered. Goku, how long will you be training at the Sacred Temple? The longer, the better, I suppose. However, should Piccolo appear, I will certainly return. Goku assumed her concern stemmed from the possibility of Piccolo's return without anyone to oppose him. Suddenly, Bulma lifted her gaze. Her face flushed under the sunset's glow, but then her demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon as she lamented, honestly, we had agreed that you would accompany me to collect the Dragon Balls once more, yet so many things have transpired. Scratching his head, Goku, who had unwittingly grown slightly taller than Bulma, remarked, the Dragon Balls will take another year to restore. Do you have a wish? Not at all, Bulma retorted, her irritation evident. Goku, now more perplexed, wondered why one would desire the Dragon Balls if there were no wish. This fool, he simply cannot listen properly. It's infuriating. Yet, contemplating the impending 3-year separation, Bulma felt a flutter of anxiety. 3 years could bring about significant changes. Why are you all so suddenly startled by the unexpected appearance of Launch and the others who had emerged from the shadows? Bulma became even more flustered. Before she could react, Launch stepped forward, seizing her hand and placing it alongside Goku's, then promptly turned to shoo away the others, declaring, "All right. There's nothing to see here. All of you, get lost." Cheers and whistles erupted, yet the golden-haired Launch brandished her gun, compelling them to depart. Goku blinked, watching Bulma, who was now too shy to lift her head, and chuckled. "Bulma, your face is as red as an orange. You idiot. Fool. Just let it be. It's infuriating." She huffed. Although Bulma was scolding, she suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Indeed, being with Goku never brought any psychological burden. It allowed her to maintain a sense of ease and joy, which was truly wonderful. "You must remember to come back and see me, or else, in 3 years, I might find someone else," she playfully chastised, establishing their relationship with a hint of flirtation. "Humph, this super invincible genius beauty is quite popular, you know." "Yes, I understand," Goku replied. "By the way, how old are you?" Bulma inquired, expressing a curiosity that had lingered for some time. Goku paused for a moment, reflecting on how long it had been since he left the Bowsy Mountain, collecting Dragon Balls with Bulma, training under Master Roshi, attending the first World Martial Arts Tournament. And so many other events had transpired, including the second tournament. It was astonishing how much had unfolded without her realizing it. He was 15. Huh. Bulma abruptly released his hand, her expression exaggerated as she pointed at him, reminiscent of their first meeting. "You really are just a little brat." Humph. Deceiving girls at such a young age, so small yet so cunning. The fact that he was so much younger than her was startling, but she dismissed it. Her parents would surely not mind. However, she pondered whether to bring him back to the city, known as West City. At Bulma's home, the Briefs warmly welcomed Goku. As the world's richest family, the Briefs were extravagantly hospitable. "Oh my, Goku-san has quite the appetite," Mrs. Brief exclaimed, while Dr. Brief nodded in approval. "A hearty appetite indicates good health. That is a positive sign." Mrs. Brief enthusiastically served Goku more food, both parents delighted that Bulma had brought a friend home. "Hey, Mom, don't get so close," Bulma exclaimed, noticing her mother nearly leaning into Goku's face, causing her to slam her hand on the table in frustration. "Oh dear, Bulma is upset," Mrs. Brief remarked, momentarily retreating before putting on an exaggeratedly wounded expression. "Bulma has grown up. She's not as cute as she used to be, boo-hoo." "Mom, that's enough," Bulma protested. "Oh my, Bulma's temper is becoming less charming," her father joked, laughing with delight. Bulma, exasperated by her playful parents, directed her ire towards Goku. What about me? Wasn't I just invited to share a meal and get familiar?" Despite his confusion, Goku felt compelled to contribute in some way, stopping his voracious eating. He looked at Bulma and asked, "Bulma, am I still staying with you tonight?" Silence fell. Mrs. Brief gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, while Dr. Brief blinked, his cigarette dropping to the floor. Bulma was taken aback. What are you saying?" "Oh my. So Goku-san is Bulma's little boyfriend." "Bulma, why didn't you tell us?" "Indeed, it is quite rude. Let me see. Next week appears to be a splendid time for the wedding. However, Bulma still needs to pursue her university courses. Should she apply for an assessment for early graduation if she intends to enroll in a doctoral program? Or perhaps taking a leave of absence would be better. My dear, I believe the day after tomorrow would be excellent, but it seems time may not be on our side." "True, yet with the latest flying cars, we should make it in time. I wonder if that child Tai is still on Earth. Will we arrive promptly? Seeing that my parents are already deliberating on the wedding arrangements, I feel that if they continue, I might end up marrying at light speed." Bulma was suddenly overwhelmed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, her face flushed. Realizing she could not dissuade the overly enthusiastic couple, she seized Goku and dragged him away. "This fool is clearly pretending. How infuriating. How dare he make me look so foolish? Why are you pulling me? I haven't even eaten my fill." Despite some minor interruptions, the purpose of this journey has been achieved. A few days later, as a form of compensation, I accompanied Bulma on a delightful outing. Though it was quite distressing for Goku, who finally found an opportunity to escape. Upon arriving at Korin Tower, the cat sage was already back, accompanied by a familiar figure, Yachirobe. "How did this fellow end up here? I never would have imagined you actually defeated King Piccolo." "Cat sage, the heavenly temple is just above, correct?" "Indeed, follow me." The cat sage led Goku to the pinnacle of his temple, from which the magical staff could be extended upwards to reach the heavenly temple. The staff was originally a passage connecting the heavenly temple and Korin's sanctuary, a treasure that Master Roshi had persistently negotiated for with the Cat Sage. Later passed down to Gohan, and ultimately to Goku. By the way, Cat Sage, how did he arrive here? The Cat Sage pointed at Yachirobe, licking his paw as he explained, I got lost while fleeing King Piccolo in the lower world, and this fellow helped me considerably. So I brought him back for some guidance. He possesses some talent, though he seems rather dissatisfied. Yachirobe felt the weight of Goku's gaze. What? This cat told me there is delicious food here that can fill my belly, so I came along. I have no interest in training with him. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. Saying this, he pulled out a bag of senzu beans and stuffed them into his mouth. Goku's eyelids twitched upon seeing this. Here it comes. Truly, an unfeeling eating machine, treating senzu beans as mere sustenance. Goku glanced at the Cat Sage, feeling that the senzu beans in his possession might not be entirely secure. Thus, he inquired, Sage, do you have any other senzu beans? He received a bag from King Piccolo, possibly containing dozens, along with a jar. However, given Yachirobe's method of consumption, the beans he held might soon be a rarity. He must procure whatever stock the Cat Sage has left. Whatever can be preserved should be saved. Are you in need of senzu beans? The Cat Sage glanced at him momentarily before turning and leaping from the tower's pinnacle. Wait a moment. After a brief interval, the Cat Sage returned, clutching a bag of divine beans. With a swift strike of his staff, he wrapped the hands of the still munching Gallow, nimbly seizing the remaining half-bag from him. What are you doing? That is mine. You've consumed too many. Wukong is about to embark on training at the Heavenly Temple. And these divine beans are far more valuable, meow? In response to Gallow's relentless protests, the Cat Sage retaliated, engaging in a spirited tussle that surprisingly appeared evenly matched. He tossed the divine beans to Wukong, glancing at them. There should be a couple of hundred here, sufficient for quite some time. These must be the last remnants of my stock. In a few years, I doubt I could gather much more, and Gallow's mischief would be futile. After all, it has taken me centuries to accumulate these. Ignoring the friendly exchange between the man and the cat, Wukong planted his Rui Bang atop the Korin Tower. As it emitted a crimson glow, the staff began to extend upwards, guiding him toward the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 26. The Fruits of 2 Years of Training. 2 fleeting years had passed, and now at the Heavenly Temple, an exalted realm above the clouds. Perched at the peak of the earth, stood the god of heaven and Bobo beside the temple's edifice, observing Wukong, who sat serenely at the center of the plaza. Their eyes mirrored astonishment. What an incredible young man, exclaimed the god of heaven. Indeed, Bobo nodded, as the one who had personally guided Wukong. He was acutely aware of the remarkable progress Wukong had made over these 2 years. From merely entering the realm of Qi, he had achieved mastery in techniques that had taken Bobo centuries to grasp. At this moment, even the god of heaven and Bobo, upon closing their eyes, would find it challenging to discern Wukong's presence before them. Such is the profound mastery of Qi, harmonizing with nature, vast as the sky, tranquil as stone, which he accomplished in merely 2 years. I initially feared that the ferocious energy within him would hinder his training. Yet he has astonishingly overcome this shortcoming through sheer diligence. His resolve is truly remarkable. Bobo, can you still ascertain his strength? In response to the god of heaven's inquiry, Bobo shook his head, unable to discern. Then, a look of shock crossed his face. God of heaven, could it be that even you? The god of heaven smiled and nodded. To this day, he too could not fathom Wukong's strength, which was precisely what he had hoped to witness. The greater Wukong's power, the higher the likelihood of triumphing over the newly born Bic, though Wukong had already proven himself once. The god of heaven bore an unimaginable shadow of doubt regarding his other half. A butterfly alighted on Wukong's shoulder, several more resting atop his head and abdomen, as if he were utterly unguarded. In an instant, Wukong opened his eyes, a radiant brilliance flickering within them. With a subtle gesture, an aura of profound calm emanated from his fingertips. Rising to his feet, he released the butterfly from his grasp and turned to face the deity. Divine One, I wish to venture to Kuro Mountain once more and complete the trial. It is no longer necessary. The deity, resembling the formidable demon King Piccolo, shook his head. The trial at Kuro Mountain merely teaches one to seize fleeting opportunities. For you, such a trial has lost its significance. Yet I still wish to attempt it. Came the determined reply. Is that so? The deity, though somewhat perplexed, permitted Bobo to activate the teleportation device within the temple, sending Goku to Kuro Mountain. Kuro Mountain, a unique locale on Earth, possesses numerous wonders, including the ability to facilitate temporal travel to a certain extent. Within this realm lies a sacred trial site, marked by a divine crown that, when worn, invites the wrath of lightning. Evading such strikes is an impossibility. Even at the speed of light, one cannot react instantaneously, as human reflexes require time. Thus, this trial, as the deity stated, has always aimed to evoke latent potential within the challenger amidst peril, capturing that elusive moment of opportunity. However, Goku held a differing perspective. Be careful. Understood. Goku nodded at a charming red-haired girl with a ponytail, who had guided him during his first visit to Kuro Mountain. She was a native named Lily. Approaching the pedestal that held the divine crown, Goku seized it and placed it upon his head. Concern etched across Lily's face. She had witnessed Goku sustain grievous injuries from this reckless act on numerous occasions, having saved him and nursed him back to health each time. Boom. As the pedestal sank, a golden light shot skyward, and in an instant, the heavens darkened ominously. Goku slowly closed his eyes, dampening his remaining senses. His prior experiences of being struck told him that relying on ordinary senses to outpace lightning was futile. He needed to tap into a higher level of perception. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck, enveloping Goku in a cloud of smoke. With his eyes shut, his brow furrowed tightly as the acrid scent of charred flesh began to permeate the air. Boom, boom, boom. As if enraged, the sky unleashed a torrent of lightning, creating a cataclysmic scene. Even a Scion's body could not withstand such destructive force and scathe. His martial arts uniform was reduced to tatters, and his physique bore the marks of battle, muscles rippling with scars. Blood trickled down from his scalp. Is it truly impossible? Disappointment welled within him. Yet it was not unexpected. He had attempted this many times before, each occasion culminating in him being teleported back just before sustaining serious injury. The one time he had endured the trial, he had emerged grievously wounded, yet it had unlocked a fraction of his potential, boosting his combat prowess. Boom. No. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, and an unprecedented bolt of lightning descended. Strangely, this flash appeared to slow down in Wukong's perception. He saw it. His heart raced as he abruptly raised his arms, channeling the lightning into his being. Countless arcs of electricity surged from his body to the ground, then radiated outward. His companion, Lily, stood not far away, and at that moment, the lightning seemed to threaten her direction. Fear spread within her, her complexion turning pale, and she shut her eyes tightly. In the next instant, Wukong's figure appeared before her, the sacred crown falling to the ground as the myriad of lightning dissipated. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Upon opening her eyes and gazing at his towering silhouette, Lily nodded, yet as their eyes met, her cheeks flushed slightly. Wukong spoke earnestly. "Thank you." Lily was perplexed, but the thought of being able to assist Wukong filled her heart with joy. For Wukong, this gratitude was genuine. It marked the first and only time he had managed to capture the speed of lightning. It was not through his own senses or reactions, but rather through a higher realm of understanding. Although he knew he was still far from truly reaching that level, he had indeed succeeded. Perhaps one day in the future, he would fully master this power. With persistence, Lily helped Wukong tend to his wounds, and after sharing a meal, he returned to the heavenly palace. Seeking permission from the deity, Wukong expressed his intention to descend to the mortal realm. "You were meant to cultivate here for 3 years, but you have already surpassed that. I have nothing more to teach you. Go ahead." The deity did not deter him, but rather instructed, "While you are down there, please visit the gate of the demon realm. You should have been there before." The demon named Ashura once made a pact with King Piccolo, lending him the power of the demon clan, which allowed King Piccolo to rapidly grow in strength and dominate the world. "If you feel confident, you may attempt to eliminate him." Wukong pondered. "So, is King Piccolo's power different from yours because of this?" "Precisely," the deity confirmed with a nod. Wukong understood at once. It was no wonder that the half-dragon, half-human creatures created by King Piccolo were clearly not Namekians and could be produced in such quantities. This defied logic. King Piccolo's self-proclamation as a member of the demon clan likely had its roots in this. Otherwise, how could the Namekians have transformed into demons? Agreeing to the deity's request, Wukong summoned the flying Nimbus and leapt downward toward the heavenly palace. Chapter 27. Return to the Demon Realm. Host, Sun Wukong bloodline. Scion, lower warrior. Age, 16 Chi. Combat power 2450, 410. Super ability, gravity manipulation, 15x gravity, over the course of 2 years. In his quest to further comprehend the realm of Chi, it appears that his strength has not markedly increased, under the immense pressure of 15 times gravity. He has only managed a mere enhancement of 400 points in combat power. However, it is essential to recognize that aside from gravity training, he has engaged in little additional combat practice. Moreover, he has discerned the significance of the numbers accompanying his combat power. They represent the potential that rises with the passage of time and his growing understanding of Chi. Though he possesses a modest potential value of only 4 points. Based on his experiments and hypotheses, the release of each point could potentially double his combat power from its original base. This implies that while his combat power currently stands at 2450, in a brief period, he could elevate it to an astounding 9,800. This level is typically attainable only during the peak period of a higher-tier Scion warrior. It is crucial to note that this refers to the peak period, not merely adulthood. In the lengthy youth of a Scion, one remains in a phase of growth until the age of 4 or 5 decades. This explains the gradual nature of Wukong's power enhancement over the past 2 years. To prematurely exchange potential for strength would be a grave waste. He awaits a moment. When the time is ripe, a single release of potential could propel his strength tenfold in a short span. At merely 17 years of age, he is still young by Scion standards. Although he has attained the status of a warrior, this body holds vast reserves of potential yet to be unearthed. Meow? The cat sage, who had been napping, suddenly leaped to the edge of Karen Tower, gazing upwards. In the next instant, a figure descended rapidly, startling him into a backward tumble. Cat sage, it has been a long time. Wukong, controlling his nimbus, halted outside Karen Tower and greeted the cat sage. Wukong, it is indeed you. To frighten me is to invite divine retribution. The cat sage licked his paw and inquired, have you come to see me for something? Spirit beans. None. Before he could finish, the cat sage, seemingly agitated, raised his staff and proclaimed loudly, all of your friends have climbed up to complete my trials. I have given them all the spirit beans I cultivated over the past 2 years. I must also guard against that rascal, Yachirobe. There are none left. Very well, farewell. Sage. Realizing he could not obtain any spirit beans, Wukong promptly took his leave. Phew. The cat sage sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. After Wukong and Yachirobe had depleted his spirit beans, he recognized that this strategic resource would likely become increasingly scarce, so he had hidden them away. To this end, he had even sent Yachirobe down from Karen Tower to fend for himself. Yet, despite Yachirobe's laziness, he still occasionally returned to spend time with the cat sage, which, while somewhat troublesome, provided him with companionship and alleviated his solitude. Clop, 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 boom. In an obscure town, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, 3 factions clashed violently. It was said to be 2 factions, but one individual was indiscriminately firing at all. Damn it. Surrender quickly. You cannot escape. Enough of your prattle. A bandit, backed against a house, stormed inside and seized a family of 3, using them as leverage against the police. Boss. Excellent work. A burly, rotund thug, witnessing the scene, immediately took one of the elderly captives and stepped forward. Cease fire, or I shall pull the trigger. Despicable. Cease fire. The police, recognizing the gravity of the situation, had no choice but to halt their gunfire, as they could not risk harming innocent civilians. At that very moment, a blonde figure suddenly darted behind the group of thugs. What is happening? Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. With a swift motion, several shots rang out, dispatching the bandits. The blonde, Lan Chi, casually picked up a sack of cash that had been plundered, exclaiming, I shall graciously accept this. But suddenly, the nefarious leader, unscathed due to his formidable stature, raised his reinforced revolver and pulled the trigger, a flash of fire erupting. Lan Chi, startled, instinctively attempted to evade but realized too late that it was futile. In a moment of peril, a hand seized the bullet mid-flight. That was close. You monster. The bandit leader, now terrified, fled from his cover, only to be apprehended by the police. At that moment, the officers sensed the anomaly and surrounded the area, with numerous weapons drawn. Do not move. What a nuisance. Wukong, witnessing this, grasped Lan Chi by the shoulder and vanished from the scene, leaving behind a group of astonished officers, their faces a mix of shock and bewilderment. Minutes later, In a dilapidated town several kilometers away, the place appeared abandoned, with crumbling walls that had gone unrepaired and a lack of inhabitants. Lan Shi distributed the ill-gotten gains to a group of homeless children. Sister leader, are you hurt? Humph, little ones, stop your chattering. I must leave now. You will need to fend for yourselves. Huh. The group of homeless children looked dejected. For a time, Lan Shi had cared for them like family, not only providing food but also driving away their tormentors. Consequently, the children had grown quite reliant on her. However, Lan Shi understood that she could not remain with them. After all, she was a bandit. She could not truly take these children along to rob a bank, could she? Following a heartfelt farewell, Lan Shi displayed a nonchalant demeanor, not revealing much in the way of sorrow. Subsequently, the two soared away on the nimbus cloud under the watchful eyes of the children. Lan Shi sneezed, transforming into the blue-haired version of herself, and, perched on the cloud, curiously inquired, Wukong, didn't you go to train with the deities? It has concluded. This time, I am bound for a certain destination. Afterwards, I should visit Bulma, Wukong replied candidly. After a brief explanation regarding the gate of the demon realm, Goku gained a better understanding of Lan Shi's predicament. It turned out that she had wandered too far on one occasion, and due to the persistent emergence of the golden-haired Lan Shi, she had become lost. Goku recalled his previous failures in summoning the Nimbus Cloud, suspecting that Lan Shi might have inadvertently called it forth. Fortunately, he had procured another one from Master Roshi. The Nimbus Cloud recognizes its master, yet it seems to be somewhat indifferent to ownership, much like how Master Roshi, despite lacking the qualifications to ride it, could still summon it. The crucial factor is whether the Nimbus can hear your call. If it does, it will typically respond. Upon Goku's arrival at the village housing the gate of the demon realm, he found it eerily deserted. Not only were there no signs of life, but even the lord of the distant castle had vanished, presumably having relocated. After resting for several hours, twilight descended, and Goku approached the gate, preparing to enter. Turning to the golden-haired Lan Shi, who had reverted to her original form, he sighed and said, Lan Shi, it would be best for you to return to Master Roshi's place. Once I resolve matters here, I will pay a visit to Master Wutian. With a tinge of impatience, he urged, no more chatter, just go. Lan Shi readied her weapon, appearing somewhat eager for the impending confrontation. With no alternatives, Goku stepped forward and placed his hands upon the gate. As an immense force surged forth, he slowly pushed the gate open. Chapter 28, 2700. A thunderous rumble echoed as Goku exerted all his strength, his muscles swelling and veins bulging from the effort. Even so, moving the gate proved to be a formidable challenge. It was nighttime, and the gate could already be opened from the other side. Had it been daytime, he might have been unable to budge it at all. Behind the gate, a horde of demonic creatures stood frozen in shock. Two massive iron chains secured the gate, which should have been opened by the combined efforts of the demons from within, yet Goku was forcefully pushing it open from the outside. Ah, it's that human from before. Everyone flee. Quickly, seek Lord Azura. Save yourselves. The demonic horde scattered in panic, and Goku observed that they were mostly insignificant demons, many of whom likely had a combat power below 10. Lacking any inclination to engage, he strode forward into the depths. Lan Shi followed closely, occasionally firing her weapon to dispatch a few demons, seemingly finding the experience quite thrilling. In the throne hall of Azura, the deity, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them upon sensing the commotion. Gazing at the gathered demons, a flash of crimson light ignited in his eyes. In an instant, a wave of red energy surged forth, reducing all demons in its path to ashes, which then coalesced into red light and merged into Azura's being. His combat prowess surged, multiplying several times over from its original base. Beside him, Mela smiled and remarked, "Are you that anxious? That human? I do not feel anxious about him, humph." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Wukong had already approached, surveying the desolate scene with a furrowed brow. He had intended to reap a bountiful harvest. The combat prowess of the demons present was still formidable. Should he succeed in vanquishing them all, his own strength would significantly escalate. The power he gained from the system does not deplete his potential. Therefore, whenever the conditions permit, he would augment his combat capabilities in this manner, rather than prematurely exhausting his own potential. Azura looked down upon Wukong from a lofty position, and then, astonishingly, his figure floated into the air while maintaining a seated posture. Charging toward Wukong at an incredible speed. Bang! A fist was unleashed, which Wukong intercepted with his hand, resulting in a sonic boom between them. Human, I once spared you. I never expected you to dare return here. Asura's gaze was fierce. However, Wukong merely smiled in response. Is your power only at this level? In the next moment, Asura's eyes emitted two beams of red light. This technique was reminiscent of King Piccolo, known for its astonishing destructive power and rapid speed, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. Yet, Wukong slightly tilted his body, managing to dodge, although the fabric of his martial arts uniform was torn. He then pivoted and delivered a fierce punch to Asura's abdomen. Boom. The tremendous force of the blow caused Asura's eyes to glaze over as he plummeted from the air, staggering backward. At this juncture, Wukong had no intention of holding back. While he might adhere to certain rules when facing fellow martial artists, because that is merely sparring, not a fight to the death, his greatest flaw had always been the inability to distinguish between the two, treating sparring as mere play and never exerting his full strength unless pushed to the brink. When he finally reached that critical point, even unleashing his full power would often be insufficient to alter the course of battle. This was not entirely Wukong's fault. He was a competent martial artist and a scion, whose innate belligerence was intertwined with arrogance. This arrogance was magnified by his encounters with Vegeta, constantly influencing his judgment. The current Wukong, however, would not fall prey to the same shortcomings. Bang, bang, bang. With a relentless barrage of punches, Wukong unleashed a flurry of blows that left Asura bloodied and staggering backward. Just then, a tail ensnared Asura's foot, swinging him like a whip. Bang. With a sound akin to an explosive shockwave, Asura's figure was reduced to a fleeting shadow, crashing violently onto the massive solid granite arena, shattering a corner of the ground. Stop! A suddenly chilling voice pierced the air. If you wish to keep your friend alive. Wukong turned to see Lan Chi held hostage by Mira, a small dagger pressed against her throat. Yet, he showed no sign of relinquishing Asura. Releasing his grip with his tail, just as Mira believed he was capitulating, Wukong abruptly vanished, his aura surging to its zenith, and a fist imbued with immense power descended. Roar! As if a phantom of a colossal ape flickered behind, the force of this punch surpassed even Goku's battle power limit. With a single blow, Asura's body was pierced, blood gushing forth, leaving him gravely wounded. Subsequently, a near-lifeless Asura was lifted from the deep pit by Goku, who gazed at Mela with a remarkably calm demeanor, stating, "You now possess one last opportunity to flee for your life. To yield under threat is the most perilous course of action." Mela furrowed her brow, perplexed by this child's demeanor. His methods were more ruthless than those of our demon kin, and his decisiveness and composure were unsettling. Who, indeed, was the true demon here? Letting out a breath, Mela released Lan Chi, choosing not to gamble on Goku's murderous intent being genuine. Goku, observing this, still did not relinquish Asura until Lan Chi approached his side. At that moment, a crimson rope suddenly shot forth from behind Lan Chi. Goku was momentarily startled, only to realize that the target of this strike was not himself, but Asura. With a soft thud, the end of the red cord transformed into a petite dagger, which instantaneously pierced Asura's body. In the next instant, Asura began to undergo a transformation. His muscles swelled dramatically, and his terrifying aura surged, more than doubling in a brief span. Without hesitation, Goku retreated with Lan Chi, fixating on Asura's metamorphosis. He had witnessed a similar transformation before. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Mela was using that peculiar weapon to channel her energy into Asura, enabling him to complete his transformation even while injured. 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,800, 2,700. Battle power, 2,700. Asura had now transformed into a towering behemoth, standing 3 meters tall, with crimson skin, twin horns protruding from his head, and a fearsome visage. This could not possibly be the extent of Asura's power. It was likely augmented by the fusion of Mela's strength. You have rendered me utterly helpless, human. You shall pay dearly. Upon completing his transformation, Asura unleashed a powerful strike, generating a series of violent gusts of wind that caused the surrounding rock walls and arena to collapse and fragment. In the blink of an eye, he charged at Goku. The two became embroiled in a fierce battle, their forms blurring into a cascade of afterimages, darting from the ground to the sky and back again, their speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Boom, bang, bang. Asura had entered a frenzied state, his fists and feet unleashing a tempest of fury. Goku, taken aback, adjusted his gravity to tenfold, barely managing to keep pace with his opponent's speed, yet still feeling the weight of his overwhelming force. Was this the essence of a battle power of 2,700? Chapter 29, The Demon Realm Training Chamber. Boom. Crash. Ultimately, Goku could not withstand Asura's wrathful strike, crashing into the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Haha. Asura, having already depleted much of his energy from previous injuries, was now breathing heavily, his gaze cold and unwavering as he stared down. Be cautious, as Mela's reminder echoed. In an instant, Wukong's figure flickered and appeared behind Asura, unleashing a concentrated energy wave. The roar, accompanied by a thunderous crash, enveloped Asura in a cataclysmic surge of energy. A terrifying brilliance illuminated the entire city of Asura, drawing the attention of countless demons lurking in the periphery. Many cowered in corners, trembling, while some curiously gazed towards the city. As the light dissipated, Asura crossed his arms defensively, a thick plume of smoke wafting around him, tinged with the acrid scent of charred protein. Before he could lower his arms, a tremendous force surged from his abdomen. Bang! Gasp! A colossal uppercut arched Ashura's body, spitting forth purple-red blood and leaving his gaze unfocused. Bang! 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 Seizing the opportunity, Wukong would not relent. He struck while Ashura was vulnerable. As anticipated, these demons, though formidable, lacked finesse in harnessing energy, particularly in their perceptive abilities. Thus, even with Wukong's preemptive energy gathering, they remained oblivious. The previous energy wave had utilized 90% of his strength. Were it any other martial artist, like Krillin, they would have sensed the imminent threat instantaneously, if not countered it, at least evading a portion of the force. Yet Ashura, reliant on his demon's robust physique, endured the blow, compounded by his prior injuries, tipping the scales of battle in Wukong's favor. In the ensuing clash, Ashura's demon form proved resilient, and Wukong's strength, though formidable, was not inexhaustible. After a fierce burst of energy, both warriors needed a moment to recuperate. Seizing this chance, Ashura regained his senses, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes now a crimson hue. Mela, lend me your strength. I accept your terms. In a flash, Mela appeared beside him, placing her hand on Ashura's shoulder. A red aura radiated from her, enveloping Ashura. Remember your promise. With Mela's energy coursing through him, Ashura's physique seemed to swell, his muscles reaching a terrifying density, his stature exceeding 3 meters. The explosive growth of his muscles appeared to fill every crevice of his bones, and in the next moment, Ashura charged at Wukong below. Boom. Thud. This punch made Wukong's resolve waver. It was overwhelmingly powerful. At this juncture, Ashura's combat prowess surged to 3,000. Unbelievable. He could indeed transfer energy to enhance his combat effectiveness. Without hesitation, Wukong, battered and feeling a searing pain in his chest, had no time for doubt. His endurance was no match for Ashura's. Gravity lifted. Whoosh. In the next heartbeat, Wukong's speed skyrocketed, vanishing before Ashura's eyes. Ashura, momentarily taken aback, quickly pursued, matching Wukong's pace. And the two raced out of the city of Asura. Meanwhile, Mira appeared to be plummeting from the sky, weakened and drained of strength. Upon her descent, she half-kneeled on the ground, her breath becoming ragged. That wretched creature must be out of energy by now, Mira thought, casting a glance at Lan Shi, who aimed her gun at her, unperturbed by the threat. After all, she was merely an ordinary person. However, before the thought had fully formed, Lan Shi suddenly lunged forward, delivering a punch to Mira's face, causing blood to spill. Grabbing Mira's golden hair, Lan Shi unleashed a furious assault. How dare you use me to threaten Wukong? You scoundrel! Stop! I swear I'll kill you. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, even Wukong would be bewildered, for Lan Shi's combat prowess was far from the feeble state he had remembered. The once golden-haired Lan Shi, even while armed, boasted a fighting power of merely 7 or 8. Yet now, it soared to over 90. Perhaps if Mira had retained even a fraction of her strength, she could have easily triumphed over Lan Shi, but alas. All her power had been lent to Ashura, rendering her defenseless against the onslaught of the golden-haired warrior. Outside the city of Ashura, waves of energy descended from the heavens, inundating this realm of demons. Boom, boom. Combat powers surged. 30, 40, 10, 70, 60. Even the weakest adversaries were substantial. Wukong, having released the burden of gravity, found his speed dramatically increased, yet he still lacked the means to contend with Ashura's augmented strength, thus resorting to this method. As for the notion of guilt in slaughtering the demon race, he felt none. On the contrary, it was rather exhilarating. His own combat power ascended in tandem, climbing through the ranks. 2450, 2480, 2520, 2800. Unfortunately, the lesser demons he faced were likely the elite warriors Ashura had recruited from this demon realm, leaving behind a majority of weaklings, hardly stronger than ordinary humans. Nevertheless, a combat power of 2,800 was sufficient for Wukong to engage Ashura once more. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of the fierce clash, Wukong remained at a disadvantage, yet both combatants were rapidly exhausting their stamina, their power diminishing. Seizing an opportunity, Wukong consumed a magical bean, instantly restoring his strength to its peak. What? Ashura sensed something amiss, but it was too late. At that moment, his strength plummeted, dropping below 2,000. Wukong, having learned from past mistakes, unleashed a full-force punch, this time targeting Ashura's head. With a resounding crash, an energy wave cascaded down, and Ashura's massive form, transformed, became a headless corpse, crashing to the ground. Ding! Slaying the demon Ashura grants energy, raising power by 1,800. A surge of energy erupted, altering the atmosphere. Combat power, 4,600. Considering the fragmented gains from this journey, Goku's combat prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation, nearing the peak levels typically attained by most adult Saiyans. While it may not rival that of the so-called elite warriors, it certainly does not account for Goku's latent potential. After vanquishing the Ashura, Goku, concerned for Lan Chi's safety, returned to the city of Ashura, only to discover that Mela had already been incapacitated by the golden-haired Lan Chi. Reflecting on the sudden drop in Ashura's aura, it seems likely that this event was interconnected. Moments later, as Mela regained consciousness, she beheld a concentrated blue energy before her. Do you wish to live or perish? Goku observed her serenely. When he first arrived here, she had guided him. Yet that would not serve as justification for sparing her now. Mela, filled with uncertainty, eventually rose slowly, kneeling with her head bowed in silence. This gesture was her answer, submission. She desired to survive. Goku retracted the energy in his hand and instructed her to maintain her position. Continue as Ashura did before, gather those powerful demons here, and ensure they are alive. Resolving the issue of wild monster respawns would transform this place into a natural training ground, fostering a continuous flow of progress. Goku was elated, believing that it would not be long before his strength would experience a complete metamorphosis. This was, indeed, the greatest harvest of his journey. Chapter 30. The Sudden Appearance of Dr. Gallow. Upon exiting the demon realm, Goku and Lan Chi parted ways. He ventured to the metropolis to seek Bulma, while Lan Chi, having restored her blue hair, would presumably return to Master Roshi's place, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In the metropolis, at Brief Technology University, indeed, the esteemed institution renowned for its technological advancements and superior offerings on the entire planet, Goku arrived at Bulma's residence only to learn that she was not home. She was at school completing her final courses, on the brink of graduation. Bulma was a prodigy, capable of repairing alien spacecraft since the tender age of 5. Had it not been for the brief's concerns about her restlessness post-graduation, she would have graduated much earlier. According to the original timeline, Bulma did indeed become somewhat restless after her graduation, often venturing out, whether to visit Master Roshi or traveling the globe, though she no longer embarked on solitary adventures like in her youth. Hello, is Bulma here? Bulma? Who are you? A youthful, vibrant girl, clutching a book, adjusted her glasses and scrutinized Goku, dressed in martial arts attire that seemed out of place amidst her surroundings. Her friend. Oh. The girl displayed a curious expression and pointed in a direction. The library over there. Bulma is likely borrowing books. At this hour, she might also be at the cafeteria, which is on the other side. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Goku proceeded to the library she indicated. With his sensitivity to energy, he could easily discern Bulma's presence from this distance. Yet, the throng in this bustling metropolis was truly overwhelming, particularly within the confines of the school, where the crowd felt densely packed. As he expanded his sensory perception, the multitude appeared as countless black dots scattered across a sheet of paper, inducing a sense of claustrophobia. Now that he had a clear direction, he merely needed to focus his awareness, having successfully pinpointed Bulma's location. Meanwhile, the curiosity in the girl's eyes flared even more intensely as she observed Goku's retreating figure, casting another glance in his direction. "Hey, Wheezy, what are you looking at?" One of her companions inquired. "That person is here to find Bulma. Have you heard that Bulma has a boyfriend?" "I haven't heard anything about that," replied one of the girls, dressed in a rather revealing manner, with a playful smile. "He seems quite tall and sturdy, though I wonder what his personality is like." The other two girls cast disdainful looks at the provocatively dressed girl. Initially, the bespectacled one shot her a disapproving glance, warning, "Be careful not to provoke Bulma. If she decides to retaliate, we won't come to your aid." "Humph, that woman." The girl in the revealing attire wore a pink tank top and denim shorts. If not for her light makeup, one might hardly guess she was a student, as she bore more resemblance to a streetwise girl. Inside the library, Goku successfully passed through with the identity card given to him by Dr. Brief. It was evident that this was the esteemed Brief Family University, with rows of books meticulously managed by specialized robotic assistants, alongside an array of computers and operational instruments. After wandering through the stacks, he finally spotted Bulma at a long table laden with books. Her cerulean hair was styled into a short bob with bangs, and she casually tucked one side behind her ear, revealing half of her porcelain face. With a side directed at the tome before her, she seemed fatigued, raising her hand to massage her temples. At that moment, Bulma was clad in a dark sweater and jeans, her demeanor far more composed compared to her impulsive self from 2 years prior. Suddenly, hands rested on her shoulders, startling Bulma, who turned with a frown. "Get away from me right now, or I won't hold back." "Bulma? Huh." She paused, then joyfully turned her head, as sunlight streamed through a nearby floor-to-ceiling window, casting a warm glow upon them. A sparkle glimmered in her eyes as she sprang up to embrace him. "Goku, when did you return?" "No, wait. I can't believe you just left without a word for 2 years. This cannot be overlooked." Goku sensed the impending trouble. He had come here precisely to avoid a confrontation with Bulma, aiming to surprise her first. He gently wrapped his arms around her, leaving no room for resistance, and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry." Gradually, Bulma ceased her resistance, leaning into his embrace, resting her head against his chest, and muttering, "Humph, don't think this settles everything. We'll discuss it later." Plan successful, mission accomplished. With Goku's return, Bulma found no further inclination to bury herself in her studies, leading him toward the dining hall. "The aunt has prepared a meal. Shall we head back to eat? You won't leave again after dinner, will you?" At this moment, Bulma confidently linked her arm with Goku's, gazing up at him with a threatening demeanor, declaring, "If you dare to do that again, I will not let this matter rest." Goku promptly fell silent. Having finally managed to soothe Bulma's emotions, he understood that saying the wrong thing now could prove disastrous. He dutifully accompanied Bulma to the cafeteria for a meal, and then, like a genuine couple, they took a stroll, enjoying their date. A minor incident occurred when Goku nearly consumed half of the cafeteria's stock, leaving everyone astonished. "Honestly, going out with you leads to such amusing blunders," Goku remarked with a slight frown. Bulma, noticing his expression, chuckled and continued, "But this is just like you. By the way, what do you want for dinner? I can call my mom to prepare something. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. As long as there's food, I'm satisfied." He gently tugged at the arm Bulma had wrapped around him. Although being embraced by her soft form was quite comfortable, he felt uneasy, knowing he couldn't move freely without risking hurting her with his strength. While Bulma pondered over dinner options, 2 figures approached in the distance. "Dr. Gero, your paper on infinite energy is simply astonishing. I am curious if such energy truly exists." One was younger, while the other, dressed in a sweater and sporting a wild hairstyle, was a scientist. "Dr. Gero? What a coincidence!" Bulma exclaimed. This esteemed chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army was also the creator of the terrifying androids that had caused considerable turmoil in the future. Following his gaze, Bulma explained, "Dr. Gero is a super scientist in the fields of physics and biology. Many of his theories astonished even my father. He has come here to attend a global conference of scientists." "A conference?" Goku inquired. "Yes, it was proposed by Dr. Gero himself. He seems to have made significant breakthroughs in biology, which caught my father's interest, prompting him to financially support the event. Could it be related to Cell?" Goku pondered. "But wait, did Cell's research come before or after the Android series?" Bulma sighed. "I heard Dr. Gero's wife passed away a few years ago. My father was concerned that he might succumb to despair, but it appears he has quickly regained his composure. By the way, I heard that she was also a brilliant scientist. Is that so? Goku replied, somewhat distracted. In truth, he was contemplating whether to confront Dr. Gero directly. The threat he posed was exceedingly significant. The notion of androids was entirely contrary to logic and should not exist. Even formidable foes like Frieza and Majin Buu adhered to certain patterns, while androids did not. Their capabilities and limitations were entirely dictated by their creator's research. Goku even suspected that if Dr. Gero remained alive, he could inadvertently replicate the power of a god of destruction. Such potential was indeed unfathomable. Chapter 31, Defeating 10? There is no limit. Ultimately, Wukong refrained from taking action against Dr. Gallow. The prospect of altering the course of history bore no advantages for him. On the contrary, the potential for unforeseen deviations could lead to even more dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to focus solely on enhancing his own strength, adopting a philosophy of meeting challenges as they arise without excessive contemplation. Have you heard? Bulma's boyfriend has arrived at the school. Really? Is that true? Is he handsome? He must be wealthy, right? I believe Bulma mentioned he is a martial artist. What sort of martial artist? How unimpressive, ha ha ha. Initially, Bulma and Wukong intended to leave, but as they passed a boxing gym, they overheard conversations within. The brief family's university was nothing short of remarkable, offering everything one could imagine. In addition to essential educational facilities, it encompassed the entirety of the metropolis and even housed the tallest technological edifice on the planet. Naturally, the boxing gym fell within the school's domain, frequented by numerous students seeking to hone their skills. Wukong sensed Bulma tugging him forward, blinking in surprise as she whispered, "Ignore these people. They are merely idle and bored." Bulma, that's him. I was right. A girl who had earlier seen Wukong pointed at them, instantly drawing the attention of all around. Bulma wished to avoid trouble for Wukong, not out of fear, but rather a desire to refrain from mingling with a swarm of nuisances. However, the others had different intentions. A bronzed figure, slightly dark-skinned, leaped down from the second floor of the dojo, blocking their path. With hands wrapped in bandages, he raised one hand to halt them, his gaze piercing as he inquired, "I heard you are a martial artist? A commendable title. Care for a sparring match?" "My name is..." "I have no interest in knowing," Wukong replied, shaking his head. Bulma tugged at him again. "Wukong, let us go." As they prepared to leave, the challenger taunted, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Wukong turned around, a smile gracing his face. Bulma, now somewhat agitated, thought to herself that had this been 2 years prior, she would have personally dealt with the situation. Despite the challenger's training, his combat prowess was merely a score of 5, while hers stood at a solid 7, only a slight advantage over the average individual S2 or 3. Having witnessed grander spectacles, Bulma surmised that he had likely practiced in secret, but ultimately faltered and abandoned his efforts. Upon entering the boxing gym, Bulma positioned herself at the edge of the arena, advising Wukong, "Don't hold back." "Understood," he replied, then approached the individual who was bouncing around as if performing acrobatics. The cacophony of excitement surged around them. The gym was filled with spectators, including those who had rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Whistles and various shouts merged into a lively atmosphere. "Come on, fight, get started. Oh ho, farmer, make him regret it." A fleeting glance fell upon the brash individual before him, who raised his hands and circled the arena. The turmoil within Wukong dissipated. He had initially pondered the lack of spectacle should he strike too swiftly, yet he was not adept at flamboyant techniques. As for the present moment, what was there to consider? "Bulma, could it be that your boyfriend is merely a dullard, a mere facade?" Observing the robust figure, he scoffed. The girl in the tank top approached Bulma, while the bespectacled girl and her companion exchanged glances, feeling the situation had escalated, though they chose silence. Bulma, unperturbed, deemed it unwise to engage with her provocateur. The truth held more weight than mere words. Indeed, the other party huffed in response, discreetly retreating while casting a flirtatious glance back at the scene. The expression of the villager grew flushed. Earlier, a grand promise had been made to challenge Bulma's boyfriend, with rewards awaiting victory. Suddenly, in a fit of excitement, the villager launched a punch at Wukong's side, exhilaration evident on his face. It connected. Typically, boxing matches adhere to rules and involve referees, yet this sudden strike, at such close range, filled him with confidence that even an opponent with some prowess would surely be left bloodied. Alas, how despicable! Bulma felt a surge of indignation, yet remained untroubled. In the next instant, Wukong seized the assailant's arm. A flicker of bewilderment crossed the assailant's face before he was sent flying with a powerful kick, crashing into the crowd. Chaos erupted. The audience comprised students and coaches from the boxing gym, and their glares towards Wukong were decidedly hostile. The surrounding onlookers tensed. After all, these typically boisterous individuals possessed rather volatile tempers. The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses and voiced her concern. Bulma, are you not worried at all? Relax. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Troubling Wukong is merely inviting their own misfortune. Although Wukong held little interest in tormenting ordinary folks, having arrived, he decided to raise a hand, making a beckoning gesture that dripped with provocation. Should they dispute, they could come at him in numbers. He was ready to receive them all. 10 at once. Apologies. There was no limit. Minutes later, the boxing gym resembled a small mountain of bodies. Every brave soul daring to step forward was effortlessly dispatched by Wukong. Though to call it a single blow was a slight exaggeration, it was merely a fleeting moment. How magnificent! Is this what one refers to as a sense of security? A few girls beneath his might crumpled to the floor. Bulma, still linked to Wukong's arm, departed with joy. The unpleasantness of their 2-year separation had vanished in an instant. Her delight stemmed not from Wukong's accolades, but rather from the fact that he had chosen to intervene on her behalf. Half an hour later, at the Brief residence. Bang! 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 Wukong's appetite remained as insatiable as ever. Mrs. Brief sat beside him, eagerly serving him dishes while Bulma sipped her juice. Suddenly, Mrs. Brief turned her gaze toward Bulma and remarked, "Oh, Bulma, it's perfectly fine if you don't wish to marry. Having a child with your partner is also a wonderful option." Bulma, caught off guard, exclaimed, "Pfft." To her surprise, even Dr. Brief nodded in agreement. Indeed. While you are still young, being able to help care for a child is a commendable choice. But have you decided on a name for the baby? If not, I could suggest Dad. Bulma interrupted loudly, cutting off the conversation. Mrs. Brief gasped, covering her mouth. Oh dear, Bulma, you are becoming less endearing by the day. I remember how much you adored your mother when you were little. Do you recall the time you wet the bed and cried, hiding away? Mom. Not allowed to say that. Bulma furiously slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and dragged Wukong away. Wukong, what happened? I haven't finished my meal. Chapter 32. Remnants of the Red Ribbon Army in Search of Solitude. Bulma decided to take a leave of absence. Presently, she focused on self-study. Realizing that publishing a few papers could solidify her standing in the academic realm and facilitate her graduation with a doctorate. Her first stop after taking leave was naturally Kame House. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere was lively. Master Roshi was engrossed in a television show, counting 1, 2, 1, 2. Clap. Suddenly, he froze, exclaiming, "What are you watching? Where's Launch?" Bulma casually switched off the television. Master Roshi momentarily stiffened. Then upon seeing Bulma and Wukong, he rose. Oh, Wukong, you're back. Wukong performed a respectful bow. Master Roshi scrutinized Wukong briefly, nodding in satisfaction. He had long since lost the ability to gauge Wukong's prowess. Meanwhile, Bulma ascended the stairs to search for Launch. After a brief while, she returned downstairs. Launch? Wasn't she supposed to be back? Earlier, Launch had come to tidy up, but midway through, she transformed into her blonde self and flew away. Master Roshi quietly retrieved another disc from the corner, lamenting, "I thought someone was finally helping me with chores and cooking." Since Krillin and Yamcha had departed like Tien, Master Roshi's life had reverted to its previous state, alone on the small island, accompanied only by a turtle. At that moment, the turtle appeared at the door. "Oh, Wukong. Bulma, you've come. It's been ages since we last met." "Are you sure it's been ages?" To be frank, this old turtle had lived for so long that his sense of time was likely quite vague. If he didn't venture out, it might seem to him that Wukong had suddenly grown taller and then vanished in the blink of an eye. After several hundred years, another boy mirroring Wukong would appear. With others absent, Bulma had no desire to linger. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she pulled Wukong away. "Where to now?" Wukong inquired, somewhat perplexed. Bulma piloted the aircraft. Clad in an orange jacket and black trousers, her head adorned with a cap emblazoned with the iconic Capsule Corporation emblem. The Capsule Corporation is not merely a high-tech enterprise. Rather, its technological branches permeate various fields, and the quality of the garments produced is exemplary. Otherwise, Bulma would not have been able to effortlessly replicate the standard equipment of the Frieza Force within a matter of days. Armored suits so resilient that even a scion transformed into a great ape could not tear them apart. Casually tossing him a circular object, a smile crept across her lips. I recall you promised to accompany me on another quest for the Dragon Balls, did you not? Hadn't that already? Goku began to inquire, thinking that the quest was in the past, and that he had already collected a Dragon Ball once. However, under Bulma's unwavering gaze, he wisely chose to remain silent. Let's go find them, then. After all, I have nothing else to occupy my time. I can always report back to the Supreme Kai later. With a swoosh, the Capsule Corporation's aircraft streaked across the sky, vanishing into the horizon. A day later, Bulma and Goku arrived at a remote town, successfully locating the first Dragon Ball within the barn of a local farm. Including the two that Goku had originally entrusted to Bulma and one from the Buns Mountain, they had already gathered 4. The process had been remarkably smooth. As Bulma munched on the snack she had just purchased, she glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. Oh, there's another one quite close by. Let's go retrieve it, she exclaimed, devouring the last piece of her barbecue, her perfect figure accentuated as she stood. All right, this place isn't far from Buns Mountain. You go fetch the 4-star ball, and we shall meet here. Huh, that sounds good. Just as Goku intended to ask whether she could manage alone, Bulma had already dashed outside, waving back at him, only to collide with a lamppost. Yikes. It looked painful. It felt reminiscent of a few years prior when Bulma, in a fit of enthusiasm, ventured out to seek the Dragon Balls. Shaking his head, Goku thought to himself, somewhat exasperated. While Goku was en route to Buns Mountain to retrieve the 4-star ball, he sensed a familiar energy midway and descended from the clouds. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, 2 factions were engaged in a fierce battle along a rugged mountain path, one of which was led by a blonde-haired Launch. On the opposing side, whom Goku did not recognize, a sudden eruption of energy came from one of their members, who unleashed a laser blast that obliterated Launch's cover. Ah! Cries of anguish echoed as numerous figures were sent flying. Launch, observing from a distance and remaining unscathed, clicked her tongue upon witnessing the demise of her comrades and prepared to make her escape with the box beside her. Seize her. The item is in her possession. A piercing sound echoed as a woman with purple short hair emerged, accompanied by the figure that had just unleashed a laser. In a mechanical voice, it locked onto Launchi, announcing, target locked, charging complete, energy discharge. With a resounding boom, a terrifying surge of energy was unleashed, narrowly missing Launchi and veering off course. The destructive force triggered a series of explosions, the shockwaves enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Who are you? Violet exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically as she beheld the figure that had effortlessly twisted Number 9's head off. Could it be the very same creature that had decimated the headquarters? Alarmed, Violet instinctively concealed one hand behind her back. Wukong scrutinized the robot's head in his hands, its intricate circuitry beyond his comprehension, intending to take it back to Bulma for examination. The destructive capability of this entity was formidable, capable of releasing such immense energy. If translated into combat power, it would undoubtedly exceed 500. Ignoring Violet's presence, he placed the robot's head into a gourd at his waist. He had acquired it 3 years prior from 2 bumbling bandits during his training. The gourd possessed a vast interior, capable of holding numerous items, provided they were not living beings, lest they undergo fermentation and dissolution. Wukong, what are you doing here? Launchi queried, brushing off the dust as she struggled to her feet. Wukong shook his head in bemusement, casually handing her the box he had found. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? What on earth are you up to? Didn't you return to Kame House? Launchi smiled. That old coot is always trying to take advantage of me. I can't be bothered to cater to him. Adventuring is far more thrilling. After considering your advice, I found it rather enjoyable, so I gathered a few people and started a business. When did I give you such advice? And why are you transitioning from being a bandit to something else? Boss, are you all right? Her subordinates inquired, concerned. I'm fine. Launchi waved them off, then pointed at Wukong, instructing loudly. This is my little brother. Seeing him is akin to seeing me. Do you understand? Yes. Her gang responded in unison, bowing to Wukong, boss. Wukong nearly choked on his own breath. No, I'm not. I didn't tea. It was evident that things had changed. Previously, Launchi operated solo, but now she had amassed a following to bolster her endeavors. After addressing the situation, Wukong's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed in the direction the purple-haired woman had fled. Who was that? She appeared 2 years ago as an arms dealer. I intended to pursue that line of work as well, which led to our conflict. TSK, I wonder where she acquired those monstrous robots. She aims to undermine my business. Lan Shi explained, suddenly patting Wukong on the shoulder. But since you're here, I need you to help me. Wukong harbored no desire to become a ruthless brigand or engage in any perilous profession, much less to assume the role of a leader. Nevertheless, as they were friends, he promptly stated, I am currently assisting Bulma in gathering the Dragon Balls. I will return to find her and then seek you out. With that, Wukong entrusted a Dragon Ball he had previously secured to Lan Shi, saying, Take this. It will facilitate our reunion later. Subsequently, he resumed his journey towards Baozi Mountain. For Bulma's unpredictable nature caused him considerable concern. He wished to return swiftly to ensure her safety. Chapter 33. Lan Shi's redemption. In the depths of the mountains near the nameless town, Bulma had initially ventured into the wilderness atop her motorcycle. After an extensive search, she stumbled upon a clearly man-made experimental facility. Unfortunately, she inadvertently triggered the base's defense system, unleashing a horde of robots that commenced a relentless pursuit. Help! Help! Oh no! Boom! 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 Intruder detected. Eliminate. As she fled, the adversaries began launching heavy artillery, forcing Bulma to take cover. Whether by sheer luck or her exceptional driving skills, she miraculously managed to escape the mountains. However, the robots followed closely behind, and as she neared the town, panic set in. I should have never let Wukong leave. This is a disaster. In a moment of distraction, a rocket launcher fired from behind, the explosion catapulting Bulma through the air. Fortunately, the durable capsule motorcycle remained intact, though Bulma was thrown off. As she plummeted towards the ground, she squeezed her eyes shut in fear. This is it. Whoosh. Boom. What transpired next was unexpected. Wukong had returned just in time to catch Bulma, effortlessly blasting a multitude of robots into scrap metal with a powerful Kamehameha wave. A path through the forest opened up, leading deep into the wilderness. Wukong! Bulma exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, as she embraced him tightly before reluctantly releasing her hold after a while. Once explanations were exchanged, Wukong grasped the situation. By the way, Bulma said, retrieving a miniature camera from her belongings. She displayed an image for Wukong, pointing at the insignia depicted. Take a look at this. The image showcased 2 intertwined red R's, instantly recognizable to Wukong as the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. His brow furrowed with concern. Is this a research facility of the Red Ribbon Army? Indeed, Bulma confirmed, putting the image away, her expression tinged with worry. Could it be that the Red Ribbon Army has not been eradicated? How could they be vanquished? They've become like monsters from urban legends. Conceptual beings thriving in the universe's far corners. They are merely a band of ambitious madmen and scientists from a diminutive planet, and despite Earth's repeated cataclysms, they have not been destroyed. Instead, they continue to spawn threats that jeopardize the safety of the entire cosmos. Thus, it is no exaggeration that Earth is referred to as a true hellish difficulty dungeon. What you perceive as a hellish difficulty merely involves a few super psiots. In reality, true hellish challenges may present monstrous beings capable of obliterating deities without warning. The influence of the Red Ribbon Army is vast, and their incomplete eradication is, in a sense, understandable. Bulma found this reasoning compelling and chose not to elaborate further. After all, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army had already been annihilated. She then contemplated the Dragon Balls, which should be located within that very base, and suggested they seek them out. Wait a moment, I encountered Launch earlier. Let us find her first. Launch should be nearby, not far from the nameless town. Goku and Bulma soon followed the signal of the Dragon Balls to their destination. Ultimately, the two discovered Launch in a desolate town. Describing it as desolate might be an understatement. The remnants of crumbling roofs and broken walls were ubiquitous, while merely a few kilometers away stood a sprawling city of towering skyscrapers, presenting a stark contrast. In addition to Launch's former subordinates, a number of children, both boys and girls, could be seen. They appeared to be orphans. How could this happen? Launch explained, I passed through here earlier and found them. Long ago, remnants of the Red Ribbon Army launched a terror attack here, engaging in a fierce battle with the government forces. Many lost their parents or became separated, and they all congregated here, barely surviving. As she cleaned her weapon, she added, well, I was just thinking of doing something, so I gathered them to become self-sufficient. Are you certain that this qualifies as self-sufficiency? Goku replied with exasperation. Do you have a misunderstanding of what self-sufficiency means? Look at these children. The eldest among them is perhaps only 10 or 11 years old, yet each one wields a weapon. I would believe they were bandits. Bulma also felt uneasy and pulled Launch aside, likely persuading her not to lead these children astray. If necessary, she would offer to fund their placement in an orphanage, believing it preferable to transforming them into actual bandits. Launch, however, was somewhat reluctant, and the two soon found themselves in an argument. Meanwhile, Goku observed a few children cooking by a fire or roasting food to eat and approached them. The children regarded him with a hint of caution, but as Launch had mentioned him, they quickly accepted his presence. A little girl, somewhat disheveled and sporting a ponytail, offered him a roasted sweet potato, saying, "Here, eat." She was polite, yet her expression bore a vacant quality, perhaps indicative of mental trauma. Goku accepted the offering, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Looking around at the other children, he noticed that while the slightly older ones seemed better off, the younger ones were largely in a similar state of disarray. It was likely that only after experiencing hellish circumstances could they have been shaped in such a manner. The reason Launch had not sent them to an orphanage might stem from her inability to harden her heart. Given the condition of these children, what would their fate be if sent to an orphanage? Would they truly be treated as normal children? Not long after, Launchi and Bulma returned, but they appeared somewhat displeased. "Goku, we should leave," Bulma said with a heavy expression. Goku, curious about what had transpired, refrained from asking. Launchi approached a short-haired boy at the forefront and instructed. "I leave them in your care, kid. Look after them well. I shall return shortly." "Big sister, are you leaving?" "No, don't go." The scene erupted into chaos as a few younger children, noticing someone crying, also began to weep, realizing something unfortunate had occurred. This spectacle caused Bulma to avert her gaze. Silence. Launchi, with her golden hair, grew somewhat impatient and shouted, compelling the children to quiet down. She then explained, "I have some important matters to attend to. You all stay here for a few days, and I promise I will return." Ultimately, Launchi and Goku departed together, and as they left, Launchi glanced back, her demeanor somber. "When I found them, they had escaped from an orphanage. Those wretched beings. A group of war orphans, undoubtedly bearing deep-seated emotional scars. Having wandered for some time, they naturally acquired some unsavory habits in their struggle for survival. Yet, at their core, they are merely striving to exist. It is understandable, and it can be corrected. However, the biases of the human heart form an insurmountable mountain, rendering it nearly impossible for these children to integrate smoothly into civilized society. Launchi's method of caring for them is, in truth, a desperate measure. Otherwise, she could simply resort to robbing a bank without such complications. She merely wishes to prevent these children from ending up on a wanted list like herself. I have already contacted my father. He will fund the renovation of that small town and arrange for someone to educate those children. There should be no issues." Bulma glanced at Launchi, realizing that her departure was essential. Otherwise, those children would struggle to accept change. During this time, they had likely come to view Launchi as their pillar of support. As long as she remained, any attempt at change was futile, and such transformation would likely be painful for the children who had already endured much suffering. However, for their future well-being, such changes were imperative. Chapter 34. The Violet Shadow. Upon returning to the nameless town, Launchi felt a twinge of agitation and resolved to accompany the two in their quest for the Dragon Balls. "Once we gather the Dragon Balls, I wish to return and check on the children," she stated. Bulma smiled at this. "Of course, that is no problem. My father will personally oversee it. Also, what about the weapons you left for those children?" "Humph," Launchi scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. "I have already taken away all their ammunition. Those little rascals are far too inexperienced." "Ah, indeed. The leader of bandits," Bulma remarked, before Launchi suddenly recalled something and produced a box, placing it before them. "What is this?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The skirmish with that woman was over this. It is said to be a significant superweapon, though I am uncertain of its true nature." Bulma piloted the aircraft to the quaint little town and, after locating a secluded corner, made her descent. Once she opened the box brought by Launch and conducted a thorough examination, she found herself in a quandary. To her astonishment, the contents were not the weapons or explosives she had anticipated, but rather an enormous chip-like object adorned with a familiar emblem. It was yet another insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. What on earth could this be? It was quite perplexing. The intricacy of the object was beyond her expertise in weaponry. If only her father were present to assist her. While Bulma was undeniably brilliant, she recognized that experience often outweighed raw talent. In contrast, Dr. Brief had reached the pinnacle of nearly all known disciplines. If one were to quantify intellectual prowess on a scale of 100, with a perfect score being the highest, Dr. Brief's intellect might have transcended all limits. Bulma, on the other hand, likely hovered around a score of 95, accounting for her innate gifts. Even someone as eccentric as Dr. Gero, at his peak, could only approach a score of 100. Let us take this with us for now. Perhaps we will uncover more later, she decided. At that moment, Goku suddenly recalled the robot they had previously destroyed and retrieved its head. This too was likely a weapon developed by the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma promptly dismantled the head and extracted a chip that bore a striking resemblance to the one she had just discovered. The similarities were undeniably significant. With this newfound insight, Bulma felt a glimmer of understanding, but she knew that a visit to the research facility hidden in the mountains was necessary for clarity. Thus, the trio ventured forth into the mountainous terrain. Boom, boom. With Goku leading the charge, the defensive systems and multitude of robots were effortlessly obliterated in their wake. Eventually, they arrived at a colossal metal door embedded within a cave. Goku placed his hand upon it, attempting to force it open, but was met with the astonishing weight of the barrier. "How's it going?" Bulma inquired. Goku turned to his companions and explained, "I can attempt to break it open with sheer force, but that could very well bring down the entire mountain. As this door is likely integrated with the entire research facility, it's a bit of a conundrum." His implication was clear. He could excavate the entire base, but doing so without damaging the interior was an impossibility. "What a hassle," Launch muttered in frustration, kicking a nearby stone. The rock ricocheted and struck a dent in the wall. Upon hearing the sound of the collision, Goku turned his gaze toward the source. Sensing that the texture of the noise was unusual, he pressed his hand against the area with a gentle force, causing the rock face to cave in. With the resounding whir of machinery, the metal door began to open slowly. "It's opening. Goku, you're amazing," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rushed forward, followed closely by her companions. However, just as Bulma and Launch advanced unwarily, Goku suddenly seized them, pulling them back with a grave expression as he peered ahead. The intruder struck with devastating force. A cataclysmic ray of destruction erupted from the base, enveloping Goku in a formidable aura that he valiantly resisted. The pressure intensified, causing the ground to tremble, and the entire cavern began to collapse. Behind him, Bulma and Launch found themselves in peril. With no time to contemplate, Goku unleashed a torrent of energy, his battle power surging to 4,600, shattering the mountainside in an instant. He turned and, grasping each woman in one arm, soared into the air. He had mastered the art of flight long ago, yet had refrained from using it to conserve energy. With a thunderous roar, the collision between Goku's aura and the energy wave resembled an internal explosion within the mountain, leading to its gradual disintegration. Suspended in midair, Goku gently descended with his companions. "What a pity," Bulma lamented, her disappointment palpable. She had hoped to uncover valuable research materials within, for though she relished adventure, her keen intellect was not squandered, and she held a deep fascination for challenging studies. As Goku scoured the ruins, he eventually unearthed the Dragon Ball beneath a massive boulder. Returning to his companions, he noticed that Launch appeared slightly unwell, while Bulma seemed elated, engrossed in her computer screen. Goku, the developer of this research base, was a scientist named Vomi. Remarkable. They were crafting artificial humanoid weapons. "Isn't that Dr. Gero?" Goku mused, momentarily taken aback, yet he soon dismissed the thought. This world was rife with scientific oddities, particularly within the Red Ribbon Army. Alas, this individual passed away a month ago. Such a shame. Dead. Goku approached Bulma's findings. The description spoke of a person with brown hair, adorned with black-framed glasses, and clad in a red and blue checkered form-fitting skirt paired with a lab coat. There was an odd familiarity about it. Though the individual appeared to be around 40, their visage showing the subtle marks of time while still retaining an air of elegance. Goku felt certain he had never met this person, so he paid little heed. The extensive resume caught his eye, but only two details stood out to him. "Oh." Bulma's fingers danced across the keyboard as she quickly accessed more information, exclaiming, "This person was once Dr. Gero's assistant years ago, contributing numerous groundbreaking theoretical studies." One concept revolved around infinite regenerative energy. How could that be possible? Yet my father was astonished by this research, claiming the theorist was a super genius. Related to Dr. Gero, an already deceased infinite regenerative energy. Could that not be the prototype for Android 21? Like a flash of enlightenment, Goku suddenly realized that this remarkable artificial human might still be over 20 years away from emergence. Even the possibility of its existence is negligible, considering the vast expanse of time. This model is, after all, beyond the scope of Dr. Gero's research, who had only developed up to the 20th iteration, the android that was fashioned in his own likeness. Therefore, the existence or emergence of this 21st model remains an entirely different matter. Regardless, with the Dragon Balls now secured, the group chose not to linger in uncertainty and departed with their prize. What a monstrous entity, capable of wreaking such havoc upon this facility, a voice remarked. Shortly after their departure, a figure with short violet hair arrived at the scene, chewing on something while wielding a device. After a brief search, the individual paused at a corner of the ruins, with a smirk curling her lips in a beguiling arc. She spat out her chewing gum and affixed a small explosive to a large rock amidst the debris, before darting into the shadows. Boom. Following the explosion, a deep crater revealed the remains of a damaged robot. The violet-haired figure approached and extracted the core from within. Having secured her prize, she promptly vacated the premises. Chapter 35. The Pilaf Gang 5 Dragon Balls were now in their possession, comprising the 5-star ball already claimed by Goku, along with the 7-star and 4-star balls. The 3-star ball was obtained in a small town, while the 6-star ball was retrieved from the research facility. Only the 1-star and 2-star balls remained to complete the set of 7, and Bulma appeared quite exhilarated, while Launch had grown noticeably quieter along the way, reverting to her blue-haired form. Oh, 2 Dragon Balls are coming together, and they're moving. What is this? Bulma exclaimed as she piloted the aircraft, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the Dragon Ball radar. Goku sensed something amiss, his expression turning peculiar. How fortuitous. No, it was more a matter of expectation. The aircraft landed before a sleek black sedan, and its occupants were strikingly familiar. No, it was more accurate to say 2 individuals and a dog. Sir Pilaf, someone is approaching. What are you panicking for? We haven't done anything wrong. Wait. We are the villains, so why should we be afraid? Indeed, it's the Pilaf Gang. The trio disembarked from the vehicle, with Pilaf clutching a box that likely contained the Dragon Balls. Each member of the gang appeared rather cowardly, with Asu and Mai hiding behind the diminutive Pilaf, creating a rather comical scene. Asu, ever observant, spotted Goku and quietly alerted, Sir Pilaf, that person looks rather familiar. Just as Pilaf intended to reprimand his subordinate, a wave of unwelcome memories surged forth as he beheld Goku, whose figure began to overlap with that of 3 years prior. Ah, it's you, that insufferable brat who always sabotages my plans. Goku glanced up and down at Pilaf, who surprisingly refrained from immediate retaliation, instead expressing indignation. How infuriating. You've grown so tall. Bulma, during her initial quest for the Dragon Balls, had indeed encountered the Pilaf Gang, but was thwarted by Goku's intervention, and thus, she remained unacquainted with them. Wukong elucidated the situation, and she finally comprehended, turning to the 3 individuals. Oh dear, it turns out you are merely 3 imbeciles. Silence. You, a woman, fail to grasp the magnificence of me, King Pilaf. Ashu Xiaowu attack. Yes. The trio promptly unleashed 3 universal capsules, which transformed into 3 colossal spherical robots. Remarkably, the robots morphed, extending limbs. What is this? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Hee. Pilaf, witnessing the scene, wore a triumphant expression and raised his hand to introduce the red robot behind him. Behold, this is my meticulously upgraded Pilaf number 2, specifically designed to deal with you. You insufferable brat. Prepare yourself. Lord Pilaf, hurry up. What? While Pilaf was boasting, Xiao and Xiaowu had already ascended the robot. Upon turning, Pilaf, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, You 2 rascals. How dare you ascend before me? He hurriedly ran over, only to find the cockpit too high for him to reach, despite his efforts. He struggled to climb aboard. Uffed. Ha. Bulma laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach. Finally, after an arduous struggle, Pilaf managed to clamber aboard, only to find the cockpit enclosed by a glass dome that automatically sealed. Fuming, he grumbled, I forgot to design the hatch lower, but it matters not. With that, he manipulated the robot to raise its hand. Prepare to experience the might of Pilaf #2. With a flourish, energy erupted from his palm. Wukong's expression shifted as he swiftly positioned himself before Bulma and Lan Shi, scanning the surroundings. Ashu and Xiaowu piloted the robot at breakneck speed, flanking Wukong on both sides. The power of Pilaf's upgraded robots was indeed more formidable than their predecessors. However, with a resounding crash, crack, boom, 3 afterimages flickered past, and Wukong obliterated the 3 robots with a single punch and kick, leaving the remnants of the robots in disarray as Pilaf and his cohorts stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Pilaf's nose began to run, and eventually, the trio obediently offered the Dragon Balls, adopting a contrite demeanor. Wukong, not wishing to hold a grudge against them, allowed the 3 to leave, recognizing that aside from causing chaos and blunders, they provided an occasional source of amusement. You fools. It is because of you that I relinquished the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Pilaf. Ashu, overwhelmed with emotion, lamented. Oh, truly. Observing his subordinate's demeanor, Pilaf felt a twinge of embarrassment as they fled, yet he couldn't resist turning back to issue a threat. I am not afraid of you, you insufferable brat. Just wait. Whoosh. Thwack. A stone flew forth, causing Pilaf to stumble and fall face first. Ah, Lord Pilaf. The 2 hastily helped him up before fleeing without looking back. Buzz, buzz. The 7 Dragon Balls converged, radiating a brilliant golden light. Aren't you going to make a wish? Goku inquired, glancing at Bulma. Bulma smiled, then shot him a teasing glance. I never said I wanted to make a wish. I merely asked you to accompany me in collecting the Dragon Balls. That is true. But what is the purpose of gathering them if we're not wishing for something? Just then, a blonde-haired Launch appeared, gazing at the Dragon Balls with a mixture of anticipation and hesitation. Bulma, noticing her demeanor, expressed concern. Launch, do you have a wish? It wouldn't be something perilous, would it? While the blue-haired Launch seemed composed, the blonde-haired one elicited some worry in Bulma, as she feared what dangerous wish might be conjured. I want to control my transformations, blonde Launch said, her excitement tempered by uncertainty. Control your transformations? Bulma and Goku exchanged glances, frowning. But if that happens, won't one of your personas disappear forever? This situation was clearly more complex than mere split personality. It felt as though 2 souls coexisted within one body, each indispensable. To gain control would necessitate the erasure of one, and regardless of whether the Eternal Dragon could facilitate such a change, as friends, they hoped to avoid such an outcome. However, Blonde Launch remained resolute. TCH, that nagging side of me only causes trouble. It's better if it disappears. No, Bulma interjected urgently, grasping her shoulders and fervently dissuading her. Launch is launch. It's unacceptable for either to vanish. Indeed, Goku concurred. Caught in a conflict, Launch ultimately came to terms with her thoughts, refraining from making a dangerous wish. Accompanied by her friends, she returned to the desolate town for a brief visit. The Capsule Corporation's energy was indeed formidable. In just a few days, it had transformed the abandoned town completely, providing all essential amenities, schools, hospitals, police stations, and even an amusement park. The briefs had come to assist in finding adoptive families and schools for the children, arranging guardians when necessary, with similar outcomes. They even constructed a sizable dome-shaped house akin to Bulma's family home, which would serve as a delightful retreat for future travels. Bulma, you're back. Dad, Mom. Why are you both here? Oh dear, Mrs. Brief said, approaching with beverages, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Your father and I received your call, and when you mentioned spending time with Goku, we felt quite envious. So, I suggested we take a trip to unwind. That's right. By the way, Bulma, are you two considering? Dad, Bulma interjected loudly, aware of her father's impending inquiry. A significant part of her decision to escape was indeed due to her parents' pressures. She could hardly endure another day at home. Honestly, seeing her reaction, Mrs. Brief chose not to press further. Instead, she turned to Goku. Goku, would you like some juice? You prefer orange juice, right? Thank you. Hee, how polite. Glancing at the charming Lan Shi beside her, this delightful girl is also a friend of Bulma and Goku, isn't she? Such beautiful hair. Thank you. The gentle Lan Shi, with her azure locks, is truly a sight to behold. Chapter 36. The Android Core. After a delightful gathering, it was only then that Goku realized today was Bulma's birthday. Although the briefs occasionally exhibit a lack of decorum, they had surprisingly prepared for Bulma's birthday celebration before arriving. ensuring that nothing was amiss. Birthday cake and a sumptuous feast included. Bulma had always celebrated her birthday in this manner. It might be deemed extravagant, yet her parents' approach to her upbringing was anything but negligent. Thus, while Bulma initially appeared somewhat headstrong, her inherent kindness shone through, and she has since matured considerably. Throughout Bulma's life, several distinct phases can be observed. Initially, she was innocent and vivacious upon meeting Goku, albeit with a hint of arrogance. Gradually, she matured, retaining her vivacious spirit. And in her 20s, an age of youthful radiance, she dared to venture into perilous adventures on Namek. What followed remains uncertain, given the brief family circumstances. When Gohan sought out the 30-year-old Bulma, he found her having adopted smoking, with age's marks beginning to etch her face, an undeniable weariness evident. While watching the anime, he often pondered how Bulma had come to be enamored with Vegeta, as well as her first boyfriend Yamcha, who was indecisive and lacked substance. The transformation was stark, indicating that this marriage had not brought her the happiness one might assume. In the beginning, Vegeta never even mentioned Bulma's name, referring to her merely as the woman, highlighting his primitive and brutish perception of relationships, which lacked the concept of partnership. To him, there existed only the distinction between warriors and the weak. Much like Raditz and Nappa, companions for years, once they became burdensome, they could be discarded without a second thought. As for Vegeta's transformation, it likely began with his reluctant acceptance of Trunks, which occurred after many years, suggesting that prior to that point, Bulma was inconsequential in his eyes. Rather than being enamored with Vegeta, Bulma's attraction stemmed from her disappointment with Yamcha, recognizing in Vegeta a shadow reminiscent of the Goku she once knew. Having become Goku herself, she vowed never to allow such misfortune to befall her again. Vegeta was unworthy, and Bulma would not endure such hardships. Goku, you're incorrigible, consuming so much. Although Bulma seemed to complain, she continued to serve plate after plate of food to him. This prompted playful teasing from the briefs, causing Bulma to blush. Yet she gradually grew accustomed to it. Let them speak. After all, we have already established our relationship. What is there to fret about? Isn't it just a child? She thought, stealing a glance at Goku, who was devouring his food with fervor. Her heart raced, and she turned away. Bulma is feeling shy, someone remarked. I am not. Mother, you are so chatty. Oh dear. Madame Brief feigned surprise, subsequently revealing a sorrowful expression upon hearing that Bulma had scolded her mother. Oh dear, my husband. Dr. Brief, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly, acknowledging that Bulma indeed possessed a rather volatile temperament, which might potentially affect their future offspring. Thus, they would prefer to raise their grandchildren. Dad! Bulma exclaimed in frustration, her anger palpable, yet the couple found amusement in the situation. They knew their daughter well, having raised her themselves. Despite their seemingly unorthodox demeanor, they genuinely cared for Bulma. They would unreservedly support her choices while striving to protect her at all costs. Their expectations were not rooted in social status or academic excellence, but rather in the hope that her partner would treat Bulma with kindness. Therefore, when Mrs. Brief first encountered Goku, her playful banter was not merely for Bulma's amusement. She instinctively sensed his suitability. She would never casually declare anyone as Bulma's boyfriend without due consideration. Now, witnessing Bulma and Goku together brought the greatest joy to the couple, and they eagerly anticipated the day they could meet their grandchildren. This is the Brief family. After Bulma's birthday celebration, the group returned to the Brief residence in Metropolis. As Mrs. Brief had remarked that although they were prepared, the family had organized an even larger three-tiered cake, and Bulma's sister, Tights, had also returned. In keeping with the principle of not letting anything go to waste, Bulma found herself celebrating 2 birthday parties. Goku patted his stomach, feeling moderately satisfied. However, upon arriving at Bulma's home, they discovered that the Brief household had been attacked. Although the building itself remained intact, the interior was in disarray, and Tights had been taken captive. In the face of this sudden calamity, the Brief family was understandably alarmed. Amidst the chaos, Bulma stumbled upon a communicator and activated it, revealing a video transmission featuring Violet. Beside her was a blonde woman, strikingly similar to Bulma, held captive. You are Dr. Brief, are you not? How fortuitous, Violet remarked. What do you want? Release Tights at once. Bulma's eyes burned with fury. Violet, observing Bulma's emotional response, remained unperturbed and proposed her conditions. Miss Bulma, I would like you to persuade your boyfriend to hand over the cores of androids 9 and 10, and then we can discuss matters further. What are those? Bulma inquired, her confusion evident as she glanced at Goku, who appeared to be contemplating the situation. Clearly flustered, her mind was not entirely clear. Goku, after a moment of thought, produced the two cores, one from a destroyed robot and the other retrieved by launch. To their astonishment, these items were the core chips of androids. Bulma immediately began negotiations. I can give you the items, but first, you must release Tights. Do I appear to be a fool, Miss Bulma? Violet replied with a seductive smile, refusing to acquiesce. She continued, I will arrange the exchange location. You will hand over the person in one hand and the goods in the other. And you must come in person for the exchange. Bulma was momentarily enraged, yet for the sake of Tai's safety, she was inclined to acquiesce. At that moment, Goku took the communications device into his hands, gazing calmly at Violet, and inquired, You dictate the terms, but doesn't that seem a tad inequitable? Violet visibly tensed, beads of sweat appearing on her brow. After all, you are the one who has thwarted the ambitions of our Red Ribbon Army. Allowing you to come here could prove detrimental to me. Although the price was steep, Goku knew the Dragon Balls had been gathered, and with a single wish, he could easily resolve the threat posed by the other party. However, to squander a wish from the Dragon Balls felt somewhat extravagant. Ultimately, Bulma acquiesced to the terms and proceeded to the designated exchange location. An hour later, on a desolate island several hundred kilometers away from West City, Bulma arrived, clutching two vital cores, awaiting the encounter. The sea breeze howled, stirring the fine sand beneath her feet on this uninhabited isle. Before long, Violet appeared alone, and Bulma furrowed her brow. Where's Tais? Do not play games with me. I refuse to hand over the items without her release. Rest assured, Violet replied, raising her hands slightly and smiling. As the heiress of the universal capsule, I pride myself on my integrity. If you hand over the items, I guarantee Miss Tais' safe return. I would stake my life on it. Bulma scrutinized Violet, and after a moment of contemplation, she retorted through gritted teeth. You better not attempt any tricks, or I shall make you regret it. After issuing her threat, Bulma hurled the box she held with all her might. Violet effortlessly caught it, peered inside, nodded in affirmation, and turned to leave. Hey, where's Tais? Bulma exclaimed, panic rising as she attempted to pursue. But Violet leaped away with agility, almost vanishing from sight. Pausing atop a large rock, Violet glanced back and winked. Miss Bulma, your sister has already returned to the metropolis. It was a pleasure collaborating. Bulma was about to explode in anger when her phone rang. Upon answering, she learned that Violet had indeed spoken the truth. Tais had safely returned. It turned out that Violet had meticulously calculated the timing, releasing Tais just as Bulma arrived for the exchange, without providing any means of transportation. Tais had managed to reach the brief residence just as the transaction was completed. This outcome was the result of astute psychological and environmental calculations, necessitating immense confidence and foresight, a strategy indeed. Chapter 37, Android 11 Back at home, Bulma remained irritable. That woman had truly infuriated her. Well, it's not the end of the world, is it? Tais consoled. By the way, what was that important item that warranted such coercion? Humph. That individual was merely afraid of Goku, Bulma replied with annoyance. At that moment, she was not concerned about the success of the other party's plans. She was merely miffed at being outmaneuvered. Tais, noticing Bulma's agitation, glanced at Goku, nodding in silent understanding. At this moment, Dr. Brief entered through the door, exclaiming, Ah, that chip is quite extraordinary. After conducting some research with a backup, I discovered that the chip itself is a super energy source, and it is exceedingly complex. It appears to be implanted with some sort of perilous killing program, the origins of which remain unknown, truly terrifying. Goku, sensing that the retrieval of the two chips might lead to dire consequences, inquired, Doctor, is it possible for those chips to become even more powerful? A single chip could easily incapacitate him, so his concern lay in the possibility of a more sinister plot from his adversary. Dr. Brief fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. After a moment, he suddenly struck his other hand with a fist, awakening from his reverie. It seems that it could indeed be possible. The chip shares a high degree of similarity, and if multiple energy sources could merge into a single entity, it might just create a super powerful weapon. Wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Tai furrowed her brow, visibly uneasy. Daddy, how formidable could that super weapon be? It can't possibly be stronger than Goku, can it? After all, he defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Bulma also chimed in, expressing disbelief that anything could surpass the current Goku. Dr. Brief, intrigued by their concerns, began to scrutinize Goku with enthusiasm. Resting his chin on one hand, he mused, "It's difficult to judge at this moment. But I could design a testing device. Goku, if you don't mind, I would like to collect some data for comparison." Trusting in Dr. Brief's expertise, Goku readily agreed to the test. It was remarkable how, in less than half a day, Dr. Brief went from conception to design and finally to the actual creation of the so-called testing device. It was a semi-spherical container reminiscent of the gravity chamber that would follow. It seemed the Brief family had a particular fondness for this semi-spherical structure. All set, Dr. Brief announced as he and the others stood outside the testing chamber, signaling to Goku inside. Goku took a deep breath, spreading his arms wide, and then unleashed his full energy. With a tremendous roar, the entire testing chamber trembled, sending shockwaves across several hundred meters around the Brief residence. The Brief family stumbled momentarily, struggling to maintain their footing. Dr. Brief, observing the screen outside the testing chamber, noted the 4-digit number that was wildly fluctuating, exclaiming in astonishment, "Incredible! Humanity can truly possess such immense energy. It's already surpassed 1,000. Bulma anxiously watched as the testing chamber began to glow a menacing red, exclaiming, "Daddy, you don't think the testing chamber will explode, do you?" "Not at all, Doctor," Brief replied confidently, shaking his head. However, upon glancing at Goku's escalating energy, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he amended his statement. "As long as Goku doesn't intentionally attack and destroy it, the testing chamber should definitely be safe." Just as the last words left his lips, the instruments within the testing chamber began to blare, emitting a dangerous red light. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the testing chamber began to crack. Alas! With a remarkable wave of heat and a thick plume of smoke, the testing apparatus's readings froze at 3,000 before slowly opening. Dr. Brief gazed at the now-defunct testing chamber, lost in contemplation. It seemed essential to develop new materials and testing techniques. Dr. Brief's inventions were flawless. They were merely constrained by the current technological limitations of Earth. However, these limitations were only temporary. For a genius like him, as long as he was provided with a plausible direction, he could independently innovate without the need for entirely new technologies. Of course, if he could draw inspiration from others, his technological prowess could achieve a remarkable leap in a short span of time. Goku pondered briefly and felt that Dr. Brief's talents should not be squandered. He then mentioned the spaceship from Capsule Mountain, the spherical craft he had used when transported from planet Vegeta, which could still be found there. "A spaceship? So, Goku, you are an alien?" Tai asked, astonished. "Perhaps." Goku scratched his head, unsure of how to explain. He glanced at Bulma, who surprisingly did not seem overly shocked. Instead, she nodded knowingly. "No wonder. I always thought you consumed so much food. You couldn't possibly be from Earth, especially with that peculiar tail. You're missing the point." Dr. Brief was more intrigued by the mention of the spaceship. Acquiring such extraterrestrial technology would save him a significant amount of time. After a discussion among the group, while the situation had not become more troublesome, it had indeed grown more complex. First, there was the Red Ribbon Army, whose intentions remained unclear. "How about this? Goku and I will seek out Baba the Fortune Teller to inquire about their whereabouts. Dad, we can look for the spaceship after Goku returns," Bulma suggested. "Well, I'm not in a hurry. You all go ahead, but be careful on the way," Dr. Brief advised. "Sure," Bulma replied. "Actually, I'm quite interested. Why not join you for the trip?" Tai suddenly proposed. Bulma turned to Goku, who nodded in agreement. Thus, the group expanded from 3 to 4 as they headed to Baba's palace in the desert. Goku preferred to go alone for speed, but Bulma brought money, 10 million zeni, which for the Brief family was merely pocket change, as the Capsule Corporation earned far more in a second. Baba the Fortune Teller willingly agreed to assist with the divination, and the process went smoothly. After a series of cryptic incantations, 2 figures appeared in her crystal ball, Violet and Dr. Gero. In the vision, Violet handed 2 chips to Dr. Gero, only to be struck down suddenly by a towering figure at Gero's command, leaving her severely injured and unconscious. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Gero inserted the 2 chips into the body of the imposing figure. Alas, it seems these individuals are engaged in something quite extraordinary. The fortune teller's predictions suddenly become vague, and she anxiously glances at Wukong. "Wukong, you must act swiftly to thwart that madman. Otherwise, the Earth may be in peril." "I understand," Dear fortune teller, where are they located? She promptly divulges their whereabouts, and with Bulma's assistance, they swiftly locate the position on a map. The group prepares to take a plane directly to the site, but Wukong raises his hand to halt them. You all should return for now. Since even the fortune teller senses danger, our adversary is likely formidable. I shall handle this alone. Your involvement could be perilous. Wukong's demeanor is grave, a stark contrast to his usual carefree nature. At that moment, Bulma's expression shifts to one of indignation. What are you saying? If there's danger, should we not go together? How can you, Bulma? Tai Si interjects sternly, urging her to calm down. Only then does Bulma notice Wukong's serious expression, which tempers her anger slightly. With a hint of disappointment, she lowers her gaze and murmurs, I understand. Raising her head, tears glistening in her eyes, she warns, if anything happens to you, I will not forgive you. I still possess the Dragon Balls. Wukong nods, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to embrace Bulma, soothing her emotions. Chapter 38, The Ultimate Weapon. Whoosh. A visible aura erupts around Wukong, and he ascends into the sky, creating swirling currents of energy. This little rascal has truly become remarkable, the fortune teller muses, clutching her hat. Tai Si, astonished, exclaims, he can really fly. How impressive, though she has seen flying before. It is her first encounter on Earth, and at such speed. All right, if you have no further business, please take your leave. I do not entertain guests here. The fortune teller declares, ushering them away. Bulma, regaining her composure, scoffs, what nonsense. You just earned $1 million from us. The customer is king. Your attitude is utterly appalling. You are the last person I wish to entertain, the fortune teller retorts, her tone neither harsh nor gentle. How dare you? Bulma snaps, exchanging glares with the fortune teller. The last time Wukong visited, the fortune teller's words had provoked Bulma, nearly resulting in a calamity with an oolong incident that she has not forgotten. Thus, their relationship can only be described as utterly incompatible. Observing this, Tai Si pushes Bulma aside and curiously leans toward the fortune teller's crystal ball. You are the fortune teller, correct? May I request another reading? I no longer have $1 million, but I should have 500,000 left on my card. If you don't mind, I can offer you a few novels in return. That is unacceptable. I do not offer discounts, the fortune teller replies. The fortune teller was not impressed, and upon discovering that Tais was Bulma's sister, her displeasure deepened. Only if you can defeat my 5 warriors will I agree to assist you with your divination. She chuckled ominously. Tais feigned distress, pondering for a moment before declaring, what a pity. It seems I must rely on Goku to vanquish your 5 warriors. You little brat. You are just as insufferable as she is. The fortune teller, left with no other option, reluctantly agreed to perform 1 divination for Tais. Descending from her crystal ball, the fortune teller inquired, all right, what is it that you wish to divine? Pointing at Bulma, Tais smiled and said, I wish to divine whether Bulma will find happiness with Mr. Goku in the future. Tais, this divination is utterly unnecessary. Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What does it matter? Consider it a birthday gift from me. Tais replied nonchalantly. The fortune teller, indifferent to their banter, complied and commenced the divination. With a series of incantations, the fortune teller concluded the ritual, yet the crystal ball revealed nothing. Is this thing broken? Lanchi queried, tapping it gently. Do not touch my crystal ball recklessly. The fortune teller admonished loudly before returning her gaze to Bulma. Then casting a peculiar glance at Lanchi, her expression growing increasingly strange. What is it? Is your crystal ball truly malfunctioning? Bulma felt uneasy under her scrutiny, sensing that something ominous was afoot. My crystal ball cannot possibly be broken. The divination proceeded smoothly. However, I cannot divulge the specifics. I can tell you this. In the future, you and that grandson of Sun Wukong will find great happiness together, and you will have several children. That's all I can reveal. Children? Bulma's face turned crimson at the mention, and she wished to leave promptly, urging Tais to hurry back. Oh, but I wanted to inquire about other matters. Tais persisted, unwilling to give up. Lanchi, trailing behind the two, also prepared to depart. Just then, the fortune teller called out to her, wait a moment. I can offer you a complimentary divination. Is there something you wish to know? Lanchi, intrigued, stepped forward, hands on her hips. I want to know where the most valuable treasure in the world is located. I too wish to know such a thing. The fortune teller responded eagerly. Meanwhile, within the research base, following the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero had been conducting his research alone, but the lack of financial support made progress arduous. It wasn't until Violet appeared that circumstances changed. She had escaped just before Goku stormed the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, taking with her years of the army's savings, and consequently amassed a considerable fortune. She then sought collaboration with Dr. Gero. A tumultuous current of unstable electricity emanated from a rudimentary laboratory. As Violet struggled to rise from the ground, she lifted her hand to examine her palm, casting a menacing glance at Dr. Gallow, who was operating the control panel not far away. A glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes. Dr. Gallow seemed to sense her gaze, turning to address her. "Colonel, this is the modification you requested, and I have completed it. We are now in the testing phase. How does it feel?" Violet stood tall, bracing herself against the blow of Dr. Gallow's superweapon. It was an assault that would surely claim the life of any ordinary human, and even that of a super soldier. She was no exception. As she brushed her hand across the blood on her forehead, she paused momentarily. Then a peculiar smile crept onto her face as she glanced at the seemingly puppet-like superweapon, an eagerness flashing in her eyes. However, suddenly sensing something amiss, she halted her movements and looked into the distance, her brow furrowing. Without hesitation, she turned and fled, vanishing swiftly into the desolate expanse beyond the base. "What's going on?" Dr. Gallow was taken aback, confused by her abrupt escape. He had intended to gather more data, especially since the modification was outside his usual research. Yet, in the next moment, an alarm blared from the super weapon beside him. "Warning! A high-energy unit is approaching. Evasive action is requested." "What?" Dr. Gallow exclaimed, turning to the robot. But before he could react, an intense beam of light descended from above, leaving him no opportunity to respond. Searing heat, blinding light, and a thunderous roar. In an instant, the very heart of the desert seemed to suffer the wrath of a nuclear explosion. A violent electromagnetic surge mingling with the dust of the blast, sweeping through with unrelenting ferocity. Goku hovered in midair, his hands positioned before him, forming a perfect triangle. Kamehameha. This technique, having caught his attention, was quickly mastered by him, leveraging his understanding of ki in terms of destructive power and explosive force. This maneuver far surpassed the ordinary Kamehameha wave. Despite its high energy consumption, its advantages were undeniable: great range and formidable strength. Moreover, the speed of release made it nearly impossible to evade. Aside from the gathering process, it was almost instantaneous. Was it over? Slowly lowering his hands, Goku sensed no ki emanating from Dr. Gallow. Even the super weapon, if it survived such an assault, would force him to reconsider his safety. Yet, reality is often fraught with uncertainties. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure surged upward from the ground, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom that shattered the sound barrier. Boom. Goku instinctively raised his arms in defense, but the force sent him reeling backward. What tremendous power! This force must exceed 2,000 battle power. With that thought, Goku raised his hand, unleashing a wave of ki. However, the subsequent actions of the super weapon caused his expression to change dramatically. The android raised a hand, revealing a device resembling a hollow cavity in its palm, which astonishingly began to devour his energy wave. This was disastrous. He had completely forgotten about this. No, had Dr. Gallow actually developed an android capable of absorbing energy this early? Chapter 39. Dr. Gallow still lives unbeknownst to Goku. Dr. Gallow's research had begun to evolve after he dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, transitioning from primitive robotics to a focus on creating super weapons specifically designed to hunt him down, or rather, to combat martial artists. Witnessing the energy wave confrontations at the world's martial arts tournament, Dr. Gallow made it his primary objective to devise a means to counter such energy waves. Originally, androids number 9 and number 10 lacked this capability, but no. 11 was the first of its kind, possessing the ability to absorb energy waves for its own use, marking it as the true first android, rather than a mere robot. Boom. Bang. Having absorbed Goku's energy twice, the android's speed and strength surged, and the two figures clashed midair, their fists and feet creating a flurry of afterimages as they collided. Although Goku had been caught off guard by the intelligence gathering, the android had only consumed his energy twice, and it was not yet strong enough to surpass him. Goku's gaze darted around, quickly spotting a mechanical beetle concealed in the corner. With a swift motion, he struck it down, recalling it only now, though it was merely for reconnaissance. The sensation of being monitored was decidedly uncomfortable, akin to being exposed and naked before the eyes of others. Bang! Grasping number 11's arm, he yanked it forward, locking his arms around its neck. With a powerful knee strike, he propelled its body upward, yet the android appeared predominantly mechanical, a true killing machine. And it unleashed an energy blast directly from its mouth. This was a technique of the Demon Clan. It had indeed learned quite a few perilous maneuvers. At such close range, evading this instant projectile was impossible, but Goku did not attempt to dodge. Instead, one hand emerged from the dust, seizing the android's head. Energy coalesced in his palm, compressing and then erupting. Boom! The explosive energy obliterated the android's head into ashes. Releasing his grip, his expression remained unchanged. This android was formidable, yet it had not surpassed his limits. At most, its combat prowess was akin to that of a mere vegetable, unless it absorbed external energy, of course. With its head shattered, the android plummeted from the sky. Goku turned to depart, but suddenly recalled the high research value of this entity. Perhaps he could bring it back for Dr. Brief to analyze, which might prove beneficial. Thus, as he turned once more, a flickering shadow accompanied by a piercing sound of air slicing through rushed toward him. Whoosh! Bang! Ugh! The terrifying force, akin to a sharp blade, instantaneously carved a wound across Wukong's arm and abdomen. With his pupils narrowing, Wukong caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, realizing that the android he had just encountered was still alive. Not only that, but its appearance had undergone significant transformation, evolving into a more elongated figure, adorned with a pattern engraved with the insignia of a red satin ribbon brigade at its waist and a 10 emblazoned upon its forehead. Number 10? What could this mean? Wukong could not fathom the reason for such a change, yet he dared not let his guard down. The androids created by Dr. Gallow were notoriously troublesome, their methods ever-evolving. Whoosh! 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 Wukong swiftly discerned a stark difference between this transformed android and its predecessor. Its speed was astonishingly rapid. No, it was exceedingly swift. So fast that even he struggled to keep pace. After enduring several strikes to his arms and body, Wukong found himself adorned with multiple wounds, blood flowing profusely. The hands of this android, designated as number 10, morphed into 2 razor-sharp blades, exceedingly lethal. Coupled with its unparalleled speed, it was a veritable killing machine. Whoosh! As Wukong sustained injuries, his mind gradually settled into a state of calm. He gently closed his eyes, and at that moment, the figure of android number 10 suddenly transformed into over a dozen afterimages, all resembling projections. The afterimage fist? No, it was merely the product of pure speed creating illusions. Afterimage fists lacked such velocity and required a certain level of skill to achieve, capable of leaving behind deceptive shadows to confuse adversaries. Exhaling slowly, Wukong's eyes gently closed. The android emitted no sound. At this speed, he could hardly perceive it with his eyes. The only course of action left was to take a gamble. Cling! Uft! Before the sound of the blade slicing through the air could reach him, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen, making it arduous to concentrate. Uft! 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 Soon, Wukong's body was riddled with various wounds, his face contorted in agony, until at a certain moment, his expression regained serenity. His tail swayed slightly, and in an instant, a blade pierced through his form. Yet, no blood gushed forth, it passed straight through. In less than 1/100th of a second, Wukong materialized behind the android, delivering a powerful punch that shattered half of its body. A flurry of sparks and electric arcs erupted amidst the dense mechanical circuitry. Suddenly, the electric arcs surged violently, erupting from within the android, transforming into a tempest of lightning that struck Wukong. With his pupils constricting, an overwhelming sense of paralysis coursed through his body, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. At that moment, the android underwent a second transformation. What? A third-stage boss? What manner of monstrosity has Dr. Gallow unleashed? Crack! Wukong could not dwell on such thoughts. His muscles swelled, and an immense energy surged from within him, filling the entire space with faint electric arcs. As dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, with a battle power of 4,600, all systems activated. In a state of full power, Goku unleashed his energy, transforming it into a swirling white flame. He effortlessly withstood the terrifying force of lightning and delivered a decisive punch toward the metamorphosed android, a strike meant to annihilate. Boom! The collision of immense power produced a visible shockwave, seemingly interwoven with flickering lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the furious clash, Goku soon felt a twinge of astonishment. This android was entirely unlike the previous two forms. Firstly, in terms of strength, while the earlier two were formidable, Goku had no need to exert his full power to dismantle them. Even Android 10, though swift, could be destroyed if given the opportunity. Yet the final form before him now matched him in both speed and strength. How could this be possible? Bang! Following another fierce exchange, both combatants were forced to retreat, hovering in midair. Goku's breathing grew heavier, although he had not sustained any fatal injuries. The ongoing battle had naturally taken its toll on his stamina. As he gazed intently, the numbers above the android's head indeed began to change. But that was not the crux of the matter. Suddenly, a voice emanated from within the android. Son Goku, you truly are a monster. Ha ha ha. Dr. Gero, that old wretch is still alive? How could this be? No, the previous one was a decoy. Goku's expression darkened. He had opted for the energy cannon as a lethal move instead of the Kamehameha to eliminate any future threats. But it seemed he had instead compounded the issue, failing to eliminate Dr. Gero, which was a tremendous blunder. Noticing Goku's icy demeanor and silence, Dr. Gero appeared to manipulate Android 11, raising an arm from which an arc of electricity surged forth. He continued, impressive, even my meticulously developed super weapon has been so severely damaged. However, I must thank you for the energy you released. In your terms, it should be called ki. With this energy, I will finally be able to develop a weapon capable of killing you. Prepare yourself, for I shall return in a year to end your life, son Goku. Ha! The more Goku listened, the more he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, he realized Dr. Gero's intentions. With a stern expression, he charged forward, determined to capture this so-called super weapon. But at that moment, the android raised its hand, unleashing a surge of electricity that ensnared him once more. By the time Goku managed to break free, the android had vanished without a trace. Chapter 40. Reunion TSK. Outwitted, Goku had anticipated that Dr. Gero would be so troublesome. He had assumed that apart from the androids he had developed, Gero was merely an ordinary human. Yet, it became evident that an intellect of such high caliber, when purposefully directed, could prove far more perilous than a brute with sheer force. Crack! The sound of knuckles cracking echoed as a cold light flickered in Goku's eyes. Upon returning to the metropolis, Goku conveyed the situation to Dr. Brief and made a swift journey to Bao Mountain to retrieve the spacecraft that had brought him to Earth. After completing these tasks, he bid a brief farewell to Bulma and hurried back to the Heavenly Palace. With a year ahead, Goku pondered the potential monstrosity Dr. Gallow might create. Mere pursuits would only play into Gallow's hands, leaving him at a disadvantage. Instead, Goku resolved that a more direct approach was to enhance his strength. At the Heavenly Palace, Goku commenced a rigorous training regimen, elevating the gravitational limit to 20 times Earth's gravity and extending his practice time at Clo Mountain. He sought to attain a higher realm of understanding. After 6 months, Goku also ventured to the Demon Realm. Following his request, Mira gathered numerous formidable warriors from the Demon Star, most possessing power levels beneath 100, yet still considerable. After vanquishing a multitude of demons, Goku's power surged by 800. With the prior increase from his gravity training, his combat prowess reached 5,100, dramatically leaping to 5,900. The threshold of 6,000 was now within reach. More importantly, this enhancement did not diminish his latent potential. As the years swiftly passed, Goku's strength broke through 6,000, and at the age of 17, his potential expanded to 5. Such a growth ceiling, if fully unleashed, could elevate Goku's combat power to an astounding 30,000 in a brief span. His foundation was unprecedentedly robust. Yet, this was still insufficient. Goku continued to accumulate strength, waiting for the opportune moment. Host, Son Wukong Bloodline. Scion, Low-Class Warrior. Age, 17 Shi, Combat Power 6. 150, 510, Super Ability, Gravity Manipulation, 20x Gravity. The Heavenly Palace, situated high above the clouds, possessed thin air. Goku sat cross-legged in the plaza, enveloped in meditation, radiating a shimmering light. Remarkably, the flora surrounding him emitted a peculiar blue glow. Under normal circumstances, such an environment would render plant life unsustainable, and indeed, it was true. It was Bobo's divine water, capable of bestowing life, that nourished these plants daily, endowing them with formidable vitality. "Ah, this place is truly dreadful," Bulma remarked, standing at the entrance of the heavenly palace, hands on her hips, exhaling heavily. 6 months prior, Goku's descent had compelled her to ascend and witness the palace. But its great height and the barrier created by the celestial powers rendered it inaccessible to mortals without permission. However, Goku's ability to bring others here posed no issue. Bobo and the deity exchanged glances, sweat beading on their brows as they cautioned, "Miss Bulma, please maintain your silence. Goku is in a critical phase of his training and must not be disturbed." Bulma quickly stifled her voice, but moments later, she nearly gasped for breath, her head spinning. As the imminent threat of a fall loomed, Wukong opened his eyes, gathering all his energy within, and swiftly appeared beside Bulma to catch her. "Wukong," she exclaimed. He nodded with a gentle smile, setting her down carefully before turning to the heavenly god, inquiring, "My lord, have you given thought to my suggestion? I believe that bringing forth more formidable martial artists may be the essence of safeguarding our world." The heavenly god pondered briefly before sighing, shaking his head slightly. "I will contemplate the arrival of more exceptional martial artists here, and I shall discuss this matter with Master Karen, rest assured." "Very well," Wukong replied. The existence of the heavenly palace was profoundly unique and ancient, a sacred presence on earth. Yet, such sanctity cannot be consumed as sustenance. The heavenly god represents a portion of Piccolo's inherent goodness, which sometimes leads to excessive conservatism. For centuries, Wukong has been the sole mortal granted access to the heavenly palace, a concession made only due to the renewed threat posed by Piccolo. It could be said that one only realizes the necessity of preparation when faced with imminent danger, akin to the last-minute sharpening of a blade. Had there been earlier opportunities for development, would the Demon King Piccolo have been so audacious? It is not far-fetched to assert that Master Wutai could have devised a method to vanquish Piccolo, and perhaps with ascension to Karen Tower, or even training in the Heavenly Palace, he could have resolved the threat posed by the Demon King. The current state of martial arts is regrettable, nearing a point where the world's foremost martial arts tournament struggles to be held. If Master Wutai is indeed an anomaly, then it should not be overly difficult for several geniuses to emerge from the multitude of Earth's inhabitants. Piccolo's combat prowess, prior to merging with the heavenly god, was not beyond the reach of Earthlings. Thus, Wukong proposed to the heavenly god that Master Karen should send more individuals here, not to lower standards, but to eliminate the need to obscure the existence of Karen Tower and the Heavenly Palace. With clear objectives, there will always be martial artists striving for higher realms of martial arts, continually advancing towards Karen Tower and the Heavenly Palace. In this manner, while martial arts may not return to its zenith, it certainly would not decline to the point where, apart from Wukong and his companions, billions remain oblivious. Upon departing from the Heavenly Palace, Wukong and Bulma made their way directly to the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Bulma had initially not been present, having come specifically to invite him along. "I called the Turtle Hermit's place, but it seems Krillin and those fellows haven't returned. How frustrating," she remarked as she piloted the aircraft. "I wonder where those guys have been for the past 3 years. It's as if they vanished from the face of the earth." Wukong chuckled at her words. "They haven't truly vanished. Occasionally, I can sense their energy from the Heavenly Palace. Those individuals are likely wandering across the globe, seeking secluded places for intensive training. Their strength has improved somewhat, but given the limited conditions, their advancements are modest. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Jiaozi ascended the Carinta, yet the guidance from the Cat Sage was limited to mere enhancements, and not a single Nimbus cloud was of any use. Ultimately, they only acquired a few magical beans. This prompted Goku to suggest to the deities the opening of the Heavenly Palace. 2 hours later, at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, greetings filled the air. "Long time no see." Tianjin Fan and his companions, along with Master Roshi, had gathered once more. Familiar faces reunited, each displaying notable changes. "Goku, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable," remarked Master Roshi, his eyes gleaming as he observed the others, noting their significant power increases. In Goku's perspective, if their strengths were quantified in combat power, Tianjin Fan would measure at 280, Krillin at 240, Yamcha at 220, and Jiaozi at 180. These were rough estimates, and their true potential during a power burst could be even higher. Conservatively, aside from Jiaozi, the other three should easily surpass the 300 mark. According to the original timeline, Following Piccolo's defeat by Goku, they had all become complacent in their training due to a lack of urgency, resulting in minimal growth, with Tianjin Fan being the only one to make steady progress. What on earth? You've grown so much taller, Krillin exclaimed, visibly annoyed, gesturing to emphasize his point. His resentment over his own stagnant height was palpable. Thus, he immediately noticed the height difference upon seeing Goku. Presently, Goku was the closest in height to Tianjin Fan, standing just over 175 centimeters, while Tianjin Fan towered at an impressive 187 centimeters, not accounting for his hair. Goku chuckled. Haha, Krillin, you're still so short. This bluntness from Goku infuriated Krillin. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, the group swiftly completed their registrations, preparing for an exhilarating competition. Tacitly avoiding any mention of the new threat posed by the Demon King Piccolo, they shared an unspoken understanding that they could not contend with Piccolo, making this World Martial Arts Tournament more of a warm-up match for Goku than a true contest. Chapter 41, The Android Violet. Following the registration, the familiar elimination rounds commenced, and they breezed through without any pressure. Due to Jiaozi's extraordinary abilities, they were placed in different groups, avoiding early encounters. Goku's gaze wandered, quickly spotting Piccolo, who leaned against a wall in the corner, his green skin making it impossible to go unnoticed. The ability to extend his arm for attacks astonished Krillin and the others, while they had not personally experienced it. The catastrophic power unleashed by the Demon King Piccolo left them apprehensive. Goku, however, merely smiled at Piccolo's figure, turning his attention elsewhere. Contestant number 35 wins. As he looked up, Goku recognized a familiar silhouette, his focus sharpening. Although they had only met twice, the individual left a profound impression on him, primarily due to their identity and the intricate connections to the Red Ribbon Army. At that moment, they stood in stark contrast to the surrounding martial artists clad in traditional attire. Instead, they donned a sleek black bodysuit paired with an orange jacket and climbing pants, exuding a mischievous allure through their captivating almond-shaped eyes. Effortlessly, they sent their opponents soaring out of the ring while casually chewing gum. The monks serving as the referee rushed forward, admonishing that is not permissible during the competition. In response to the referee's insistence, the individual spat out the gum, which, despite being merely gum, struck the wall with enough force to leave a crack. Remarkable. Krillin and the others felt a surge of tension, their expressions grave, while Tien nodded solemnly, sensing an overwhelming aura from this person. Suddenly, Yamcha's face flushed as he stammered, "I actually find her quite charming." The others exchanged glances, with Krillin casting a disdainful look at Yamcha. It turned out that Violet had also noticed them earlier, throwing a flirtatious glance their way as she prepared to enter the arena, instantly captivating Yamcha. Pathetic. Yet, she was undeniably charming. However, Goku sensed an undercurrent of unease in her gaze. A year prior, before he discovered Dr. Gero's base, this individual had likely sustained severe injuries. There should be no way they could have survived that energy blast. Yet here they were, not only alive but seemingly endowed with formidable power. Just how powerful was she? It was difficult to ascertain, for even he could not sense her energy. An android. Goku firmly concluded her identity and, recalling Dr. Gero's words, surmised that she must possess knowledge of something significant. It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to inquire, ideally unearthing Dr. Gero's plans through her. The absence of Android 11 left an unsettling feeling. One could only wonder what kind of monstrosity Dr. Gero intended to create. Soon, the preliminaries reached midday, signaling lunch. Although Goku felt somewhat agitated, sustenance was essential. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded. More accurately, too. On one side, Goku's plates were stacked high, surpassing the others. They could hardly contain the mountain of food, prompting the martial arts event staff to continuously remove plates and replenish his supply. "Gosh," Krillin exclaimed, "Goku, how can you eat so much? Won't this affect your performance in the competition?" Although he felt it to be a redundant inquiry, Krillin was nonetheless intimidated by Goku's monstrous appetite. Surely, he had consumed an amount equivalent to his own weight. Was this truly the capacity of a human? "I doubt it," Yamcha remarked, pointing towards the other side. The others turned in curiosity, only to be met with an even more astonishing sight. There, on a nearby table, plates were piled even higher than Goku's, and to their astonishment, the one indulging in the feast was none other than Violet. Before one could blink, he seized the food and stuffed it into his mouth. The dumplings, the size of a basin, disappeared in mere 4 bites. And an enormous bowl of noodles was consumed in a single gulp, as if no chewing was required. Witnessing this spectacle left several onlookers astounded. And Krillin was even more taken aback. Could it truly be possible for someone to match Goku's prodigious appetite? As he gazed at the remnants of rice on his plate, he pondered whether such voracity could genuinely enhance one's combat prowess. The impact of this scene was evidently profound on him. After his initial astonishment, Krillin approached the equally stunned Yamcha with a grin, teasingly recalling how someone had earlier remarked on the cuteness of their companion. "So what do you think, Yamcha?" he jested, raising an eyebrow mischievously. Yamcha coughed awkwardly and turned back to his meal. While Goku was indeed adorable, the state of his finances was far from accommodating. Merely imagining the costs of sustaining someone like Goku made Yamcha resign himself to the thought. Meanwhile, Goku had also noticed something unusual. While Violet was eating, he sensed her aura. Although subtle, it was undeniably potent. It was evident that she was not someone of the same caliber as Tien or the others, perhaps even surpassing Piccolo. What kind of experiments had Dr. Gero conducted? Outside the martial arts tournament cafeteria, Piccolo leaned against a wall, arms crossed, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "A bunch of fools," he mused. Just then, a robust figure appeared before him, prompting Piccolo to instinctively furrow his brow. He had not detected the individual's energy. The figure spoke in a chilling, mechanical tone. "Demon King Piccolo 2, energy threat, low." Without further ado, he turned to leave. Piccolo was left bewildered, his expression darkening as 2 beams of crimson light shot from his eyes, aimed at the retreating figure. However, the figure did not even glance back. Instead, he raised a hand and effortlessly absorbed Piccolo's energy, rendering it null and void. "Impossible!" Piccolo exclaimed, aghast. "What manner of creature is this?" Yet, the stranger exhibited no intention of lingering or providing an explanation, departing with haste. Inside the cafeteria, Goku raised his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes before he crushed the lobster in his grip. A sparkle of anticipation ignited within him. The time had finally come. In the afternoon, the competition continued apace, and the preliminary rounds progressed swiftly. A minor interlude occurred when Chi-Chi unexpectedly arrived. Even Goku was taken aback by her presence, as he was certain he had not provoked her in any way. While he held a degree of affection for her, the situation had grown rather complicated. Bulma would undoubtedly object to him suddenly acquiring another wife. Yet, witnessing Chi-Chi's flirtatious demeanor left Goku feeling quite disconcerted. What was he to do? Ultimately, the top 8 competitors were determined. Goku, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Krillin claimed 4 of the coveted spots, while the remaining positions saw a shift. Tao Pai Pai faced Violet, and, regrettably, was eliminated in the preliminary stage. Though Goku was not surprised, the unfolding events left the others in attendance utterly astounded. Go to hell. Tao Pai Pai, indeed a resilient individual, had survived Goku's powerful Kamehameha without any leniency, and had even undergone a transformation into a half-cyborg. After removing one hand, it morphed into a dagger, lunging towards Violet. The referee, taken aback, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Violet, however, exhibited no signs of tension. Rather, a mysterious smile graced her lips as she effortlessly broke the dagger with a mere flick of her hand. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Tao Pai Pai, astonished, leaped back, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the Super Dodon Wave. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. In a shocking turn, Violet raised her hand and absorbed his Super Dodon Wave, leaving the spectators in disbelief, with Goku's expression subtly shifting. Indeed, she was an android. Chapter 42, Full Firepower. The final outcome was indisputable. Violet easily defeated Tao Pai Pai, rendering him unconscious and advancing to the finals. Among the crowd, it was unclear whether it was mere misfortune or a tragic twist of fate. But Yamcha faced an unknown formidable opponent and was regrettably eliminated, thus breaking his personal record in the martial arts tournament. That guy fights like a robot and strikes with such ferocity. It's infuriating. Krillin and the others watched as Yamcha lay there, completely unconscious, feeling a sense of indignation. Meanwhile, the tall figure clad in black leather slowly departed. The deity did not participate in the tournament by possessing a mortal, knowing full well that Goku could handle Piccolo. Thus, the top 8 were revealed. Apart from Goku and his companions, there stood the enigmatic powerhouse, Violet, Piccolo, and Chi-Chi. It seemed that luck played a significant role. Goku found himself at a loss for words. considering the fierce competition for the 8 spots amidst the underhanded dealings, yet Chi-Chi had miraculously advanced. In contrast, poor Yamcha had met with the hardest of obstacles. Now then, everyone, please come forth to draw lots and determine your opponents for the first round of the top 8. The familiar blonde host announced. Goku, feeling a surge of inspiration, turned to Dumpling beside him, saying, Dumpling, arrange for that fellow to be paired with that woman. The later they face each other, the better. Understood. Dumpling nodded in agreement, raising his hand to subtly rearrange the drawing order before dividing the groups. Krillin and Tien Shinhan exchanged bewildered glances, noticing his expression. Goku, is this really necessary? Do those two possess any special qualities? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Goku glanced at him, shaking his head, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. If you were to face those two, your chances of victory would be slim. After a moment of contemplation, Goku pointed toward Piccolo, leaning against the wall. Choosing him might yield a higher probability of success. As Piccolo stirred, his eyes fluttered open, imbued with a fierce intensity as he cast a glance towards Goku. Tien Shinhan and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of dread, incredulity washing over them. No, it cannot be. Goku, you must be jesting, right? Goku remained silent, a serene smile gracing his face as he regarded Krillin. Do you truly believe I am joking? With great difficulty. Krillin swallowed hard, and in that moment, both he and Tien Shinhan envied Yamcha's fortune in not advancing. At least he was spared the ordeal of battling these formidable beings. Before long, the groupings were finalized, and Violet, alongside the enigmatic entity known as Android 11, formed the first group. Violet's response was rather straightforward. She chose to forfeit. This decision incited a wave of discontent among the audience, who expressed their displeasure with a chorus of boos, while Tien Shinhan and others, eager to witness the prowess of the two mysterious powerhouses through Goku's eyes, felt a tinge of disappointment. The second match commenced, pitting Goku against Chi-Chi. Perhaps due to Goku's complete forgetfulness regarding his promise to visit her at Fire Mountain after so many years, Chi-Chi was filled with resentment. Goku could only acquiesce to a brief bout, yet he was taken aback by Chi-Chi's combat prowess, which had surpassed the formidable threshold of 100, an impressive feat among Earthlings. Ultimately, he gently pushed her off the ring, apologizing, I have pressing matters to attend to. May I explain later? Are you serious? Chi-Chi, noticing the expression on Goku's face, refrained from further argument and agreed to wait for his explanation as she exited the martial arts arena. Hey, Bulma, where are you going? The action is just heating up. Next up is Tien Shinhan. Enough of your chatter. Lan Shi shot a glance at Goku before hastily pursuing Bulma, who had already squeezed through the crowd and disappeared into the distance. Goku observed this scene in silence. What was destined to happen would inevitably unfold. Yet, now was not the time for such contemplations. The true focus was Android 11, and it was imperative to neutralize it. Following Bulma's departure, it was no surprise that she found Chi-Chi, but the content of their conversation remained a mystery to all. The third match commenced, featuring Tien Shinhan against Piccolo. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Despite Tien Shinhan's impressive display of various techniques, Piccolo refrained from unleashing his full potential. For a fleeting moment, they exchanged blows, the battle intensifying. However, as Piccolo began to take the fight seriously, he denied Tien Shinhan the opportunity to employ his powerful Kamehameha, swiftly incapacitating him within 3 moves, leaving Tien Shinhan injured and bleeding, ultimately forcing him to concede. This marked a poignant realization for Tien Shinhan and Krillin regarding the vast chasm of power that existed between them and their opponents. The final bout featured Krillin squaring off against Dend, a classic matchup revisited. Yet this time, Dend had mastered the art of arithmetic, while Krillin had learned the technique of flight, resulting in an exhilarating contest. Ultimately, Dend's strength faltered, and Krillin emerged victorious by a narrow margin. Thus, the intense quarterfinals concluded, leaving the audience exhilarated by the thrilling battles they had witnessed. Now, let us take a 30-minute intermission before we return to the exhilarating semifinals. The host fervently announced the break. However, the audience remained in their seats, unwilling to lose their spots, while the competitors retreated to their designated rest area. The enigmatic warrior Piccolo, along with Goku and Krillin, stood in their respective corners. Suddenly, Goku turned and stepped outside, and Piccolo, as if in silent agreement, followed suit. Krillin reached out, wanting to inquire about what transpired, but Goku merely raised his hand, signaling him not to worry. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and as they returned to the arena, Goku faced Android 11. A quick glance at the audience revealed that Bulma had indeed returned, though she appeared somewhat displeased. With a soft sigh, Goku chose not to explain. The moment had come, and he could not afford to be distracted. He casually removed the wristbands and discarded them at his feet, the solid weight thudding against the ground ominously. These were crafted from a special material, denser than ordinary metal, along with his shirt, totaling a staggering 100 pounds. Yet, this was merely the weight of the burdens themselves. He maintained a state of 20 times normal gravity while wearing these items. Considering his own weight of over 60 kilograms, that amounted to nearly 2 tons. Under such weight, Goku did not need to exert himself deliberately. His combat prowess would steadily rise, and this method would further cultivate his potential. Piccolo's expression darkened in the resting area. Although it was merely a test, he had just sparred with Goku. Rather than a fair exchange, it was more of a one-sided domination by Goku, aimed at conveying to Piccolo that there was no need for another match, while simultaneously warning him not to act recklessly. Boom. Goku slightly bent his arms, unleashing a surge of energy from within. Instantly, the ground trembled. Fragments of stone and fine dust ascended, mingling with arcs of electricity as Goku's muscles swelled, veins protruding. What is happening? How terrifying. Wow. Goku's body is enveloped in a remarkable transparent aura. What could this be? Such an astonishing presence. Although Tien was injured, he remained steadfastly focused on the match, beads of cold sweat dotting his face, while Yamcha had returned as well. Just how far has Goku progressed in his training? Gulp. Tien shook his head, his expression grave as he regarded Goku's opponent. Who knows? But have you ever witnessed a contender who, without even commencing the battle, compelled Goku to unleash his full strength? Yamcha, realizing the situation only now, turned to look at Goku's adversary. He saw that the opponent remained expressionless, the angular features of his face gradually taking on a metallic sheen, adorned with peculiar red patterns. He was unaffected by Goku's overwhelming presence. Chapter 43. The intervention of Piccolo as a martial artist. One must understand the importance of restraint. The path of martial arts is not solely about violence or life-and-death struggles. Such actions are the domain of assassins. The true pursuit of a martial artist lies in mutual learning and enhancement of one's abilities through sparring. Therefore, it is customary not to unleash one's full strength right from the outset, let alone engage in a display akin to a full-scale battle. This is not a friendly duel, but a genuine confrontation. Goku, with a fierce determination reflected in Master Roshi's glasses, suddenly came to a realization as he observed Goku's unwavering commitment to unleash his full power. He approached the host, whispering urgently, What? The Red Ribbon Army? The microphone nearly slipped from the host's grasp as he regained his composure. Closely examining the tall figure whose belt boldly displayed the crimson initials RR. Indeed, it was the infamous Red Ribbon Army, a terrifying organization that had shocked the world. In a state of alarm, the host's mind raced, and he quickly turned to the audience, raising his voice, Ladies and gentlemen, the techniques exhibited by the two contestants may be extraordinarily perilous. To prevent any accidental harm, please retreat 100 meters. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, the host promptly began directing the martial arts event staff to methodically evacuate the crowd. Moreover, vehicles and aircraft emblazoned with the Universal Capsule Corporation insignia began to arrive in succession. Retreat. We must evacuate swiftly. Realizing the potential threat of a terrorist attack by the Red Ribbon Army, the organizers of the martial arts competition were equally frantic and complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Goku, despite his surging energy, refrained from immediate action, fixating his gaze on number 11, determined to keep him at bay. A sinister chuckle from Dr. Gero echoed ominously, and suddenly, number 11 raised his hand, aiming it at the distant crowd, where Bulma and others were located. Whoosh! Boom! Goku instantly surged forward like a flash of lightning, landing a powerful punch that sent number 11 staggering back. However, a surge of energy erupted from his palm, narrowly missing the crowd as it soared overhead. A crimson beam sliced through the air, and in an instant, a nearby skyscraper was cleaved in two, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The crowd erupted into chaos, panic ensued, and the atmosphere became frenzied. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, Goku launched a relentless assault on the android known as number 11. dragging him into the air for an intense battle. Crack! With overwhelming force, Goku's attacks sent number 11 reeling, and after a series of heavy strikes, arcs of electricity crackled along the surface of number 11's body. Not this move again, but it won't work on me now. Zing. Boom. Indeed. A terrifying flash of lightning surged forth, enveloping Goku's entire being in an attempt to seize control over him. This technique had previously caused him considerable distress. Even as a scion, he was still flesh and blood, and facing the unique energy of lightning was undeniably uncomfortable. It was not a matter of strength. Without channeling his inner energy to create a barrier, even a super scion could be harmed by the lightning and would suffer the consequences. However, at this moment, Wukong seemed to disregard the onslaught of lightning, showing no signs of diminishing his assault. How could this be? Dr. Gallow's voice echoed from within Android 11, astonished, exclaiming that this was impossible. This was a voltage of millions of volts. What have you done? Humph. Wukong responded with action, his entire being enveloped in a blinding white light. Suddenly, it appeared as though he grasped the very essence of the lightning, all the electric energy coalescing into his palm, converging into a golden bolt, which he then unleashed with a powerful punch aimed at Android 11's head. He could not believe that his opponent would resurrect once more. This mastery over lightning was the true essence of the Turtle School's ultimate technique, the heavenly palm of the nations. If one were to categorize it, it would be comparable to the Crane School's Kamehameha. This technique was a secret art that only Wukong, aside from Master Roshi, had mastered. Under the intense electrical interference, Android 11's movements were hindered, and Wukong's fist struck the top of its head, smashing through half of its cranium. However, with a resounding hum. As half of the head was obliterated, a multitude of electronic components erupted forth, among them a minuscule chip. With the damage sustained, Dr. Gallow's voice abruptly ceased. Just as Wukong thought he could effortlessly conclude the battle with the android, preparing to press his advantage, he was taken aback as the android suddenly retaliated. Android 11 emanated a terrifying crimson glow, raising its hand to grasp Wukong's arm, and then opened its mouth, unleashing a blinding red beam that pierced the heavens. Boom! The sky was bathed in red. This strike transcended the firmament. The spectacle was astounding, and yet it was far from over. As the dreadful energy began to shift downward ominously, a deep, wrathful voice resonated, and in the next moment, Wukong felt a charred hand emerge from the laser, seizing Android 11 by the throat, electricity crackling, suppressing its energy. A wave of weakness surged through his arm as the energy within him was being voraciously siphoned away. Can it actively absorb energy now? Die. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly, otherwise, disaster would ensue. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures collided incessantly in the sky, the terrifying echoes resembling thunder, one wave of sound crashing upon another. Below, at the martial arts tournament venue, most spectators had evacuated, leaving only Master Roshi, Tien, and a few others behind. Of course, there was also the blonde host, who was straining to gaze upward. We could see that the duel between the two competitors had ascended to the heavens. It was nothing short of astonishing. I find myself at a loss for words to describe my feelings at this moment. I implore the audience to simply watch. I say, you are remarkably dedicated. Aren't you? Krillin remarked, speechless. The audience has mostly departed, and we are practically alone here. Adjusting his sunglasses, the host regained a semblance of composure and approached the unwavering Master Roshi. Master Roshi, do you believe we can weather the storm of this Red Ribbon Army's terrifying assault? The contestant's son Wukong is also your disciple. Do you think he can triumph? I'm uncertain, Master Roshi replied, his expression grave. If even Wukong were to falter, it would spell doom for us all. And no, it can't be, the host attempted to assert, for he possessed some understanding of the prowess of those before him. Yet, glancing at the others, he noticed that apart from a certain individual, the remaining attendees were enveloped in a shared expression of solemnity. Even the seemingly ailing green-faced contestant exhibited the same demeanor. Only those well-versed in martial arts could truly grasp the gravity of the situation. With tears glistening in her eyes, Chi-Chi watched as, at that moment, an aircraft approached from the distance. Inside, Dr. Brief extended his hand from the plane, waving. Bulma, the disruptor you requested has been completed. Dad, hurry down. Bulma cried out, startled. However, at that instant, the battling Android 11 seemed to sense something amiss, suddenly delivering a powerful punch that sent Wukong crashing down. then raised his hand to unleash a terrifying energy wave. Oh no! The crowd gasped in horror, realizing they were powerless to avert the impending attack. In a critical moment, a surge of energy erupted from the ground, detonating a portion of Android 11's energy blast. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong unleashed a rapid Kamehameha wave, igniting the remaining energy and propelling himself skyward, continuing to impede Android 11's advance. Facing the astonished expressions of Tien and the others, Piccolo's demeanor darkened, and with a snort, he discarded his cape and soared toward the battlefield. Wukong, Krillin called out, attempting to warn him, but Master Roshi raised a hand to halt him. Piccolo's target was not Wukong. He had a different plan. With the control of Dr. Gero severed, Android 11 unleashed its full might, exhibiting a terrifying strength. Wukong found himself on the defensive, particularly as his injuries drained his stamina, while Android 11 absorbed his energy in close proximity, tipping the scales against him. As Android 11 reached out to grasp him, Piccolo suddenly surged forward, deflecting the android's arm with a decisive strike. Taking advantage of the moment, Wukong coiled his tail around Android 11's leg and channeled all his energy into a powerful punch, shattering its left arm. Piccolo, with both fists clenched, delivered a devastating blow, sending Android 11 plummeting toward the ground. However, the blood on his hands and his ragged breaths revealed that both the energy wave and this strike had drawn upon every ounce of his strength. Wukong, too, struggled to catch his breath, striving to steady himself as he looked up at Piccolo, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Piccolo subsequently revealed a cold smile and declared, "Son Wukong, I merely wish to eliminate any obstacles to my dominion over the world. Once I have dealt with this creature, I shall personally put an end to you." Wukong, despite his severe depletion of strength, nodded in acknowledgement, though his demeanor suggested a hint of insincerity. From the moment Piccolo chose to strike, he could never revert to the former king of demons he once was. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being sliced through rang out. "Wukong, be cautious." Wukong's nerves tensed instantly. However, before he could react, Piccolo's arm, along with half of his body, was swiftly severed, followed by a ki blast that sent him crashing down. Android 11 reappeared, swiftly dispatching Piccolo, which caused Wukong to become frantic. He charged into battle, unleashing his full power in a frenzy. If Piccolo were to perish, so too would the Supreme Kai, and with that, the Dragon Balls would be lost. Damn it! Bang! Crack! Wukong had never imagined that, despite suffering damage to its head and part of its body, Android 11 could still unleash such formidable strength. Showing no signs of waning power, the monumental battle raged on, with the sky shrouded in dark clouds, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The onlookers below felt a chill run down their spines as they witnessed Piccolo being defeated in an instant. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief successfully landed near the martial arts tournament site, approaching with a standard running posture, accompanied by Mrs. Brief. This couple maintained an impressively composed demeanor, unaffected by the earlier turmoil, landing with stability. Upon reaching Bulma, before Dr. Brief could speak, Mrs. Brief presented a package to her, saying, "Bulma, this is your favorite strawberry cake. At a time like this, who wants strawberry cake?" Bulma exclaimed, her expression furious as she turned to Dr. Brief, extending her hand. "Dad, where's the item I requested?" Just a moment." Dr. Brief rummaged through his limited pockets, scratching his head before finally clapping his hands and dashing back towards the plane, saying, "You eat the cake first. I'll be back shortly." "Dad." Bulma stamped her foot in frustration. Master Roshi and the others looked on, perplexed by the family's antics, questioning their purpose for being there. Don't be upset, Bulma. Have a piece of cake. Your mother has also prepared afternoon tea." After a brief moment, Wukong's figure began to falter, and it was then that Dr. Brief retrieved the object Bulma sought, a small remote control with a single button. Just then, Wukong was suddenly struck from the air, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. "Wukong!" The crowd gasped in shock. In her desperation, Bulma grabbed the button, her gaze fixed on the airborne android, whose exposed mechanical eye glowed red, scanning the object in Bulma's hand. Surprisingly, it did not pursue her. Instead, it halted midair and slowly raised a hand. "Oh no, it's been discovered." This is the research data brought back by Goku, studied by Bulma and Dr. Brief, intended to restrict the control of the androids. However, she did not anticipate that this android had evolved to the point of being able to perceive its surroundings. The individuals targeted by Android 11 were filled with dread, feeling that death was imminent. At that moment, the aim of Android 11 shifted. With a crackle, Goku emerged from the pit, his body marred by burns and blood. The remnants of his tattered shirt torn away. A chilling, violent energy surged around him. Despite his grievous injuries, he exhibited no signs of exhaustion. Rather, he felt an unceasing flow of power surging within him, the blood of the Science boiling in his veins. Goku fixed his gaze on Android 11, hands poised at his waist, gathering energy as he loudly inquired about the necessary distance. Upon witnessing the tragic state of her beloved, Bulma gritted her teeth and immediately understood. 10 meters. Good. Goku's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing high in the sky. A full-force Kamehameha collided with a red energy wave at close range, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that unleashed earthquakes and tsunamis, transforming the very fabric of the earth. It was as if a supernuclear bomb had detonated in the sky. The terrifying energy enveloped the island where the martial arts tournament was held, causing the entire island to begin flattening. Goku, hurry here. Tien Shinhan fired a small energy cannon, creating a pit for everyone to shelter from the hurricane, preventing them from being blown away. All eyes remained fixed on the sky. As martial artists, they understood the peril of such a level of confrontation, let alone the madness of drawing closer to endure more damage. This was a reckless gamble for their lives. Yet faced with the seemingly immortal android, Goku had no alternative. Boom. Bang. Minutes later, Goku, dragging his severely injured body, forced Android 11 into submission but lacked the strength to pull it to the ground, let alone close the distance to 10 meters. In this dire situation, a figure with violet hair suddenly soared towards the battlefield amidst the tempest of lightning. Danger. For the first time, Android 11 emitted a sound, still mechanical, imbued with a sense of deathly coldness. Goku clung on desperately, preventing its escape. Finally, as Violet approached within 10 meters, she pressed the control device, and arcs of electricity radiated from Android 11, which then lost its strength, its damaged head drooping. Goku, seemingly drained of energy, began to fall from the sky. Goku, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and others rushed up to catch him. Just then, the paralyzed Android 11 suddenly revived, raising its hand and unleashing an energy blast that pierced through Goku's chest. In an instant, he plummeted from paradise to hell. Goku's gaze gradually faded. Yet at that very moment, his latent potential surged forth, propelling his combat prowess to staggering heights. A fearsome roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as Goku's fist obliterated the android number 11, reducing it to ashes. With a chime, he was informed of the demise of Android 11, and his energy surged by 700. Just before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, Goku crushed the Senzu bean in his mouth. Almost. Chapter 45, A Terrible Loss of 7,000. Goku. The martial arts arena lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland where Goku lay quietly in a pool of blood. Feeling as though death was imminent, even the act of chewing a Senzu bean had become a Herculean task. Moments later, Tien and the others arrived at the scene. Gazing at the motionless Goku, Krillin and the others hastily produced Senzu beans, but struggled to pry open Goku's mouth. If you want me dead, just say it. Goku was exerting the last remnants of his strength to chew the Senzu bean. If they pried his mouth open and fed him slowly, he might truly perish. His consciousness was already beginning to blur. If he had the energy, he would have liked to punch Krillin. Goku. Woo-woo. Goku. At that moment, Chi-Chi rushed over, forcefully pushing Krillin aside, weeping in despair. Tien and Master Roshi shared sorrowful glances, feeling Goku's ki had dissipated. Nevertheless, Krillin was still determined to save Goku, and exclaimed, "The Dragon Balls! We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku." Krillin, have you forgotten what Korin said atop Korin Tower? In an instant, Krillin was jolted awake, standing frozen in place. Then he struck the wall beside him in frustration. Due to Goku, Master Roshi had not concealed the truth about the Supreme Kai from them, including that the Dragon Balls were created by the Supreme Kai, and that Piccolo and the Supreme Kai were bound together in life and death. Now that Piccolo was deceased, did that not mean the Dragon Balls had turned into mere stones? Goku. Bulma arrived late, her hurried steps almost causing her to stumble. Upon approaching and witnessing Goku's battered form lying in a pool of blood, she collapsed helplessly to the ground, her eyes vacant. Then, she gathered herself, murmuring, "The Dragon Balls. Right, we still have the Dragon Balls." Bulma, the Supreme Kai is dead. The Dragon Balls have turned to stone. Krillin's desperate voice roused Bulma. Her eyes seemed to lose their color as she approached Goku, casting a complex glance at Chi-Chi, while the others around them displayed expressions of deep sorrow, turning away, unable to bear the sight. How could this happen? How could it be? Cough, cough, cough. Finally, Goku managed to swallow the Senzu bean, narrowly escaping choking to death, but at least he managed to hold on to that breath of life. With his energy rapidly escalating, his grievous injuries healed in an instant. The effects of the Senzu bean were indeed remarkable. However, even as he revived from the brink of death, Goku could not find joy in his recovery. He had suffered a tremendous loss. Goku, how wonderful. You are still alive. Wow. As the crowd transformed their sorrow into joy, tears of elation streamed down their faces. Goku, beneath the weight of both Chi-Chi and Bulma, found it challenging to rise, though he was not in danger of asphyxiation. With great effort, he managed to pat their backs before finally standing up. In the distance, a cloaked figure of Piccolo flashed momentarily in the sky, followed by a disdainful snort as he vanished from sight. As a Namekian, losing limbs was hardly a serious injury. With a bit of exertion, they could regenerate. In fact, later on, Piccolo could even heal from being shattered into pieces, rendering him nearly immortal. Despite having recovered, Goku was compelled to heed Bulma and Chi-Chi's insistence to check into a hospital. His mood was somber, and after the recent fierce battle, it was evident that he required some respite. Following a conversation with Master Roshi and others, Goku departed aboard the Brief family's aircraft, parting ways once more with his companions. That Goku truly elicits envy, Yamcha remarked, gazing in the direction of the departing plane. You are quite remarkable yourself, Yamcha, Puer encouraged from the side. Thank you, Puer. He replied. Yulong, with a mischievous grin, chuckled. With my experience, Goku is in for quite the surprise. Just wait and see. The group seemed to share a moment of realization, pausing briefly before nodding in unison. Indeed, Yulong's prediction proved accurate. Goku felt as though death might be preferable. Admitted to a hospital under the Universal Capsule Corporation, he found himself in a luxurious ward undergoing various examinations. The doctors reported that he was in excellent health, even stating he was remarkably robust, unlike any Earthling they had encountered. Nevertheless, Bulma insisted on a period of observation. Thus, Goku found himself in the role of a patient, with the only silver lining being he would not go hungry. Goku, I've brought your favorite food. I also brought the specialty roasted salamander from Flame Mountain. Who would eat such a thing? What are you talking about? That is a rare delicacy, difficult to catch. Goku, however, welcomed all offerings with open arms, exclaiming, I shall eat and eat. The truth was that during his near-death encounter with number 11, he had momentarily unleashed his latent potential, seeking to recuperate through this indulgence. Once the potential was expended, the sole method of recovery was to wait, ideally under conditions of ample nourishment. Previously, Goku had never consciously activated his latent potential even once, allowing it to steadily increase. This time, however, he had come perilously close to death, triggering the Scion's innate ability. The sole positive news was that he had only partially unleashed his potential, doubling it to 12,200, not accounting for the additional 7,000 from defeating number 11. Regarding the previous number 9, it did not enhance his combat prowess at all. He speculated that this was due to it being merely a robot, rather than an android. Nonetheless, this was enough to cause Goku some distress. Not only had he awakened potential, but he had also suffered a significant loss of 7,000 in battle power. Host, Son Goku Bloodline. Scion, Lower Class Warrior. Age, 17 Shi, Combat Power 19, 200, 410, Super Ability. Gravity Manipulation, 1x Gravity. In order to recuperate, Goku had refrained from even restoring gravity and decided to earnestly rest for a period, awaiting the return of his potential to normal levels. According to his original plan, he should have settled matters with Piccolo before enjoying a few years of stability, allowing this body to fully mature and his potential to reach its ultimate limit. At that point, all he needed was to amass sufficient strength to unleash a tenfold increase in combat power. This meant that accumulating 300,000 in battle power followed by a potential awakening would enable him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Just as Bulma and Chi-Chi were locked in their dispute, two figures appeared at the doorway of the infirmary. Oh, it seems the recovery is going well. Violet entered, dressed in a refreshing manner, blowing a bubble with her gum. Good afternoon. I have brought some gifts. Blue-haired Lanchi, as gentle as ever, spoke, provided she refrained from transforming at random. Placing the exquisite food box down, Goku, having nearly finished his meal, opened it without hesitation and devoured its contents. After finishing, he looked up at Bulma and Chi-Chi, who were still at odds, and patted his stomach. He and T had his fill. However, at that moment, he felt that speaking up would surely shift the conflict, which would be disastrous. At that point, he might find himself in a position where he would have to fend for himself. Chapter 46. Super Android. As Goku wrestled with whether to seek out more food himself, Violet tossed him a piece of something, which he caught in his hand, a chocolate-like item. Bringing it closer, he sniffed it. It indeed had the aroma of food, but he hesitated to consume something of uncertain origin. What is this? He asked, looking at her with some confusion. Violet, chewing her gum, explained, energy block. It effectively replenishes stamina. One piece can sustain me for 3 days, so it should suffice for you as well. With a few bites, he consumed it without hesitation, feeling no malice from Violet. Ultimately, had she not decisively sent that remote control onto the battlefield, he might have been forced to exhaust his potential to defeat number 11. Although the outcome would have been the same, Goku truly did not wish to deplete his potential unnecessarily, uncertain of when he would be able to recover it. After swallowing the energy block, Goku indeed felt his hunger abate. Bulma and Chi-Chi, at this point, ceased their argument, as Goku had finished eating. They then both turned their gaze towards Violet, their expressions somewhat wary. As for Lanchi, they paid her no mind. Her dual personalities had not exhibited any peculiar behavior towards Goku. Violet, with her obvious yet inadvertent flirtations, did not appear to be a person of good character. You are one of the Red Ribbon Army, aren't you? What brings you here? Bulma confronted her directly. Violet blinked and, with a playful smirk, leaned closer to Goku's bedside. Goku instinctively recoiled, yet she persisted in her approach, provocatively glancing at Bulma and inquiring, "What do you think I want? Isn't it quite evident?" Bulma was taken aback, exclaiming, "Who are you? What do you intend to do to Goku? Step away. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to confront you." Kiki, equally incensed, added, "How can someone be so shameless?" The two advanced, forcibly pulling Violet away. Goku felt a twinge of concern for their safety, despite her seemingly harmless demeanor. She was indeed a formidable android with considerable strength, although the specifics of her design and capabilities were unclear to him. He sensed that Violet's power likely surpassed that of Piccolo. How much more, he could not ascertain, but she was certainly no match for Android 11. Otherwise, she would not be present here. Let us be frank. What is your intention? Goku addressed Bulma and Kiki, who were fiercely protective of him, with a hint of exasperation. Turning to Violet, she ceased her playful antics and pointed to her temple, stating, "There is a chip embedded in my brain. While I am uncertain if it is a bomb, I suspect that Dr. Gero must have left some contingency plan. I escaped while he was distracted, and I do not wish to be recaptured as his test subject." She then turned to Bulma, declaring, "In exchange for my assistance, I believe it is not unreasonable to request the power of your universal capsule to resolve this predicament. Such a matter is simple, provided you cooperate. I will enlist my father's help to disarm the bomb." Bulma readily agreed. Violet flashed her signature smile, extending her hand and stating, "Let us collaborate pleasantly." Bulma reciprocated the gesture with a smile, though her thoughts were laced with mischief, contemplating the prospect of planting more super bombs to keep Violet away from Goku. Consequently, Violet, due to her modifications, took temporary residence at Bulma's home. After observing her for several days without incident, Goku returned to the brief residence, only to face another dilemma. Kiki followed him. This resulted in a scenario where Bulma and Kiki flanked Goku, seemingly ensuring he could not escape. The brief couple exchanged glances, and Goku felt an overwhelming sense of impending judgment, his scalp prickling with unease. After a brief moment of silent communication, Dr. Brief crossed his arms and sighed. "I suppose there is no avoiding this, given your childhood bond. However, should we celebrate with 2 separate weddings or a single grand affair? It is truly vexing. Dear, a joint celebration would surely be livelier," came the reply. Mrs. Brief immediately echoed, then walked over to Chi-Chi with a beaming smile, saying, If Bulma doesn't mind. We certainly have no objections. Moreover, we shall care for your and Goku's child as if they were our own grandchild." "Mom, what are you talking about? I mind." Bulma exclaimed loudly in protest. She intended to seek assistance from her parents, yet it had escalated to this point. Am I not your biological child? Oh dear, Bulma. Don't be so stubborn. Mrs. Brief chuckled, waving her hand dismissively, and began chatting with Chi-Chi. So, Chi-Chi, when will you and Goku have children? I can hardly wait to hold my grandchild. Mom. Bulma was once again infuriated. Clearly, she was unwilling to let her mother hold her grandchild. Goku suddenly realized that perhaps his worries were unwarranted. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's face flushed with embarrassment at the couple's words, completely forgetting that her initial intention was to marry Goku. As the conversation had now morphed into inquiries about when they would have children, Goku began to suspect that the Briefs were intentionally stirring the pot. Otherwise, he would be left with a headache. Why is their mindset so open, so progressive? Does that make me the traditionalist? Or is this commonplace in this world? Surely not. At lunchtime, the atmosphere was as lively as ever, perhaps even a bit too boisterous. Ding ding ding. Your appetite is truly impressive, Mrs. Brief exclaimed after taking a bite of the dish before her, turning to Chi-Chi in surprise. Oh my, this is delicious. Chi-Chi, are you a chef? I learned a bit at home. Since Goku loves to eat, Chi-Chi replied modestly. Oh my, what a thoughtful child you are. Far more obedient than Bulma. Yes. I'm the naughty one, all right. Bulma retorted, resignedly cutting her food with a knife and fork, signaling her surrender. Let it be. I won't concern myself at all. Dr. Brief, meanwhile, speared a piece of food but paused, gazing at Goku and Violet, who were devouring their meals with remarkable speed. He marveled, what extraordinary technique. Such a level of nanotechnology is unlike anything on Earth. As Violet tore off a large piece of roasted meat and chewed it, she remarked, Dr. Brief. This technology likely originates from researchers at VOMI. You must have seen Dr. Gallow's theoretical studies on energy fields. Much of it stems from that woman. With a slight huff of displeasure, it was evident that her modifications were likely linked to someone named VOMI. Oh, it's her, the rumored assistant of Dr. Gallow. I once invited her to my research institute, but she declined, Dr. Brief said, cautiously glancing at Mrs. Brief, who, at that moment, was oblivious to his words. Dr. Brief cleared his throat and continued, I have scanned the chip in your brain, and it indeed poses some danger. Extracting it will be somewhat complicated. I will need some time to conduct further research. That is perfectly fine, Violet replied readily, glancing at the rapidly disappearing food before her eyes shifted to Goku. As she began to eat in earnest. Unlike Android 11, who could directly absorb energy, her modifications were of a different nature, deriving strength from sustenance. The advantage, however, lay in her ability to consistently grow stronger through this means, whereas Android 11 could only achieve temporary boosts in power through further modifications or energy absorption. Chapter 47. The Defection of Violet. In many respects, Violet possessed immense potential. Although the exact limits of her capabilities remained unclear, it was certain that they surpassed those of Android 11, marking her as a truly extraordinary artificial human. The Brief residence, located on the second floor, featured a private outdoor balcony. At that moment, Bulma and Chi-Chi were enjoying afternoon tea on the balcony. Among the residential buildings of the metropolis, Bulma's home appeared as a larger hemispherical structure. Yet, the area behind this building encompassed the entirety of the Brief estate, complete with all necessary facilities, including a hospital, restaurant, and research institute. Notably, the spacious backyard housed an expansive botanical garden, which Mrs. Brief later transformed into a pet haven for numerous cats and dogs. Thus, even a mere corner of the property extended over 10,000 square meters. Following their gaze, Goku could be seen exercising in the open space, performing basic warm-up routines. However, due to the added gravitational pressure, he was already drenched in sweat. Honestly, he just came out of the hospital. Chi-Chi smiled, reminiscing. I remember when he trained under Master Roshi, he was always diligent and would often practice secretly, which is why he became so strong. I don't quite understand his mindset, but it truly reflects his character, Bulma remarked, taking a sip of her coffee. Yet, halfway through, she suddenly spat it out. Violet had walked over, draped in a towel, presenting a rather revealing appearance. Bulma exploded in outrage, rising to point at her while exclaiming, Hey, this is someone else's home. Aren't you the least bit ashamed? With her narrow, phoenix-like eyes, Violet glanced at Bulma, casually picked up an apple, and sat beside her. There shouldn't be anyone else here, and besides, I'm quite sensitive to heat. If you're sensitive to heat, go stay in the cold storage. I would freeze in there. I'm not going, Violet replied, taking a bite of the apple without a hint of self-consciousness. You Bulma, infuriated, gritted her teeth, feeling utterly powerless in the situation. Gazing into each other's eyes, Kiki and the other exchanged a knowing glance before descending from the balcony, swiftly dragging Wukong away. One on each side. Wukong, what has transpired? Go home and cultivate, for I have arranged for my father to renovate a training room for you. All right. I have prepared a sumptuous feast. Let us dine heartily before we commence our training. Violet rested her hands on the railing of the balcony, her eyes sparkling with an enigmatic smile. Days later, Wukong set forth to Flame Mountain accompanied by Bulma and Kiki, intending to confront the Bull Demon King. To Wukong's surprise, the brief couple was remarkably open-minded. However, the Bull Demon King remained a variable, prompting their decision to visit Flame Mountain. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene engulfed in ferocious flames. Oh dear, Wukong, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, the Bull Demon King would have been in grave danger, exclaimed the fortune teller. Startled, Wukong and his companions quickly sensed the Bull Demon King's aura still lingering amidst the flames. The castle atop Flame Mountain was already shrouded in fire. After the fortune teller's explanation, it became clear that this inferno resulted from a leak in the Bagua furnace at Wuxing Mountain, a predicament that ordinary means could not resolve. With no other option, Wukong resolved to journey to Wuxing Mountain to address the issue. Along the way, he needed to gather materials to repair the Bagua furnace, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Eventually, after approximately half a day, he managed to extinguish the raging fires of Flame Mountain. During his time at Wuxing Mountain, he encountered Sun Wufan, who was now under the care of Anning, the overseer of the Bagua furnace, serving as a protector. With the crisis at Flame Mountain averted and the Bull Demon King saved, he learned of the trio's intentions. After a prolonged silence, he acquiesced. Wukong, though you are Wufan's grandson, should you dare to mistreat Kiki, I shall not spare you. Understand? Despite lacking confidence, it was commendable that he could utter such words in the presence of Wukong. Similarly, as a disciple of the Turtle Hermit School with a combat power of 130, he could sense that Wukong's energy was on an entirely different plane. Father. Kiki wiped away a tear from her eye as the Bull Demon King embraced her tenderly. Wukong made a promise, and afterward, he took the two back to Baozi Mountain, primarily to assess how best to construct their new abode. Bulma boldly suggested, in my opinion, we should reside at my home. This place is too remote. Even if we were to build anew, it would be quite inconvenient to procure supplies. No, Kiki firmly opposed, insisting, this is where Wukong grew up. It holds great significance. We cannot abandon it. I am not suggesting we completely forsake this location, Bulma clarified, gesturing toward Wukong's original dwelling. The serene style of the Turtle Hermit's house is quite charming, so I think we could renovate this place into a vacation villa. It would be lovely to come here occasionally to unwind. What do you think, Wukong? As they turned their gazes toward him, awaiting his decision, he responded, That sounds agreeable. Wukong nodded slightly, then noticed Chi-Chi's melancholic expression and smiled, saying, however, I prefer this place even more, for it holds many precious memories. Chi-Chi's face reflected a touch of emotion. At that moment, Bulma paused slightly, gazing at the distant cabin, reminiscing about the first time she met Wukong. Suddenly, she chuckled and remarked, indeed, this is a significant place. Now, let us deliberate on what we should construct. I envision a research institute. Perhaps it could be situated at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by a grand castle. Wukong's heart stirred, and he replied with a grin. A prince on a white horse? How annoying. Bulma retorted playfully. I realize you've changed quite a bit, you little rascal. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled her original aspiration to gather the Dragon Balls, which was to wish for a dashing prince as her boyfriend. This, she mused, was likely a romantic dream shared by many young girls, herself included, yet Wukong's sudden mention of it left her slightly embarrassed. How dare you expose my embarrassing past? Just wait. A day passed, and the trio made their way back to the metropolis. On the plane, Bulma piloted the aircraft, her gaze fixed on the four-star ball, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This was the Dragon Ball that Wukong had kept on Baozi Mountain after the last gathering of Dragon Balls. Bulma had taken all but the four-star ball to her home. By now, she understood that the wishes granted by the dragon were not omnipotent. Thus her fantasies about the Dragon Balls had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, this four-star ball held great significance for both Wukong and her. Hey, why is that dot moving? Chi-Chi exclaimed curiously, observing the dragon radar beside her. Wukong's brow furrowed as he approached, and Bulma turned her attention to it as well. Indeed, Bulma's expression shifted uneasily. She had concealed the 6 Dragon Balls in a very secretive spot at home, where they should have remained undiscovered. Yet, the position of the Dragon Balls was shifting, and it was inconceivable that the briefs were running about with them. This could only imply one thing. The Dragon Balls had been taken. Instantly, Bulma and Wukong thought of the prime suspect, Violet. That woman. If she dares to harm my mother, she shall not escape unscathed. Bulma seethed with anger. Wukong's brow tightened as he promptly seized the dragon radar and declared, Bulma, you and Chi-Chi return to the metropolis first. I will retrieve the Dragon Balls. All right, be careful, Bulma replied. As he departed, Wukong handed 3 Senzu beans to Bulma, which he had taken after returning to Baozi Mountain. Most of his Senzu beans were stored there. Keeping them on his person was inconvenient, and losing them would be a regrettable misfortune. Furthermore, as his strength grew, the potential for destruction increased, meaning he could inadvertently obliterate the beans. Thus, he preferred to carry only 1 or 2 for emergencies, ensuring minimal loss, lest they run out eventually. Wukong, seeing this, Chi-Chi also wanted to follow, but was halted by Wukong, who darted away from the rear of the aircraft, pursuing the direction of the other 6 Dragon Balls. Chapter 48. The true form of Gallow emerges. In the sky, a figure swiftly glided past, soaring into the distance. It was Violetta, a bag slung over her shoulder containing 6 Dragon Balls, gradually nearing a certain destination. At that moment, Violetta abruptly halted, gazing at Wukong who appeared before her, silent and furrowed in thought. Noticing that Wukong remained silent as well, she raised her finger to her temple, then pointed to her mouth and ears. Fearing that the previous version of Wukong would struggle to comprehend her meaning, her gesture was not a sign of her inability to speak, but rather an indication that she was still capable of controlling her actions. However, feeling threatened and under surveillance, she could not utter a word. Subsequently, she retrieved a communicator, swiftly typing a message and placing it before Wukong. With a slight frown, he understood her intent with just a glance, and in that instant, it seemed as though Gallow's voice echoed in Violetta's ear. What is going on, Colonel? I've been intercepted by Son Wukong, Doctor, requesting assistance. Violetta raised her hand to her ear again, quickly typing another message on her device, which she handed to Wukong. Simultaneously, she produced 2 Dragon Balls from the bag behind her and exchanged glances with him. Perhaps fearing that Wukong might not grasp her meaning, Violetta considered typing again, but suddenly halted her actions and unexpectedly struck toward Wukong. This action was fraught with flaws. Wukong hardly sensed any real threat. Yet he raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy that sent Violetta flying. As she was propelled away, a figure streaked across the horizon, materializing before Wukong. Wukong's expression darkened. The inevitable had arrived. It was the repaired number 11, albeit still in a semi-defunct state. Son Wukong, target, destruction, beep 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 boom. No. 11 had transformed into a complete killing machine, adorned with a terrifying metallic frame. Upon sighting Wukong, its eyes glowed red, and it immediately unleashed a dreadful surge of energy. The entire sky was dyed crimson by this force. Naturally, Wukong could shatter it effortlessly. This imperfect android, even after repair, was no match for him. Yet, he refrained from doing so, choosing instead to temper his strength in combat. Bang, bang, bang. During this interval, Violetta rose and flew in a certain direction. After a few minutes, Wukong feigned defeat and was struck down, watching as number 11 vanished from his sight. He pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and noted its trajectory, realizing it was an attempt to mislead him. Humph. After soaring several kilometers, Wukong descended, landing on a patch of grass where he picked up the 3-star ball. Likely a deliberate marker left by Violetta. Violet, a former colonel of the Red Ribbon Army, held a status far below that of General Silver and other commanders. Yet, at the critical moment, she decisively extricated herself, becoming the only one from the Red Ribbon Army headquarters to escape unscathed, even managing to abscond with the army's wealth. Such astuteness is truly remarkable. Subsequently, she employed this wealth to feign collaboration with Dr. Gero's assistant, the scientist behind the prototype known as Vomi, also referred to as number 21, undertaking a perilous transformation of herself. Her willingness to inflict such drastic changes upon her own person reveals her resolute nature. Thus, ever since Vomi's demise, she has been plotting her escape from the laboratory. Upon encountering Goku and discovering that Dr. Gero had indeed left a contingency plan, she began to draw closer to Goku, preparing to utilize him as a means to completely liberate herself from Dr. Gero's grasp when the moment arose. This, indeed, is what she is currently engaged in. Moments later, Goku arrived at a concealed research facility nestled within the mountains. The surroundings were heavily fortified, and Goku, rather than rushing in, employed his sense of ki to ascertain the precise location of his target. Hovering in midair, he slowly closed his eyes. To him, the colors and shapes of the world around him faded, transforming into a realm of mere points of light, reminiscent of the Dragon Radar's purity. Inside the research base, a voice echoed, "Colonel, are you jesting with me? What I seek are all 7 Dragon Balls." With a thud, several Dragon Balls fell to the ground. Violet, maintaining her composure, replied to Dr. Gero, "Doctor, I was intercepted en route. These Dragon Balls were all I could manage to retrieve with great effort." Useless waste. Dr. Gero, clad in a white lab coat, exhibited a frenzied demeanor, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot. From the moment of number 11's failure, he had realized the futility of opposing Goku, revealing his presence and depriving him of sleep, as he knew he would eventually be discovered and held accountable. To this end, he devised numerous plans, the most perilous yet potentially rewarding being the one before him, to steal the Dragon Balls and harness the power of Shenron to fulfill his ambitions. Indeed, his first thought was not self-preservation, but rather a frenzied counterattack. Yet, he had not anticipated that such a flawless plan would still culminate in failure. After a brief interval, the repaired number 11 returned. Dr. Gero stood before a laboratory table, his hands deftly manipulating various instruments. He subsequently retrieved a brand new chip from the depths of the research facility and integrated it into the restored body of number 11. Sparks crackled as arcs of electricity danced, and number 11's power began to surge, rapidly reaching its original limits. "Doctor, will it explode?" Violet expressed her concern, her gaze intermittently drifting toward the exterior of the research facility. This was her best opportunity. What was happening? Why had Goku not yet made his move? Had he not located them, or was it something else? Although she lacked the ability to control ki, she understood precisely how to enhance her own strength. In the stillness, her energy began to surge. Dr. Gallow, now utterly deranged, offered no response to her, instead focusing on manipulating the instruments to enhance the body of Android 11. Just as the transformation reached its fervent peak, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire base. "Alert! Intrusion detected. Activating defenses." With a thunderous roar, an energy blast obliterated the upper section of the research facility, rendering the defense systems utterly incapacitated, and arcs of electricity flickered throughout the base. Goku descended from above, determined not to repeat the same folly of employing a Kamehameha against the android. Dr. Gallow turned, his face a mask of terror, his hands bracing against the control panel behind him as if struggling to maintain his balance. Yet, he remained undeterred and pressed the final control button on the testing platform. With a crackle, Android 11 awakened. In a sudden burst of reflex, Goku realized that 11 had become even swifter, forcing him to retreat. The two figures clashed midair, though a portion of Goku's attention remained fixated on Dr. Gallow as he discreetly assessed Android 11's combat prowess. Surpassing 7,000, it climbed to 8,000, then 9,000, and finally reached 10,000. What on earth has Gallow done? Fortunately, it seemed that Gallow had only augmented Android 11's strength to a degree still manageable for Goku. He felt a flicker of relief. Had Gallow chosen to bide his time rather than risk a counterattack, he might have inadvertently birthed those subsequent abominations. That would have truly posed a significant dilemma. Chapter 49, Gohan. The sky erupted into a fierce battle as Android 11, endowed with enhanced strength, appeared to gain the upper hand. Inside the research facility, Gallow's expression was one of madness. "Ha! Son Goku, your doom is at hand." His hands danced frantically over the control panel, gathering data on Goku. At that moment, Violet appeared at his side, a cold glint in her eyes. "Farewell, Doctor." In the next instant, blood splattered as, unexpectedly, it was Violet who was struck. In a retaliatory move from Dr. Gallow, an energy blast pierced her abdomen, causing her to collapse, her pupils dilating in shock. Dr. Gallow turned to her, his madness intensifying. "Colonel, did you think I would remain unaltered? If not for this frail body, I should be the one wielding Gallow number 1. Gallow number 1? Is this what you mean?" Dr. Gallow's expression froze in disbelief. As he turned, horror and incredulity washed over his face. Goku stood before him, holding a chip, and with a casual squeeze, reduced it to ashes and smoke. Though considerably stronger, that was all there was to it. Upon unleashing his potential, Goku's strength had indeed transcended expectations. In a mere moment of fierce combat, Goku extracted the chip from Android 11, rendering any possibility of resurrection impossible. Gallow was doomed as well. Retreating repeatedly, Gallow struggled to conceal his astonishment, exclaiming, "How could you suddenly become so powerful? This is inconceivable." Goku, with a sinister grin, replied, "I owe it all to you, Dr. Gallow." With a thunderous roar, a terrifying force of lightning surged forth from Goku's palm, instantly obliterating Gallow and severing his body. Gallow had already undergone extensive mechanization. The entire research facility, engulfed in the terrifying lightning, lost all operational capability and fell into paralysis. Gallow's words had unwittingly provoked Goku, costing him a point of potential energy. The audacity of Gallow to appear before him was tantamount to courting death. Goku turned his gaze and noticed Violetta lying in a corner, her wounds bleeding profusely yet still clinging to life. Surprised, he inquired, "You're not dead?" To his astonishment, Violetta stood up, her wounds gradually healing. Chewing a piece of gum, she explained, "As long as my body receives energy, I can repair myself infinitely. However, if my energy is depleted, I will fall into slumber." Noticing her abdomen, which had yet to fully heal, he approached, smiling as he asked, "If you don't mind, could I borrow a bit of energy?" "Thank you." With a thunderous boom, Goku raised his hand and unleashed a monumental shockwave, the lightning momentarily eclipsing the sun's light. His intention was to test Violetta's energy absorption method. Should it resemble that of Android 11, he would need to exercise caution in the future. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Violetta's method of absorption was not as swift, yet it allowed her to draw energy through her very cells. In that brief moment, her energy surged significantly, her combat power exceeding 700, approaching that of Piccolo. Moreover, this enhancement did not appear to be a one-time occurrence. Goku paused, observing the charred scent emanating from Violetta, though it was merely her clothing. Her skin and hair radiated a luminous sheen. Her abdominal injury had fully healed, and her strength had escalated to a new tier. With her eyes wide open, shimmering with purple light, Violetta licked her lips and gazed at Goku with a changed expression. "My modifications are upwardly compatible, so if you don't mind, please continue." "I do mind," Goku retorted, turning away with Gallow's lifeless body and the Dragon Balls in tow. Upwardly compatible? This meant she could absorb the energy of the strong to enhance herself directly? What an absurd concept. Clearly, vigilance was necessary. In the metropolis, at the Brief residence. Fortunate was it that Violetta had merely stealthily taken the Dragon Balls without causing harm to the Brief couple. In the following days, Dr. Brief intensified his research, and with Bulma's assistance, they successfully extracted the chip from Violetta's mind. Without delay, Bulma promptly expelled Violetta from her home. Standing by the roadside, Bulma languidly chewed her gum, casting a somewhat bewildered glance around before blowing a bubble. Once, her foremost desire had been to extract the self-destruct chip implanted within her mind. Now, with the crisis averted and newfound powers at her disposal, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. She turned her gaze toward the Brief residence, licking her lips with a hint of regret. What a pity. Subsequently, she produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground, summoning a motorcycle that appeared before her. Mounting it, she sped away into the distance. Where to go now? Perhaps it would be worthwhile to witness the prowess of the formidable King Piccolo, and then, of course, procure some money. Ah, that girl named Launch seemed promising. Perhaps a collaboration could be in order. Time flew by, and a year had passed since the first android crisis. At the tranquil Bowsy Mountain, home to Goku, a picturesque woodland flourished, teeming with rare wildlife. Today, all the small creatures seemed to sense something unusual, gathering curiously to gaze at a peculiar structure in the distance. Within two hemispherical buildings, accompanied by the sound of a wailing cry, Goten was born. The Briefs rushed over to meet the little one. Although he was not their biological grandson, they felt a deep affection for him and were quite pleased. On Goten's first-month celebration, the Ox King arrived bearing a multitude of toys, while the Briefs deliberated for quite some time before deciding to gift to school. "Dad, what on earth are you doing?" "Well, I did wish to offer some toys, but the child is far too young." Dr. Brief scratched his head. pondering what would undoubtedly be useful in the future and deemed valuable. In truth, he had considered giving money, but felt that would be rather dismissive. Mrs. Brief approached the cradle prepared by the Ox King, her face aglow with delight. "Oh my, this child resembles Goku so much. Darling, come quickly to see. He is simply adorable." Dr. Brief, disregarding Bulma, moved closer to inspect the child, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Indeed, he is very healthy." The couple playfully engaged with the child, while the Ox King, feeling somewhat awkward due to his large size, hesitated, torn between a desire to play with Goten and the fear of frightening him. Chi-Chi, being a martial artist, quickly recovered after Goten's birth, but at Goku and Bulma's insistence, she was advised to rest. This might have been Goku's most foolish decision, allowing Bulma to cook. Boom. Cough cough. Goku returned from the mountain carrying an enormous fish, only to see Bulma rushing out of the kitchen, engulfed in smoke. Haha. Bulma, you Goku. Ultimately, Goku took it upon himself to prepare the meal. At the dining table, Bulma gazed in astonishment at the lavish spread before her, skeptically taking a bite. Chi-Chi was busy tending to Goten. She still resisted the idea of living in the metropolis, and Goku preferred the tranquility of Baozi Mountain. Gradually, Bulma began to grow fond of this place as well. Bulma took a bite and her eyes lit up as she turned to Goku, exclaiming, "This is delicious. When did you learn to cook?" "It's quite simple," Goku replied, burying his head in his meal. In reality, it was far from easy. To ensure he consumed adequate nutrition during his solitary travels and training, he had invested considerable effort. While it might not be entirely accurate to say he had tasted every herb, he had certainly sampled anything that resembled edible fare. After suffering from a few bouts of poisoning, he had learned to be prudent, dedicating time to seek guidance and mastering the art of cooking. As a scion, it seemed only reasonable to possess culinary skills. At that moment, Bulma had matured significantly and gazed at Goku with a hint of nostalgia. "You've changed so much. You used to be such a rough little rascal." Goku, engrossed in his meal, merely nodded. After dinner, Bulma went to check on little Gohan. "Bulma, you're here." "Yes." "Has he fallen asleep?" "Yes." Bulma approached the cradle, her expression softening as she beheld the slumbering Gohan. She then whispered to Chi-Chi, "Chi-Chi, may I ask you something? Please don't mention it to Goku. It's about Gohan's future." In the yard, Goku was engaged in solitary training. "Someday, Gohan must become a scholar." "Chi-Chi, is it necessary to decide your child's future so early? I believe we can wait until he is older to let him choose for himself, can't we?" "I don't care. Gohan must not follow in Goku's footsteps. Otherwise, how will he live? How will he marry and have children?" "Chi-Chi, your family is indeed happy. But you do experience some turbulence," Bulma countered, holding a vastly different perspective. This disagreement even escalated into a heated argument between them. Goku found himself at a loss, opting instead to take the family on trips to ease Chi-Chi's tension. Although Chi-Chi was simply cautious, she was far from unreasonable. Her later portrayal as somewhat harsh in the eyes of the audience stemmed from Goku's perennial neglect of responsibilities. What was Goku like originally? He had no job for 365 days a year, nor any source of income. While he could rely on the abundant resources of Capsule Corp when he was around, their family had not enjoyed a single day of peace since the arrival of Raditz. First, his husband died, and then his beloved son was taken away by the malevolent Piccolo. In a single day, the two most important people vanished without a trace, leaving Chi-Chi to grieve. When they finally reunited, Goku was gravely injured and Gohan bore wounds as well. It seemed that in 1 year, Chi-Chi had endured all the sorrows of a lifetime. And it was from that point onward that she resolutely decided Gohan should become a scholar. It wasn't he that she wished to alter Gohan's destiny. Rather, she could no longer bear the pain of loss. Even in such a state, Chi-Chi subsequently allowed Gohan to train with Goku and Piccolo for 3 years, only to face the loss of her husband once again for a full 7 years. Even in such circumstances, she steadfastly upheld the family on her own, ensuring Gohan's education and raising Goten. She fulfilled the roles expected of both a wife and a father. Goku understood this and therefore never perceived any fault in Chi-Chi, whereas Bulma, oblivious to her struggles, found herself at odds with Chi-Chi. Ultimately, Goku was the one to reconcile their differences. In this lifetime, he vowed never to selfishly depart again, not even once. Time flew by, and after several months, Chi-Chi finally regained her strength. On a sunny beach, the Goku family arrived by the sea, marking the first encounter between Bulma and little Goku, followed by their meeting with Master Roshi at the beach. Bulma, lounging under a sunshade in her swimwear while sipping coconut juice, had long proposed this trip, yet it had been postponed repeatedly due to Chi-Chi's circumstances. Goku's accommodating nature only fueled Bulma's dissatisfaction. However, after such a long time, Goku still remembered the plan, which delighted Bulma, prompting her to agree readily, though it was a pity they couldn't use their yacht or private beach. Nevertheless, it would suffice. Upon hearing a slight commotion, Bulma quickly rose, glancing at the cradle where little Gohan was reaching out with his tiny hands. Upon seeing Bulma, Gohan stretched out his arms and cried out joyfully, "Oh dear, you're just like your father was as a child," she remarked, scooping Gohan from the cradle and heading toward a camper van, intent on finding him something to eat. It was obvious that the little one must be hungry upon waking. "Goku, no," Bulma exclaimed midway, suddenly hearing a sound from the camper, her face flushing. She stealthily approached, pressing her ear against the door while shielding Gohan's eyes and ears. Not suitable for children, she thought, wondering if Goku was truly being outrageous. Just then, Chi-Chi emerged from the camper, clad in a rather modest swimsuit, though it was more of a shirt and cover-up, clearly reluctant to wear it. "Gohan," she called out, quickly taking him from Bulma's arms. Bulma, feeling somewhat disappointed, remarked, "What gives? There are no outsiders here. Chi-Chi, you should enjoy yourself." She had prepared numerous swimsuits, but Chi-Chi never wore them, and it likely took considerable effort from Goku to persuade her to change. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she preferred to avoid such conversations. Perhaps in a few years, it would be easier for her. Although she was now a mother, she was still a year younger than Goku. "Is Gohan hungry? Let's get him something to eat," Goku announced, descending from the camper with a large food box. A pre-prepared lunch for the family, enough to satisfy the appetites of dozens. At that moment, both Bulma and Chi-Chi, much like before, turned their heads away, their faces reddening. "What's wrong?" Seeing the two individuals embodying a visage of shyness, Wukong found himself utterly perplexed. He cast a glance downward at his own attire, shorts, nothing amiss. In truth, his physique was remarkably impressive. Typically, one would not deliberately observe such details. Even in close proximity, the two women would not pay heed to his form. However, at that moment, the sunlight illuminated his chiseled and robust body, revealing every contour in splendid clarity. Each line appeared as if meticulously crafted by an artist, his muscular frame exuding an aesthetic of raw beauty. Due to his unwavering dedication to training and a hearty appetite, it seemed that Wukong had grown a tad taller. After enjoying their lunch, Wukong took the two women fishing. Holding Gohan, he guided him in the art of angling. "Gohan, here, take the fishing rod." How amusing it was. Gohan was still so young. How could he possibly fish? Chi-Chi expressed her discontent. At that moment, Bulma tugged at the fishing rod and unexpectedly handed it to Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, could you keep an eye on this for me? I need to step away for a moment." Wow. Gohan was filled with enthusiasm. Despite his tender age, he possessed half-Saiyan heritage, endowing him with considerable strength. One must not underestimate him. Gohan's battle power was already an impressive 5 points, without even considering his latent potential. In truth, Gohan's Saiyan bloodline had yet to awaken. Wukong attributed this to the fact that Gohan, being half-Earthling, had a somewhat weaker constitution during childhood. Though he harbored potential, the fragility of humans meant his body needed protection, resulting in this peculiar circumstance. As Gohan matured, both his lineage and innate talents would gradually reveal themselves. Gohan's Saiyan heritage was indeed extraordinary. By standard measures, one could argue it surpassed that of so-called elite warriors, an enviable gift. What's the matter, Gohan? Wukong noticed Gohan's small hands gripping the fishing rod with surprising strength. Curious to test his might, he was taken aback when he sensed the boy's energy surge dramatically. Before he could grasp the rod, Gohan suddenly shouted and yanked the line up. With a splash, a massive fish, weighing over 100 pounds, was pulled from the depths, startling Wukong. He swiftly scooped Gohan up and soared to retrieve the great fish. Dragging the hefty catch back to shore, the fish flailed vigorously at the water's edge. Wukong lifted Gohan high, beaming with pride. "Well done, Gohan." "Wow." Gohan laughed joyously, reaching out his small hand to touch the large fish. Chi-Chi rushed over, anxiously taking Gohan from Wukong, her concern palpable. "Gohan, are you all right?" "Really, Wukong? You're far too reckless," allowing Gohan to engage in such perilous activities. Haha, but Gohan is so happy. Chi-Chi, I would never let anything harm him, Wukong assured, scratching his head as he noticed Chi-Chi's lingering anger. Suddenly, Wukong's expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards the jungle not far from the beach. Ah, help, Wukong. Chapter 51, Demonic Clan? Demonic Cultivation. Boom. Wukong shielded Chi-Chi and Gohan behind him, then turned his gaze toward the jungle. Suddenly, a colossal red figure emerged. Towering at least 10 meters high, a true giant. Its ghastly visage resembled that of a hellish demon, exuding an aura of brutality. A pair of demonic horns, reminiscent of ram's horns, adorned its head, and it wielded a spiked club. Was this a creature from the demon clan? How could such a being exist here? Wukong, save me. Bulma, ensnared by the demon, was in a precarious situation. With a chilling glare, Wukong sprang into action, severing the demon's arm without a moment's hesitation, liberating Bulma. Enraged, the demon had not anticipated Wukong's decisive intervention and swung its club at him in fury, only to have it effortlessly caught with a single hand. The force of the blow failed to budge Wukong even an inch. Impossible. The demon's expression shifted dramatically as it beheld Wukong, who stood barely at its knee, struggling to contain its shock. Setting Bulma down, Wukong signaled for her to retreat a safe distance, then seized the demon's spiked club, a flash of lightning illuminating the scene. With the technique known as the heavenly palm of all nations, the intense electrical current caused the demon's muscles to spasm, rendering it unable to release its grasp. Wukong hoisted both the demon and the club high before crashing them into the ground, causing the earth to tremble under the impact, inflicting severe damage instantly. Wah! The demon attempted to rise but was pinned down by Wukong's foot on its chest, its massive form gasping for breath, eyes wide with terror. Please, don't kill me. Poo. Wukong's forceful grip caused the demon to spew forth blood once more. Ding. Defeated a high-ranking demon, gained energy, power increased by 1,000. Where do you hail from? The demon, now subdued, replied, the demon realm, from the Yama star. I had no idea you were so powerful. I will leave at once. Trying to escape? Wukong's expression turned icy as he pressed further. You came from the demon gate, didn't you? What about Mira? He had invested considerable effort in having Mira transform the realm behind the demon gate into a training ground. Although somewhat cruel, the demon clan and the seventh universe fundamentally belonged to different dimensions. Even the god of destruction could not fully suppress the demon realm. Thus, the disparity between the two was vast. No matter how many demons he exterminated, he bore no psychological burden, just as demons held no compassion for humanity. She is not dead. I merely defeated her and compelled her to open the demon gate. Please, I beg you. Wukong, wishing to avoid excessive bloodshed before his wife, promptly sealed the demon before summoning a magical gourd to contain it, planning to investigate the situation at the demon gate later. He had not visited the demon gate in over a year, unaware that a powerful being from within had sought him out. The towering demon before him was not exceptionally strong, but exceeded Mira, possessing approximately 1,000 battle power, a being invincible on a planet of Earth's caliber. Wukong, what on earth is this creature? Bulma and Chi-Chi approached, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. Goku offered an explanation, and upon realizing that the two had lost interest in their outing, he escorted them back to the Bowsy Mountain before setting off alone to investigate the gate of the demon realm. Return promptly. Stay safe. He ruffled Gohan's hair and embraced his two wives before taking flight. At the gate of the demon realm, on the Shura Star, Goku found Mira, who was indeed injured and recuperating. Moreover, the formidable demon warriors that Mira had gathered from the Shura Star had suffered significant casualties. Goku was not surprised. The laws of survival in the demon realm bore a striking resemblance to those in the seventh universe. On a cosmic scale, different planets represented distinct civilizations. The emergence of a powerful being capable of traversing to other worlds inevitably led to invasion and bloodshed. My apologies, my lord, Mira exclaimed, hastily kneeling in trepidation upon Goku's arrival. Rise, he gestured dismissively, releasing a demon from captivity. With Mira's astonished gaze upon him, Goku inquired, what is the situation with Yama Star? Is it stronger than Shura Star? Yama Star is in close proximity to Shura Star and had previously maintained a non-aggression pact. However, a formidable demon king has recently seized control of Yama Star. Mira cast a complex glance at the massive demon on the ground. He is a former adversary of Ashura. Yama. He possesses a remarkable ability that can exponentially enhance strength. Even Ashura holds him in great regard. Yet, before you, my lord, he is of little consequence. Enough. Goku interjected, displeased by Mira's flattery. He pointed to the demon on the ground. So, he is of no use, correct? Wait. The demon, hearing Goku's words and witnessing the energy coalescing in his hand, quickly interjected, I can offer everything, including all that Yama Star possesses and all intelligence regarding that demon king. I swear fealty to you. Oh. Goku retracted the energy in his hand and approached the throne of Ashura, turning to sit down, resting his chin on one hand. His gaze was sharp and cold as he commanded, speak. This was indeed his objective, a demon king. What level of power did that entail? Surely, it could not be on par with Frieza, could it? While the demon realm was vast, it was merely a counterpart to the entire seventh universe. It was improbable that a Frieza-level being could emerge from any obscure corner. Throughout the seventh universe, many could potentially reach Frieza's level, but such power, if not recklessly squandered, could easily dominate a segment of the cosmos. Though Frieza's audacious claim to be the emperor of the universe and his prolonged reign were significantly backed by powerful allies, it remains undeniable that such strength is not commonly found across the universe. When considering the myriad of life-bearing planets, it is unlikely that even a billion could produce a being of such caliber. Indeed, the formidable demon Lord hails from the dominion of the great Dapra. Due to the turmoil within the demon god temple, he has ventured here. In terms of power, he is approximately at the initial tier of demon lords. What does the initial tier of demon lords signify? Goku inquired, his brow furrowing as he lightly tapped his fingertips. Standing nearby, Mira respectfully elucidated, my lord. The initial tier of demon lords refers to those with combat prowess exceeding 10,000. The mid-tier demon lords possess tenfold that strength, and so forth. Thus, 1,000. 000 equates to a great demon lord. However, the power of the demon realm king, Dapra, is beyond prediction. So, that individual's combat capacity lies between 10,000 and 100,000. Goku pondered aloud. Why yes, precisely. To be exact, the last recorded display of the demon lord's prowess was at 80,000. Yenma responded, quickly sealing his lips, apprehensive that further elaboration might provoke Goku's wrath. At this moment, Goku was ensnared in contemplation, his mind flashing with his own status panel. Host, Son Wukong bloodline, Scion, lower tier warrior, age, 18 Shi, combat strength 21, 200, 610, super ability, gravity manipulation, 20 times gravity. A year of recuperation had not only allowed him to reclaim his potential, but also to enhance his strength, breaking through the 20,000 threshold. Surely, the expressions of Raditz, Vegeta, and others upon their arrival on Earth would be quite remarkable. Chapter 52. The storm approaches. The demon lord known as Majiao possesses a combat strength of 80,000, and absent transformations, this should be an accurate figure. However, this was merely the last recorded instance of his power. Goku's expression darkened. When was that last occurrence? Approximately 13 years ago, that esteemed individual obliterated a rival's planet. Yenma revealed. Who? Goku pressed. Inaluo. She too is a demon lord, her strength reportedly comparable to that of Majiao. However, Majiao's power has surged unexpectedly, enabling him to seize that planet. After a moment of reflection, Goku suddenly turned his gaze towards Yenma, who had yet to disclose the reason for his journey to Earth. This raised suspicions. What brings you to Earth? Yenma's complexion shifted, yet he trembled as he prostrated on the ground. It was the demon lord Majiao who commanded me to seek a passage to the universe beyond the demon realm, which led me to search for Ashura. Only then did I learn that Ashura had already ventured beyond the demon realm. Majiao wishes to exit? This complicates matters. So he seeks to go to Earth? Why? Goku continued to pry, recalling that, if memory served him correctly, demons tended to be weakened upon entering the human realm. Although the diminishment was slight, it was certainly not comparable to their strength within the demon realm. Thus, demons would typically avoid entering the normal universe unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. At that moment, Mira interjected, my lord, I have heard a rumor that the former demon realm king Dapra discovered a treasure capable of enhancing one's strength. But it is only usable within the human realm. What is that artifact? Goku inquired. I do not know. My subordinate merely heard whispers of it, Mira replied. An item that can augment strength? Goku's brow furrowed deeply. What could it be? Without prolonged contemplation, Wukong was seized by an acute sense of urgency. The prowess of the demonic cultivators was formidable. While it was not impossible for him to contend with them in a short span of time, the cost would be exorbitant. This entailed entering the hyperbolic time chamber, thereby fully unleashing his potential within a brief period. Consequently, his strength would multiply several-fold in that fleeting moment, rendering him capable of battling the demonic cultivators. However, the uncertainty loomed over how long it would take to recuperate that potential, not to mention that his potential had yet to reach its zenith. Such consumption could lead to a narrowing of his path, a clear case of diminishing returns. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from his hand, instantly vanquishing the demon known as Yanma. Ding! The demise of the demon Yanma yielded energy, enhancing his vitality by 1,000. Mira maintained an expressionless demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the event, yet her lowered gaze betrayed a tumult of emotions beneath her calm exterior. Rising to his feet, Wukong made his way toward the portal to the demon realm. This place bore no such gateway, and Yanma had never set foot here. As he departed, waves of energy shot forth, annihilating all surrounding demons, leaving only Mira standing. Wukong cast a brief sidelong glance at her, a silent understanding passing between them. Should the demonic cultivators find the portal, she should know her course of action. Mira hesitated momentarily, then slightly inclined her body, her subordinates grasping the unspoken message. While she could not thwart a demon lord, she could at least forewarn Wukong. Failing to do so would mean accepting the risks that accompanied her silence. Wukong harbored no desire to obliterate the portal to the demon realm. For the training facility, there held great significance for him. Outside of the demon realm, it would be exceedingly difficult for Wukong to encounter such formidable adversaries to hone his combat prowess. If he sought them elsewhere, it would likely require waiting for Frieza's army to present themselves. Although the emergence of demonic cultivators posed a threat to him at present, in due time, they would serve as a cornerstone for his ascension in strength. It was both a crisis and an opportunity. Departing the demon realm, Wukong soared toward Baozi Mountain. Throughout his journey, he pondered his subsequent strategies, expecting a period of tranquility, yet the crisis had arrived with startling abruptness. Indeed, this world was rife with peril. To attain a peaceful existence, one must possess sufficient strength. The greater one's power, the more enduring the moments of tranquility become. The Scions were heralded as a warrior race. Yet prior to the advent of Super Scions, they merely existed as beings of above-average strength within the cosmos, unworthy of enjoying peace. The Frieza race, while formidable, still fell short, yet they had enjoyed a lengthy era of peace, provided they did not provoke the wrath of certain monstrous entities. Standing atop the cosmic hierarchy were the gods of destruction. Beerus could slumber for centuries without disturbance, as long as the universe persisted. He could whimsically indulge in the privileges of the cosmos for eternity. This is the pyramid of the universe, and Wukong's understanding of his current position became increasingly lucid. A long journey lay ahead. Yet, one day, he would ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the pyramid and reign supreme. Time flew by, and 4 years elapsed. On the enchanting Baozi Mountain, a diminutive figure curiously explored the verdant wilderness, adorned with a cap embellished with 4 shimmering dragon balls. With a flick of its tail, the creature's obsidian eyes were captivated by a fluttering butterfly, prompting a spirited chase. Wait. However, in the throes of exhilaration, it inadvertently lost its way. Clutching the butterfly by the riverbank, Gohan sniffled, his cherubic face scrunching up as tears threatened to spill. Just then, a reassuring hand rested atop his head, accompanied by a gentle reminder, "Boys mustn't cry, Gohan." "Daddy," he exclaimed, looking up in surprise at the towering figure beside him. Goku smiled as he lifted Gohan onto his shoulder, playfully pinching his nose. "All right, let us head home for a meal, and then we shall visit Master Roshi." Gohan wiped his face, revealing a pure, radiant smile. Goku ascended into the skies, contemplating before summoning the Nimbus cloud. The 2 clouds raced towards him, and with a chuckle, Goku placed Gohan atop one. The child, gripped with fear, clung tightly to his father's garment, terrified of falling. Goku, witnessing this, felt a twinge of helplessness. In his youth, he had been raised by Gohan, initially wild and untamed, but after enduring a head injury, he had mellowed considerably. Yet, one aspect remained unchanged. The inherent Scion warrior spirit thrived within him. Thus, while he reacted to external stimuli, his instinct was vigilance rather than fear. Even when alone, Goku had thrived on Bowsy Mountain. Yet Gohan was still young. With time, he would surely adapt. However, being aware of his surroundings, Goku had discussed with Bulma and Chi-Chi the decision to send Gohan to Master Roshi for a spell of training. It was not a matter of his inability to mentor Gohan, but rather that his son had grown overly dependent on his parents, stifling his personal growth. Goku respected Chi-Chi immensely but was determined not to let Gohan's potential languish. He believed it essential for his son to remember the fundamental roots of a martial artist. He could not allow Gohan to become merely a timid boy. Such would signify a profound failure on his part as a father. After finally helping Gohan acclimate to riding the Nimbus cloud, they returned home to a feast prepared by Chi-Chi. Bulma was absent. Their differing ideologies often clashed. Representing two extremes, one a spirited adventurer with an independent mind, the other a devoted homemaker. Their disagreements over Gohan's upbringing had caused quite a stir, leaving Goku exasperated. If he continued to favor one side, conflict was inevitable. Reluctantly, he recognized the need for a temporary separation. Following their meal, Goku took Gohan to the Turtle Hermit's abode. "Be sure to return for dinner," he called back, waving as they departed Bowsy Mountain on the Nimbus cloud. With Chi-Chi's formidable strength, the beasts of Bowsy Mountain posed no threat, merely a source of sustenance, so danger was not a concern. Chapter 53, The Arrival of Raditz. As Goku and Gohan journeyed towards Master Roshi's abode, a meteor streaked across the heavens beyond Earth, piercing through the atmosphere and descending upon a tranquil farm. The startled farmer, clutching a shotgun, cautiously approached the site of the impact, only to witness a formidable shadow emerging from the newly formed crater. Overcome with terror, he dropped his cigarette and stumbled backward, landing heavily on the ground. A moment later, Raditz emerged from his spacecraft, landing gracefully and feeling the planet's feeble gravity with a disdainful expression. Indeed, this was a lowly planet. Was Kakarot raised in such a place? It was astonishing that he had not obliterated this world. He was merely a low-class warrior. "You," the farmer stammered, transfixed by Raditz's imposing presence. His grip tightening around the shotgun. Raditz glanced down at his scouter, which flickered with numbers before settling on a mere 5. He scoffed derisively, "Humph. A power level of only 5, pathetic. What did you say? You bastard." The farmer, in a fit of desperation, raised his shotgun and fired. Bang! Raditz effortlessly caught the bullet with a raised hand, flicking it aside as if swatting an insignificant insect, killing the farmer with ease. With a cold huff, he suddenly heard an alert from his scouter, detecting a power level in the hundreds within range. Intrigued, Raditz soared towards the source. Could it be Kakarot? With a hint of curiosity, he headed in that direction, recalling that, as one of the weaker Scions, he had once heard his parents mention the existence of a brother. As fellow Scions, it was unlikely that he should remain in such a place. Soon, Raditz arrived at a high plateau and spotted Piccolo. The white cape billowed in the wind, and sensing an unfamiliar presence, Piccolo turned abruptly to find Raditz standing before him. The scouter registered a power level of 322. Raditz smirked. 322? Interesting, yet still weak. What did you say? Piccolo assumed a combat stance, suddenly launching a wave of energy. Boom. As the dust settled, Raditz remained unscathed, his disdainful gaze fixed upon Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo was engulfed by disbelief. He had sensed the unmasked, terrifying aura emanating from Raditz, feeling an immense pressure bearing down upon him. This attempt to gauge his opponent's strength only confirmed the palpable threat before him, flooding him with an unprecedented sense of crisis and fear. Suddenly, Raditz's scouter numbers shifted once more, capturing his attention. He refrained from engaging Piccolo and instead soared away, exclaiming, "Kakarot, have you truly abandoned the honor of a Scion?" At this moment, Raditz was acutely aware that the earth before him bore no signs of destruction. As a Scion, ingrained with Frieza's indoctrination and shaped by years of conditioning, his perception was that of a race defined by destruction, a species whose very existence revolved around annihilation. Little did he realize that this was merely a task imposed upon the Scions by Frieza, rendering him a mere tool, stripped of even the most fundamental ability to discern. Meanwhile, at Kame house. "Hello. Bulma, it has been quite a while." "Master Roshi." Goku gently set down little Gohan and greeted the turtle hermit. Krillin and Oolong emerged from within the house. The Kame house was an ideal sanctuary for training, far removed from the tumult of the world. This was also why Goku favored the peaceful confines of Pausa Mountain. It allowed him to disregard external distractions and focus solely on his training. However, Gohan was not yet able to do so. Goku was concerned that exposing him too early to the allure of the world could impede his potential. Goku, is this Gohan? Yes. Bulma approached and affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair. The little boy felt a touch of shyness, yet he was comfortable around Bulma, who treated him kindly. His tail flicked slightly behind him, prompting a knowing glance between Krillin and Oolong. A tail, indeed. He was undeniably Goku's child. Haha. I initially intended to ask the Grand Kai to seal away his tail, but upon further reflection, I realized it might be better to keep it. Honestly, that's quite dangerous. Bulma remarked, exasperated, as she had initially contemplated trimming Gohan's tail as well. This decision was not without merit. It was ultimately for Gohan's benefit. However, it had led to a quarrel between her and Chi-Chi, resulting in her temporarily moving out of Pausa Mountain. Goku found himself at a loss, struggling to devise a solution to mend their discord. Fortunately, Bulma did not redirect her frustrations onto Goku, but chose instead to allow time to heal all wounds. Little Gohan innocently played with the old turtle nearby, then turned to look at his tail, grasping it with his hand. Goku's own tail remained intact. Although it endowed the Scions with a hint of wildness, it also encapsulated a portion of their latent potential. Specifically the power to transform into a great ape, a tenfold increase in strength. The true application of this power was not merely to become a great ape. For such a massive form rendered the tail's vulnerability painfully evident. The real value of the tail lay in its ability to ensure that a Scion's potential remained ever on the path of growth. This aspect was both significant and pivotal. Host, Son Goku Bloodline. Scion, Lower Class Warrior. Age, 22 Ki. Combat Power 27, 000, 810. Super Ability, Gravity Manipulation, 20x Gravity, in the span of 4 years. Goku's combat power had only increased by 6,000. Yet his potential had expanded by 2 points. This indicated that his actual combat prowess should exceed 50,000. He once sought the assistance of the divine to seal his tail, only to discover that his potential had scarcely increased. From that moment on, he ceased to consider severing his tail. After all, the moon had been destroyed, and as long as he exercised caution, no issues would arise. It is worth noting that the act of severing the tail does not inherently diminish one's power. On the contrary, if the tail were to be removed, a Scion's strength would become more manageable, and in a short span of time, their power could indeed surge rather than decline. Outside the Kame house, the atmosphere was warm and delightful as everyone playfully engaged with young Gohan. Hey, Goku, is there some discord between you and Bulma? Krillin quietly inquired as he approached Goku. Goku paused slightly, not at all. Krillin intended to ask why they had not had children over the past 5 years, but before he could voice his question, Goku's expression subtly shifted as he turned to face the suddenly appearing Raditz. The others were similarly taken aback, quickly recognizing the imposing figure that resembled a primitive man. Goku and Raditz were of similar height. Although Goku had not intentionally altered his physique, the gravity he had maintained over the years exceeded that of planet Vegeta, coupled with ample nourishment, resulting in a slight increase in stature. Bulma instinctively cradled young Gohan, her acute senses picking up on Raditz's tail and Goku's reaction. Raditz's gaze swept across the group, his demeanor still one of disdain, ultimately locking onto Goku. At last, I have found you, Kakarot, he exclaimed. Who are you? Are you lost? Just go away, Krillin said, feeling emboldened by Goku's presence and waving dismissively, unaware of the menacing aura emanating from Raditz. Raditz's expression darkened as he suddenly struck out, his tail transforming into a blur that sent Krillin flying backward. Krillin, the turtle hermit, and others gasped in shock. Goku remained rooted in place, fixated on Raditz, his expression growing more somber. He had hoped that, as fellow Scions and blood relatives, there might exist a semblance of familial bond, but it now appeared he had been mistaken. These Scions, having lost planet Vegeta, were but wandering souls in the cosmos. Even if Raditz harbored the slightest recognition of their brotherly connection, he would not contemplate dragging Goku down with him. The Scion race had ceased to exist the moment planet Vegeta was obliterated. Chapter 54. You frightened my family, Kakarot. You have betrayed the pride of the Scions, mingling with these inferior beings. Raditz bellowed, likely having absorbed many lessons from Vegeta and Nappa, adopting a tone of reprimand that was utterly embarrassing. I am not Kakarot, and you talk too much. Goku's energy began to surge as he locked eyes with Raditz, stating solemnly, You frightened my family. Family? Raditz was momentarily taken aback, and then a cold smirk emerged on his lips. He intended to mock and then teach a lesson to this brother he had never met. However, he was suddenly struck by a blinding pain. Thud! With a single blow, Raditz's face seemed to contort, and his figure was propelled across the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. No, this is impossible. Raditz struggled to rise on the water's surface, disbelief washing over him. He turned his head, only to feel a chilling presence behind him. Whirling around, he found Goku standing there, raising a hand and regarding him with an emotionless gaze, uttering a single word, Leave. You bastard! Raditz exclaimed in disbelief. But at that moment, the alarm on his scouter blared wildly, accompanied by glaring red lights and rapidly fluctuating numbers. Panic set in as he saw the digits soar past 4 figures, and when he beheld Goku's battle power stabilize at 8,000, cold sweat drenched his brow. This guy should be a low-class warrior. How could this be possible? I do not wish to know what you have endured alongside those two. But as a member of our bloodline, I offer you one last warning. Leave now, and I shall spare your life. Goku's energy began to coalesce in his hand, devoid of any emotional nuance. It was as if Raditz suddenly recalled him, perhaps harboring a twisted mindset born from long-standing oppression by Vegeta and Nappa, seeking to reclaim some sense of superiority from this brother he had never known. He had never considered that this broken figure before him had any relation to him. Were it not for their shared bloodline from Bardock, Goku would have acted without hesitation, disregarding any need for discourse. Wait. Raditz's demeanor shifted dramatically, shedding his earlier arrogance for a sycophantic tone. I have 2 companions, you must know this, right? Kakarot, we are brothers. We are both Scions. Yes, we should stand united. Goku remained silent, intensifying the energy in his grasp until a massive blue energy sphere materialized in his palm. Gulp. Raditz's expression shifted drastically, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. However, his course was not toward his spaceship, but rather to the nearby Kame house. The little brat with a tail must be the son of Kakarot and the native of this planet. Humph, that wretched individual, I must. His frantic thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Goku appeared before him, cold and unyielding, delivering a punch. Thud. Splatter. Raditz gazed at the proximity of Goku. Disbelief etched upon his face, as blood spilled from his mouth and vitality rapidly ebbed away. He raised a hand to grasp Goku's shoulder, only to have it effortlessly brushed aside, along with the scouter being ripped from him. Floating above the sea, it soon became stained crimson. Kakarot, you wretch. Nappa and Vegeta are already aware of your existence. They will reach this planet in just 1 year. How infuriating. A powerful energy wave obliterated the body completely, and the sea, once tumultuous, soon returned to tranquility. Goku glanced at Piccolo in the distance, a smile gracing his face. Yet, in Piccolo's eyes, that smile appeared somewhat terrifying, prompting him to decisively turn and flee. Indeed, this fellow is a monster. At this moment, Goku contemplated the necessity of hiring a private tutor for Gohan. The martial philosophy imparted by Master Roshi is profoundly sound, arguably the most orthodox approach to martial arts. However, it is not suited for everyone. As martial arts gradually decline on Earth, Gohan possesses tremendous potential, yet it may prove challenging to find adequate opponents for him to hone his skills. Although Piccolo's methods are somewhat brutal, they are fitting for a Scion's initiation. The crux lies in his willingness to be ruthless. Goku himself would struggle to adopt such an approach, resorting instead to Master Roshi's gradual methods to solidify Gohan's foundation. After all, it is difficult to be harsh with one's own flesh and blood. Any inadvertent mishap would draw the ire of Chi-Chi and Bulma, even knowing full well that Scions are not so fragile. Upon returning to Master Roshi's house, Goku casually handed the device to Bulma, remarking on its intriguing nature. It seems capable of sharing information across the cosmos. Do investigate it further. It appears to have the ability to detect combat power as well. Let me take a look. Bulma began to disassemble the device using tools from her capsule, quickly isolating the information-sharing component while retaining the combat power monitoring function, eagerly engaging with her newfound project. Goku had brought Gohan along primarily for him to meet others and familiarize himself with the outside world. Remaining isolated on the lookout could lead to personality issues. Let us see. Master Roshi's combat power is 130, Bulma announced after scanning. Wait, what? Me? Master Roshi exclaimed, incredulously pointing at himself. This was undoubtedly a result of his concealed combat power. In Goku's eyes, this esteemed martial arts master had undoubtedly trained diligently over the years, with his combat power far exceeding 400. The exact figure remained unknown, but his mastery over energy was undoubtedly at a top-tier level, making it entirely plausible to maintain such a level of control. And what about me? Bulma inquired, turning the device towards Krillin. Let me check. Oh, Krillin, your combat power is a surprising 230. Upon hearing this, Krillin beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Haha, does this mean I have surpassed Master Roshi?" Master Roshi, meanwhile, reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Such an immediate method of detecting combat power was quite novel for him, as he could typically sense the strength of others' energy. But it lacked the directness of this device. Moments later, having thoroughly examined the structure of the detector, Bulma discovered that Raditz possessed another spacecraft. She resolved to retrieve it alongside Goku for further investigation. In the meantime, Goku relayed the information shared by Raditz to Master Roshi and Krillin, urging them to pass it on to Tien and Yamcha. Although he did not expect them to play a significant role, having a goal would provide the motivation they needed, as the group had grown somewhat lethargic over the years. Since Goku had dealt with Piccolo and the androids, their strength had not seen any notable improvement. Though Krillin was still training under Master Roshi, Tien and Kairatsu had secluded themselves in the mountains, seemingly attempting to challenge the trials of the Heavenly Palace. As for Yamcha, having maintained a decent image, he had become a notorious playboy, flitting from one romance to another, and was on the verge of becoming irrelevant. Chapter 55. The Rules of the Underworld. Goku, is that Raditz truly your brother? On the aircraft, Bulma cast a concerned glance at Goku, who was cradling a sleeping Gohan, whom Goku responded with little reaction, merely nodding and smiling as he reassured her, "Don't overthink it. I'm a scion from Earth. Those individuals are merely cosmic bandits who can't even locate their own planet. I won't allow them to harm you." "I believe you," Bulma replied with a smile. Her heart warmed. The conflict between her and Chi-Chi primarily stemmed from their differing ideologies. Fundamentally, both women cherished Goku. Her departure from the Capsule Corporation was simply an attempt to distance herself from her worries, without fearing that Goku would gradually forget her. Upon arriving at the crash site of the spaceship, Bulma utilized a versatile capsule as a container, allowing Goku to stow the spacecraft within and transport it back to the metropolis, now known as West City. Through years of advancement, Earth's technology had flourished, giving rise to numerous technological hubs, with West City emerging as the pinnacle among them, largely due to the presence of the Capsule Corporation. "Little Gohan is here. I've missed my dear grandson so much. Come here for a hug. Gohan, tell Grandpa what toys you like, and I'll make them for you." The Briefs couple beamed with joy upon seeing Goku and little Gohan, showering the child with affection. Bulma let out a sigh, feeling a pang of loneliness. Goku wrapped his arm around her waist, the warmth of his presence comforting. Bulma leaned into his chest, asking softly, "You don't hold it against me for not having given you a cute baby, do you?" "Of course not." As Bulma looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she leaned in closer, whispering, "Thank you." At that moment, the Briefs had taken little Gohan to explore the botanical garden, where the little one was quite fond of the elderly couple and felt at ease. Although Bulma and Goku had been married for 5 years, they had yet to welcome a child, primarily because Bulma felt unprepared for motherhood and the arrival of new life. This perhaps distinguished her from Chi-Chi, though somewhat older. Bulma possesses a heightened sense of rationality and intellect. As a brilliant scientist, she perceives motherhood as a responsibility that transcends mere procreation. Sacrificing one's entire existence, time and energy, for the sake of a child would undoubtedly be deemed a failure, not only for oneself, but also for the child, as it would be profoundly unfair. As evening descended, Goku and Gohan soared back to West City. Cradling Gohan in his arms, Goku inquired, "Gohan, do you know what to say when we get home?" "Yes," Gohan replied, nodding earnestly. "I didn't visit Bulma Mama's house, nor did I see Grandpa and Grandma." "That's very good. Next time, I'll take you fishing," Goku promised. "Yay!" Gohan exclaimed, still brimming with energy and joy after a day of play. A couple of minutes later, the father and son arrived at their home in West City. Kiki, we're back. Gohan called out. Gohan, really? How long are you two going to play outside? It's so late. The food is going to get cold. Kiki chided as she embraced Gohan and shot Goku a disapproving glance before heading inside. Goku scratched his head sheepishly and followed her with a smile. At the dining table, Goku devoured his meal with gusto, while Gohan appeared to have little appetite. The Briefs, being doting grandparents, ensured their little grandson was well fed, providing an array of delicious dishes, including cakes and snacks that were usually off-limits. Noticing Gohan's lack of enthusiasm, Kiki inquired, Gohan, what's wrong? Are you not hungry? Goku nearly choked, hastily drinking some water as he clumsily explained, haha, he probably filled up at Master Roshi's. You know how kids can be, small appetites. I'll finish his food. Is that so? But I just called Krillin, and he said Master Roshi was preparing dinner, Kiki remarked while serving rice. Oh. Goku received a heaping bowl of rice. His chopsticks froze in place, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he silently prayed. Gohan, I'm counting on you. Gohan, being a good-natured child, had been cheerful earlier. Yet now, confronted by his usually stern mother, he dared not lift his gaze. Sitting with his head bowed and hands fidgeting, he finally mustered the courage to say, I didn't go to Grandpa and Grandma's house. I didn't see Bulma Mama either. At last, Goku's anxieties eased. He cautiously glanced at Kiki, who displayed no immediate reaction, merely ruffling Gohan's hair. Well, all right then. But Gohan, if you wish to eat more, do so, or you'll end up hungry and unable to sleep tonight, she advised. Okay. Gohan began to eat. After a tense dinner, Kiki escorted Gohan to his room to lull him to sleep. Once she tidied up the dishes and returned to the living room, she sat in silence, awaiting something. Goku understood that she was likely waiting for an explanation, but what could he possibly say? Everything seemed futile. Resolutely, he strode over to her, denying her an opportunity to speak, and simply lifted her into his arms, making his way towards the bedroom. Goku, wait! Kiki exclaimed. A few days later, Goku ventured out with Gohan for a fishing expedition. Goku, do not wander too far with Gohan. Return home in time for dinner, understood? Chi-Chi stood at the doorway, gently handing Goku a large lunchbox while offering her tender admonishment. Understood. Waving goodbye to Chi-Chi, Goku stepped outside with Gohan. Typically, embarking on outings posed considerable challenges, but with Gohan by his side, it was effortless. Chi-Chi suspected that he intended to train during his absence, deeming it a frivolous endeavor, while Goku justified his actions with the reasoning that it was all for his son. This situation, indeed, was a case of employing magic to conquer magic. Father, where are we going to fish? Gohan inquired. To the Heavenly Temple. Huh. Perched on Goku's lap, Gohan glanced up, puzzled by the mention of the Heavenly Temple. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Goku arrived at the Heavenly Temple, where he encountered several familiar figures, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Yajirobe. Indeed, even Kairatsu was present, engaged in training. Goku, you've arrived, Bubbles greeted, directing a few individuals in their training. Goku nodded, setting down little Gohan, who immediately bent over. Hands on his knees, panting heavily, his stamina was lacking. The air was thin at the Heavenly Temple, requiring a robust physique from newcomers. However, as a scion, he would adapt swiftly to such conditions. Moreover, the environment here was conducive to enhanced training. After exchanging greetings with Krillin and the others, Goku approached the Kai. Kai, how goes the matter we discussed? The Kai understood Goku's intent, but, with a hint of hesitation, shook his head. I have conveyed your request to Lord King Yema, but as you still reside in the mortal realm, it has not been approved. I apologize. Is that so? Goku frowned at the response. The spirit bomb and the king's fist wielded by the king were formidable techniques, and he certainly would not relinquish the pursuit. Yet, how could he enter the underworld for training while still alive? Such actions contravened the cosmic order, which was why King Yema had not granted his request. Even if Goku triumphed over King Piccolo, earning immense merit, he would only ascend to heaven after death, making training with the king a distant prospect. However, the prerequisite remained that he must wait until he passed away. This presented quite the dilemma. Was he truly to consider unleashing his potential prematurely? As Goku pondered this predicament, contemplating whether to utilize the Dragon Balls to directly access the underworld, the fortune teller unexpectedly appeared before him. Oh dear Goku, I am aware of your situation with that scion. It is indeed a grave crisis. Fortune teller, what brings you here? Krillin and the others gathered around, all having heard the news of the impending Scion threat, which had led to their exceptional passage through the trials for training at the Heavenly Temple. Not only that, but Master Roshi had also summoned many of the remaining martial artists from Earth to ascend for training. Regrettably, the martial arts have experienced a profound decline, resulting in an increasingly scarce number of true martial artists. The celestial beings have now come to recognize the deterioration of Earth's martial prowess. Yet they find themselves powerless to alter the course, merely awaiting the opportune moment. The fortune-telling elder hastily approached, initially conveying the perilous nature of the situation. Through her crystal ball, she seemingly foresaw the potential obliteration of Earth, prompting her urgency. However, she bore good news as well. I have arranged for you to seek training from the King of the Worlds. If you are prepared, simply have the Celestial guide you to the underworld to meet King Yen. Really? Thank you, dear fortune teller. Goku's expression brightened with unexpected joy, relieved that he would not have to expend a Dragon Ball. Upon learning of Goku's intention to train with the King of Worlds, Tien and the others felt a wave of envy, having only just ascended to the Celestial Palace themselves. Is this little sprite your son? He certainly resembles you, one remarked. Little Gohan hid behind Goku, feeling somewhat intimidated by the fortune teller's stern demeanor, as he did not recognize her and was rather shy. Yes, Goku said, gently patting Gohan's head. This is the fortune-telling elder, sister to the turtle hermit you have met. She is a kind person. Humph. It seems this little sprite has become quite eloquent, the fortune-telling elder noted, stepping closer to Gohan. Let me offer a free reading for this little one, as a token of our first meeting. She then began to recite an obscure incantation, and the crystal ball began to glow. After a considerable time, her expression changed to one of astonishment. This little sprite possesses remarkable potential. Goku, you must nurture him well. That is indeed my intention, dear fortune teller, Goku smiled, watching her depart before ruffling Gohan's hair. As he contemplated how to enlist Piccolo's guidance for Gohan, he recognized that the celestial being's approach was unsuitable. The celestial's gentle nature often rendered him overly indecisive. This is a common flaw among many orthodox martial artists, who tend to hold back their strength, even allowing themselves to remain overly cautious. Such restraint may be acceptable in sparring among peers, but it proves detrimental against genuine cosmic adversaries. Goku's philosophy is that while one may choose to hold back, it is essential to consider the circumstances and the opponent. Indiscriminate mercy and leniency can become fatal weaknesses. An enemy devoid of threat is a favorable adversary. Engaging Piccolo's assistance would not be overly challenging. The true dilemma lay in how to explain this to Chi-Chi. Moreover, Bulma would likely not approve either. It appears I have no choice. I apologize, Chi-Chi. I will make it up to you later. He took Gohan fishing, enjoying a picnic and even spending his pocket money to indulge Gohan for an entire day before returning him home. After dinner, Goku approached Chi-Chi to discuss his plan to train in the underworld. Although she felt a tinge of reluctance, she ultimately supported his decision. Please ensure you return safely. I will, he assured her. Bidding farewell to Chi-Chi, Wukong made his way towards the Heavenly Temple but took a detour to the plateau where Piccolo resided. After a series of coercion and heartfelt appeals, using both logic and emotion, he convinced Piccolo to assume the role of the antagonist and abduct someone. Indeed, this was his plan. Primarily, he found himself at a loss for any other means to persuade Chi-Chi to allow their son, Gohan, to train under Piccolo, the former Demon King, for a year. Initially, Piccolo scoffed at the idea and showed considerable reluctance. However, Wukong patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him that no one would question his motives if neither of them spoke of it. After a moment of anger, Piccolo watched as Wukong flew away, his face turning a shade of green with rage. Train your son? Very well. Not only will I train him, but I shall mold him into the strongest. Humph. Piccolo, fully aware that he was no longer Wukong's rival, nevertheless harbored ambitions of world domination and would not let this splendid opportunity slip by. Son Goku, just wait. This will be your greatest blunder. He then proceeded directly to Baozi Mountain, seizing the opportunity to abduct Gohan, who was waiting just outside. Gohan, Chi-Chi gasped in horror, wanting to chase after them. But how could she possibly keep up? In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Piccolo took Gohan away, and in her panic, she fainted. At the last moment, a pair of hands caught her. Wukong sighed, realizing how things had come to this. He had intended to head to the Heavenly Temple, but reconsidered, knowing the pain Chi-Chi might endure from losing both her husband and child once more. After a year of enduring sorrow, he was reluctant to let her suffer again and turned back. After some time, Chi-Chi awakened, exclaiming, "Gohan! Where is my Gohan? Yukong! I saw Gohan being taken by the demon King Piccolo. You must save him." Tears welled in her eyes, and panic set in. Yukong could only embrace her, offering comfort until she gradually calmed down. Ultimately, he spent 2 months by Chi-Chi's side until she regained her composure, agreeing that he would return to bring Gohan home, which she reluctantly accepted. He then informed Bulma to look after Chi-Chi before heading to the underworld. In the underworld, at the King Yan's hall, an endless path of yellow springs extended before them, resembling a colossal dragon amidst the mist, with countless souls queuing along its length. "Lord Yama, this is Son Goku," the heavenly god introduced, appearing somewhat reserved in front of the imposing figure of King Yan. Upon seeing Yama, Wukong's first thought was whether this being was related to the Bull Demon King. "Oh, the heavenly god of earth," Yama muttered with some reluctance. Glancing at Wukong while continuing his tasks, he gestured towards a side door, instructing a nearby attendant, "Take him through. The King Kai's planet is at the end of Snake Way." "Yes." A green-skinned imp approached to lead Wukong, while the heavenly god offered a few final words of advice before departing the underworld. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Serpent's Path, Wukong cast a glance, and indeed, the path seemed to stretch endlessly. However, this posed no challenge for him. With his formidable strength, he estimated he could traverse it in approximately an hour, perhaps even sooner. This consideration was also the reason he decided to first console Chi-Chi. With a swift rush, Wukong sped along the Serpent's Path, and suddenly, a thought struck him. He veered downwards towards the golden clouds below. Upon reaching the lower realm, he found himself in the first layer of hell, where tranquility reigned, interrupted only by the occasional sight of formless souls. Scanning his surroundings, Wukong quickly identified his target, a tree bearing golden peach-like fruits. This was a remarkable find, nearly forgotten amidst his thoughts. It was said that consuming one could stave off hunger for 100 days and enhance one's strength. The only uncertainty was the extent of the enhancement. Licking his lips in anticipation, Wukong approached, only to be obstructed by 2 spirits, one red and one blue. "Who are you?" they inquired, astonished at his corporeal form. "It's quite peculiar to see a living being here. After all, this is a realm where souls are condemned by Lord Yama." "Ah, I accidentally fell from the Serpent's Path," Wukong replied casually. The blue spirit scrutinized him, questioning the validity of his statement. Soon, Wukong expressed his desire to return, piquing the interest of the 2 spirits. It had been ages since they had seen a physical being descend. However, retaining a corporeal form in the underworld was no ordinary feat. It required either great merit or formidable strength, bestowing certain privileges. Ultimately, Wukong outwitted the 2 spirits, seizing 3 golden apples. Indeed, they were referred to as apples in the underworld. "Farewell, and thank you," he called back. "You're welcome, but do refrain from returning," the spirits retorted, feeling somewhat humiliated by his trickery. Yet, the blue spirit remarked, "This fellow is rather polite." Once beyond the threshold of hell, in a place unseen by the 2 spirits, Wukong produced a golden apple and consumed it. Quite delectable," he mused. Chapter 57. The Serpent Queen Blocks the Way. Host, Son Wukong Bloodline. Scion, Low-Tier Warrior. Age, 22 Chi. Combat Power 29. 000 910. Super Ability. Gravity Manipulation. 20x Gravity. After indulging in the golden apple, Wukong's combat power saw a modest increase of only 2,000. However, his potential experienced a significant boost. This was rather alarming. According to Wukong's estimations, enhancing potential was typically a slow process, often taking a year for even a slight improvement. This was not contingent on the intensity of his training. Overextending oneself in pursuit of power could lead to diminished returns. Thus, he had exercised caution, maintaining a semi-training state for years, allowing his potential to gradually rise to 8 points. Yet, he was taken aback that Yama's golden apple had directly granted him an additional point. This situation is rather unsettling. However, Wukong refrained from consuming more. The sensation imparted by this peculiar substance was distinct, as though only the first morsel yielded remarkable effects. Consuming more would merely suffice to satiate hunger, and otherwise, it seemed that the King of Hell would not be the one to bestow judgment here. No, It would be more accurate to say that this position is not one he would occupy. Nevertheless, this golden apple indeed merits its reputation as a delicacy reserved solely for the King of Hell. It is truly a remarkable item. The exit from the underworld astonishingly turned out to be a drawer of the King of Hell's desk. At a loss for words, Wukong resumed his journey along the serpent path. This time, he did not linger but sped ahead, swiftly traversing half of the path, when suddenly he sensed an ominous presence. Raising an eyebrow, he wondered if there were others nearby. Along the way, he spotted a ghostly attendant cleaning the serpent path, yet there should not have been anyone else present. Moreover, this aura felt demonic. A castle materialized abruptly in the middle of the serpent path. As Wukong soared through the sky, a violent gust of wind erupted, startling a servant who was hanging clothes to dry, causing garments to tumble down the serpent path. "Ah, what is happening? My lady serpent, it seems someone just flew by." "What? Humph." A sinister woman, adorned like a noble, emerged from the castle, her eyes glowing red as she fixed her gaze intently towards the end of the serpent path. "How dare they pass without so much as a greeting? Do they not regard me?" Humph. Soon, a diminutive planet, akin to King Kai's, appeared before Wukong. He descended upon it, his feet sinking into the surface, leaving a shallow footprint as he discreetly adjusted his weight. With a gravitational increase of 20 times already in effect, the addition of this planet raised it to 30 times bearable. Yet it would swiftly deplete his stamina. Glancing around, Wukong quickly noticed a small house on the opposite side of the planet, along with the North Kai, who was crawling along the ground. Beside him was a monkey. Roar. "Oh dear. Bruce, you've made me lose count again. 17,000. No, wait. Ah, Lord Kai. I have come to train, please, HM?" The Kai raised his gaze to glance at him before rising, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled toward his house. "I do not teach just anyone. First and foremost, you must be able to tell a joke." Wukong casually produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground, revealing a massive bookshelf filled with what appeared to be thousands of books. Inside were collections of stories and joke books from Earth. The North Kai paused, turned to regard him, and then burst into laughter. "Ahaha, you are quite the character. Ha ha ha." After the North Kai's planet was destroyed for various reasons, only this small remnant remained, coupled with other circumstances. It had been ages since a skilled individual had come to train here, leaving him so long in solitude that he had grown bored enough to start counting the blades of grass on his planet. The humor was, by nature, rather subdued. Wukong harbored doubts that even a sudden tap on his shoulder could elicit prolonged laughter from him. Soon after, King Kai of the North began to instruct Wukong in his training, primarily focusing on his two paramount techniques, the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken. After a month of dedicated effort, Wukong mastered these two formidable skills, though he had squandered an entire week on challenging tasks posed by King Kai to test his fundamentals. Buzz. A month later, Wukong stood upon the planet of King Kai, cradling an energy sphere that shimmered with a blue exterior and a white core, radiating brilliance and humming with energy. Within this sphere coalesced an immense vitality and boundless energy, embodying something far beyond mere ki. Wukong felt as though he were holding the very essence of the planet beneath his feet. The Spirit Bomb was not merely a Kamehameha wave. The distinction between the two was astronomical. Roar. Gulp. King Kai and his two pets held their breath, captivated by the energy sphere in Wukong's grasp, utterly astonished. This individual was truly remarkable, having swiftly mastered both the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, superb techniques that had taken him years to develop. Moreover, this newfound power was not trivial. Perhaps the legendary prophesy would indeed come to fruition through him. If that were the case, perhaps he could even vanquish that scoundrel Frieza. The more he pondered, the more cold sweat beaded upon King Kai's brow. Such a notion was perilous. Frieza's audacity in the universe governed by King Kai was not without reason. Otherwise, King Kai could easily recruit formidable beings from the afterlife to restore order. Let us not speak of rules. The afterlife governs the dead, and it is not the deceased who oversee the afterlife. The dismal plight of King Kai could only be intricately linked to Frieza's current reign of terror. Buzz. Just as King Kai was lost in thought, Wukong raised his hand and launched the Spirit Bomb into the air, then vanished from his original position with remarkable speed, reappearing before the Spirit Bomb and striking it as one would a volleyball. Boom. The Spirit Bomb ultimately detonated above King Kai's planet, unleashing a fierce whirlwind of considerable power. Wukong estimated that the energy provided by the planet's flora alone rendered this spirit bomb equivalent to a full-force strike of at least 2,000 battle power. Such might was already formidable. Earth was but a fraction of what King Kai's planet was now. With so many inhabitants on Earth, it required no more than a fraction of them to harness ki, converging to form a spirit bomb that would be truly terrifying. It was a success. Oh ho ho ho, King Kai exclaimed, leaping into the air in synchrony with his companion Beerus. Wukong returned to stand before King Kai, slightly bowing, and expressed, "Thank you. My lord, King Kai, I believe it is time for me to take my leave." "Wait, can't you stay a little longer? It's rare to have someone to share my boredom with." With a sudden burst of speed, he darted over to Wukong's side, playfully nudging against him. Wukong couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, this king of the north was exceedingly lonely. However, considering that Chi-Chi was likely still sorrowful at this moment, Wukong had no intention of lingering. He politely declined the North King's invitation and set forth on the Snake Way. Ah, such an impatient youth, the North King sighed, returning to the bookshelf brought by Wukong. Those books would certainly keep him occupied for a considerable time. Once on the Snake Way, Wukong decisively employed the instant transmission technique to hasten his journey. Along the way, he noticed that the clouds beneath the Snake Way bore a striking resemblance to his Nimbus cloud. Alas, these clouds, despite their similar appearance, were not meant to be ridden. Before long, he reached the midpoint of the Snake Way, spotting the Serpent Princess Palace below, yet he had no intention of stopping, preparing to fly straight past it. Just then, a colossal serpent suddenly surged forth from the Serpent Princess Palace, lunging directly at him. "How rude," he exclaimed, "not even a greeting as I passed by." Wukong ascended, deftly changing directions to evade the serpent, only to find that the Serpent Princess was relentless in her pursuit, pressing closer with each moment. With a furrowed brow, Wukong raised his hand, unleashing a Kamehameha wave, attempting to teach the Serpent Princess a lesson. He was uncertain of her status in the underworld. If she held a position of significance, it would be unwise to strike too harshly. However, to his astonishment, the Kamehameha was swallowed whole by the Serpent Princess. And in his moment of carelessness, Wukong found himself engulfed by her massive form. Chapter 58. The Demon Mountain Star in a Realm of Utter Darkness and Desolation. Wukong plummeted from the heavens. As his feet met the ground, he gazed up at the pitch-black sky, his brow furrowed. Was this the interior of the Serpent Princess? Something felt amiss. Did the serpent possess such an expansive belly? No matter, he thought, let us give it a try. With arms resting at his sides and feet planted shoulder-width apart, a surge of energy erupted from within him. Nearly 30,000 units of combat power surged forth in an instant. In that moment, his energy soared into the sky, a magnificent force akin to a tempest, stirring up a howling whirlwind. The ground beneath him trembled, yet the surrounding space showed no signs of change. After a brief interval, the terrifying aura dissipated, and Wukong frowned, realizing his efforts were in vain. "Then, I shall roar," he bellowed, as if the very air were being expelled from his chest. The aura surrounding him ignited into crimson flames, enveloping his entire form, transforming his presence into a savage terror, spiraling out of control. Double Kaioken. This force was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. The Kaioken technique, after all, did not truly enhance strength. Forcibly unleashing energy to such an extent made it challenging to maintain control immediately. Thus, while a higher multiplier of Kaioken ostensibly promised greater power, surpassing the threshold of controllability merely accelerated the depletion of stamina, regardless of the body's capability to endure. As Goku now roughly estimates, the maximum multiplier of the Kaioken he can endure should range from 5 to 10 times, yet the ideal state he can fully master is merely 3 times. This ideal state signifies his ability to control energy loss to a minimal degree, thus maintaining a standard for prolonged bouts of intense combat. Beyond this threshold, mastery becomes exceedingly difficult. In fact, should he exceed 10 times, he might as well resort to self-detonation against his adversaries for a swifter conclusion, as energy dissipates too rapidly, leading to a significant decline in strength. If he cannot defeat his opponent at 10 times, conserving energy for self-destruction may yield a higher success rate. After a minute, Goku ceased his futile exertions. The surrounding terrain had been partially eroded by his energy. Exhaling a sigh of discontent, he regained his composure, turning his gaze around. The presence of energy indicates life forms nearby. Perhaps he ought to investigate. What kind of creature is this serpent maiden? Could it truly have consumed an entire planet? Not far away, atop a mining mountain, numerous demon slaves were laboriously transporting ores, hauling enormous stones from the depths of the pit. Hurry up. Move faster up front. You're blocking the way, you fool. Suddenly, one of the slaves stumbled and fell, lifting his gaze in terror towards the front, where a figure sat, apathetically observing him. The figure then raised a hand, and a nearby blue-skinned demon promptly lifted its arm, grinning maliciously as it activated the device on its limb. No. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the scream abruptly ceased. The surrounding slaves fell silent, burying themselves in their work, devoid of any thoughts of rebellion. Hurry up. At that moment, several demons arrived, leading a new batch of slaves bound in chains. Approaching the seated figure, one of them ingratiatingly announced, "Lord Og, the new slaves have been delivered. Let them down. The ores of this planet are exceedingly precious and vital to the demon cultivators. We must expedite the extraction." Og gestured for them to commence their tasks. The leading demon, wary of speaking further, waved his hand, urging several subordinates to continue driving the slaves forward, preparing to send them directly into the unfathomable pit. Boom. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Og abruptly stood, his barrel-like form covered in small, protruding nodules, his entire body radiating a blue hue. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing a flicker of astonishment. "Master." Moments later, a demon rushed over. Panic etched on his face as he pointed behind him. "There are invaders." Swish. In an instant, Goku had arrived behind the demon, raising his hand to unleash a burst of energy that extinguished its life. Turning his gaze to Og, he thought, now that he has found the main target, these minions hold little value. The demons beside Og advanced, raising their energy weapons towards him, but Og simply waved them aside. Stepping forward, Og scrutinized Goku, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. "You are of the human race? So, is this truly the realm of demons?" Goku, observing the demeanor of his opponent, felt a deepening furrow in his brow. How could he have ended up in the demon world? Did the Serpent Princess devour a planet from this realm? How was he to escape? This place is Demon Mountain Star, and I am a formidable warrior under the command of the esteemed demon cultivator, Org. A formidable aura emanated from Org, powerful enough to suggest a combat prowess exceeding 10,000. Goku's gaze sharpened. He had heard of demon cultivators once before. After introducing himself, Org fixed his gaze upon Goku and extended a hand, stating, "Your strength is commendable. Why not join the ranks of the demon cultivator? Your human lineage matters not." "I must decline," Goku replied, intending to inquire for directions and depart peacefully. However, as soon as he voiced his refusal, Org's eyes erupted with crimson energy beams that surged directly toward him. Boom. In an instant, the rock wall behind Goku exploded, leaving a terrifying chasm that seemed to cleave the earth itself. The magnitude of this power left Goku internally alarmed. Org's combat strength was indeed formidable. As Goku's expression turned grave, he watched in astonishment as Org underwent a startling transformation. The already corpulent figure began to swell, expanding until, moments later, he morphed into a towering behemoth exceeding 3 meters in height, flickering with ominous red light, emanating an oppressive aura that was utterly chilling. A pair of massive demonic horns sprouted from his head, and his limbs and body elongated, presenting an entirely different visage. More alarming was that Org's energy now felt at least double that of Goku's previous assessment. A rough estimate suggested his combat strength approached 30,000, comparable to Goku himself. With a mere gesture, Org summoned an energy spear, 3 meters in length, and regarded Goku with a menacing gaze. "In my perception, you pose a significant threat. I initially intended to recruit you, but since you refuse to recognize my offer, I shall eliminate you instead. Prepare to die." His voice, cold and detached, resonated ominously in the air. In that instant, Goku felt an oppressive weight descend upon him, rendering his movements sluggish. What is this? A superpower? No, it's those eyes. Suddenly, Goku felt a blur before him as Org closed the distance, thrusting the spear directly toward his face, initiating a fatal strike. This is the demon race. Once they act, there is no hesitation or mercy. Danger. Without a moment's thought, Goku resolutely nullified his own gravity, his speed skyrocketing. Whoosh. Goku's figure flickered and vanished from sight, Yet Org's form also dissipated within a crimson glow. Boom. Crash. In the next moment, their forms collided mid-air, unleashing a thunderous explosion. Goku was struck, feeling as though his arms had been smashed by iron rods, an unbearable sting coursing through his skin, accompanied by a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Ordinary weapons, even those as insubstantial as air, could not easily inflict harm upon him. Yet, the weapon wielded by Ogre was evidently closely linked to his formidable prowess. In this moment, Goku further affirmed the astonishing combat strength that Ogre exhibited post-transformation, a staggering 33,000. This surpassed Goku by a margin of 4,000. Clearly, a fierce battle awaited, but therein lay the thrill. The blood coursing through Goku's veins felt as though it were boiling, his energy surging dramatically. The astonishment in his eyes morphed into fervor and a fierce determination to fight. Chapter 59. The Mysterious Figure. Bang. 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 The two titans clashed in a ferocious struggle, unleashing a tempest of terrifying power that began to warp the surrounding environment, stirring dust and debris, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Below, the mine, already teetering from Ogre's previous strike, now began to collapse further under the reverberations of their confrontation, claiming countless demons in its descent. Goku was undeterred by these calamities. He grew stronger with each moment of battle, his resolve rivaling the murderous intent that gleamed in Ogre's eyes. Ogre, too, found himself increasingly astonished and invigorated as the fight progressed. Suddenly, a fierce crimson light ignited in Ogre's eyes, prompting Goku to tread carefully. Something was amiss with Ogre's gaze, hinting at a latent ability. Indeed, as Ogre unleashed his power, the previously felt sluggishness returned with a vengeance. A prickling sensation coursed across Goku's back, as if forewarning him of imminent danger. In that critical moment, Goku's years of rigorous training manifested in an extraordinary reflex. A flash of red light enveloped his form as he vanished from sight. In the next instant, a powerful knee strike collided forcefully with Ogre's chest, causing him to spew forth a spray of blue blood, his expression one of utter disbelief. Yet, astonishingly, this blow did not incapacitate him. Instead, he retaliated instantly, a scarlet blade of energy slicing through the air. Goku evaded by leaping back, only to glance downward and find a fresh crimson streak marring his cheek. His expression darkened. Ogre's resilience exceeded his expectations, revealing that the demon's physical form was far more formidable than anticipated. TSK. Ogre wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning sinisterly at Goku, his disdain palpable. It seemed that the human race delighted in employing underhanded tactics. His desire to extinguish Goku's life only intensified. But Goku, narrowing his eyes, regarded Ogre's abilities as mere trifles. That capacity to diminish his speed was evidently a form of superpower, far from a straightforward technique. At this moment, Ogre showed no signs of concealment, his eyes still glowing ominously as he fixated on Goku. This is my ability, the Demon Eye. Once locked onto you, should your strength fall short of mine, your speed will be halved. I am quite curious as to how you managed to break free. Goku, however, would not divulge the secret of his instant power enhancement through the Kaioken technique. Revealing such a trump card would only herald his doom. Suddenly, Goku placed his hands on either side of his head, fingers splayed wide, prompting Ogre's eyes to blaze anew as he sought to employ his trick once more. Yet, this time would prove far more challenging. Solar flare. Buzz. The terrifying brilliance illuminated the eternally dark realm of demons in an instant, inflicting not only blinding pain upon August, rendering him temporarily sightless, but also causing countless demon kin to collapse in agony. This seemingly simplistic technique was, for those unaccustomed to employing their energy in lieu of sight, like the extraterrestrial beings and demons, an ultimate lethal maneuver. Buzz. Goku observed August flailing his weapon in a futile attempt to thwart his assault, while his hands rested at his waist, a dreadful energy coalescing around him with remarkable speed. However, just as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow to dispatch his adversary, a figure suddenly materialized beside him, whisking August away in an instant. Goku caught a fleeting glimpse, enough to ascertain that the figure was likely a woman. He lowered his hands, vexed that his prey had escaped. Alas, the proverbial duck had flown the coop. Goku felt a twinge of frustration, but remained unhurried, closing his eyes momentarily to sense that August's energy had not departed from this planet. Alongside it trailed another, significantly weaker aura. There was no escape. In a surge of energy, he charged forth, resolving to enhance his prowess in the absence of an escape route. He refused to believe that this serpent princess could truly harbor an infinitely expansive space within her being. Within a castle-like laboratory, a white-haired demon placed August down, clad in a white research uniform. Were it not for her skin and appearance, Goku might have failed to recognize her as a demon. Damn Scion! August seethed, rubbing his eyes furiously, and in a fit of rage, he pounded the ground, causing it to tremble violently. The white-haired demon furrowed her brow at the sight, and suddenly, she lifted her gaze toward the distance, her expression shifting. Approaching August, she extracted a syringe from her pocket and, without warning or indication, plunged it into his carotid artery, stating, "That Scion is pursuing you. You must be eliminated." Before August could comprehend, his body began to uncontrollably swell, his already formidable physique transforming into a more corpulent form. Yet his energy surged to terrifying heights. The white-haired figure, witnessing this, hastily retreated into the castle. In the next moment, Goku's form appeared suspended in midair. Observing August's transformation with astonishment as the latter's energy began to escalate, likely nearing 40,000. What was transpiring? He realized he could not allow this to continue. Should August undergo another transformation, it would undoubtedly complicate matters further. Kaioken. His energy ignited in a crimson hue, radiating outward in a wave. As Goku swiftly concentrated all his energy into his right hand, plunging downward without hesitation. His original combat power of 29,000 doubled in that instant, soaring to an astounding 58,000. Roar! The phantom of the great ape flickered behind him, and he unleashed a cataclysmic wave. This technique was intended to be unleashed in the direst of circumstances, even at the cost of exhausting a portion of one's potential. When executed in the form of a Super Saiyan, it is known by another name, Dragon Fist. Thunderous roars echoed as Goku, without a hint of hesitation, delivered a full-powered punch that pierced through Og. The horrifying shockwaves reverberated, causing the entire castle to begin its collapse, while the very ground of the planet seemed to moan in anguish. Amidst the ruins, Goku suddenly sensed that Og was still alive. Not only that, but Og, having endured such a devastating blow, entered a berserk state and mounted a frenzied counterattack. Bang! Goku was sent soaring into the air by Og's desperate retaliation. In the next moment, Og, resembling a comet, surged from the ground, his visage grotesquely altered, devoid of weaponry, and attacked like a wild beast. Even though Goku's strike had obliterated Og's left shoulder and arm, exposing a wildly pulsating heart, Og continued to launch a relentless assault against him. Boom! Boom! The explosive sounds of their fierce clash resonated as Goku engaged using a doubled Kaioken, yet he found himself being pushed back. Astonishingly, Og maintained this frenzied state for over 10 minutes, his offensive showing no sign of waning. Goku realized his stamina was rapidly depleting, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He could not sustain this for long. The mysterious individual who had whisked Og away with an ability he could not comprehend might be lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. He had to conclude this battle swiftly. With this thought, Goku held nothing back. Kaioken, triple. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted explosively, forcing Og into retreat. Under the intensity of the battle, Og's body began to disintegrate, as if he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, Goku showed no intent to relent. A frenzied barrage dismantled Og's resistance, and without hesitation, he unleashed a Kamehameha that shattered Og's skull. Ding! The Demon King Og has been slain, energy acquired, power increased by 33,000. Chapter 60, Return to Earth. Haha. Suspended in midair, Goku maintained the stance from his Kamehameha until, after a moment, he finally steadied his breathing. This battle had been one of his rare, arduous struggles. Particularly, Og's sudden surge in ferocity had indeed placed considerable pressure on him. Had he not mastered the Kaioken, he might have encountered serious trouble. However, the system's reward was merely Og's original battle power of 33,000, which left him somewhat dissatisfied, for Og's desperate retaliation had undoubtedly surpassed that value. TSK, Curse System. With the immediate crisis averted, Goku looked down at the ravaged terrain, where several figures clad in the garb of scientists emerged from the castle's debris. A thought crossed his mind as he descended before a few demon scientists who were assisting each other in their escape. Oh, all the demons immediately knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing their heads, pleading for mercy. Wukong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Serpent Queen? Also, how does one depart from this place?" Exchanging glances, a bald scientist cautiously raised his head and spoke. "My lord, do you wish to utilize a spacecraft to leave this planet? We can assist you in constructing a spaceship." Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression darkened, realizing that they likely had no knowledge of who the Serpent Queen was. At that moment, a figure with white hair emerged from the ruins. "So it is true. You were sent by the Serpent Queen? No wonder." Wukong gazed at her, refraining from taking action. She had rescued Ogre and had instigated a terrifying transformation in him. By her appearance, she too seemed to be a scientist. Yet she did not appear to possess formidable combat prowess. She nodded, adjusting her glasses with a delicate hand, and smiled as she explained. "The Serpent Queen is a unique race that was once driven from the demon clan by Depura. They possess the ability to communicate between the demon realm, the human world, and the underworld, though they lack significant power. Since you have provoked her, I believe I understand why you have been brought here." Her demeanor, as if she had seen through everything, irked Wukong. Gathering energy in his palm, he calmly stated, "I need to reach Azura planet. How long will it take? Is there a quicker way to get me out of the demon realm?" The surrounding demon scientists became flustered, while the white-haired woman furrowed her brow, seemingly calculating. After a moment, she replied, "The fastest spacecraft on this planet can reach Azura planet within a year, but..." Wukong's energy surged in his palm, his anger ignited by this news. The woman, despite maintaining a calm facade, began to sweat as she continued, "However, I can assist you in arriving at Azura planet within 2 months. State your conditions plainly, while I still possess patience. I wish to join your faction." Wukong looked at her, somewhat taken aback. He had no faction of his own, nor did he have any aspirations to establish a grand power in the demon realm. It seemed too cumbersome. His sole desire was to enhance his strength and lead a tranquil life. In this world, only sufficient power could yield the stability one sought. Otherwise, unexpected calamities could strike at any moment. Even the Azura planet was merely a training ground for him. He had no intention of using it as a foundation for any enterprise. Yet, he needed to leverage her power for the time being. Thus he agreed without elaborating further. Within a mere few days, with the assistance of the demon scientists, the white-haired demon woman indeed managed to retrofit a spacecraft. Wukong embarked on his inaugural journey into the cosmos, albeit in the demon realm. Gazing at the seemingly eternally dark expanse outside, he occasionally spotted planets radiating with eerie hues of purple, blue, red, and even black, presenting an undeniably strange spectacle. "Is there no sun here?" Wukong furrowed his brow, having traversed several days aboard the spaceship without sighting a single star. "Those are the sons of the demon realm." Mora, the white-haired demoness, approached and explained. "In our realm, stars are classified by color, purple, blue, and red. Of course, there exists the most dreadful of all, the Doomsday Star. A desolate void capable of collapsing an entire region of space. You would not wish to venture near such a place. Thank you for the warning." Wukong glanced at her as Mora received 2 cups of an unknown beverage from a fellow demon and offered one to him. Wukong accepted it with a slight frown. Demon cuisine rarely suited his palate, yet he needed sustenance for the lengthy journey ahead. Mora took a sip first, her face illuminating with an intelligent smile. "I have heard that the planet inhabited by the Scions has likely been destroyed. So, my lord, who are you? Your inquiries are rather excessive." Mora refrained from pressing further, lowering her head slightly before retreating. Wukong gazed out at the vast and eerie cosmos, for the first time feeling a pang of longing for home, accompanied by an exhilarating rush coursing through his veins. This was the innate warrior spirit and thirst for exploration characteristic of the Scions. The more perilous the environment, the more it stirred the primal instincts buried deep within. His tail twitched slightly, coiling around his waist. 2 months later, Wukong successfully arrived at Shura Star. Upon seeing Mira, he exhaled in relief, realizing he had indeed entered the demon realm and had returned safely, rather than finding himself within the belly of the Serpent Princess. "My lord, there has been an issue with the Demon Gate. I sought you after leaving it, but..." On the way to the Demon Gate, Wukong had informed Mora of the situation, yet she seemed unperturbed, requesting a territory from Mira, as if intending to settle on Shura Star. However, upon hearing Myra's words, An ominous premonition gripped him. He had not forgotten the hidden threat of the demon cultivator. His expression darkened. What issue? One of the demon cultivator's subordinates visited Shura Star not long ago. It seems they are now aware of the demon gate, and they are already on Earth. Damn it. The worst has come to pass, and it coincides with my departure. How formidable is that demon? Stronger than Mira, and he possesses transformation abilities. Sighing in relief, Wukong promptly exited the demon gate, returning to Earth. It felt as though he had been thrust from the depths of hell back to the realm of the living. The oppressive and dim environment of the demon realm was truly disconcerting. Wukong's figure gradually ascended into the air, and through his senses, he detected no significant demonic presence. Just as he felt a surge of confusion, suddenly, a familiar aura flared and then rapidly diminished. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He had found it. A surge of energy erupted, and Wukong's figure transformed into an arc, soaring into the distance. Chapter 61, Tamethus. Time rewinds to a moment not long past. Tamethus, a demon from the realm of magic, entered Earth through the portal of the demon world. Initially, he refrained from causing widespread destruction, instead deliberately seeking out the strongest warriors on Earth, the first being the formidable Piccolo. Gohan was also present. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and others, who were training at the sacred world of the Kais due to the impending arrival of the Scions, sensed the ominous energy and rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, they joined the fray without hesitation, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. The group struggled against the two demon subordinates that Tamethus had brought, until Gohan unexpectedly erupted with power, slaying one of them, while the other was dispatched through the combined efforts of the group. Throughout this, Piccolo maintained his standoff with Tamethus without engaging. At the moment Gohan unleashed his power, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Piccolo's eyes. Oh, this little one is a Scion. Heh, who would have thought there were still living Scions in the 7th universe? Quite rare indeed. Tamethus's voice was eerie, resembling a mechanical, synthesized neutrality. His appearance bore a mechanical structure. Though humanoid, he possessed beast-like traits, with a long tail and a hunched form, his entire being cloaked in a dark crimson hue. Humph. Piccolo glared at his adversary, shedding his cloak. Now it is our turn. Huh. With a low, thunderous shout, an overwhelming energy surged forth from within him, catapulting his battle power to its zenith. Martial artists on Earth typically restrain the energy they inadvertently emit to conserve stamina and enhance their ability to conceal their true strength during combat, thus enabling prolonged engagement in high-intensity battles. While this is partly due to the inherent fragility of Earthlings, necessitating the meticulous utilization of every ounce of power, this technique stands as a pinnacle of combat prowess even within the vast Dragon Ball universe. It is universally applicable. Following Piccolo's energy release, a formidable aura lifted a multitude of debris into the air, accompanied by faint flickers of lightning, his presence significantly amplified from before. Evidently, he had undergone substantial training during this period. Not to worry, I shall first eliminate some unnecessary obstacles. Suddenly, Piccolo was taken aback as Tamethus vanished from his sight. He could not keep up. In shock, he urgently called out to the others, Gohan, quickly move aside. At the same time, he raised his hand to unleash a ki blast, attempting to predict Tamethus's trajectory and intercept him. Boom. Bang bang bang. Yet, it altered little. In an instant, Tien and the others, who had just endured a fierce battle, were severely injured, losing their combat capabilities and collapsing to the ground. The most gravely wounded were Yamcha and Kairatsu, their energy already beginning to wane. At the critical moment, Piccolo merely saved Gohan, positioning himself once again before Tamethus. Krillin, Gohan, stay calm. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, fixed his gaze intensely on Tamethus. If Gohan were to rush out at that moment, Piccolo feared he would be unable to divide his attention. Although it was Gohan's first battle, the Scion blood within him was gradually awakening, and he was adapting fully. The assertion that Scions are a naturally combative race held true. However, during King Vegeta's reign, Scions had been thoroughly misled and tamed by Frieza, equating combat with brutality, which inadvertently obstructed the discovery of the true potential of the Scion race. Fighting is not synonymous with courting death, and being combative does not imply a thirst for slaughter. The distinction between the two is profound. The so-called warrior race had devolved into mere beasts under King Vegeta's rule. Stimulated by the circumstances, Gohan, consumed by rage, exhibited signs of losing control, leaping from behind Piccolo and unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Tamasa's. Demon Flash. Boom. Everything unfolded too swiftly. Piccolo's focus was predominantly on Tamasa's, and he sensed impending doom. Sure enough, Tamasa's figure vanished and reappeared beside Gohan, a terrifying claw-like hand lunging toward Gohan's neck. Piccolo's movements seemed to slow as he turned, reaching out with all his strength, yet he remained a fraction too late compared to Tamasa's. Gohan, now sensing the danger, was too late to evade the strike. This was the consequence of inexperience and impulsive action, revealing his youthful naivety. Bang! Crack! Like a bolt of lightning, Gohan tightly shut his eyes, afraid to open them. After a moment passed without pain, he finally dared to open his eyes, finding a familiar figure standing before him. You are Bang. Goku seized Tamasa's claw, and in the next instant, he surged forward, landing a punch that made Tamasa's eyes bulge as if they might pop out, the carapace-like material of his body fracturing. A drop of blood fell onto Goku's martial arts uniform, seeping into the fabric. However, the demon's physique was undeniably robust, even as his claw was nearly crushed by Goku. Tamasa's swiftly retreated 100 meters, still shaken as he gazed at Goku. What is this guy? Father. Gohan's excited gaze trembled. Goku turned his head, smiling as he ruffled Gohan's hair. Gohan, you did well. Dad. Gohan, unable to contain himself, embraced him tightly. Goku sighed softly, patting Gohan's back, fully aware of the harshness of forcing a mere 5-year-old to endure such trials for the sake of growth. In his own youth, he had been over 10 and possessed basic survival skills before he began training with Master Roshi, gradually evolving step by step. One can only say that Gohan's era is far from ideal. However, he is destined to grow. Yet, prior to that, he requires someone to shield him from the storms of life. Goku, momentarily regaining his composure, glanced towards Krillin, who was approaching with a bag in hand. Upon receiving it, Goku discovered it contained 2 Senzu beans, and upon observing the others, his brow furrowed slightly. Dad, the dumpling, and Uncle Yamcha, he remarked, patting Gohan's head with a smile. Take a moment to sense it. They still possess a faint pulse, which you can feel. As Goku spoke, he administered half a Senzu bean to Krillin, who, though unable to rise, could still manage to chew. Tien, however, had fainted. Subsequently, Goku crushed the remaining half of the Senzu bean into powder and fed it to both the dumpling and Yamcha, sustaining their last breath. Living, after all, is preferable to death. Tien then entrusted the final half of the Senzu bean to Gohan, urging him to use it for a rescue. Only then did Goku rise and cast his gaze towards Tamasa's, who regarded him with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty, refraining from launching a surprise attack. It was not for lack of desire, but rather fear. Goku, appearing nonchalant, had his complete focus on Tamasa's. Should he dare to strike, he would face a thunderous blow. However, Tamasa's had regained his composure, seemingly unscathed, and upon witnessing the effect of the Senzu beans, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This truly is a remarkable item. The master of demonic cultivation will surely appreciate it, Tamasa's declared. Boy, if you provide me with more of what you just had, I shall spare your lives. What do you say? In response, Goku merely shook the bag in his hand and tossed it towards Tamasa's with a smile. It's too late. You. Tamasa's seethed in anger. Yet, Goku interjected first, his tone icy, his gaze seemingly freezing everything around him. Whatever you say now, I shall slay you. Ugh, how infuriating. You leave me no choice. Feel the terror. Tamasa's sensed the impending threat, and his entire form began to undergo a transformation, akin to shedding a shell. As red light emanated from his body, cracks appearing in his exterior, revealing parts within. Boom. A terrifying aura began to influence the heavens, dark clouds gathered ominously, and thunder rumbled across the mountains, a fearsome storm brewing. Chapter 62. Power level ascends once more. Krillin and the others, just regaining consciousness, were utterly astonished, their bodies trembling. Was that not full power just now? What on earth is this creature? Don't speak of full power. We haven't even scratched the surface. The frustration within Piccolo was palpable as he beheld the creature before them, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He glanced at Goku, who remained composed, and Gohan, who appeared unperturbed, furrowing his brow. Hey, Son Goku, do you have a plan? If not, act quickly. No rush. Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for Tamasa's to transform. These demons are intriguing, providing me with combat prowess. The more, the merrier. I've been contemplating how to confront the master of demonic cultivation. Although I've learned the Kaioken technique, I still feel somewhat lacking in confidence. Only one's true strength is the most reliable. And Goku has always firmly believed in this principle. Transformations, after all, are not the righteous path. The high energy consumption and short duration are flaws that can prove fatal. Thus, his attitude towards the Kaioken and the so-called Super Saiyan transformations is that they may serve as a trump card, but reliance on them should be minimal. Enhancing one's own strength is paramount. Moreover, only by slightly increasing his own power can he reap greater benefits from transformations. Focusing solely on amplifying transformation strength is somewhat misguided. Gohan turned to glance at the others and then at Goku, wishing to express that he felt little pressure. However, at this moment, another question weighed heavily on his mind. Didn't Uncle Krillin say that Dad was a martial artist? Why does he appear even more fearsome than Uncle Piccolo when angered? Kik. The transformation of Tamasis was complete, shifting away from its original beastly form to a more humanoid appearance. Not only that, but its claws were also reshaped into almost blade-like forms, undeniably impressive. The transformed Tamasis stood taller, yet more slender, raising an arm to point at Goku. Scion, come forth, and I shall make you feel what hell truly is. TSK. Is that so? In that instant, Goku's energy erupted, and a look of astonishment spread across Tamasis's face post-transformation. Before he could react, Goku was upon him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Pua! With one blow, Tamasis spat blood and, in shock, hastily retreated. However, Goku had no intention of letting him escape. One cannot let a caught duck fly away. The pursuit escalated into the skies, igniting a fierce battle. Tamasis indeed possessed some formidable abilities, with a conservative combat power reaching 20,000 after his transformation. It was unclear where these fiends were sourced from by the dark sorcerers. Although the nature of the demon realm remained a mystery, such monstrous power capable of effortlessly annihilating an ordinary planet was surely rare, with countless life-bearing planets needed to produce just one being of such caliber. Gulp. Incredible. Has Goku truly trained to such an extent? Hooray. Victory is assured. Recently engulfed in despair, Krillin and the others now felt exhilarated, witnessing the fierce struggle in the sky, where Goku clearly held the upper hand. Little did they know that Goku was still battling under 20 times the normal gravity. Otherwise, it would have already concluded. Suddenly, Goku delivered a forceful downward kick that severed Tamasis's dual blades from his arms. In a panic, Tamasis was now drenched in blood, yet his eyes radiated a sinister glow. TSK. Bang. Bang bang bang. The fierce combat continued, but as time wore on, Goku sensed something amiss. Although he could still suppress Tamasis, for some unknown reason, he gradually felt pressure emanating from Tamasis. This shouldn't be the case. Was Tamasis's energy increasing? With such perplexity in his heart, Wukong resolved to strike swiftly. After launching Tamasa's into the sky with a single blow, he positioned his hands to initiate the Kamehameha. Energy began to gather. Piccolo sensed Wukong's transformation. As an adversary, he was undoubtedly most attuned to Wukong's abilities and techniques. It was Wukong's Kamehameha. That monstrous foe was doomed. Krillin and the others were beside themselves with excitement, believing the battle was nearing its conclusion. After all, while the Kamehameha may not be the most formidable technique, it was certainly Wukong's signature move. Buzz. The energy rapidly surged to its zenith, and Wukong thrust his hands forward. Wait! Piccolo suddenly exclaimed, startling the others, while Wukong himself felt an inexplicable sensation. This feeling did not stem from his key perception, but from an instinctive intuition. He realized that this full-force attack would not be sufficient to vanquish Tamasa's. Boom! A blinding light illuminated the heavens, as a terrifying energy dispersed the clouds in the sky. TSK. Truly formidable. Even that muscle-bound being seemed inferior. Yet I am undoubtedly the strongest under the command of the Demon Lord. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, Tamasa's emerged unscathed from the Kamehameha. Following this, fueled by rage, Tamasa's lunged at Wukong, this time with a force that utterly overwhelmed him, forcing Wukong to retreat step by step. Stronger than Beeg? Wukong furrowed his brow, uncertain of the truth behind the opponent's claims. Yet, one thing was clear to him. Tamasa's was indeed peculiar. After defeating Beeg, his combat power had skyrocketed to 62,000. Even if he was stronger than Beeg, there was no reason for such a drastic leap in strength. Moreover, Wukong had distinctly felt capable of obliterating Temesazaz. But as time passed, his power seemed to wane. Amidst the chaos of battle, Wukong was momentarily oblivious to the underlying issues. Old son, your ki is weakening. Do not waste time. Quickly finish him off. At that moment, Piccolo's voice resonated from the ground. What did you say? Krillin and the others gasped in shock. Now keenly aware of the situation, even they, watching from the sidelines, had failed to notice this change. The reason was the vast disparity in strength. They simply could not discern such nuances. Only Piccolo, with his refined perception of ki and strength, coupled with his continuous observation, could detect the shift. Indeed, this is bad. Very bad. Wukong is in danger. Yamcha and the others were equally alarmed and anxious, yet they could only watch helplessly, unable to assist. At this moment, Temesazaz had Wukong firmly under his control, reveling in his triumph, cackling. Ha ha ha. Indeed, my ability can diminish your combat power through my blood. Fool. You should not have come into contact with my blood. Suddenly, Temesazaz unleashed a torrent of relentless punches and kicks, overwhelming Wukong and forcing him back towards the ground. However, halfway through his retreat, Wukong suddenly halted, his gaze shimmering with brilliance. Is that so? He mused. The abilities of Tamethas are indeed formidable. Yet akin to those of OG, they remain difficult to decipher as long as no information is divulged. Truly, the villain perishes through excessive chatter. In the next instant, a crimson light erupted around Wukong, and lightning crackled. With a speed as swift as thought, he unleashed a punch that pierced through Tamethas's body, blood splattering in all directions. Pahaha! How could you? Tamethas exclaimed in disbelief as an energy surged from within him, instantly obliterating him into nothingness. Kaioken double. Wukong's combat power surged past the monumental threshold of 100,000, reaching an astonishing 124,000. It seemed he had transcended a critical boundary, rendering Tamethas's abilities ineffective. And he perished in an instant. Chapter 63. Am I superfluous? Ding. Upon vanquishing the demon Tamethas, Wukong acquired energy, raising his power by 21,000, including the 33,000 from OG. Wukong's combat prowess soared past 80,000, reaching 83,000. This was his base power, unaugmented by Kaioken. And even more terrifying was the fact that this was not a result of releasing his latent potential. With a potential value of 9 points, he could, if he so desired, elevate his strength ninefold in a short span. Soon, Wukong felt he was nearing the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. His spirits lifted. Indeed, the demon realm was the most suitable training ground for him. With a few more visits, he wondered how he could fail to attain the Super Saiyan transformation. Perhaps he could even surpass that. After a moment, Wukong calmed his exhilarated emotions. Indeed, combat was the swiftest means of enhancing one's strength, and the Saiyan blood within him began to boil anew. Dad! Wukong descended to the ground and patted little Gohan's head, a smile gracing his face. At that moment, he recalled something significant. The Grand Elder of Namek possessed a unique ability to guide the development of potential. Yet he wondered whether it directly stimulated the potential within a target or unearthed deeper layers of it. However, it seemed to be the latter. After all, even Krillin had experienced a dramatic rise in power, becoming the strongest Earthling, indicating that it was not merely a simple activation of potential. Thus, a visit was necessary. Even if not much could be unearthed, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Perhaps that last point of potential would rely on him. With a sudden thought, Wukong retrieved a golden peach from his soul multifunctional capsule and handed it to Gohan. What is this? Gohan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly. Being inherently attuned to the divine, he sensed the unique sacred aura emanating from it. Recognizing its significance, yet he said nothing. A specialty of the afterlife, unfortunately. There are few left. Eat it quickly. What is this, Wukong? You went to the underworld and only brought back a fruit. I thought you would have brought something more substantial. Krillin and Yamcha expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, for they were old friends, and Wukong, after pondering for a moment, smiled and said, You can also train with King Kai after you pass. There will be benefits. The group exchanged glances, realizing that although it was a positive prospect, The implication seemed somewhat off. So, are you suggesting we should die then? Perhaps it's best we avoid that. After Gohan consumed the golden apple, his energy noticeably surged. Though only Piccolo and Wukong seemed to notice, nodding to themselves in acknowledgement. Gohan, who originally possessed a battle power of 800, had now surpassed 1500, directly exceeding Piccolo's pre-explosion standard. If he continued to train diligently, it wouldn't be long before he could surpass Piccolo. This was merely the outcome of 6 months of training. If he remained dedicated, his potential would only grow. Gohan. From a distance, the hum of the airplane engine and propeller resonated, followed by Chi-Chi, in a moment of urgency. Leaping from the aircraft, a drop from 100 meters was no challenge for her. However, having just endured a fierce battle, the ground was littered with debris. And as Chi-Chi landed, her foot twisted, nearly causing her to fall. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she ran to embrace Gohan. Mom. After half a year, Gohan had matured considerably, yet the marks of his struggles were evident, causing Chi-Chi great distress. Bulma and Master Roshi also descended from the plane, relieved to see everyone alive. Bulma approached Wukong with a smile, inquiring, "How was your time in the underworld?" "I was startled when Granny Fortune told me. I'm glad you made it back." "Everything is fine, just took a bit of a detour, which wasted some time," Wukong replied. Bulma tilted her head slightly, perplexed by his words. Wukong then elaborated on his journey, revealing that he had unexpectedly traveled directly from the underworld to the demon realm. Had he not returned in time, the consequences could have been dire. The worst-case scenario would have meant everyone perishing, prompting him to seek out Porunga on Namek. Vegeta would also arrive on Earth, leaving the outcome uncertain. The demon realm? What kind of place is that? It sounded perilous. The demon you encountered earlier hails from the demon realm. A warrior under the command of a demon named Majin, Wukong explained. Although he was reluctant to instill fear in others, he knew it was only a matter of time before he faced Majin. Does that mean that individual is also a demon? Bulma noticed Mira on a distant boulder. Who approached them? Wukong gestured to her, and Mira nodded, turning to return to the demon realm. The training of Tianjin and others had yet to conclude, prompting them to depart the scene early and return to the Heavenly Palace to complete their remaining training. Meanwhile, Goku found himself in a quandary as he gazed at little Gohan, cradled in Chi-Chi's arms. He had intended for Gohan to undertake a year of training with Piccolo. However, persuading Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to pursue this endeavor would prove quite challenging. Half an hour later, atop Baozi Mountain, Goku's concerns were confirmed. Upon learning of Goku's plan for Gohan to continue his training, Chi-Chi reacted vehemently, adamantly opposing the idea. Bulma attempted to interject, but Goku silenced her, instead turning his attention to Gohan, who was seated in a corner. "Gohan, do you wish to train with Uncle Piccolo? Rest assured, if you do not wish to go, it is perfectly fine. Neither your father nor mother will compel you to do anything." Yet, despite Goku's reassurances, Chi-Chi wore a stern expression, her arms crossed. Goku managed a wry smile, while Gohan lowered his head, timidly confessing, I want to train with Uncle Piccolo." Chi-Chi's eyes seemed to blaze with fire, rendering Gohan momentarily speechless. Goku furrowed his brow. Though Chi-Chi's fierce love for Gohan was evident, such intensity bordered on overindulgence. If this continued, even if Gohan's potential was awakened, he would eventually neglect his training. Bulma, unable to bear the scene any longer, prepared to speak up. However, Goku, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved a bouquet of flowers from behind him and presented it to Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi," he said. Surprised, Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed with delight, momentarily distracting her from Gohan's situation. After all, being only a year younger than Goku and having never experienced romantic affection, she had swiftly transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, leaving her unaccustomed to such gestures. In truth, Goku had always been somewhat oblivious to matters of romance. Consequently, Chi-Chi often focused her attention on Gohan, occasionally neglecting her husband. "It's all right, a little compensation will suffice," Goku thought, and he subsequently handed Bulma a similar bouquet. Elated, Bulma accepted it and exchanged a knowing glance with Goku before suggesting, "By the way, Goku, Chi-Chi, it has been ages since our family spent time together. How about a trip? I know of a wonderful resort, and it might be a refreshing change of pace. My sister, Tights, has invited us to visit her as well." "Travel?" Chi-Chi felt a flutter of interest but hesitated, glancing at Gohan. Sensing a potential breakthrough, Goku quickly embraced Chi-Chi, exclaiming, "It's settled then. Let us first gather some supplies for our journey. Although Bulma had likely prepared everything already, every moment counted. Goku. But Gohan hasn't eaten yet. Chi-Chi protested. No worries. By the way, Bulma, have you prepared the swimsuits you mentioned last time? Absolutely. Everything is ready, Bulma winked, signaling all was well. Chi-Chi's face grew even redder as Goku gently coaxed her along, while Gohan remained at home, left to ponder his fate. Having just experienced his first battle, Gohan felt his stomach grumble with hunger. Turning around, he realized that his parents had already departed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Am I the one who is superfluous in this family? Just then, a cloaked figure appeared at the door. Gohan's spirits lifted. It was Uncle Piccolo. 2 wild fruits rolled to his feet as Piccolo, with a swift flick of his cloak, admonished him, do not squander time. Your training is far from complete, and I shall show no mercy, even for your father's sake. With determination, Gohan seized the wild fruits and followed suit, consuming them as he went. Although Piccolo's guidance was somewhat harsh, it proved remarkably effective. Gohan had become adept at surviving in the wilderness, while his methods were rough around the edges. They successfully unearthed Gohan's latent potential, laying a solid foundation for his growth. Meanwhile, Goku was embarking on a global journey with his 2 wives. Chapter 64, The Challenger of Karin Tower. Beaches, villas, yachts, and gourmet cuisine. Chi-Chi found her life too monotonous, which led her to overly indulge Gohan. In contrast, Bulma's life was vibrant and filled with variety. Throughout the journey, Goku's role was minimal, he merely accompanied them. Goku shared the remaining golden apples with the 2 women. After consuming the fruit, Bulma marveled at the improvement in her skin and spirit. With a light leap, she found herself soaring several meters into the air. Her combat power had surged to an impressive 80, surpassing the majority of Earth's so-called martial artists. Chi-Chi had also enhanced her strength to 230, thanks to her existing foundation. The trio fished in the open sea, ventured into the primeval forest for a thrilling adventure, and ultimately visited Gohan at the 5 Elements Mountain. They then stopped by Bulma's sister's home before arriving at Karin Tower. I can't take this anymore, Bulma exclaimed as they climbed halfway up the tower. Her mountaineering attire drenched in sweat, her thin shirt clinging to her form and accentuating her graceful curves. She contemplated retrieving a capsule to summon an aircraft, but feared that doing so might lead to disaster. With this thought, she grimaced and called out, Goku. Goku descended from above, amusement dancing in his eyes as he asked, What's wrong? Didn't you say this would be a piece of cake? It turned out that Bulma, having gained a modicum of strength, had become overconfident, attempting to challenge herself to scale Karin Tower, but evidently, she had failed in her endeavor. With a roll of her eyes, Bulma extended her arms, and Goku promptly embraced her, lifting them upward. Upon reaching the summit of Karin Tower, Bulma exhaled deeply, complaining, Honestly, I must install an elevator here. This is such a hassle. The cat sage, who had been grooming his paws, paused for a moment, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Meow? He mentally envisioned an elevator installed beside Karin Tower, transforming it into a bustling tourist attraction, and the thought sent even more cold sweat cascading down his brow. At this moment, there were still a few individuals at Karin Tower. Goku glanced over and recognized several familiar faces. UPA approached him and greeted, Mr. Goku. Goku nodded, smiling. UPA belonged to the guardian tribe beneath Karin Tower, serving as its protector. Although they lacked the endorsement of the cat sage and the heavenly gods, their tribe held Karin Tower in high esteem, regarding it as a sacred site. Lacking guidance, their skills were merely superior to those of ordinary individuals. Yet they possessed considerable talent. UPA's father, who could withstand bullets with his bare body, exemplified this, certainly not weak among earthlings. Moreover, Goku also spotted notable figures such as King Choppa, Nam, and a dinosaur, whose name he had forgotten, all of whom possessed some level of strength and had come here. However, they were not numerous. Most challengers still struggled beneath Karin Tower or had given up early, after Goku suggested that the heavenly gods open Karin Tower and the heavenly palace. Its existence was no longer merely a legend in the martial arts realm, at least not for those with a certain pedigree. Once these individuals achieved greater prowess and returned to spread the legend of Karin Tower, they would attract more people to embark on martial arts training and challenges. This positive cycle would ensure that martial arts would not decline. Indeed, this fellow possesses quite a bit of perseverance, albeit he is rather foolish, such a pity. At the lower level of Karin Tower, The cat sage shook his head as he gazed at several water tanks. Goku and his two lovely wives approached. Curious about the water tank, they discovered it was directed towards the challengers below. A group had set up camp, each engaging in their own arduous training, awaiting their turn to challenge. Many structures had even been erected, suggesting an intention to settle here long-term. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before a village, and eventually a city, arose beneath Korin Tower. However, at that moment, the cat sage spoke of an individual atop Korin Tower. They witnessed a burly man with an explosive hairstyle, who had climbed to the middle of the tower and had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Indeed, he was asleep. This individual displayed creativity, having suspended himself with a rope halfway up the tower, climbing until fatigue overtook him, then awakening to continue his ascent. One had to admit the idea was rather clever, as Korin Tower did not stipulate that one must ascend in a single attempt. Yet, this somewhat cunning approach left the cat sage in a quandary, pondering how to instruct the man once he reached the top. Typically, those who ascended through sheer strength possessed some foundational skills, and he could provide guidance that would yield results. However, with such a minimally skilled individual, despite his cleverness, he found himself at a loss for how to offer instruction. I truly hope he doesn't turn out like that fellow from 300 years ago. 300 years ago, Bulma and Chi-Chi inquired with curiosity. Goku, however, quickly realized, chuckling, "You must be referring to Master Potato, cat sage." It was indeed he, that fellow. The cat sage, who could not help but break into a cold sweat at the mere recollection of the past, a time he found utterly unbearable to revisit. Back then, the turtle sage possessed only moderate strength, yet he climbed his way up, a feat deserving of commendation. The cat sage did not hesitate to offer him guidance. But what transpired thereafter? When the turtle sage departed, he seemed to take everything but the kitchen sink with him, nearly carting off the cat sage himself. The Nimbus Cloud, the elixir of immortality, and the sacred beans were mere trifles. The most egregious theft was the very pillar leading to the heavenly temple. Yes, the Rui Bang, which was also spirited away. From that moment on, the cat sage harbored no desire to encounter the turtle sage again. With another turtle sage potentially on the rise, anxiety crept over the cat sage. Meanwhile, Goku regarded the recently awakened explosion-haired individual with contemplation, for this gentleman might very well be his future-in-law. The Earth's champion, Satan. Though not particularly charming, he was undeniably resourceful. To label him as foolish would be a jest. How many ordinary humans on Earth could comprehend the prowess of Goku and his companions in their later stages? Yet, within a mere day, Satan not only grasped the vast disparity but also adapted seamlessly, even contributing significantly. Such capability was rare among ordinary Earthlings. Not dwelling on this too much, Goku turned his gaze towards Chi-Chi and Bulma, suggesting they depart. "All right," they replied with smiles. Their journey had spanned approximately 6 months, during which they visited all the intended destinations. Chi-Chi's temperament had markedly improved, as Goku endeavored to mend the emotional rift between them. Moreover, perhaps the potential of that golden apple had not been fully realized, combined with her attempts to challenge Korin Tower over the past 6 months. Chi-Chi's combat power had surged to 350, placing her among the upper echelons of Earth's warriors, on par with the Turtle Sage. Even Bulma boasted a combat power of 150, yet sadly, lacking the foundation and determination, she could have ascended Korin Tower had she chosen to pursue it. Chapter 65, The Three Demon Stars. At the Capsule Corporation, Goku returned from their travels, first escorting Chi-Chi and Bulma back to their home before fetching Gohan. As a parting gift, Piccolo presented Gohan with a new outfit. It must be noted that Piccolo's array of abilities, akin to magic, proved exceedingly convenient. It was evident he harbored genuine fondness for Gohan, though his gaze towards Goku still bore an air of hostility. Goku paid him little mind, knowing that once Piccolo came to terms with his lineage or fused with the Supreme Kai, such enmity would dissipate. As of now, Piccolo had yet to complete his ultimate evolution. "Gohan, have you grown thin from hunger?" he exclaimed. "Honestly, your father has gone too far, allowing you to train under that great demon Lord Piccolo." Uncle Piccolo treats me well," Gohan replied. "Very well. Forget it. Your mother has prepared your favorite dishes, so let us eat first." Chi-Chi remained her usual self, though her emotions had stabilized considerably after such a long separation. She too had noticed Gohan's transformation. Though the hardships she endured caused her great distress, Gohan undeniably experienced significant growth. With Goku's companionship throughout the year, she chose not to dwell on her troubles any longer. In the ensuing days, the family enjoyed a harmonious existence. In the demon realm, on the planet of Shura, within a castle-like research facility, Mora, clad in a lab coat, presented an apparatus to Goku. After receiving it, he placed the vial emitting a faint green luminescence before his eyes and inquired, "Is this the one?" "Indeed," Mora affirmed, stating directly, "The blood of Tamethas can indeed diminish the target's energy. I have extracted its special factors to create this. It can instantaneously weaken the target's strength. However, do not be overly optimistic, as its effects on beings of General Demon Lord caliber are negligible. Thus, it cannot weaken a combat power of 100,000, correct?" Goku confirmed. "Precisely," Mora nodded. Goku was unfazed. This was within his expectations, having effortlessly defeated Tamethas using the Kaioken technique at double strength. Ultimately, he mused, such abilities are mere trifles, easily shattered in the face of absolute power. Soon after, Goku sought out Mira to inquire about intelligence regarding the Demon Cultivator. "My lord, the Demon Cultivator is not on Enma Star, but rather on one of his 3 demon stars, guarded by the Demon Dragon. What level of strength does the Demon Dragon possess? Is it akin to Tamethas?" Goku pressed. Both Og and Tamethas, whom he had encountered previously, were formidable, possessing the ability to obliterate planets. Thus, Goku instinctively considered both as part of the so-called 3 demon stars. However, Mira's response surprised him. She lowered her head slightly and explained, "Not quite. Og and Tamethas were both subdued by the Demon Dragon. The 3 demon stars under the Demon Cultivator are warriors who once pledged their loyalty to the Demon King, Depura, and they are exceptionally powerful." "Oh, this renders things intriguing. I initially assumed they were merely characters of 20,000 or 30,000 combat power, yet they appear to be significantly stronger. It seems the Demon Cultivator's strength is far from superficial. With a combat power of 80,000, it is likely just the baseline prior to transformation." After some contemplation, Goku felt that his encounter with Frieza was drawing near. He must journey to Namek before the Elder's lifespan concluded. Since Radith's arrival on Earth, Goku understood that an inevitable confrontation with Frieza was merely a matter of time. Although he had already devised a plan, he felt uncertain about his ability to contend with Frieza. His goals still seemed distant, and he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible beforehand. "Prepare the spaceship. I must visit Enma Star." "Yes, my lord." Mira hesitated momentarily before turning to leave. In her view, provoking the Demon Cultivator was a folly, but she soon realized that they had already embroiled themselves in that very predicament. Moreover, Shura Star was not far from Enma Star, and it was likely that the Demon Cultivator had yet to personally intervene simply because he had not anticipated Goku as a variable. Wukong ascended aboard a spacecraft, journeying towards the realm of Yama. Meanwhile, in the cosmic expanse beyond Earth, 2 spherical vessels sped forth, drawing nearer to their destination. The spacecraft developed by Mora traversed the distance from Shura Star to Yama Star in a mere 2 days. Upon his arrival, Wukong discovered a remarkable presence of formidable demonic energy on this planet, which filled him with unexpected delight. He surmised that these energies were likely brought forth by the demon cultivators. Regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed a fortuitous surprise. Should he vanquish the demons inhabiting this celestial body, his prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. However, he did not lose sight of his paramount objective, the 3 demon stars and the demon dragon. With a thunderous roar, Wukong unleashed his might, annihilating the demonic warriors in his path. Those fortunate enough to escape or evade his wrath were of little concern to him. He pressed onward towards the lair of the demon dragon. Yet, the boost in his combat capabilities along the way filled him with exhilaration. Ding! Slaying a demonic warrior granted him energy, increasing his power by 140. Ding! Defeating a demon from the evil star yielded an additional 40. Ding! Overcoming a progenitor demon bestowed a staggering 3,200 energy. A cascade of notifications elevated Wukong's spirits. As his combat strength surged, it ultimately augmented his power by over 7,000, surpassing the formidable threshold of 90,000. Host, Son Wukong Bloodline. Scion, Lower Tier Warrior. Age, 22 Energy, Combat Power 90,000, 910, Super Ability, Gravity Manipulation, 20-fold Gravity, with 90. 000 in combat power, he remained distanced from his goal of 300,000. Yet the gap was now within sight, and the realization of his ambition felt imminent. He gradually anticipated the power of the demon dragon, and as he drew closer to his objective, a dreadfully potent aura began to envelop the area. Seemingly aware of the unwelcome intruder's approach, roar. Suddenly, a roar akin to that of a hellish dragon rent the atmosphere of Yamastar, crashing forth like an overwhelming tidal wave. Mira, trailing behind Wukong, turned pale, her form uncontrollably kneeling. Not only she, but countless demons across Yamastar found themselves prostrating in terror, trembling with fear. On board the spacecraft, Mora observed the fluctuating numbers before him, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable intensity. Simultaneously, another display mirrored the scene of Wukong's silhouette, with a similar array of numbers in motion. Mora, should we not launch the spacecraft? Otherwise, it may sustain damage. The surrounding demon scientists panicked, eager to make an early escape. Mora merely cast a glance, raising his hand to eliminate the scientist, then coldly declared, "Waste. Dispose of him." The remaining scientists, stricken with fear, dared not utter another word, hastily carrying away the lifeless corpse. At this moment, Mora gazed at the two rows of figures before him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Goku's silhouette. A flicker of exhilaration and brilliance danced in his eyes, his gaze narrowing as he licked his lips and murmured to himself, "Come, let me witness your true power." As time passed, the energy emanating from the realm of Yinma ceased its ascent, and the numbers before Mora finally crystallized at an astounding 165,000. 165,000. This was the genuine strength of one of the three demon stars, the demon dragon. Chapter 66. The Triple King's Fist. Goku could hardly fathom that merely the demon warriors under the command of the demon cultivator possessed a staggering combat power of 165,000. This strength was comparable to that of Frieza's long-standing elite, the Jinyu Force. Furthermore, the might of the other two factions remained unknown, suggesting that the foundation of this demon cultivator's forces might even surpass that of Frieza, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe. While this might not fully represent the demon cultivator's own strength, it undeniably hinted at its terrifying potential. Boom! A sound barrier shattered, unleashing a shockwave as a colossal figure emerged in the sky, a half-dragon humanoid, its formidable presence looming like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a fathomless abyss. With obsidian and crimson eyes fixated below upon Goku, it showed no intention of communication, launching into action in the next instant. With wings unfurling behind it, it ignited the atmosphere and appeared before Goku in a heartbeat, intruding upon Yinmastar. "You shall perish." Thud. Goku's eyes ignited with fervor and battle intent, a crimson glow surging forth. Double King's Fist activate. As he collided with the demon dragon, Mira had already retreated to a safe distance. Yet, even so, the clash erupted in a blinding white light intertwined with torrents of blood-red energy, exploding forth like a droplet of water plunging into hot oil. The entire Yinmastar quaked under the force of this blow. It was akin to a heavy hammer striking the surface of an egg. The ground cracked, and fiery light erupted from the fissures, casting the entire planet in a cataclysmic spectacle. One strike nearly obliterated the whole of Yinmastar. It is worth noting that as a counterpart to the Shura star, the Demon Realm planets were not barren, dead worlds, but rather vibrant life-sustaining planets capable of nurturing beings with combat power in the thousands, their quality rivaling that of Earth. Even so, this strike still shook the very foundations of Yinmastar. Crack! Goku vanished into the air, the crimson glow of the King's Fist just dissipating when a massive shadow suddenly appeared behind him, sweeping past and sending him hurtling away. In an instant, as the crimson light flickered, Goku halted and retaliated. Bang! A strike with a combat power of 180,000 merely caused the demon dragon's head to tilt slightly. As bloodthirsty crimson flared in its eyes, a deep, guttural roar echoing once more. Such formidable flesh. Bang! 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 The two adversaries found themselves ensnared in a fierce struggle. And as the battle raged on, Wukong grew increasingly alarmed. This demon dragon possessed a physique far superior to both the ogre and Tamethas he had previously confronted. The layer of scales adorning its body resembled the most formidable metal in the cosmos. and each strike from Wukong's fists not only endured a portion of the recoil, but was also significantly mitigated by the dragon's resilient flesh. The sensation was utterly discomforting. Amidst the tempestuous onslaught, Wukong discerned that the demon dragon lacked any ostentatious talents or abilities. It relied solely on brute strength to contend with him. It was indeed a true monstrosity. Within the spacecraft, Mira had returned and beheld Mora standing before the screen, fervently observing the battlefield's dynamics. The Scions were truly a remarkable race. The demon dragon hailed from the planet of the ancients, renowned for its unparalleled might, and was among its most distinguished warriors. How intriguing, truly intriguing. As she spoke, her hands danced across the control panel, leaving behind phantoms of movement. Soon, a plethora of data flooded the screen, encompassing all the statistics of the two combatants engaged in the fierce conflict, including but not limited to their combat power. The fact that combat power could still be unleashed was indeed a testament to the Scions' innate abilities, an unendingly formidable race of warriors. Ha ha ha. Mora seemed to witness something extraordinary, her body trembling with excitement. Mira, observing this spectacle, chose not to approach but instead turned and departed. On the planet of Yama, the fierce battle continued unabated. Boom. The demon dragon's strike was earth-shattering, propelling Wukong violently towards the ground, instantly piercing and collapsing the very earth beneath them, toppling mountains in its wake. Buzz. In the next moment, a blinding blue light coalesced from the rubble, and Wukong's eyes burned with fury and determination as he thrust his hands forward. Super Kamehameha. Though the energy of the Kamehameha was immense, it was fundamentally a stable energy wave, characterized by its controllable intensity, yet its speed was somewhat lacking, rendering it less than ideal as a final technique. However, in Wukong's hands, this attack could rival the ferocity and velocity of the demon's techniques. Thus emerged the Super Kamehameha. Boom. A straight beam of energy surged heavenward. And upon witnessing this, the demon dragon enveloped itself in a swirling black mist of energy, which ultimately converged upon its right claw. With a force akin to a whip, it lashed out, colliding fiercely with the Super Kamehameha. Wukong summoned his strength, refusing to believe that his opponent could withstand this assault. Yet, the demon dragon too summoned its full might, its energy surging once more. As Wukong's power escalated, the energy amassed before the demon dragon swelled beyond its physical form, poised to erupt. In the final moments, the demon dragon's eyes widened in fury, its claws radiating a terrifying black glow as it seized the energy before it. Roar. Instantly, the energy of the Super Kamehameha was forcefully redirected, shooting skyward above the planet of Yama. In the eternally dark sky of the demon realm, a radiant white sun seemed to rise, piercing the eyes of all demonkind. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the very foundations of the Yinma star, causing magma to erupt. Wukong maintained his stance for the Kamehameha, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that the demon dragon would survive this onslaught. At that moment, the demon dragon, the foremost among the three demon stars, regarded Wukong with a mixture of uncertainty and wariness in his eyes. Was that tail the mark of a Scion? Yet, how could a Scion reach such heights? Furthermore, this was the demon realm. Though subtle, the weakening of power that occurred when demonkind entered the human realm mirrored the diminishment faced by humans in the demon realm. Wukong remained oblivious to this, as he had consistently maintained his own gravity, rendering the slight suppression imperceptible to him. Coupled with the fact that most of his opponents possessed greater energy, he regarded the pressure as a mere norm. Only the demon dragon, a formidable creature of the demon race, instilled a profound sense of pressure within him. Must he resort to the threefold Kaioken? After a moment's hesitation, Wukong resolved firmly it was time to unleash his power. Having reached this stage of combat, retreat was not an option, nor was defeat. A crimson aura surged from his feet, rapidly enveloping his entire being and radiating outward. His hair stood on end, blown by the fierce energy, and his expression took on a more lethal demeanor. Threefold Kaioken, activate. His battle power soared to 270,000. This was already the pinnacle of his capabilities under normal circumstances. Further multiplication of the Kaioken would not yield additional battle power, but would instead hasten his energy depletion and potentially exhaust his latent potential. Thus, a decisive conclusion must be reached at this juncture. Chapter 67. Vegeta arrives on Earth. Roar. The demon dragon was momentarily stunned. his eyes wide as he beheld Wukong's sudden eruption of power. In the next instant, Wukong's figure appeared before him as if teleporting, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Whoa! The demon dragon was wounded for the first time, spewing forth a stream of blue blood, nearly losing an eye in the process. In a panic, he hastily assumed a defensive posture, his claws raised before him. However, what awaited him was Wukong's ferocious kick, followed by a knee strike and an elbow smash. Wukong transformed his body into the most fearsome of weapons, relentlessly assaulting the demon dragon. As the battle escalated, his energy was rapidly depleting, necessitating a swift resolution. Most critically, he had not brought any sins of beans with him. His visit to Yinma Star was impulsive, having learned that the demon cultivators were not present. He intended to seize an opportunity, leaving him with little preparation time. Bang! 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 Waves of energy radiated from the center of the fierce battle, the explosive power continuously compressing and rupturing the air. Roar! Whoa! Scion, wait! The demon dragon appeared to wish to communicate, yet Goku, consumed by the realization of his waning stamina, paid no heed. He sensed his energy nearing its critical threshold. Yet the existence of his latent potential meant that the closer he approached his limits, the swifter his recovery would be, a remarkable advantage of high potential. However, if he were to escalate his Kaioken at this juncture, he risked unleashing that potential prematurely. Should that occur, he would find himself in a lamentable predicament. Thus, he had to act swiftly to vanquish the demon dragon before his strength depleted entirely. At that moment, the demon dragon was battered and beleaguered, feeling the weight of despair as he contemplated the possibility of being defeated here. Panic set in, prompting him to seek dialogue with Goku. He had never been one to converse with the weak. Even when the demon cultivator sought him out, it was always through force, subjugating them before any discussion. To engage in conversation, one had to first demonstrate superiority in battle. Survival granted the right to speak. Yet Goku's murderous intent instilled a profound fear in the demon dragon. With a resounding strike, Goku's fist caved in the demon dragon's chest, sending his massive form plummeting from the skies, his eyes dimming as if consciousness was slipping away. Just as Goku felt the energy within him begin to ebb and believed the encounter concluded, the demon dragon suddenly lifted his head and unleashed a terrifying burst of black energy. Alarmed, Goku activated the Kaioken at 4 times his normal strength, expending his remaining stamina to forcefully repel the onslaught. To his astonishment, the demon dragon was still alive. Goku braced himself for a potential counterattack, prepared to escalate to 4 or even 5 times the Kaioken. However, when he regained his composure, he was taken aback to see the demon dragon soaring into the cosmos. Indeed, he was flying directly into space, where, in the distance, Goku spotted a uniquely shaped spaceship hovering in the void. This creature could survive in the vastness of space. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the fiend had managed to escape. Just like that? Truthfully, Goku's understanding of the strong in this world was that they were not particularly honorable. Many had begged for mercy at their demise. Yet few had exhibited the decisiveness to flee when faced with such dire circumstances. It was akin to a gambler who would know when to fold with only 110 chips left. Having reached such a critical juncture, fueled by adrenaline, one would typically fight to the bitter end unless the outcome was already determined or the disparity in power was insurmountable, compelling one to contemplate retreat for the sake of survival. Ding defeated the demon dragon, the leader of the 3 demon stars, earning energy and raising power by 165,000. A wave of relief washed over him, as a torrent of energy surged back into him, feeling more abundant and invigorating, instilling within Goku a sense of transcendence. Simultaneously, the Scion blood coursing through him became increasingly fervent. Unbeknownst to him, his tail swayed behind him with a life of its own. Aboard the spaceship, Goku departed from Yinma Star, embarking on his journey back to Earth. After changing into a new set of clothes and replenishing some sustenance, Goku stood in the cockpit of the spaceship, gazing into the eerie and profound expanse of the demon realm's cosmos, his expression inscrutable. Mira stood behind him, reporting every move made by Mora. Acknowledging her, Goku waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to step aside. Although Mira remained unaware of his thoughts, she had, thus far, proven to be a trusted confidant in the demon realm. If possible, he would nurture her abilities. Yet he was uncertain about the methods by which the demon race enhanced their power, nor did he know if energy cultivation would be effective. Moreover, Mora's mysterious origins and her identity as a scientist from the demon realm made him somewhat apprehensive. Specifically, the term scientist in the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe is akin to a ticking time bomb. Who knows what concoctions they might devise? The most terrifying aspect is the potential upper limits of such powers, which are alarmingly high. The androids are a case in point. Among all the gods of destruction across the universe, there seemingly exists one who commands robots. Whether this is a mere hobby or a genuine reliance on the robot for combat remains unclear, yet it undeniably illustrates the potential and limits of these scientists. Should any perilous ideas be conceived and enacted, it could spell disaster. Mira turned to leave and, upon reaching the door, encountered Mora approaching her. Frowning, she remained silent. Mora, with one hand casually tucked into the pocket of her lab coat, approached Goku with an air of nonchalance and remarked, "Congratulations, my lord, on defeating the dragon of the 3 demon stars." Turning to face Mora, Goku did not respond verbally, but simply raised his hand and inquired, "What about the item I requested?" "It is already prepared," Mora replied with a smile, presenting a wristband adorned with a blue gemstone to Goku. The device was modest in size, fitting comfortably on his wrist. After receiving it, Goku lightly brushed over the surface. Mora promptly elaborated, "This device will enable you to survive in the cosmos, albeit at the cost of your energy. With your energy reserves, you should be able to sustain yourself for a year." Casting a meaningful glance at Mora, Goku chose not to pursue the matter of her covert observation of his strength. Yet it did not imply he would allow her to act recklessly. His purpose for requesting this device was clear. He had witnessed the formidable physique of the dragon capable of surviving in the cosmos, similar to the Frieza race. There are even some extraterrestrials in Frieza's entourage who can achieve such feats. This inherent trait may not equate to absolute strength, but it signifies an exceptionally robust vitality, a hallmark of the top-tier cosmic races. To be candid, if one were to rank all the races within the universe, Scions, prior to transforming into Super Scions, would only be considered slightly above average. Even upon transformation, their combat prowess peaks, but does not alter their fundamental constitution. The disparity in combat levels is stark, even in their base forms. Frieza's final form can be maintained indefinitely, which means his base combat power is an astounding 1.2 billion. In contrast, what is the base combat power of a Scion without transformation? Merely 3 million. This exemplifies the chasm in vitality between the races. Only the legendary Super Scion can attain the terrifying vitality necessary for survival in the cosmos, a being so formidable it could be likened to a glitch in existence, boasting an almost limitless potential that is utterly fearsome. As Goku journeys back to Earth, 2 meteors streak through the atmosphere, hurtling towards the planet's surface. In Chapter 68, titled Terrifying Demon Cultivator, Vegeta and Nappa have ultimately arrived on Earth, not for the sake of avenging Raditz, nor to recruit Goku, but simply because this planet can fetch a handsome price, and they intend to find a replacement for Raditz. In their eyes, Raditz is merely expendable trash. Unbeknownst to Nappa, he too is viewed in a similar light by Vegeta. Upon their arrival, the duo unleashes a wave of destruction before inevitably encountering Piccolo, the strongest warrior on Earth aside from Goku. Sensing the disturbance, Tien and others rush to the scene. Observing that the collective power of their opponents is rather low, Nappa decides to deploy a bioandroid. The soil of this planet appears quite fertile, suggesting the potential for cultivating formidable bioandroids. He plants the seeds without hesitation. As the bioandroids emerge from the ground, Yamcha steps forward to challenge them, eager to gauge their strength. However, his overconfidence leads to his demise as one of the bioandroids self-destructs, marking a memorable moment. Soon after, the Earth warriors find themselves in a dire struggle. Though they possess the strength to fight back, the threat of the bioandroid's self-detonation leaves them hamstrung. Piccolo, intent on buying time, refrains from assisting, choosing instead to monitor Gohan's safety while keeping a close watch on Vegeta and Nappa. Damn it, Goku is unfortunately absent from Earth at this critical moment. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Goku navigates through space, nearing the Shura star, when unforeseen events unfold. Within the cosmic expanse of the demon realm, an ominous shadow appears before the spaceship, triggering alarms within. Warning! Warning! Ultra-high energy units detected. Danger! Danger! Evasive maneuvers requested. My lord, it's a demon cultivator. Goku stands in the cockpit, peering through the protective glass, as the shadow ahead slowly raises its hand. At its palm, a sphere of energy. Dark at the edges yet pulsating with the terrifying core energy akin to that of a star, begins to coalesce and expand. Before long, the energy swells to a size that blots out the sun, resembling a miniature sun itself. Annihilation sphere. Goku's figure vanishes from the ship, reappearing in the vastness of space outside the vessel. After a moment of acclimatization, his expression turns grave. The demon cultivator before him radiates a singular impression: strength. Terrifying strength. Its battle power undeniably surpasses 200,000, perhaps even reaching 300,000, and it continues to escalate. As reality unfolded as he perceived, within the confines of the spaceship, Mora gazed intently at the screen, where the numbers ascended wildly, her expression grave as she began to retreat. The figures surpassed 300,000 and continued to soar: 31, 32, 33, 39. At this moment, the ship's detectors began to flicker, evidently nearing a critical threshold, on the verge of reaching its limit. Taking a deep breath, Goku placed his hands on his waist, energy coalescing, illuminating the cosmic expanse. A crimson aura enveloped him, and the ship's detectors instantly peaked, flashing furiously. This was dire. Quickly shut it down. There was no time. Buzzing alarms blared incessantly, and as the values breached 500,000, sparks erupted, followed by billowing smoke. Yet, at this moment, Mora's eyes vividly reflected a series of numbers, the soaring energy levels of Goku and the demon cultivator, both rising in an unending frenzy. 510,000, 550,000, 600,000. She murmured softly, but then instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes as a blinding red light nearly obliterated her specially crafted detection device. Simultaneously, a scarlet numeral pulsated wildly on her apparatus, then froze. 1,000,000. Boom. Almost instantaneously, Goku struck first, unleashing a super Kamehameha powered by 4 times the Kaioken. The demon cultivator's power was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond his current capability to contend with. Thus he had to take the initiative and seek an opportunity to escape. Indeed, he had no confidence in his ability to match the demon cultivator's strength. The adversary's prowess was vastly superior, a fact he had not foreseen. All along, the transformation had not even been displayed, yet the energy was unfathomable, nearing the million mark. He could not afford to let the demon cultivator react. He must act first. Boom. As expected, the demon cultivator's eyes widened slightly, witnessing Goku's preemptive strike, and decisively hurled the annihilation bomb from his grasp. Amidst the tumultuous clash of energies, the cosmos shimmered with strange hues of black and blue, radiating outward, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the spaceship to tremble violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. This spaceship must not falter. Goku's heart raced with urgency. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would be trapped in the demon realm for an indeterminate period. Resolutely, a piercing glint ignited in his eyes, now tinged with a crimson hue, as the scion blood within him began to blaze. Kaioken, tenfold. Unleash it. Boom. In an instant, the super Kamehameha in his hand seemed infused with an unfathomable energy, instantly escalating in potency, devouring the annihilation bomb, and sending the demon cultivator flying. But that was not all. Goku's energy swept across the distant fleet of spaceships, obliterating an entire armada in a flash. A series of system notifications echoed, leaving Wukong with no time to scrutinize the details. After completing these tasks, his figure vanished into the vastness of the cosmos, riding the cosmic storm downstream until he located the blown-away spacecraft, departing from this realm of the demon world. Within the deep expanse of the demon world universe, a solitary figure floated silently, devoid of sorrow or joy. With long, jet-black hair and eyes of a scorching crimson akin to stars, he resembled a noble demon duke. His attire remained unscathed, peacefully suspended in the void of space. Suddenly, a smirk graced his lips. His expression transformed into one of exhilaration as a thought spread through him. Interesting, a scion. This power belongs to a scion. Ha ha ha, this is truly fascinating. Silence. A voice interjected coldly, abruptly interrupting the demon's musings. A chilling intent followed, commanding the immediate dispatch of a spacecraft. I must locate that scion. Yes, The nearest spacecraft will take approximately half a year to reach you, my lord. Please bear with us. The voice faltered with evident uncertainty. Indeed, upon hearing this, the demon's aura surged violently, as if causing the very void of the universe to tremble. His gaze darkening. An overwhelming aura of terror subtly breached a certain threshold, and he began to undergo a transformation, enveloped in tendrils of pitch-black lightning. Wukong's instincts were not mistaken. The demon's strength was formidable. Since the disappearance of the Demon World King, Depura, this demon had emerged as one of the most formidable contenders for the throne. Meanwhile, Wukong, having returned to the surest star, wasted no time and swiftly passed through the Demon World gate back to Earth. He immediately sensed some dissipated auras, his expression darkening as he hurried towards the battlefield. Releasing his own energy. Through this energy perception, he began to ascertain the situation. Piccolo was still alive, albeit injured. A stroke of misfortune turned fortunate. However, Gohan appeared to be enraged. Chapter 69, Vegeta's Shock. Haha, excellent. I never imagined that Kakarot, that waste, could give birth to such a genius. Come with me. This is not a place for you to exist. A Scion's blood belongs in a broader world. No. Bang. An ungrateful little brat. In that case moments prior, two Scions, having witnessed the complete defeat of the plant people, grew intrigued and decided to toy with them while awaiting Wukong's arrival. Initially, the plant people had only managed to self-destruct and kill Yamcha through a sneak attack, prompting the others to heighten their vigilance and engage in fierce combat with the plant people. However, Vegeta suddenly lost his patience and, with a single blow, annihilated all the plant people, stunning everyone present. This guy even killed his own kind. Familiarity with Wukong, coupled with the fact that Raditz had not caused significant devastation earlier, led everyone to misjudge the Scions, perceiving them as fearsome monsters, yet underestimating their brutality. With a sudden strike, Nappa effortlessly inflicted severe injuries or even killed the remaining few, resulting in a fierce battle. Piccolo was able to contend with Nappa to some extent, but that was the extent of his capabilities. As Piccolo faced grave injuries, Gohan's latent potential erupted, astonishingly pushing Nappa back, and a powerful Kamehameha nearly sent Nappa to his demise. Vegeta was taken aback by this spectacle. Regrettably, Gohan's surge relied solely on his latent abilities, and his training had been insufficient for him to master his own power in combat, let alone harness the sudden strength derived from that potential. As anticipated, his limitations became evident after a few exchanges. Vegeta, though inclined to recruit Gohan, had no intention of showing mercy. In his eyes, Scions were not that fragile. Just as he was about to inflict serious harm on Gohan, his scouter unexpectedly exploded, releasing a cloud of smoke. In an instant, a shadow flickered and appeared behind Gohan, coldly regarding Vegeta and effortlessly deflecting his attack with a single hand, stating indifferently, "I'm sorry, my son is a genius, but it is not your place to inform me, nor to discipline him. You are Kakarot." With a powerful blow, Vegeta was sent staggering back, his gaze becoming vacant as he clutched his abdomen, uncontrollably spewing bile before collapsing to his knees. After a prolonged moment on the ground, Vegeta incredulously roared, "No, it's impossible. You cannot be Kakarot. Who are you?" Goku revealed his tail from behind, ignoring Vegeta and instead lifting Gohan, wiping the marks from his face and smiling as he praised, "Gohan, you did well." He never hesitated to offer recognition and affirmation, especially to Gohan. Transforming from a timid child into a competent warrior required more than just an astonishing surge of potential. It necessitated experience and growth. Fortunately, time was on their side. Goku would not allow Gohan to face repeated crises without preparation, as in the original story, forcing him to grow without the opportunity for development. Absolutely not. Gohan, overwhelmed with emotion, cried as he threw himself into Goku's embrace, deeply saddened, being only 6 years old. Goku bore no resentment, merely comforting him with gentle pats. "Father, Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo, all right, have you forgotten my words? A man must not cry." After patting Gohan's back, he smiled and said, "Look over there." Piccolo was alive, still drawing breath, and had managed to stand, though the others had indeed perished. Meanwhile, behind a massive boulder, Yajirobe dragged the barely conscious Krillin to a corner, feeding him sins of beans while grumbling, "Really? Those monstrous Scions are too terrifying. You lot are utterly useless, making me come here to deliver sins of beans. How infuriating." I wonder if that guy Goku can handle it. Thank you, Akalob, for your understanding. Krillin, nearly on the brink of collapse, struggled to chew on the sacred beans while speaking. It turns out they had known each other since their training in the Temple of the Gods. However, Akalob was hardly a martial artist, merely a remarkably gifted individual from Earth. Under the tutelage of the cat sage over the years, he had developed considerable strength. Yet he bore no resemblance to a true warrior. He had often declared that he would never come here to meet his demise, which led to some friction with the others training alongside him. Although he was genuinely afraid of death, he eventually mustered the courage to bring the sacred beans. You're quite the chatterbox, Akalob remarked, glancing at the nearly lifeless Krillin, folding his arms and turning his head aside. The cat sage sent me to deliver these beans. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come at all. With that, he stealthily peeked from behind the rocks, clutching his sword, and noticed Vegeta on the ground. His eyes widened in shock. And disregarding Krillin's plight, he urged Krillin to roll aside. Goku, yes, I knew you could defeat that guy. Quickly, avenge Kaiatsu. With a surge of determination, he glanced at the sword in his hand, then at the slowly rising Vegeta, and immediately recoiled in fear. We're doomed. How is he standing again? Goku, give it your all. He swiftly hoisted Krillin and fled, his speed leaving no trace behind. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, is this fellow here to amuse us? Yet, the others paid little mind to this trivial interlude. After all, they were a formidable team. After setting Gohan down, Goku surveyed the distant sky and remarked, "It seems we need to conclude this swiftly. Gohan, stay close to Piccolo. He should have taught you the method of sensing energy, right?" "Yes." Gohan nodded but then expressed his disappointment. "But I can never seem to grasp it, which frustrates Uncle Piccolo." Goku smiled at his son's words, reassuring him, "It's perfectly fine. Even your father took a long time to learn it. You've been working hard, and when we return home, I'll teach you at a slower pace." Gohan's face lit up with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "All right. Now off you go." Young Gohan obediently ran to Piccolo's side. Gohan had trained sufficiently with Piccolo. Although the sequence was slightly askew, he had built a solid foundation. With proper guidance, Gohan's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass expectations. Ugh, Vegeta stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed coldly on Goku. Kakarot, who would have thought this mediocre low-class warrior could possess such strength? Is that all you wish to say? Once you finish your words, you may leave. Goku's expression grew increasingly frostbitten. Could Vegeta ever be considered a good person? Certainly not. To put it plainly, even if he were to repent, Goku did not deem him worthy of paradise, nor did he feel he deserved to retain his physical form. It was merely because he had chosen to protect Earth in the later stages. Having endured too long under Frieza's command, Vegeta may still harbor a sense of restraint within. Yet this cannot alter the actions he has taken. However, one cannot lay the blame solely at his feet, as the fate of the Saiyan race was sealed long before. During the reign of King Vegeta, subservient to Frieza, the entire Saiyan lineage became but hounds and enforcers for him, marking the commencement of their countdown to annihilation. The emergence of a Super Saiyan to overthrow Frieza was rendered impossible. Thus, Goku refrained from directly ending Vegeta's life. Chapter 70. The Great Ape Transformation. Bang! Aya! Vegeta, enraged, endured humiliation under Frieza's rule. Though he could suppress his fury, he found it intolerable to face a fellow Saiyan, especially Kakarot, whom he had always deemed inferior. Goku's words struck at the very core of his pride and final boundaries. A fierce battle was imminent, but rather than a clash of equals, it was more a one-sided suppression. Vegeta's overwhelming energy surged forth, summoning storms and thunder from the heavens. The ground beneath him fractured under immense force as he charged toward Goku, fueled by righteous indignation. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In an instant, the two figures transitioned from the ground to the sky, their fists and feet colliding, generating visible waves of energy that rippled through the air with explosive force. The earth trembled, and dust was sent flying. Gohan looked up, momentarily overwhelmed, as Piccolo advised him, "Do not rely solely on your eyes. Perceive with your heart and your energy." Gohan's innate talent and understanding were impeccable. Despite it being his first battle, he grew rapidly, soon grasping a fragment of insight. Faintly perceiving the trajectories of Goku and Vegeta's movements, shifting his focus accordingly. "I see it. Uncle Piccolo, do you think Dad can win?" Gohan's gaze remained fixed on the fierce duel, yet he struggled to comprehend the intricacies of their combat. Piccolo, shifting his own attention, replied, "Humph, your father is holding back. Otherwise, that guy would have already been defeated." Clenching his fists tightly, Piccolo had believed that a year of rigorous training would yield significant advancements, and that Goku's time with King Kai would not greatly enhance his strength. Yet, facing Temesazaz had revealed the existing gap between them. However, in this moment, Piccolo could sense that Goku's power had indeed intensified compared to before. While a sense of discontent brewed within him, he also felt an increasing sense of helplessness. Even his ambitions of conquering the world had, unbeknownst to him, diminished substantially. Bang! Thud! With a powerful kick, Goku struck Vegeta, causing him to spit blood. Yet, astonishingly, Vegeta persevered through the pain, summoning his will to unleash his energy and continue attacking, though his breath grew ragged and his strength began to falter, lacking coherence. Boom! In a flurry of movements, Goku unleashed a powerful energy wave that sent his opponent soaring into the sky. However, to Goku's astonishment, Vegeta seemed to accumulate power as if stacking buffs, his combat strength escalating from 18,000 to over 20,000. Not only that, but it appeared to be steadily increasing. Indeed, Vegeta's innate talent was formidable. After all, he was the prince of the Science, and his lineage was undeniably extraordinary. After years of restraint, he may have encountered a plateau in strength, yet his potential continued to accumulate. Having been propelled into the air, Vegeta returned with ferocity, engaging Goku in a fierce confrontation reminiscent of a life-or-death struggle. Goku furrowed his brow. He realized that this could not continue. He sensed Bulma, Master Roshi, and the others approaching, and if they drew near the battlefield, they might inadvertently become casualties. He needed to resolve the situation with Vegeta swiftly. With this thought, Goku's aura erupted around him. Vegeta, caught off guard by Goku's unexhibited true strength, was taken aback, leaving him vulnerable to a relentless barrage of strikes from Goku, which began to inflict serious damage upon him. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and Vegeta's consciousness began to waver. Ultimately, he was struck by Goku and sent hurtling into the heavens. Vegeta possessed the power to devastate planets, and should he unleash his wrath upon Earth, it would spell disaster. In Goku's line of sight, Vegeta dwindled to a mere speck, and he sensed Vegeta's energy waning. Just then, Gohan, observing from the ground, suddenly noticed something and pointed skyward. "What is that?" he wondered aloud. Piccolo, hearing Gohan's exclamation, turned to see what he was pointing at and was immediately alarmed, his expression shifting dramatically. "Goku, be careful of the moon," he shouted urgently. Without hesitation, Piccolo pivoted and severed Gohan's tail, which had begun to undergo transformation. The moon? Although Piccolo had never witnessed it directly, he had dedicated years to studying every piece of information on Goku, including the fact that he would transform upon seeing the moon. However, it was daytime. Where could a moon be found? Goku shared this confusion, but when he glanced upward at the almost ethereal semblance of the moon in the sky, he momentarily lost focus. An overwhelming, primal force surged within him, nearly shattering his willpower. A thunderous roar, akin to that of a colossal ape, erupted from the depths of Goku's soul, contorting his expression into a fierce visage. His canines elongated, and his eyes turned a deep crimson. "Damn it! What is that moon?" With a sliver of rationality, Goku quickly lowered his head, striving to rein in the tumultuous power within him. He could even sense his potential stirring restlessly. Should he unleash this most primal scion force, his latent abilities would undoubtedly emerge, jeopardizing his goal of achieving a combat strength of 300,000. Prior to defeating the demon dragon, his strength stood at 90,000. After vanquishing the dragon, it rose to 160,000, bringing his current total to 250,000. Although he did not completely vanquish the demon cultivators, he decisively swept through the demon fleets under their command, acquiring a formidable combat strength of 20,000 from numerous demon warriors. Thus, his current battle power soared to 270,000. The goal of 300,000 was tantalizingly close, with a potential value reaching as high as 9 points, merely a step away. Under these circumstances, if he were to prematurely unleash his potential, he would find himself on the brink of the 3,000,000 threshold. Yet that solitary step was akin to an insurmountable chasm. One misstep could lead to total catastrophe. He could not allow such an eventuality to transpire. With a resolute heart, Goku turned his gaze to the tail behind him and decisively severed it. As long as he was not sealed, it could regrow in the future. However, if he transformed now, Earth would surely face annihilation. Roar! Kakarot! At that moment, an enormous shadow descended from the heavens. Vegeta had completed his transformation into a great ape. Towering above, the fearsome energy of the great ape coalesced in his hands, ready to unleash a colossal energy wave. Flash cannon. Goku's expression tightened as he swiftly gathered energy with both hands, channeling his maximum power into the Kamehameha. Boom! The clash of energies stirred an unprecedented super hurricane across the surface of the earth, sending dust and debris flying, and causing hills to collapse. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo caught Gohan, who was nearly swept away, shielding his eyes with one hand as he fiercely resisted the terrifying impact surging toward them. Far off, several kilometers away, Bulma and the others were aboard an aircraft that was being tossed about like a leaf in a tempest, on the verge of plummeting. Hold on tight, everyone. I told you not to come. I want to go home. On the battlefield, Goku could sense the sheer strength of the transformed Vegeta. His battle power was nearing 210,000. This guy was truly worthy of being the Prince of the Saiyans. The ability to maintain his rationality even after transforming into a great ape surpassed that of the vast majority of Saiyans. While Goku's strength could suppress him, Vegeta's fury seemed to act as a catalyst, continuously elevating his power. If they continued to clash like this, Earth would inevitably suffer. With this thought in mind, Goku sustained his Super Kamehameha, vibrant red flames swirling beneath him. Double Kaioken. Chapter 71. The Potential of the Saiyans. Ugh, this is impossible. Kakarot. Goku activated the Double Kaioken, propelling his battle power beyond 500,000. Even if Vegeta's strength as a great ape magnified tenfold, it was futile. The overwhelming energy consumed the flash cannon's power along with the immense shadow, soaring into the cosmos. With a thud, the debris gradually settled, and Goku exhaled a sigh of relief as he descended back to the ground. Ding! Defeated Great Ape Vegeta, gained energy, and increased power by 180,000. Upon returning to the ground, Goku searched diligently, and ultimately, he, along with Piccolo and Gohan, discovered two spherical spaceships several kilometers away, precisely the vessels that Vegeta and Nappa had arrived in. At this moment, one of the ships emitted a radiant projection, revealing that the moon in the sky was a result of this entity's interference. It is likely a model specifically designed for planet Vegeta, capable of projecting a moon as a unique tactic of the Saiyans, which is truly terrifying. Boom. Without hesitation, Piccolo unleashed a magic gun to obliterate the projection. Goku slightly turned his gaze, realizing this technique had indeed been developed. Just then, Krillin approached, followed by an aircraft flying from the distance, where Oolong and the others had already begun to greet them. Goku smiled, and, after a brief wait, the plane landed, and Chi-Chi rushed over to embrace Gohan, checking if he had sustained any injuries. Gohan, are you hurt? Is there anything uncomfortable? Your mother was so worried, you know? Goku shook his head in mild exasperation. Chi-Chi, as expected, still doted on Gohan, although her demeanor had improved compared to before. Bulma walked over, gently linking her arm with Goku's, and said, I have brought the Dragon Balls. We can revive Tien and the others at any time. No rush. I've already tasked King Kai with taking care of them for a while. Reviving them later is not an issue, especially since Piccolo is still alive, and the Supreme Kai has not perished. Then we shall proceed as you say. Bulma then turned to the gathered crowd and announced loudly, Everyone, the victory feast is ready. Let us return to celebrate. Hooray! If there's good food, I'll reluctantly attend, Kaiatsu chimed in. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, everyone decided to celebrate at Bulma's home. Goku exchanged a few words with Gohan before the young lad walked towards Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, will you join us? Piccolo instinctively wanted to decline, but upon seeing Gohan's hopeful expression, he inexplicably refrained from outright refusal. Goku smiled. Perhaps Piccolo had yet to complete his ultimate evolution, but his mindset was gradually shifting under Gohan's influence. Or perhaps it could be described as a balance. Initially, he had wanted Piccolo to mentor Gohan, hoping Gohan would learn Piccolo's calmness and decisiveness, essential traits for a warrior. With these qualities, Gohan might not become a formidable fighter, but he certainly would avoid making grave mistakes. This was also a fundamental weakness among Saiyans. As is well known, the Saiyans' feigned vulnerability is their tail. while their true weakness lies in their impulsiveness. Especially during moments of power enhancement, that feeling of internal and external inflation can even overwhelm Goku at times, nearly revealing an invincible demeanor and leading him to toy with his opponents. Whoosh! At that moment, a brilliant white light streaked across the sky, shooting into the cosmos. Piccolo and the others turned pale, realizing the dreadful news, that Scion was still alive. Wait, he won't come back to kill us again, will he? The crowd was somewhat flustered, yet it was Wukong who remained remarkably composed. Relax, even if that fellow returns, Wukong can easily handle him, he remarked, and indeed, this statement held truth. Wukong gazed at the receding spaceship, his eyes narrowing slightly. Host, Son Wukong bloodline. Scion, lower-class warrior. Age, 22 Chi, combat power 450. 910, superpower, gravity manipulation, 20 times gravity. If Vegeta refrained from transforming and fought seriously, a single move would be enough to defeat him without any doubt. Moreover, Wukong was now quite confident in his ability to confront the impending crisis. After Vegeta's recent bout, his combat power had reached unprecedented heights, 450,000. Once he unleashed his latent potential, his combat power would soar to an astonishing 4,050,000, rivaling even the third transformation of Frieza, or perhaps exceeding it. Crucially, this surpassed the minimum threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan, which was 3,000,000 combat power. At that juncture, he would merely need an opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan, thereby ascending to the ranks of the universe's elite. However, Wukong was not content with merely this. If the Grand Elder of Namek could help him unlock even greater potential, his strength could potentially advance further. Such opportunities are rare, and thus, he was determined to journey to Namek. Relying solely on his own training would render any enhancement of his strength exceedingly slow. For Science, rapid enhancement of strength could only be achieved by releasing the potential accumulated during near-death experiences. Without that, one would be left wanting. Otherwise, Wukong would not find his strength's improvement so elusive during regular training, only to manifest in critical moments. Nevertheless, even then, Wukong's potential was not limitless, which is why he cherished every opportunity to augment it. Suddenly, as he prepared to depart, Wukong furrowed his brow, prompting Piccolo to halt as well. Turning his gaze, he discovered Nappa, who had been injured by Gohan and had gone unnoticed by Vegeta and the others, lurking in the shadows. Wukong exchanged a glance with Piccolo, who vanished in an instant, and shortly thereafter, Nappa's energy completely dissipated. Vegeta, despite retaining some pride as a Scion prince, had already rendered Nappa and Raditz utterly ineffective. In the cosmos, aboard a massive, disc-shaped spaceship, a series of ominous thuds echoed as a tail struck the ground, creating a terrifying tremor. Dodoria, did you hear that? Of course, Lord Frieza, the Dragon Balls. Dodoria stood respectfully to the side, stating, I shall promptly retrieve the Dragon Balls from the planet known as Earth. A pair of icy, malevolent eyes turned towards him. Frieza remained silent, yet the coldness in his gaze caused Dodoria to break into a cold sweat, trembling like a leaf. Realizing he had misspoken, Dodoria dared not utter another word. He sought the Dragon Balls, and it would be impossible to claim he bore no intentions. Frieza would never believe him, for he trusted no one. Frieza slowly turned, making his way to his pram, and seated himself within it. At that moment, another figure entered, respectfully kneeling and proclaiming, Lord Frieza, the route to Namek has been meticulously planned. We shall arrive in approximately a month's time. Ahahaha, Shampoo, well done. All is for the glory of Lord Frieza, he chuckled sinisterly. However, Dodoria cast a fierce glance at Shampoo, though both were Frieza's trusted lieutenants. The previous exchange had evidently shaken Frieza's trust in Shampoo. They were said to be his right and left arms, yet in truth, they were but two loyal hounds. Frieza could easily replace them at his whim. His capricious nature meant that their positions were perpetually precarious. Chapter 72, Journey to Namek at Bulma's residence. The gathering was exuberant, with everyone celebrating the joy that followed a year of repression. The Briefs were delighted to host such a crowd and enthusiastically presented an array of delectable dishes. Mrs. Brief approached, bearing a platter of freshly cut fruit. Meanwhile, Goku was indulging heartily, relishing the feast, for he found the food from the demon realm quite unpalatable. His appetite remained as robust as ever. In a corner, Gohan spotted Piccolo and approached him. "Uncle Piccolo," he called, but Piccolo turned his head away. Martial artists possess keen eyesight. Nearby, Krillin displayed a ghostly expression. Having witnessed Piccolo's face flush momentarily. "Krillin, I must be gravely injured. I must be hallucinating," he chuckled. The gathering continued for several hours until everyone returned to their homes. Were it not for Gohan, Piccolo would not have attended at all. Thus, he made a swift exit, leaving with Krillin and Master Roshi. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was urging Gohan to complete his homework, having already procured study materials for him. "He is only 6 years old. He is just a child," Goku mused. "As long as he doesn't ask me for help, he can take his time." Goku believed Gohan had built a solid foundation, akin to a raw gemstone awaiting refinement. With just a touch of guidance, Gohan's potential could be unleashed. However, before that, Goku intended to take Gohan to Namek, for the Grand Elder's time was running short. And this opportunity must not be squandered. Subsequently, Goku conferred with Bulma and others regarding their journey to Namek. "No, Goku, you cannot possibly intend to take Gohan on such a perilous adventure to a distant planet. As a father, do you not care for his well-being?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, clearly upset about the matter. Bulma, who had originally approached to discuss assistance with the spaceship, raised her hands in resignation upon witnessing the scene and turned to guide Gohan in his studies instead. As a brilliant scientist, such matters are trivial. Goku did not spend much time on this. With a few assurances and some effort, he persuaded Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to accompany him. Chi-Chi was not unreasonable. After all, Goku had invested considerable thought into mending and nurturing their relationship, and she would never become the bitter woman as depicted in the original narrative. "Have we reached an agreement?" Bulma inquired, glancing up at Goku. Just then, Chi-Chi approached and picked up Gohan, announcing, "We're heading back to Mount Pozu now." "Wait, Chi-Chi, since you and Gohan are here, why not stay a few days? I've prepared a room for you, and I was hoping we could go shopping together tomorrow," Mrs. Brief said, carrying tea. Her expression tinged with concern. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chi-Chi appreciated that the couple had never bore any ill will towards her. Instead, they treated her as family. Even Gohan was regarded with the affection reserved for a beloved grandson. Ultimately, Chi-Chi decided to stay for a few days at Bulma's home. "Oh, how wonderful. Now, get some rest, Chi-Chi, Gohan. Come, let me show you the room I've prepared for you." Mrs. Brief enthusiastically led the mother and son away, winking at Bulma as they departed. Bulma's face flushed slightly. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma discussed the spaceship. "We won't need that. I recall the Supreme Kame mentioning that the spaceship he used to come to Earth is still functional. I'm planning to take Piccolo along. Surely he would wish to revisit his homeland," Goku said with a smile. "Is that so?" Bulma pondered, realizing that Goku was not originally from Earth. However, she refrained from mentioning it and instead expressed her disappointment. "Honestly, I had hoped to accompany you to explore what other planets are like." Goku shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "This trip might be somewhat perilous. Perhaps on another occasion, if you wish to go, I will take you along." Bulma smiled, her face radiating happiness, but then gave him a playful glare, saying wistfully, "You silly boy, couldn't you at least say you would take me alone?" A little deception wouldn't hurt. Goku scratched his head, aware that he was not skilled in sweet talk, but he could make amends through his actions. A few days later, Goku approached the Supreme Kai, sharing his plans to journey to Namek, with the primary objective being to prevent Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls, even if they did not necessarily need to use them. Upon learning of Goku's intentions, King Kai sent a telegram. "Goku, I entrust everything to you. You must not allow Frieza to acquire the Dragon Balls on Namek, or our universe will be in grave danger." "I understand, King Kai." Goku had hopes of gaining some benefits from this venture. However, King Kai had little of value to offer. The connections in the underworld, on the other hand, were extensive, so he remained patient, believing that with these favors, he could rely on King Kai in the future when needed. Without further ado, as long as he eliminates Frieza, the great Kaioshin will undoubtedly weigh his actions carefully. Deities beneath the Kaioshin must accord him a modicum of respect, for he has willingly assumed the potential repercussions of offending the god of destruction on their behalf. Merely this act of goodwill may lead to little more than a few verbal reprimands from King Enma, who would dare to protest. Indeed, he might even request additional fruit from the great Kaioshin, who would likely bestow a few more upon him. "Goku, you must exercise caution," the god of heaven advised. beads of cold sweat adorning his brow, clearly shaken by the thought. He treaded carefully even in the presence of King Enma, let alone the Kaioshin, whose status imposed a significant suppression. Well then, God of Heaven, we shall take our leave. Goodbye, God of Heaven, Mr. Bobo. Gohan waved, while Krillin offered a slight bow. The group then unleashed their energy and soared directly from the heavenly palace. Krillin expressed his desire to join voluntarily, perhaps spurred by some recent stimuli, hoping to transcend his limits. Goku naturally did not refuse, as this journey to Namek was, in essence, a trial of sorts. Given his confidence, it did not feel like a reckless venture, though he anticipated some challenges in meeting the requirements for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Therefore, he resolved to accumulate greater strength prior to that endeavor, aiming to lower the standards for such a transformation. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the plateau where Piccolo usually trained. Discovering the cosmic spaceship that the God of Heaven had arrived in when he first reached Earth, a white vessel adorned with several sharp protrusions. If one were to draw a comparison, Goku's mind conjured an image akin to that of a chrysalis. Buzz. Whoosh. The launch of the spaceship proceeded smoothly. Piccolo, being inherently attuned to the Namekian language, was able to pilot the spacecraft without difficulty. This was also the reason Goku declined Bulma's assistance, as it saved considerable time. On board the spaceship, Gohan, filled with delight at seeing Piccolo, approached him eagerly. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable. Yet those who knew him understood that this demeanor indicated a positive mood. Uncle Piccolo, could you continue to guide me in my training? Gohan asked. Piccolo instinctively considered acquiescing. But just then, Goku approached, lifting Gohan and carrying him toward the ship's rest area, smiling gently. Gohan, have you forgotten what your mother said? Children shouldn't stay up late. You must rest early. This too is a part of your training. But Uncle Piccolo is different, Gohan protested, his head drooping slightly in disappointment. Goku found this amusing. Knowing that Piccolo's natural rhythms, being a being of photosynthesis, differ from those of Earthlings and Saiyans. Moreover, maintaining a regular lifestyle fosters tranquility of spirit, serving as a foundational aspect of the Turtle School's approach to cultivating ki. While seemingly simple, this regimen was exceptionally compatible with both Earthlings and Saiyans, even proving beneficial for advanced training under the God of Heaven. After all, the wisdom distilled by Master Roshi over centuries may not be profound, yet it undeniably constitutes the very foundation of martial arts. Gohan possesses a solid grounding, but he must not aspire too high. It is time for him to begin his guidance. Piccolo, observing the situation, remained silent, merely turning to sit in the pilot's seat, arms crossed, in a huff. Chapter 73. Bulma's adventure as Goku and the others departed from Earth, in West City, at Bulma's backyard. What is this? It appears quite valuable. The long-absent blonde launch approached the immense spherical spaceship, raising her hand to tap it twice, producing a resonant sound. Humph! Bulma, clad in a researcher's white lab coat, stood with her hands on her hips, chest puffed out proudly, declaring, "This is the spaceship my father and I have been working on for years. Based on the findings from Goku's childhood, what do you intend to do?" Violet inquired, stepping closer, chewing gum, and crossing her arms, displaying a keen interest. She had been invited by Bulma, having received contact information when Bulma and Dr. Brief helped her dismantle a bomb. Coincidentally, she ended up alongside Launch, and together they came. "I plan to leave Earth and explore the vast cosmos," Bulma proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, radiating an air of youthful exuberance. Although she was no longer the girl she once was, her adventurous spirit seemed ever present. With a click, Blonde Launch eagerly drew out her gun, exclaiming, "Cosmic pirates? How fascinating. No, we're just going to Namek to see what's there." Bulma quickly waved her hands, regretting inviting Launch, yet her enthusiasm remained unquenched. "Humph, that Goku. How dare he leave me behind? I shall go on my own." At that moment, Dr. Brief emerged, having completed the internal adjustments of the spaceship. Approaching Bulma, he said, "Bulma, it's all set for takeoff, but are you truly certain about venturing so far? Come on, Dad, don't be tedious. I brought Violet along, didn't I? Besides, Goku and the others are on Namek too." Dr. Brief glanced at Violet, nodding in agreement, acknowledging her formidable strength as an android, a fact he was well aware of after assisting in removing the bomb from her mind. After a brief inspection, Bulma, unable to contain her excitement, led the trio onto the spaceship. Indeed, 3 individuals boarded: Violet, Blonde Launch, and Chi-Chi. As the spaceship remained still, Chi-Chi urged, "Bulma, let us hurry. Gohan might be arriving soon. What if there's danger? Has he eaten well and studied properly? I'm so worried." Goku honestly, despite having agreed upon the plan. Chi-Chi regretted it after Gohan and Goku's departure, fretting deeply. "All right, let us set off." After completing the adjustments, Bulma swiftly pressed the red ignition button. Instantly, the spacecraft trembled violently under immense kinetic energy, emitting scorching flames from below. The powerful thrust gradually liberated the vessel from Earth's gravitational pull, sending it soaring into the sky. Moments later, the spaceship ascended to a height beyond the reach of the naked eye, entering the vastness of the cosmos. Dr. Brief, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed thoughtfully at a fallen component before him. "There shouldn't be any issues, right, Bulma? Oh dear, this child is so impatient, leaving in such a hurry. Afternoon tea is all prepared." Mrs. Brief approached with a fruit platter, observing the scene with a hint of disappointment. Thus, 2 spaceships departed from Earth, embarking towards the distant Namek. Although their departure times were nearly identical, unexpectedly, perhaps due to the aging of the divine spaceship or the average technology of Namek, Bulma's vessel proved to be swifter. Before long, it surpassed Goku and the others, heading straight for Namek. Meanwhile, Goku, who was soundly asleep aboard Piccolo's ship, suddenly opened his eyes. His sensitivity to energy had reached a near instinctive level, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed an ominous presence. Was it merely an illusion? Never mind, he thought, and returned to slumber. Life aboard the spaceship was rather monotonous, especially with a 2-month wait ahead. Goku regretted not agreeing to accompany Bulma. Finally, after 2 long months of travel, with only minor setbacks along the way, they successfully arrived at Namek, even ahead of schedule by more than half a month. Weevee finally arrived. "Is this truly Uncle Piccolo's homeland?" Gohan exclaimed curiously, racing out of the ship to breathe in the fresh air. Piccolo followed suit. Perhaps due to the nostalgia of returning home, a wave of familiarity washed over him, soothing his heart. The Namekians were a peaceful race. So even though Piccolo represented a darker aspect of the divine, he would not embody the malevolence that characterized the original King Piccolo. In fact, as time passed, he would only grow more serene. Goku and Krillin also emerged. Goku, instead of hastily exploring the surroundings, gently closed his eyes and immediately began to sense the energy within this realm. His mind swiftly began to sketch a radar-like map using these energy signatures. Observing his actions, Piccolo likewise initiated his own perception. Gohan watched with curiosity. He was not yet capable of such feats, nor was Krillin, but they could still sense energy within a certain range. The guidance received over the past 2 months had begun to yield results. Moments later, Goku furrowed his brow and opened his eyes wide. In an unexpected moment, a slight twitch of his eyelids signaled a mixture of emotions within him. The good news was that Frieza had yet to slay the Grand Elder. Instead, he seemed to engage in a cat-and-mouse game, remaining aboard his spaceship. The bad news was self-evident, as Goku rubbed his temples in mild frustration. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to meet Piccolo's gaze, then looked towards Gohan and Krillin, and suddenly spoke. "Krillin, Gohan, you two should follow Piccolo to locate the Namekians. Once you unite with them, clearly convey your intentions. Their cooperation will likely lead to greater success." Gohan had spent the past 2 months making initial strides in harnessing his energy, mastering the most authentic turtle school techniques. With further refinement awaiting his return to Earth and training at the sacred temple, Goku had already mapped out his developmental trajectory. "By the way, Goku, where are you headed?" Krillin inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Goku began to ascend slowly into the air, a wry smile on his face as he replied, "I need to resolve some issues, but I will reunite with you as soon as possible." Suddenly, he became serious and cautioned, "Oh, and be mindful of your energy levels. Otherwise, the detectors will pick you up. Moreover, these extraterrestrials 1T rely on sensing energy, so avoid direct confrontations. Frieza is exceedingly dangerous." "Understood," Krillin affirmed. Exchanging a knowing glance with Piccolo, a nod sufficed. There was no need for further words that might squander precious time. With a swift motion, they divided into 2 groups, soaring off in different directions. Namek, akin to Earth, orbited 3 stars, resulting in a perpetual daylight that fostered lush plant growth, rendering it an idyllic home for the Namekians. Their physiological structure closely resembled that of plants, endowed with remarkable regenerative capabilities and vitality, surviving solely on water and sunlight. Chapter 74. Arrival at Namek. On an uneven island in Namek, chaos erupted. Boom. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. Help. Help. Bulma cried out, clutching a Dragon Ball tightly as she fled, dodging energy blasts that surged from behind. The minions under Frieza's command were warriors recruited from various planets, most possessing formidable combat prowess, typically ranging from hundreds to thousands in strength. Those closer to Frieza, such as his trusted aides or the elite Jinyu force, boasted battle powers exceeding 10,000. At that moment, a small squad was scouring Namek for Dragon Balls. Lacking a dragon radar and the ability to sense energy, they were forced to utilize detectors to search through Namek's villages, an approach that proved inefficient. Frieza, uninterested in personally seeking them out, left the task to this team. Ironically, upon their arrival, they had already detected the Dragon Balls that Bulma and her companions had secured. Originally, Bulma and her companions had landed on Namek a week prior. After a thorough exploration, they fortuitously avoided an encounter with Frieza's army. Bulma, having self-taught the Namekian language from previously recorded materials, gained the trust of the Namekians and successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. However, it seemed their luck had run out, as they were soon targeted by Frieza's forces while joyfully preparing to return with the Dragon Balls. How dare you? What are you doing? Hurry, capture that woman. The Dragon Balls the mighty Frieza desires are in her possession. As Bulma continued to elude capture, Underling A felt insulted by the delay and urged his two companions for assistance. Turning around, he was shocked to find that his comrades had already been dealt with. Violet clapped her hands, and Underling B, who had been pursuing her, now lay lifeless, his head forcefully embedded in the ground. The situation was marginally better on the other side, but not by much. Frustrated, the blonde-haired launch unleashed a flurry of ineffective attacks, yet managed to capture the enemy's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Chi-Chi concentrated her energy and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, severely injuring Underling C, rendering him incapacitated. Despite her current state, Chi-Chi possessed innate potential which had been dormant since marrying Goku. Following her consumption of a golden apple, her latent abilities were awakened, and with Goku's encouragement, she resumed her training for the sake of Goten's growth. Consequently, she dedicated herself diligently, her power level now rivaling that of her previous companions, reaching an impressive 800. Krillin had already demonstrated that Earthlings possess remarkable potential. Enraged, Underling A sensed the escalating threat and aimed his energy weapon at launch and Chi-Chi. Beads of sweat trickling down his face as he contemplated fleeing. Watch out, Bulma urgently warned, and in a moment of desperation, she hurled the massive Dragon Ball as a weapon. Her strength was formidable, her power level nearing 100 despite her lack of formal training. With a resounding thud, she struck true, delivering a fatal blow to Underling A, causing him to wince in pain, tears welling in his eyes. You wretched woman, he seethed, infuriated and nearly choking on his own rage. Redirecting his weapon, he aimed at Bulma, energy coalescing as he prepared to unleash his attack. Bulma gasped in shock. Yet, in the next instant, accompanied by the explosion of a nearby device, a hand seized Underling A's wrist. Who? He exclaimed, looking up to meet a calm gaze. A tail whipped through the air, striking him with such force that he was sent flying, crashing into the island and splashing into the water below, causing waves to churn violently. In a single blow, his life was extinguished. Goku couldn't be bothered to confirm his demise, knowing that even a blow like that would incapacitate a mere underling. Goku! Bulma and the others exclaimed in astonishment as they gathered around. Violet casually picked up the Dragon Ball and approached. How did you come to be here? Wukong felt a pronounced twitch in his eyelids. What could have caused this? He was perplexed. Bulma, averting her gaze momentarily, then planted her hands on her hips and confronted him with a defiant demeanor, stating, What do you mean? We traversed the cosmos to assist you. If you choose not to express gratitude, that is one thing, but to blame us is simply unacceptable. Indeed, her emphasis on we was quintessentially Bulma, adept at involving others in her grievances. She was acutely aware that her unilateral decision to bring so many to Namek would undoubtedly provoke Wukong's ire. Violet remained silent, blowing a bubble. She was a bodyguard hired by Bulma, tempted by an offer that was too enticing to decline. Wukong, where's Gohan? Why isn't he with you? Chi-Chi inquired, her concern for Gohan's well-being evident. Wukong provided a brief explanation, Given the circumstances, he had to ensure the safety of a few companions by keeping them close. Noticing that even the blonde-haired launch had arrived, he had abandoned any further inquiry into their presence. Very well, he concluded, observing his companions. He recognized that neither Bulma nor Launch could fly, and summoning the flying Nimbus from Earth was not an option. Thus, he extended his hand to Bulma and Chi-Chi, then turned to Violet, saying, I entrust Launch to you. We need to expedite our journey, if possible. Is that agreeable? With a pop, Violet's bubble burst, and she nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Bulma unexpectedly produced a gadget resembling a watch, distributing it to Chi-Chi and Launch, with Violet also receiving one, suggesting she had come prepared. Subsequently, under the influence of the device, they were all shrunk down to figurine size, leaving Wukong momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend Bulma or not. Though Bulma had married him years ago, one reason they had yet to have children was that she dedicated a significant amount of time to her research. Wukong respected her choices and refrained from interference. He believed her talents rivaled those of Dr. Brief, and had life not burdened her so early, she would surely have achieved great acclaim. Like the Briefs, the couple maintained an inherently optimistic outlook, which was why they allowed Bulma the freedom to pursue her endeavors. Over the years, Bulma had indeed made significant advancements in cutting-edge technology, including the spacecraft they used to reach Namek, an aspect of her work that Wukong was completely unaware of. He suppressed his energy to around 5,000 as he soared towards the Elder's location, decisively obliterating any Frieza minions he encountered along the way, ultimately arriving at the Elder's domain unscathed. Mom, Bulma, and Launch, how did you all end up here? Krillin exclaimed, his hands clutching his head in shock. Wukong, momentarily at a loss for how to explain, decided to leave it at that. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that both Gohan and Krillin had experienced a remarkable enhancement in their combat power, escalating from over 1,000 to well beyond 10,000. Gohan's power was approximately 18,000, while Krillin's was around 13,000, solidifying their status as the strongest Earthlings. Indeed, Piccolo seems to have engaged in a remarkable development of his potential, with his combat power soaring to an impressive 33,000. This figure represents merely half of what he originally possessed upon his arrival on Earth, underscoring the extraordinary potential that Piccolo holds. His selection as the beacon of hope during the perilous times of Namek was certainly not a matter of mere chance. Not every Namekian possesses the ability to create Dragon Balls. Chapter 75, Unleashing Potential. Cough, cough. Elder. Within the confines of the Grand Elder's dwelling, Dandy observed the frail appearance of the Grand Elder with great concern. However, the Grand Elder merely raised a hand to gently pat Dandy's head, indicating for him to stand aside. As Goku entered, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. I anticipated your arrival. As a scion nurtured on Earth, you possess something that other scions lack. It is truly remarkable. Goku slightly bowed, aware that he sought a favor from the Elder, and considering the Elder's current state, he feared that his request might be somewhat burdensome. For a moment, Goku hesitated, fully aware of his own circumstances. To be honest, was Goku's potential truly high? Not particularly. His foundation was solid, yet his moments of brilliance were largely confined to the Frieza saga. Indeed, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, but within a few years, Vegeta caught up, and later in the Cell saga, Gohan surpassed him, being the first to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. If Goku had sufficient potential at that time, there would have been no reason for him to be hindered by such a plateau. During the subsequent 7 years of training in the other world, Goku successfully achieved Super Saiyan 2 and even developed the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Yet, this indirectly indicated that his potential had reached its limits, leading him to derive the flawed transformation of Super Saiyan 3 from his existing foundation. The pinnacle state of a Super Saiyan is full power, which compensates for the excessive energy depletion that occurs after transformation. In contrast, Super Saiyan 3 involves not merely energy loss, but the act of burning one's own body for a fleeting surge of power. For a Saiyan, such a sacrifice may be an acceptable cost, but it is certainly not feasible to utilize this transformation as a regular combat method, even as a trump card. It would fall short. It is akin to Goku activating the Kaioken at 10, 20, or even 30 times. It is not that it cannot be done, but rather that the increase is rendered meaningless, as the energy expended far exceeds that which he can convert into combat power. Hence, to avoid exhausting his potential, Goku would not overlook any opportunity. The Grand Elder seemed to perceive his thoughts, coughed lightly, and then said to Goku, "You need not feel burdened. Allow your other companions to enter. Perhaps my strength can assist you, though it may leave me with little despair." "Thank you," Goku replied, inviting Bulma and Chi-Chi to enter, and after a moment's reflection, he called for launch as well. They are merely Earthlings. After their potential is unleashed, they may never attain the heights of someone like Krillin, yet their foundation will undoubtedly be far more robust. Indeed, following the guidance of the Elder, Kiki's energy surged dramatically, elevating her combat power to an impressive 3,500. Bulma reached 700, while Lanchi achieved a remarkable 1,400. Such methods are nothing short of astonishing. Nevertheless, this was within the realm of comprehension, as the Elder's energy remained undiminished. Goku instructed the three to step out first, then approached the Elder, extending a hand in gratitude. The Elder remained silent, appearing weary, but slowly raised his hand to rest upon Goku's. Goku gently closed his eyes, sensing a wondrous energy guiding the potential within him. Suddenly, the Elder's eyes widened slightly, exclaiming, "What astonishing potential you possess! It seems you have an excellent teacher." "Indeed," Goku replied, "I can perceive deeper layers of potential within you. Yet I cannot fully guide it out. The excavation must come from you. Prepare yourself, for this power is fraught with uncertainties." The Elder's words caused Goku to furrow his brow in contemplation, but the Elder wasted no time and began his actions. With a hum, a surge of energy erupted from within Goku, causing him to tense up as his energy began to rise. 450,000, 460,000, 470,000, 530,000. Although the increase was not as substantial as he had envisioned, it was nonetheless astonishing. More importantly, Goku felt his potential brimming. 10 points of potential. Yet, at that moment, Goku sensed a tumultuous stir within his blood, an uncontrollable force exploding from within. He quickly stepped back, as a wild, savage impulse assaulted his consciousness. Roar! A colossal ape seemed to roar within his mind, causing Goku's complexion to pale as he nearly lost his sanity. Is this the potential within me? Suddenly, he felt a disturbance behind him. Upon glancing back, he discovered his tail had grown back. Elder! Dandy looked on with concern at the Elder, who had grown exceedingly weak and could no longer speak. Goku frowned and bowed slightly to the Elder, declaring, "I will ensure that the Namekians survive." Although the Elder was unable to utter a word, his wrinkled face conveyed a measure of gratitude, and he nodded faintly. Then, Goku turned and exited the Elder's dwelling. Approaching the others, "Goku, your tail," Bulma exclaimed, noticing the change. Goku nodded. "Yes, it has grown back." Aware that time was of the essence, he began to strategize, instructing Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin to escort Bulma and the others back, and to board the spaceship to depart from Namek. "What about you, Goku? Are you going to take risks again?" Kiki asked. "Bulma, Kiki, please listen to me first," Goku urged. As Wukong elucidated, Krillin and Gohan had essentially achieved their purpose for coming here, rendering their presence unnecessary. Bulma and the others had even less reason to remain, as the timing of their arrival was undoubtedly ill-fated. Ultimately, the group acquiesced, although Bulma hesitated momentarily before departing, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. Before leaving, she entrusted the dragon radar to him. "Are you not leaving?" Wukong inquired, glancing at the violet figure who had not yet departed, his brow furrowing slightly. The figure returned his gaze, extending a hand with a narrowed smile. "If you lend me a bit of energy, I shall assist in protecting them. How about that?" This violet figure was uniquely engineered, capable of enhancing herself through a process of upward compatibility. Furthermore, this enhancement was permanent. The sole drawback was her inability to directly absorb excessively potent energy waves, lest they cause damage. While on Earth, she had coveted Wukong's energy, yet had never found the opportunity to act upon it. Humph! Wukong grunted but did not decline her request, directly transmitting a portion of his energy to her. With eyes gently closed, a look of enjoyment graced the violet figure's face, as energy began to manifest within her, an occurrence perceptible only during the absorption process or in battle. Given her status as an artificial being, after a brief moment, Wukong sensed that she had absorbed half of his energy and ceased the transfer. This is a down payment, ensuring their safe passage. Though the violet figure exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction, she swiftly took flight, pursuing Bulma and the others. As she departed, She cast a wink back at him. Wukong was quite confident that, even without granting her this power, she would still offer assistance, especially since she had been summoned by Bulma. Nevertheless, he remained cautious of Frieza's forces, which still possessed considerable combat strength. Currently, the violet figure's combat prowess approached 300,000. As long as she did not encounter Frieza himself, even the Jinyu force would hardly pose a challenge, making her more than capable of escorting Bulma and the others safely. Chapter 76. The Chaos on Namek, within Frieza's base. Sizzle. Sizzle. Huh. Frieza's fingertips flicked, and without warning, numerous activated detectors behind him emitted thick smoke, becoming irreparably damaged, prompting Frieza to sense something amiss. What is happening? Shambo angrily seized the scientist, demanding an explanation. My lord Shambo-san. Frieza halted Shambo's actions, his crimson gaze radiating ominously as he slowly ascended into the air. It appears some monkeys have arrived on this planet. You shall handle it. I, too, shall stretch my limbs. Hee. With that, Frieza's figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance, while the tranquil surface of the sea below erupted into tumult, carving a path through the water. A violent surge of energy swept across the skies of Namek. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Grand Elder, Dandy had already departed with Piccolo and the others, leaving only Wukong and the barely surviving Grand Elder atop the colossal stone pillar. After a brief moment of waiting, Wukong opened his eyes, sensing that Frieza was on the move, though not towards the location of Bulma and the others. At this juncture, he realized he needed to do little more than ensure the Dragon Balls did not fall into Frieza's hands, and that Gohan and the others could safely depart from Namek. Remaining here, even in the worst-case scenario where he might fail to meet the conditions necessary to transform into a Super Saiyan, would merely mean awaiting resurrection. However, he was not inclined to remain idle. The conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan were beyond his control, as he was uncertain of the level of rage required for the transformation. One thing he was certain of, however, was that the stronger he became, the easier the transformation would be. Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze towards the direction of Frieza's base. Just moments ago, besides Frieza's aura, he had detected a familiar presence, along with several other formidable energies arriving on Namek, Vegeta and the Jinyu force, as well as Frieza's minions. This situation might provide an opportunity to further augment his own strength. With a swift motion, Wukong soared towards Frieza's base. The Jinyu force could significantly enhance his power, and by pushing himself to the brink of death, he could maximize the benefits of this endeavor. After all, finding so many warriors with battle powers exceeding 10,000 was no easy feat. Meanwhile, another battle had already commenced. Vegeta, how can your power level be so high? Exclaimed Dodoria, shocked. He had been dispatched to gather the Dragon Balls, only to unexpectedly encounter Vegeta, who had also arrived on this planet. Realizing Vegeta's strength had surged left him astounded, and hearing the words he uttered filled him with dread, for Vegeta was the legendary Super Saiyan that Frieza had always feared. Those surrounding Frieza had been made wary of this legend. Yet, Dodoria was not a fool. He quickly discerned that while Vegeta's power had increased, it was still not vastly superior to his own, registering only at 24,000. There was no way he could rival the might of Lord Frieza. Hehehe, Vegeta. You are still dreaming in broad daylight. No one can defy Lord Frieza. You kneel before me now, and perhaps I might plead for your life with Lord Frieza? Vegeta's expression darkened. He had endured years of oppression and humiliation. All his suffering and patience had led to this moment, this opportunity. The Dragon Balls. If he could obtain the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality, he would eventually slay Frieza. This was the essence of Vegeta's ambition. The moment he resolved to no longer endure, he began to lose control and unleash the full power of his Saiyan heritage. He was unafraid. With a fierce glint in his eyes, a terrifying aura surged as he charged towards Dodoria. There was no way he would let his opponent return alive. Vegeta, you. Ugh. Moments later, Dodoria met a gruesome fate at the hands of Vegeta. Meanwhile, Frieza had found the Elder's Guardian, the combat-type Namekian, Nail. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Frieza toyed with him before delivering a devastating blow and departing with a sinister laughter. Having arrived near the spaceship, Piccolo seemed to sense something amiss. He cautioned Gohan and the others not to wander off before soaring into the sky. The scene was left with Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma. According to Goku's wishes, they were supposed to board the spaceship and leave immediately, Yet Bulma was unwilling to depart at that moment. Sizzle, sizzle. The group leisurely began to barbecue instead. Bulma, you all should head back. Goku specifically mentioned that creature named Frieza is incredibly terrifying. He could arrive at any moment and annihilate us. Krillin said, his voice trembling. Despite being able to sense energy, he felt utterly insecure without Piccolo, anxiously scanning the surroundings, fearful that a monster might suddenly emerge. Indeed, having never encountered Frieza, his imagination painted the villain as a monstrous beast with claws and fangs. Krillin, you are being overly verbose, Bulma said, munching on a skewer while handing another to Gohan, a beer in one hand and grilled meat in the other. Why can't you just relax a little? Since Goku is still here, he must be confident. Perhaps he has already dispatched that Frieza character. Well, that's true, haha. Krillin forced a smile, finding some semblance of logic in Bulma's words. However, he was acutely aware that if Goku had absolute confidence, he would not have allowed them to escape first. These thoughts were merely a form of self-comfort. Additionally, Bulma's demeanor filled Krillin with an ominous premonition. Soon, a satisfied Bulma began to stir up trouble, pulling out her spare Dragon Ball radar. Huh, there's a Dragon Ball nearby. Bulma, Goku said. What did he say? Bulma shook the radar in her hand, feigning ignorance. Goku merely told us to return. He never said we couldn't search for the Dragon Balls. Besides, this one is enormous. It must grant a more powerful wish, perhaps even eliminate that Frieza character. She pointed towards the massive Dragon Ball on the ground. Krillin's mind was racing, caught in a dilemma, but there was no room for hesitation. Stop dawdling. We might waste time, and that Frieza might take the Dragon Ball. How about this, Krillin? You stay here with Launch and the others to guard the spaceship, while Gohan and I go retrieve the Dragon Ball. It's settled. Hey, Bulma, wait. Gohan was momentarily bewildered. Yet he found merit in Bulma's reasoning. Coupled with the food she had just offered him, he instinctively began to follow her lead. It is imperative to ensure that Bulma's mother remains unharmed. Chapter 77, Sacrifice for Krillin? On Namek, battles raged everywhere. Goku lacked the time to discern the faint energy of Bulma and the others. Even Gohan and the others, in an effort to avoid trouble, were controlling their energy levels, and thus he naturally overlooked them. After all, at such a time, as long as they did not reveal themselves, even Frieza would find it challenging to locate them, rendering them safer. Violet was prepared for any eventuality. Even if Frieza did discover them, she could compel him to reveal some of his strength, allowing Goku to sense it at once. However, the frustration was palpable. Who on earth are you? I have never heard of you before. After witnessing the astonishing display by the Ginyu Force, Goku was momentarily taken aback and swiftly eliminated Good and Riku, causing the remaining three to regard him with a sense of dread. Rubbing his eyes, Goku felt his mind clouded, his expression more discomfort than if he had swallowed a fly, and he glared at the Ginyu trio with increasing hostility. If Jinyu's combat power was 120,000, then the psychological assault from the Ginyu Force exceeded 1 million. Just a glance could drive one to madness. No, he must be eliminated. At that moment, Ginyu stared intently at Goku, while Guys and Buddha frantically operated their scanners, attempting to gauge Goku's power. However, their devices displayed a mere 5,000, causing them to break into a cold sweat. B-Boss, his combat power is indeed 5,000. They exclaimed in disbelief. Cursed be the malfunctioning device at such a critical moment. Suddenly, the scanners could not withstand the stress and exploded, releasing smoke and sparks. The unexpected turn startled the trio, yet Ginyu wore a look of exhilaration. Just before the device's demise, he had glimpsed Goku's combat power skyrocketing to 300,000. 300,000 combat power. Ha ha ha. Jinyu's expression twisted in a blend of ecstatic joy and near madness, veins bulging as he fixated on Goku, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. B-Boss. What is happening? Guys and Buddha were taken aback by Jinyu's transformation, perplexed. In an instant, Ginyu vanished and boldly approached Goku, suddenly spreading his arms wide, his entire being radiating light. Had one been unaware of his true nature, they might have fallen prey to his ploy. Goku's form became illusory, and in a flash, a Namekian frog occupied his previous position. Jinyu's expression changed drastically, yet this technique, once initiated, could not be halted. Ribbit. Ginyu landed on the ground, transformed into a frog, accompanied by a panicked companion. Goku merely glanced at him before obliterating Jinyu's true form. Ding. Ginyu defeated, energy acquired, Power increased by 120,000. Ding. Gain super ability. Soul exchange. Taking into account the previous encounters with Goku and Lycum, his battle power surged to an impressive 705,000, with a slight tightening of his fists. Goku's energy began to replenish. He had previously allocated a significant portion of his energy to Violet without any means of recovery, leaving him somewhat fatigued, making it a challenge to confront Frieza in his first form. However, he now felt considerably better. Raising his gaze towards the astonished Jais and Bart, the two attempted to flee upon meeting his eyes, but Goku was not one to let them escape easily. With decisive action, he unleashed 2 energy blasts, sending them crashing down. Ding. Slaying Jis, he absorbed energy, increasing his power by 45,000. Ding. Slaying Bart, he absorbed energy, increasing his power by another 45,000. His battle power now stood at 795,000. Just as Goku was taken aback by the emergence of a special ability, 2 powerful energies rushed towards him. Is that Vegeta? Kakarot. Indeed, the wounded figure of Vegeta appeared not far away, having witnessed Goku's defeat of Jess and Bart, leaving him greatly astonished. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Goku glanced sideways, noticing an unsightly creature with a whip trailing behind him. It was another loyal minion of Frieza, Shambo. Typically, Shambo's battle power matched that of Dodoria at 22,000, but he possessed the ability to enhance his strength through transformation, with a maximum battle power of 28,000. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power was an impressive 26,000, explaining his ability to escape his pursuers, though he appeared to be at the end of his rope, destined to be caught and eliminated soon. Landing on the ground, Shambo's gaze shifted towards Goku, who stood not far from Vegeta, his expression altering slightly before revealing a sinister grin. So, it was true. Frieza's words were indeed correct. A wild monkey had infiltrated their ranks, and to his surprise, there was even a scion among them. Goku's tail flicked slightly, his expression growing cold. How had it come to this? That even such filth could freely insult the scion race. A glance at Vegeta revealed his face contorted with fury, though overshadowed by a sense of unwillingness. Kakarot, help me eliminate him. This scoundrel is Frieza's subordinate, and his survival will attract Frieza's pursuit. Vegeta shouted, clutching his wounded arm, his face smeared with blood. Goku merely cast him a glance, offering no response. Meanwhile, Shambo dismissed Goku entirely, slowly advancing towards the two, spreading his arms wide as he taunted, "What a filthy, foolish monkey. Do you truly believe that finding another Scion monkey will allow you to stand against me? Vegeta, your battle power is indeed impressive enough to startle me. But do you think the other Scions can match your prowess?" Ha ha ha. In the face of such reckless mockery and blatant insult, Vegeta's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. Yet he knew he was no match for Shambo, and his pride would not allow him to admit that Goku surpassed him in strength. Kakarot. The enormous fluctuations of emotion rendered his aura unstable, and his expression bordered on madness. In an instant, Goku appeared before Shanbo, delivering a punch that pierced through him. As confusion, disbelief, and incredulity clouded Shambo's eyes, a surge of energy obliterated his form into fragments. The notification rang out. Shambo has been slain, transformation achieved, energy acquired. Aura increased by 28,000. Goku wiped the blood from his hands and approached the water's edge to cleanse himself, barely elevating his aura in the process. Vegeta's eyes widened. Fixated on Goku's silhouette, his fists cracking with tension, his gaze ultimately morphing into a complex mixture of emotions. After cleansing himself, Goku fell into contemplation. His current combat power, while not insignificant, had surpassed his expectations. 823,000. What would it be upon unleashing his potential? 230,000. And if he transformed into a Super Saiyan with such power? A 50-fold increase. What a terrifying level of combat prowess that would yield. Thus, the singular question that remained for him was how to achieve that transformation. Gazing at Vegeta, Goku recalled the process of his transformation. In that moment, Vegeta had forcefully tapped into his own potential, his combat power undoubtedly sufficient for a transformation, yet it had been achieved amidst a near-desperate fury. What about himself? Sacrificing Krillin? Chapter 78, The Emergence of Barunga. Merely pondering this notion, Goku shook his head in denial, setting aside the perilous nature of such a thought. He could not resort to such a method for transformation. If it came to that, he would prefer to find a way to enhance his combat power further and confront Frieza head-on with the Kaioken technique, at least remaining true to his principles. Casting a glance at Vegeta, Goku chose to remain silent, raising his gaze to confirm the direction before soaring into the surroundings. The Frieza force was still abundant, and even the smallest mosquito was still meat. He aimed to bolster his strength as much as possible before the final moments. Kakarot, let us join forces. As long as I obtain the Dragon Balls and achieve immortality, I will eliminate Frieza. Vegeta instinctively sought to compel Goku to oppose Frieza. In his view, Goku had undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan. Though he could not verbally concede this, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from Goku. It could only be said that Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, possessed truly terrifying talent. Merely having journeyed to Earth, he had already mastered the technique of sensing ki. Though it was only perception, it was formidable indeed. Apologies, but I have no interest in that, Goku replied, casting a surprised glance at him before resolutely declining. Vegeta felt his dignity assaulted once more, his reason beginning to unravel. Then you shall perish, he bellowed, and with that, chaos ensued. Boom, boom, boom. A tempestuous wave surged toward the direction of Goku, raising clouds of dust that engulfed his figure. Yet, Vegeta continued to roar in fury, a manifestation of his pent-up rage. In this tumultuous moment, it seemed as though his latent potential was awakened, his energy surpassing its limits, ascending to new heights. After a prolonged exertion, when he finally ceased his relentless assault, he discovered that Goku had already vanished without a trace, leaving him unaware of when he had departed and rendering his efforts futile. His clenched fists cracked ominously, crimson blood trickling from his hands. How infuriating! Why could a mere lower-class warrior ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan? Why was it not I, the Prince of the Saiyans, but that lowly warrior Kakarot? A tempest of resentment, anger, and madness surged within Vegeta, prompting another explosive outburst. The ground trembled as a violent wind whipped around him, waves of energy sweeping through the air, accompanied by thunderous roars. With lightning flashing and thunder crashing, Vegeta's energy reached its zenith, echoing the roar of a furious beast. He recklessly squandered his energy, attempting to harness his inner potential in this manner, yet his already injured body could only succumb to further collapse. Indeed, it wasn't long before Vegeta collapsed to the ground, utterly depleted of strength. However, his action successfully attracted the attention of Frieza's army, who took him back. Meanwhile, Goku, intentionally evading Frieza, began to eliminate the remnants of Frieza's forces scattered across planet Namek, further augmenting his own strength. He pondered how he had suddenly acquired the abilities of Jinyu. He had previously dispatched warriors with unique powers, such as the Demon Ogres, Tamesa, and even the Magic Dragon, as well as good from the Jinyu force, who possessed the extraordinary ability to momentarily halt time. If possible, Goku found himself coveting that particular skill. Yet, it remained elusive, leaving him confused about the differences involved, ultimately attributing it to luck. Beyond the fixed enhancement of combat power, such skill-based abilities seemed to rely entirely on chance, or rather, a probability factor. Jinyu had been the first to trigger this probability, but Goku felt it was hardly a guarantee. The odds seemed excessively low. Moreover, the ability itself appeared rather underwhelming. What good was a soul exchange? Would a more powerful opponent stand idly by for such an exchange? And what of those weaker? Not to mention the alien races. Even Frieza's appearance was somewhat difficult for Goku to accept, too bizarre for his tastes. It was akin to Gohan's immediate mental image upon witnessing his father transform into Jinyu, sending shivers down Goku's spine. Thus, the soul exchange was virtually worthless. It would be better if it had never manifested at all. Though somewhat disheartened, Goku continued to gather strength. Even the smallest of mosquitoes, when abundant, could satiate one's appetite. Before long, he had nearly eradicated the Frieza army on planet Namek, reducing their numbers from hundreds to thousands. The harvest has been quite bountiful, with an impressive gain of 42,000 battle power. Host, Sun Wukong Bloodline. Scion, Lower Tier Warrior. Age, 22 Chi. Battle power 865,000, 1010. Superpowers, Gravity Manipulation, 20 times gravity. Soul Exchange. Having accomplished all that he could, Wukong felt it was time to entrust the rest to fate, welcoming the impending storm with fervor. However, Upon seeing the term lower-tier warrior, he furrowed his brow. He was skeptical that such labels could truly define one's innate talent and potential. Yet, Vegeta's performance and his subsequent rise in strength illuminated for Wukong the complexity of such titles, revealing that they were far more significant than mere words. A weight seemed to press upon his chest, leaving Wukong in a state of discomfort. In a sudden outburst, he unleashed a powerful energy wave that pierced through his abdomen, causing his vitality to drain rapidly. In response, he consumed a Sinza bean, regaining clarity in his eyes. With a surge of energy, he instantly healed from his grievous injuries. Arcs of electricity crackling around him, his hair standing on end. Uncontrolled, a fierce energy erupted from within him. In an instant, his hair defied gravity, and a chilling gleam radiated from his eyes. Lightning danced around him, scorching the air in its wake. Boom! The sky over Namek darkened abruptly, a bolt of lightning striking down. Simultaneously, all the detectors of Frieza's army on the planet went haywire, except for those that remained inactive. Wukong, having just undergone a transformation, felt his power swell to unprecedented heights, yet the ominous change in the sky caused his expression to flicker. The dragon? He retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, and indeed confirmed the presence of 7 glowing points converging together. What was happening? Who had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls? In that moment, everyone was taken aback. Piccolo and Nail, after their fusion, were en route to confront Frieza and halted their movements, gazing upward. What? Frieza, on his way back to the base, was equally bewildered by the sudden darkness above. However, a flash of insight struck him. He instinctively sensed that the dragon had likely been summoned. Damn it! Without hesitation, he raced back to his base, his raging energy carving a cylindrical path through the ocean, stirring up tumultuous waves. Frieza was furious, beyond measure. He could not allow anyone to summon the Dragon Balls before him. Meanwhile, having been returned to Frieza's base and resting in a medical chamber, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, filled with rage, and shattered the exterior of the chamber with a swift strike. Vegeta, you? The scientist tending to the medical pod was instantly killed. Vegeta burst forth from Frieza's base, his gaze drawn to the ever-changing sky, where he spotted a colossal, golden dragon in the distance, and he charged toward it. That is mine. Chapter 79. The narrative rewinds to the moment after Piccolo departs in search of Nail. With Gohan's assistance, Bulma swiftly gathers several Dragon Balls. Whether it be sheer luck or some other factor, they conduct their search while remaining concealed. Due to the substantial size of the Namekian Dragon Balls, Bulma instructs Gohan and Krillin to each carry 2, enabling them to stealthily infiltrate Frieza's base. At that moment, luck is on their side as Frieza is absent, allowing them to seize their opportunity. With the Dragon Balls they possess and a few that Frieza had previously found, they successfully assemble all 7. Gazing at the resplendent 7 Dragon Balls, what is the immediate reaction? Naturally, it is to summon Shenron and make a wish. Adhering to the principle of not allowing Frieza to benefit even if they waste their opportunity, Bulma decisively calls upon Shenron, having mastered the Namekian language. Boom. Yet, when the colossal Shenron materializes, the group is left utterly astonished, rendered speechless in its presence. It is magnificent, exuding an aura of grandeur. However, as Gohan and Krillin sense an overwhelming energy approaching swiftly, they urgently alert Bulma. Bulma, make your wish. There's no time. All right, the wish. Bulma, cradling her head in her hands, finds her brilliant mind momentarily paralyzed by anxiety, leaving her at a loss for what to wish for. As it seems she lacks for nothing. Make a wish to defeat Frieza. Krillin prompts hastily. Yet, Den's subsequent words douse his hopes. That is beyond Piranga's capabilities. Frustration spreads among the group. Finally, Bulma regains her composure, and after a flurry of Namekian incantations, it appears that nothing has changed. However, Piranga's eyes gleam with a crimson light, signaling that her wish has been granted. She then turns to the others, quickly inquiring, do any of you have a wish? Hurry, a wish? I only hope for Gohan to grow up healthy. I want money, an abundance of it. Bulma winces at their responses, feeling that her inquiry was in vain. Yet she steels herself and presses on. Wait, I have a wish. Violet steps forward. Huh, you rascals. That's mine. At that moment, Vegeta arrives, his overwhelming presence accompanied by a palpable murderous intent. The group is gripped by fear, and Violet furrows her brow, swiftly dashing forward to intercept Vegeta, buying Bulma precious time. Bulma, Hurry and make your wish. Krillin urges, also mustering the courage to assist. However, the outcome is grim. In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashes his fury, crackling with energy and surrounded by a tempest of power. With a single blow, Krillin is left on the brink of death, while Violet faces peril, struggling to maintain her ground. She possesses Goku's energy, boasting a formidable combat power of 300,000. But at this moment, had she not absorbed a portion of the energy, she would have surely been unable to withstand even a single blow from Vegeta. Uncle Krillin, Gohan, in a fit of rage, charged forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon Vegeta, causing the prince considerable distress, momentarily halting his relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Bulma swiftly articulated her second wish. You bastard! In a fit of fury, Vegeta braced himself against Gohan's onslaught, pivoting his direction towards Bulma and her companions, determined to seize the wish for himself. However, as a crimson gleam flashed in Shenron's eyes, a figure abruptly appeared before him, obstructing his path. Bang! Pua! The familiar force, yet more terrifying, caused beads of cold sweat to emerge on Vegeta's furrowed brow, his once wild eyes now reflecting a clearer sanity. Clutching his abdomen, he gradually descended to the ground, unable to rise again. Goku also landed nearby, his brow furrowed in concern. Goku! Bulma and the others expressed their astonishment, and Goku nodded, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze, though he quickly regained his composure. He had been a considerable distance away, but during his journey, he had suddenly felt a pull, instinctively choosing to follow that force, which led him directly to this spot. It dawned on him that Bulma had utilized Porunga's power to bring him here. Upon sensing the dire state of Krillin, who was on the brink of death, he hurried over and offered him a senzu bean. With a total of 3 beans, he had already consumed 2, leaving him with just 1. I almost thought I was done for, Krillin remarked, clutching his throat, visibly shaken. Indeed, Vegeta's battle power had surged to over 400,000 in his rage. Goku's timely arrival had undoubtedly saved Krillin's life. Goku chuckled as he patted Krillin's shoulder, then stood up, gazing at the still defiant Vegeta, who was reaching for the dragon. If you believe that the Dragon Balls grant you immortality to stand against Frieza, by all means, continue. I must confront Frieza now, so I wish you luck. Also, it would be wise not to provoke my friends and family, or else. After this warning, Goku raised his hand, channeling energy into Violet. As a visible golden glow enveloped her form, Violet's physique seemed to swell slightly, her slender waist and voluptuous figure appearing even more striking. What is this? Violet gasped, astonished by the lightning crackling from her palm. In that moment, her power had increased at least tenfold. A glimmer of exhilaration flickered in her eyes, only to be replaced by calmness. What would you have me do this time? She inquired, gazing at him. Goku once again shared his energy with Violet, not to create a threat, but to ensure she kept a watchful eye on Vegeta. Should Vegeta remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to send this Saiyan Prince offline prematurely. With the weight of his sins, he would find it difficult to reincarnate, condemned instead to the eternal torments of hell. Soon after, Goku's figure began to ascend, having sensed the approaching aura of Frieza. Daddy! In a moment of desperation, Gohan hastily removed a bag from his waist and tossed it to Goku. Inside were the precious senzu beans that Goku had brought with him to Namek. Although Goku had carried a considerable supply, he had not brought them all with him, opting instead to keep only 3 on his person while entrusting the remainder to his companions. Krillin and Piccolo also possessed some. Goku smiled as he retrieved one from the bag and tossed the rest back to Gohan, instructing him to protect their mother and everyone else, assuring him that he would return swiftly. Okay, you can do it, Dad, Gohan exclaimed. Bulma and Chi-Chi, though anxious, waved him off, while the fiery-haired Launch shouted, Hey, if you die here, I want to forgive you. Feeling warmth in his heart, Goku looked at their faces, and the confusion that had once clouded his mind began to dissipate, replaced by a glimmer of determination. How could he possibly lose? As a Super Saiyan, regardless of the outcome, he had no reason to accept defeat. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the furious Frieza. The two figures collided with a force akin to celestial bodies crashing together. A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering Frieza's hover pod into countless fragments. At that moment, Frieza's expression twisted in agony, his body convulsing as Goku's punch left him dazed, blood oozing from within, as if he were on the verge of disintegration. This is... A bolt of lightning crackled as Frieza's fury reached its zenith. "You filthy scion monkey," he bellowed, with no intention of playing games any longer. Frieza transformed into his second form, his towering physique reminiscent of King Cold, yet his battle power had only doubled to 1,000,000, still insufficient against Goku. Just as Goku prepared to strike Frieza from his final form, a figure shot forth at an astonishing speed, appearing as if composed of countless points of light, emanating a unified aura without any leakage. "Leave this guy to me, Goku. I'll handle him," Piccolo stated, his demeanor noticeably calmer. Though he might not yet be in his complete form, he had undergone a significant evolution, with his power and potential greatly enhanced. Chapter 80. The Curse of Immortality. "It's Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed with delight, while Goku felt a pang of regret for having allowed Piccolo to train Gohan. Meanwhile, Dandy, standing beside Gohan, observed another figure within Piccolo, Uncle Nail. The Namekian's innate ability to fuse in times of peril provided a qualitative enhancement to both strength and talent, a gift that even Goku envied. Not to mention, the Namekians possessed other extraordinary abilities. Aside from creating Dragon Balls, Piccolo was adept in various forms of magic, including healing white magic, while Dandy had the ability to restore energy. Perhaps the most remarkable of all was the Grand Elder's capacity to unlock potential. Though it was lamentable that the Grand Elder was nearing his end. "The Namekian, the wretched monkey of the Scions, I currently possess a battle power soaring to 1,000,000, and I can transform twice more. Haha. Frieza has swollen with power after entering his second form. Yet, Goku and Piccolo remain unchanged." Goku glanced at the distant scene, noticing Vegeta frozen in self-doubt, and upon hearing Frieza's taunts, he was struck with a profound tremor, his eyes reflecting the terror of long-standing subjugation by Frieza. He turned his gaze toward the dragon, trembling as he approached. "If you proceed any further, I cannot guarantee your safety." Violetta lifted her hand, gathering a golden energy that shimmered brightly, illuminating the surroundings. "Fool!" Vegeta, losing his composure, screamed in madness. "You have no comprehension of Frieza's terror. Without me, without my immortality, it is utterly impossible to become a Super Saiyan and defeat that monster. Get away." His frenzied demeanor startled Bulma and the others, causing them to recoil. However, as Vegeta drew near the dragon and lifted his head, he was suddenly stunned. Buzz! The dragon abruptly dissipated, the sacred golden light fading, leaving the Dragon Balls as mere ordinary stones. Dandy was filled with sorrow, and the Elder and the others had already surmised the outcome. But only Vegeta was left in disbelief, roaring in fury, only to be sent flying by Violetta's energy wave, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Piccolo began his assault. Goku refrained from intervening, allowing Piccolo to confront Frieza's second form. For Piccolo, this battle might be one he could not win, yet it was a trial he must endure. The calamity that Frieza brought upon Namek must be avenged, even at the cost of blood. Buzz! In the next instant, Piccolo and Frieza vanished from sight. Bang! A collision erupted in midair, unleashing terrifying sound waves that rippled outward, accompanied by a burst of air, as a storm swept through the surroundings. Goku furrowed his brow, aware that Bulma and the others were too close to the battlefield. Continuing the fight would endanger the entirety of Namek. At that moment, however, Barunga had vanished. Otherwise, he could have wished to transport everyone on Namek to safety. A thought struck Goku, and an intent radiated from within him. Though he was not entirely adept, he knew that King Kai was certainly watching the situation unfold. Moments later, without warning, the entire Namek plunged back into darkness, the sky shrouded in blackness, as Barunga reappeared. "What?" Vegeta gasped, followed by an overwhelming joy, veins bulging on his forehead, as he shouted at the dragon, "Grant me immortality. Dragon, hurry and fulfill my wish." Quickly, Goku had already flashed to the side, nodding to Bulma, instructing her to have Barunga send everyone except himself and Frieza to Earth, assuring her that he would handle the rest. "Goku, do you think I am a fool?" Bulma's words momentarily stunned Goku. She triumphantly waved her finger, declaring, "My first wish was to ensure that anyone on Namek, aside from the Frieza force, would be instantly transported to Earth if they encountered danger. Why not just teleport them away?" Goku blurted out before instantly regretting his question, as Bulma shot him a glare. "Aren't you the one who wants to battle Frieza?" Bulma was aiding him, and Goku felt unable to protest. He soon fell into contemplation. With danger no longer a concern, all that remained was to await the opportune moment. But what are you talking about? In the distance, Frieza was becoming frantic, roaring as he attempted to rush over to make a wish. However, in his second form, he was no match for Piccolo, who held him firmly at bay, and Frieza was on the verge of entering his third stage. Vegeta approached in a fury, his expression dark. Kakarot. Goku cast a sympathetic glance at him. He had already extended his opportunity. Thus, he proposed to Bulma. Doesn't he want immortality? Let Porunga grant it to him. Wait, Goku, are you really going to do this? How is that even possible? Have you lost your mind? Krillin and Gohan chimed in, trying to dissuade him, but Goku insisted that Bulma make the wish, and seeing his seriousness, Bulma chose to trust him. In an instant, Porunga's eyes glowed red, and Vegeta's face lit up with exultation as he laughed maniacally. Finally, I possess immortality now. I am the Super Saiyan. I am the mightiest Saiyan. Boom. As he felt his injuries fully heal, Vegeta was overjoyed, his stamina rapidly replenishing. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming force struck Vegeta, sending him crashing to the ground, blood pooling around him. Remarkably, he quickly stood back up, wiping the blood from his lips and sneering at Goku. Kakarot, you cannot kill me. How could a lowly warrior like you ever comprehend the might of an ultimate Saiyan? Is that so? Well, congratulations are in order then, Goku replied, his expression one of indifference. At this moment, even Gohan and Krillin were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Videl, chewing on a piece of gum, stood nearby with her arms crossed. The atmosphere grew tense, yet Vegeta, glancing at the two figures exuding terrifying auras in the distance, sensed no abnormality. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes before he shot off into the sky. Just give me a little more time. Damn it, that Namekian has become so strong. He fumed. But it doesn't matter, just a bit more time. And I will harness the potential that comes with a Saiyan's revival from the brink of death. Frieza is nothing but trash. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, and Kakarot. You will regret your actions today. Goku stood firm, shaking his head. He understood that Vegeta was utterly finished. The underlying logic of a Saiyan's power increase upon revival from near death is rooted in potential, in unearthing the latent strength within their bloodline, while simultaneously releasing the accumulated essence from arduous training. Delving deeper, we uncover the survival instincts that have evolved within the Saiyan lineage over time. Such potential can only be unearthed and unleashed through relentless battles and the dance of life and death. Without the concepts of mortality and injury, this potential would inevitably stagnate. In essence, Vegeta can no longer be regarded as a true Saiyan. Rather, he embodies a novel entity, one that is impervious to death and injury. In Chapter 81, the clash of the Kaioken against Frieza's ultimate form unfolds. Father? Goku noted that even Krillin had sensed something amiss with Vegeta's energy. He nodded in affirmation, taking the opportunity to elucidate the essence of Saiyan bloodlines to Gohan. Presently, Vegeta is unable to tap into his latent power post-near-death experiences, nor can he elevate his strength through training. He remains forever trapped at an approximate battle power of 400,000. His singular desire for immortality defies the laws of the universe, a burden that not all can bear. To challenge the cosmos invites its inevitable backlash. Even the Grand Elder, a being capable of foreseeing the future, confronts death with composure, while Vegeta naively yearns for eternal life, a notion both laughable and tragic. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him. It stems from a fundamental lack of understanding. No wonder I thought you were momentarily reckless, granting that fellow immortality. You certainly frightened me, Bulma admitted, still shaken. Goku remained silent, devoid of any altruistic intentions towards Vegeta, even considering him a fellow Saiyan. The consequences of one's own actions are inescapable. When Vegeta awakens to this truth, remains uncertain. Bang! Bang! Uncle Piccolo. Meanwhile, the battlefield was undergoing a transformation. Frieza, having narrowly missed 2 opportunities with the dragon, was consumed by fury and bypassed the 3rd stage, directly transitioning into his final form. A tremendous surge of energy assaulted the surface of Namek, creating ripples akin to waves on a water surface. Piccolo was swiftly knocked down, with Gohan and Krillin catching him. Bulma and the others sheltered behind Bulma, who activated an energy barrier to steadfastly shield against the residual shockwaves. Dad! At that moment, Goku surged upward, directly advancing towards Frieza. The moment had finally arrived. There was no time for contemplation. This battle was not merely inevitable. It was essential that he emerge victorious. With his arms slightly lowered, Goku's feet radiated brilliant flashes as he soared skyward. A tempestuous energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a column that enveloped him, swirling in a harmonious dance with Frieza's energy. Boom. Ultimately, two pallid energy spheres expanded and collided, akin to two celestial bodies crashing into one another. Goku's expression shifted subtly. Frieza's energy exceeded his expectations. In an instant, Goku's energy was unexpectedly suppressed, the luminous sphere unable to expand even a fraction. A battle power of 60 million is indeed extraordinary. In that case, Kaioken, unleash it. Boom. A crimson light surged forth as Goku's energy suddenly multiplied several times, forcefully pushing back Frieza's aura, gradually gaining the upper hand. At that moment, the entire Namek was engulfed in chaos, the heavens and earth losing their color. A terrifying energy enveloping the whole planet. Even those who could not sense energy instinctively felt a suffocating and dreadful pressure. Remarkable. Goku's energy surpassed Frieza's. Incredible. Goku is astonishingly powerful. However, this should be attributed to Goku's Kaioken. Frieza's strength should still exceed Goku's. At this moment, Piccolo was not so optimistic. He had heard Goku speak of Kaioken and understood it to be a technique for enhancing strength. Yet, this was merely a contest of energy at this stage. And Goku was daring to confront Frieza with it, revealing the immense pressure Goku faced. Only Piccolo recognized this reality. Indeed, Goku was unaware of how to attain the anger level required to transform into a Super Saiyan, but upon witnessing Vegeta's near-manic demeanor regarding those 5 words, he suddenly realized. He is Son Goku, not a Saiyan named Kakarot who would resort to any means in pursuit of the Super Saiyan transformation. He is himself. Without the need to conform to others, even without the ability to transform, he has no reason to retreat. Fight. There was no need to overthink. The Saiyan blood within him was already boiling. Bang. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Amidst the white light, the two had commenced their battle. With little exchange of words. Upon transforming into his final form, Frieza sensed Goku's abruptly surging power, although he could not perceive energy. He could feel Goku's strength was still above his own as soon as they engaged. Silently, he repressed any thoughts of expansion. After an intense clash, both unleashed their full power in a collision, visible ripples emanating from their hands, and wherever they spread, countless islands of Namek began to crumble, the crust fracturing. Endless seawater began to tilt and pour in. Whoosh, whoosh. Both of their expressions slightly changed, and they swiftly retreated. Goku flickered to a solitary island, while Frieza withdrew to the summit of a rocky pillar, his crimson eyes glinting with a chilling demeanor as he gazed down at Goku. Suddenly, Frieza appeared to recall something. Raising a hand to tap his own head, a cold smirk crossing his face as he declared, "I remember now. You bear an uncanny resemblance to the Saiyan I destroyed on planet Vegeta. Hee, how amusing. Is that so? Attempting to provoke me?" Goku's gaze sharpened, remaining unfazed. At this moment, he would not easily be distracted. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Frieza ceased his words, gently lowering his arms, his expression returning to a state of tranquility. Suddenly, he vanished from his position, only to reappear beside Goku in the next instant, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Goku raised his arm in defense. Yet the force of the blow sent him hurtling away, splashing water in a wide arc as he landed upon the surface. Turning swiftly, Goku's aura flared crimson, and he too disappeared from sight, retaliating with a kick that sent Frieza flying. Unprepared for the assault, Frieza felt the sting of humiliation as he was struck. And in a flash, he maneuvered behind Goku, ensnaring his neck with his tail and unleashing a barrage of punches upon his back. Bang! Bang! After 2 strikes, Frieza suddenly lost his balance. Unbeknownst to him, Goku's tail had ensnared his leg, and with a swift pull, the tides of battle shifted, placing Frieza beneath Goku's feet. Goku focused his energy in his legs. Indeed, he could gather energy using his feet. Buzz! A colossal surge of energy coalesced into a super Kamehameha, aimed directly at Frieza's face. What? Stunned, Frieza found himself unable to escape. Goku's tail was no less powerful than his own, and the attack was unavoidable. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending debris soaring hundreds of meters into the air. As Goku appeared mid-air, gazing downward. Indeed, in the next moment, Frieza emerged from the smoke, slightly charred, tearing through the haze to engage once more. Their battle intensifying with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce conflict raged on, escalating in intensity. Frieza's strength was undeniably formidable, otherwise he would not have needed to rely on transformation to restrain his own power. More astonishingly, Frieza had never undergone rigorous training. This power was innate, developing alongside his growth. It was reminiscent of the legendary Super Saiyan, naturally powerful, with a growth rate that could be deemed a cheat. It is noteworthy that even among the Frost Demon clan, Frieza was an exceedingly rare anomaly. Chapter 82, 80 Million Warriors. The only solace in the current scenario was that Frieza had yet to fully tap into his terrifying potential. Otherwise, Goku would stand no chance. Bang! Goku clasped his hands into a fist, delivering a devastating blow that sent Frieza crashing down. The battle grew increasingly fierce, both combatants igniting their true flames of combat, and Frieza cast aside his previous arrogance. With renewed fury, Frieza charged once more, his wrath amplifying his already terrifying aura. A swing of his tail sent Goku sprawling, immediately followed by a relentless barrage of attacks, which Goku managed to endure. At this juncture, both warriors' eyes blazed with fury, their fighting spirit undiminished. On paper, Goku's power, bolstered by his tenfold Kaioken, was an astounding 86.5 million. In contrast, Frieza's final form boasted a base power of 60 million, but when unleashed to its fullest potential, could reach a staggering 1.2 billion. At present, it appears that Goku holds the advantage. However, regrettably, the physical toll induced by the Kaioken poses a significant dilemma. This advantage cannot be sustained over the long term, nor can it be transformed into a decisive victory, let alone the annihilation of Frieza. Goku, strike him. Defend yourself. Do not succumb. Bulma and the others have also garnered some strength. Chi-Chi can even track the movements of the two through the energy they emit. Although her concern and affection for Gohan lead her to disagree with some of Goku's decisions, her love for him remains unwavering. At this moment, witnessing her husband engaged in a fierce battle with Frieza, her hands clasped in front of her, she is filled with apprehension. In this moment, she seems to grasp much. In the original timeline, Chi-Chi was driven to become the resentful woman she was, compounded by her lack of understanding of Goku. This lack of comprehension is not without reason. Few on Earth are aware of the existence of so many world-destroying Z fighters, let alone the terrifying disparity in power that emerged post-Frieza saga. The gap is so vast that even warriors like Tien Shinhan are gradually unable to keep pace with the evolving threats, let alone Chi-Chi. The realization that Goku faces such formidable foes is truly daunting. Boom. Blood trickles from the corner of Goku's mouth as Frieza delivers a blow that tilts his head. Turning to face Frieza, he sees a smug grin upon the tyrant's face, radiating arrogance. Bang! Without hesitation, Goku retaliates with a punch that sends Frieza's face askew. That'll teach you to laugh, you vile monkey. Frieza, now incensed, casts aside his thoughts of Batamo and raises his hands, conjuring a golden energy that envelopes Goku. Goku feels as though the very space around him is constricting, rendering him unable to escape. This is one of Frieza's abilities. His most terrifying attribute lies not only in his extraordinary growth and inherent advantages, but also in his array of troublesome powers. The sphere of confinement before him is one such ability. It can ensnare opponents whose strength is comparable, leaving them vulnerable to his whims. Bang! In the next moment, Frieza hurls the confinement sphere away, and Goku within endures the impact, letting out a muffled grunt. Yet, just as Frieza approaches to continue his assault, the confinement sphere suddenly ruptures from within, followed by a blindingly intense burst of white light. The solar flare. What? The unexpected brilliance momentarily robs Frieza of his sight, followed by a relentless barrage of powerful strikes. Meanwhile, Piccolo, well acquainted with this technique, anticipates it due to his familiarity with Goku's fighting style, prompting him to warn everyone to close their eyes, while it may not directly blind them. The energy Goku currently possesses when employing this attack is akin to gazing directly at the sun at close range, carrying considerable risk. At this very moment, Frieza found himself unable to recover in a short span of time, having endured several heavy blows from Goku, resulting in visible injuries. With a resounding thud, a punch sent him arching backward, his insides churning as he fell into a passive state. Goku offered no opportunity for Frieza to retaliate. He understood that a single blow that did not severely injure or annihilate Frieza would be futile, merely wasting energy. Energy his stamina could ill afford to squander. A series of resounding impacts finally marred Frieza's form, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet this only drove him into a frenzy. In a fit of rage, he manipulated his telekinetic abilities to hurl an island towards Goku, which was swiftly obliterated by a single energy wave. However, this assault was merely a feint. Indeed, a crimson beam pierced through the dust, directly impaling Goku's body. Goku, father. The onlookers on the ground gasped in shock, not only them, but even those far away on King Kai's planet, including King Kai and Tien, held their breath, overwhelmed by tension. Fortunately, the figure that had been pierced began to dissipate, revealing itself as nothing more than an afterimage. Frieza mistakenly believed that Goku was observing him with his eyes, unaware that in the absence of sight, Goku instinctively relied on his ki, a distinct advantage of martial artists. The perception of ki is swifter than the five senses, unencumbered by the limitations of sight. This meant Goku possessed a greater initiative than Frieza, and thus, at this juncture, he had not truly sustained any harm. His energy expenditure was merely a normal consequence of using the Kaioken technique. In stark contrast, Frieza had already incurred some minor injuries. With a loud bang, he staggered from the dust, clutching his abdomen, the purple streaks of blood on his lips becoming more pronounced. Meanwhile, Goku emerged slowly from the debris, observing Frieza with a calm demeanor tinged with gravity and uncertainty. He had not fully succumbed to the heat of battle. Throughout the conflict, he had been intentionally probing deeper into the latent power within him, hoping to facilitate his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, contrary to his desires, he could not sense that power. Having lived on Earth for so long, Goku did not believe that his S-cells were insufficient. His battle power had escalated to an impressive 8.65 million, well beyond the threshold of 3 million. Logically, the difficulty of his transformation should have been minimized to its utmost extent, so why had he not yet discovered the key? Such matters cannot be resolved solely through conjecture and speculation. He lacked guidance, relying entirely on his imagination and intuition to navigate this intricate process, resulting in an inefficacious endeavor. These thoughts flickered momentarily through his mind, yet Goku did not lose focus on Frieza. With a surge of fury, Frieza unleashed his signature energy attack, the Death Beam. A scarlet beam of death shot forth with unerring precision, its terrifying lethality prompting even Goku to avoid a direct confrontation. Even if he could withstand it, the effort would be futile and unrewarding. With resolute determination, he deftly evaded while charging towards Frieza, intent on engaging him in close combat. Upon encountering Goku's suddenly enlarged visage, Frieza instinctively recoiled. Having endured several setbacks, he instinctively sought to evade a direct clash with Goku. However, Goku would not squander this opportunity. He was determined to eliminate Frieza before the latter could unleash his full power. As the two initiated a new round of fierce combat, a figure soared back from the distance. It was the previously departed Vegeta. Chapter 83. The drama unfolds. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having successfully attained immortality, was engulfed in a euphoric frenzy, entirely oblivious to the transformation within himself. Once he had flown a considerable distance, realization dawned upon him. Why had he fled? He had achieved immortality, and with the Saiyan ability to enhance his power upon the brink of death, what had he to fear from Frieza? And that Kakarot? He was the legendary Super Saiyan, the Prince of Saiyans. Suddenly enlightened, Vegeta resorted to self-mutilation. Indeed, self-mutilation. He unleashed a devastating blow upon himself, creating a horrifying gash in his body. One must commend Vegeta for his audacity. Most would hesitate even at the thought of piercing a mere bubble, let alone inflicting such a grievous wound upon their own flesh. Under the boon of immortality, his injuries rapidly healed, and Vegeta rose, a sinister grin plastered across his face, only to inflict further harm upon himself. After several such acts, he clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality. This was the sensation he craved, the Super Saiyan. No, he aspired to transcend even that. This newfound power should suffice to deal with Frieza and that Kakarot. This, perhaps, exemplifies the flaw of ki perception, lacking a fixed reference point. It becomes exceedingly challenging to ascertain any enhancement in one's strength. Though Vegeta was undoubtedly a prodigy, He had merely begun to grasp the nuances of ki perception. Without a comprehensive understanding of its complete framework, he would not have contributed so many memorable moments of hubris in the original narrative. In the interim, Vegeta did sense Frieza's formidable aura. However, by unfortunate chance, Frieza, in his rage, bypassed the intermediate third transformation, entering his final form. His power surged from the millions to the tens of millions, rendering Vegeta incapable of even discerning the disparity in strength, much like Master Roshi and others who could no longer gauge the difference once Goku's power reached several thousand. As he further lost the ability to evaluate his own prowess, Vegeta's conviction in his own judgment only intensified. Ha ha, he bellowed in exhilaration. Vegeta exulted, his aura erupting unabashedly, a dazzling white flame interspersed with arcs of blue lightning, his hair standing on end, the air vibrating with intensity. The sight was undeniably formidable, and without hesitation, he soared skyward, racing towards the battlefield where Frieza and Goku clashed. Kakarot, Frieza. Upon hearing this sudden bellow, both Goku and Frieza paused momentarily. Their fierce combat interrupted as they turned to see the source of the outcry. Why are you shouting so loudly? Drink this. In an instant, Vegeta charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the two, a flurry of strikes, leaving him breathless yet exhilarated. At last, ha, I am indeed the mightiest Saiyan, the strongest Super Saiyan in the entire universe. On the ground, Piccolo and the others were rendered speechless. To be precise, they were at a loss for what expression to wear, their minds swirling with questions. What is this guy back for? Gohan felt as if his CPU were overheating, his demeanor dazed. I don't know. Yet, he turned to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, what is Vegeta back for? Piccolo replied, given my expression, you can deduce that I too am perplexed by this situation. Bulma and the others exchanged bewildered glances, while Violet casually blew bubbles nearby, utterly unfazed. As the dust settled in the sky, Goku and Frieza ceased their battle, instinctively retreating a short distance from each other. Victory could be determined at any time. But their attention was now captivated by a more pressing matter. What was Vegeta up to? Truth be told, they were astounded not by the power of Vegeta's attack, but by his audacity. In Frieza's mind, he mused, is this truly Vegeta? Has he always been so bold? Meanwhile, Goku pondered, noticing their reactions. Vegeta remained oblivious to the underlying issue, instead crossing his arms and emitting a series of villainous chuckles. Frieza felt an uncanny familiarity with Vegeta's demeanor and laughter, as if he had encountered it before. Ha. Vegeta's laughter grew increasingly arrogant, prompting Frieza to struggle with his restraint, a vein throbbing at his temple, his eyelid twitching. Yet, his curiosity quelled his ire, and with a signature smile, he inquired, Vegeta-san, you seem rather pleased. Care to share the good news that brings you such joy? Following his raucous laughter, Vegeta maintained his arrogant posture, extending a finger towards Frieza. Goku mused, goodness, the great destruction finger. Seemingly unsatisfied, Vegeta redirected his finger towards Goku, who hastily swayed left and right. Can't point at you, what a game. As Vegeta's eyelid twitched, he was on the verge of fury. The true teachings of Lu Ziqiao were manifesting. Goku remained indifferent, but Frieza was clearly at his breaking point. Kakarot, I have now ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan. With just a lift of my hand, I could crush you both. He boomed, followed by a cacophony of laughter that echoed with a theatrical flair. Goku mused silently, lamenting the opportunity lost. If this were captured on film, Frieza would be subject to ridicule for eternity. Frieza squinted slightly, surprisingly refraining from an immediate outburst. Instead, he chuckled, Vegeta-san, have you truly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? One hand subtly retreated behind him, lacking the ability to sense energy. He remained oblivious to the reality of Vegeta's power. First, it was Goku, the anomaly among Saiyans, who shattered Frieza's preconceived notions about them. Coupled with the long-standing legend within the Frozen Demon clan regarding the Super Saiyan, a forbidden tale that incited trepidation, Frieza felt an unease creeping in. Although Goku had begun to apply pressure, it was not sufficient to unbalance him. However, Vegeta's sudden proclamation of being the legendary Super Saiyan compelled Frieza to ponder deeply. Frieza. Vegeta's sudden roar startled Frieza, causing the energy he had been gathering to tremble, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his brow as his demeanor became grave. Vegeta's previous subservience had led Frieza to underestimate him. The abrupt shift in his behavior left Frieza disoriented. Today, you shall experience 100-fold of the humiliation I endured. Feel despair. This is the power of a Super Saiyan. With a fierce cry, Vegeta's forehead throbbed with intensity as he unleashed a torrent of energy. The aura surged skyward, resonating with a booming voice, while thunder rumbled and stones began to levitate around him, indeed creating an imposing spectacle. Yet, in truth, this phenomenon was merely the overflow of excess energy, resulting in an accumulation of surrounding ions, a feat achievable with a power level in the hundreds, though utterly wasteful. Frieza gazed in rapt attention, utterly astonished. Goku, however, felt a sense of foreboding. The spectacle was far from over. Chapter 84, Frieza 100. Thunderous roars reverberated across the skies of Namek, as waves of energy surged, stirring dust and debris, while flashes of lightning illuminated the atmosphere. Vegeta's aura towered over him, reaching heights of nearly 30 feet, reminiscent of his distinctive hairstyle. To be fair, it was Goku's first encounter witnessing someone deplete half of their stamina through sheer explosive energy. How should one describe it? Quite impressive. Did Frieza not appear utterly dumbfounded? Yet, as a martial artist, Goku and his companions found Vegeta's antics rather amusing. Nevertheless, one must ponder. When have you seen an Earthling unleash energy with such grandeur? Typically, it is the Saiyans who thrive on their latent potential that resort to forced activation of their power, commonly referred to as bursting. Earthlings lack such potential, hence their absence in this regard. Indeed, after a reckless display of brute force, Vegeta appeared breathless, prompting even Frieza to furrow his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet, Vegeta remained confident, exuding an air of arrogance as he coldly raised 3 fingers at Goku, declaring, 3 moves. I intend to defeat you in 3 moves. And then Frieza shall follow. In his eyes, Kakarot had yet to conquer Frieza, thus he could not be deemed a Super Saiyan. However, Goku, unable to bear the thought of being mistaken for a fool, swiftly repositioned himself 100 meters behind Frieza, aligning himself with Vegeta in a strategic formation. Frieza, taken aback, crushed the energy he had been gathering midway, realizing that Goku posed a significant threat. He perceived Goku's maneuver as a precursor to a united assault with Vegeta against him. Interrupted by Goku's action, Vegeta disregarded all else and bellowed at Frieza, Frieza, in 3 minutes, I shall end you. With a surge of energy, Vegeta brought his hands together, unleashing his signature move, the Final Flash. At that moment, Frieza, momentarily focused on Goku, failed to evade Vegeta's attack and was struck squarely, resulting in a massive explosion of debris. Vegeta, panting heavily, could not conceal his exhilaration. Yet, as the dust settled, it revealed Frieza unscathed, though his expression was contorted with rage. Raising a hand towards Vegeta, he slowly clenched it, his voice devoid of emotion. You shall pay, Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta's body was obliterated from within by a surge of energy. After this display, Frieza turned his attention to Goku, exhaling deeply as his sinister smile returned. Now, with the nuisance dealt with, let us continue our duel. I can still see, Goku retorted, maintaining his gaze on Frieza's rear. Frieza's brow furrowed slightly, and upon turning, he spotted Vegeta restored to his former state. His pupils narrowed, and in a fit of fury, he raised his hand to unleash a binding energy that ensnared Vegeta. Frieza was not foolish. Having witnessed Vegeta's proximity to the dragon and his current behavior, he quickly deduced that Vegeta had attained immortality. Thus, he decided to restrain him with a binding sphere. While he could not kill Vegeta, the latter was too weak, and this binding sphere would hold him captive for an extended period unless someone intervened to break the seal. Vegeta's expression froze, a tumult of confusion, rage, and fear twisting his visage into a mask of torment. Goku felt that had he been able to immerse himself in Frieza's emotional state, he would have transformed long ago. Alas, had he grown too accustomed to a life of comfort, too stable in his emotions? Perhaps he had become lethargic. A new round of confrontation commenced, and this time, the battle between Goku and Frieza escalated once more, even threatening to dismantle the very foundation of planet Namek. With a single strike, Frieza cleaved through the planet, leaving Goku with no choice but to exhaust his stamina, engaging in a fierce clash of the Super Kamehameha against the Death Ball. As his energy waned rapidly, even though Frieza bore injuries, his stamina remained superior to Goku's. Reluctantly, Goku activated the 15-fold Kaioken, pushing back with all his might. Boom! The brilliance of the Kamehameha engulfed Frieza's form, yet the energy diminished, and Goku's condition was only marginally improved, his stamina plummeting. Haha! Rumble! The ground beneath them shattered, and magma erupted. An unfathomable abyss cleaved planet Namek in two, a testament to Frieza's prowess. With this singular blow, the countdown for the planet had commenced, though it would not be swift. Yet, high above, Frieza, battered and bruised, seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze, fixated on Goku. But then, he unexpectedly regained his composure and descended slowly. Upon landing before Goku, he spoke, "Scion, you have surprised me. I am beginning to believe that legend. You are indeed the fabled Super Saiyan, are you not? Have you not always been fearful?" Goku, steadying his breath, replied, fully aware that their conditions were far from ideal. He had merely sustained fewer injuries, yet the Kaioken was exorbitantly taxing on his energy. Even if Frieza did not utilize his full power, defeating him would still prove exceedingly challenging. Ha. Although Frieza laughed, his eyes burned with fury. This was a topic he preferred to avoid, much like Vegeta. His pride remained intact, unwilling to acknowledge any fear or trepidation regarding the emergence of the so-called Super Saiyan. Suddenly, without warning, Frieza unleashed two beams of death from his eyes, sending Goku flying. Goku, though quick to react, found himself unable to evade this assault as he had before, and could only brace himself with his arms, leaving charred wounds on his skin. Frieza, reveling in his superiority, regarded Goku with a sense of inevitable victory. Indeed, your strength has reached its limits, Scion. Since that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my true power. 100%. Boom. A ferocious bolt of lightning descended from behind Frieza, and astonishingly, his form expanded, veins bulging, enveloped in a terrifying purple glow. The earth quaked violently, and Goku, with a grave expression, discreetly consumed a senzu bean. Frieza's full power battle strength was an astounding 2 billion. Yet he still had not discerned the key to transformation, leaving him with a profound sense of uncertainty. However, he was not entirely devoid of hope. The 15-fold Kaioken could temporarily elevate his battle power to 2 billion. Even though this came at the cost of immense physical strain and even injury, it would enable him to confront Frieza head-on for a brief moment. As for the 20-fold Kaioken, he would not resort to it unless absolutely necessary. He had already lost control over such power. Even the strength granted by the 15-fold Kaioken was pushing the limits of his body. The 20-fold would be a gamble with his life. It would be more prudent to detonate himself alongside Frieza. At least the chances of successfully killing Frieza through self-destruction were exceedingly high.